Ursula von der Leyen, Prime Minister of Canada Justin Trudeau, Prime Minister of Denmark Mette Frederiksen, Prime Minister of Estonia Kristen Michal, Prime Minister of Iceland Kristrún Frostadóttir, Prime Minister of Norway Jonas Gahr Støre, Prime Minister of Spain Pedro Sánchez, Prime Minister of Sweden Ulf Kristersson. So we will begin with our opening remarks. I think it's the greatest show of unity and freedom in this city that we have certain leaders speaking to the press together. And let's start without further delay by going to, we have Euronews with us, right? Okay, I see it. In the middle. So please everyone stand up when you ask your questions, get the microphone and go on.
Hello. Can you hear me? Yes. Hello, everybody. My question is addressed to President of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen. You have spent the last 3 years building an unprecedented sanctions regime against Russia, really, and you have promised time and time again to make Russia pay for its aggression. But now the United States is asking Europe to leave sanctions as part of a potential peace agreement. In fact, the US is saying that Europe will be invited to the table only when it comes to sanctions relief. Are you willing to do that just because the White House tells you so? And what demands are you going to impose on the Kremlin to do that? And just a quick question for President Zelensky. Do you think Russia deserves any sort of relief after the untold devastation it has brought upon your country? Thank you so much.
So what the sanctions question is concerned, what we see is that the sanctions already have a massive effect on the Russian economy. There are skyrocketing inflation, there is spiraling interest rates, so the effect is visible. Companies are leaving Russia. You see they are really grinding sanctions and biting sanctions. These sanctions are part of our approach that we want peace through strength. And it's very clear that unless Russia demonstrates by facts the true willingness to achieve a lasting and just peace agreement, we will increase punitive sanctions against Russia. So the precondition is first we have to see that there's action on the side of Russia towards a just and lasting peace agreement. Presently, there is no lasting peace agreement, so it is much too early to speak about anything of potentially maintaining or increasing or lifting sanctions. This discussion can only be led after we've seen concrete steps on the Russian side.
Thank you very much. Well, we are very often, and also today we speak that we need just lasting peace. And when we speak about the just, and this war, it's difficult to find just in this war because of such steps of Russia. Their war, their way of this war, how many people they just killed them, and thousands in the prison, and stolen children. And that's why we'll never forget it. And we can't forget it. And even if I hope that our partners on the same page with us, and not only hope I see it, but we'll never forget it, and we will really do everything that people who began this war, who unprovoked war, all these people, yes, really will answer, and of course we will work on tribunal even after the hard part of this war. Even when we will go to the diplomacy, we'll never forget these surnames and these people.
Let's now go to Italian media. La Stampa, you're with us. Yeah, I see you. Go on.
Thank you very much, Marco Bresolin, Italian newspaper La Stampa. I have a question for the President of the European Council, Antonio Costa. You represent 27 EU member states. You repeated that EU want to be at the table when peace talks will start. You also said that maybe you are going to find someone who will represent the EU. But here there are many other representatives of other European non-EU countries. Some others intervene by video. Do you think that this seat should belong to the EU, or are you ready to share a common seat with other European leaders in order to bring a European position at the peace talks negotiation? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Of course, only Ukraine can decide when there are conditions to start effective, credible and sustainable peace negotiations. All of us welcome the huge efforts from President Trump to push Putin and Russia to negotiation, and I wish that these bilateral talks open the door for a really peace negotiation. But only Ukraine can decide when we have conditions to do this. But this war is not only about Ukraine, it's also about European security. And for this, it is essential that Europe, as present in the negotiations and participate in negotiations, not only the European Union, also our friends like Norway, Iceland, United Kingdom, because all of them are very engaged in the support of Ukraine, and they are very concerned about European security. Then I believe that if we reach to have a joint special envoy representing not only the European Union but also the other European countries, we strengthen our European position, and we will discuss this in the next European Council on the 6th of March that I yesterday invited the leaders to participate. And this special European Council is about how to strengthen our capacity to invest more, better, faster and stronger in our own capabilities, how to strengthen the Ukrainian capacity, but also how we can be prepared for participate actively in the future peace negotiations if and when they arise. Thank you.
I think next one to Danish media, Mathilde Kimmer from the R. Yeah.
Yes. My question is to the Danish Prime Minister. Today you presented this willingness to support the Scandinavian and the Baltic countries to support a newly established brigade, Ukrainian brigade. But where are you on the question of boots on the ground in a potential European peacekeeping mission?
Thank you for that question. Well, from a Danish perspective, we are open-minded, and as I have said from the beginning of this war, we will be with our friends in Ukraine as long as it takes and to the end. I think for now, the most important thing is to ensure that Ukraine will get what they need on the ground. And therefore I urge everyone to contribute more on donations, weapons, air defense, things we have discussed for several months and years now. I think that's the most important thing. And of course a lot of questions has to be answered before we can take a concrete solution when it comes to boots on the ground. And as Antonio Costa just said, this war is about Ukraine and it's also about European security. And therefore we need to look at the entire eastern flank when it comes to deterrence and defense. But we are open-minded.
Thank you. Delphi Media, Herman Kelovis. Delphi, yeah.
Hello, Herman Kelovis from Delphi in Estonia. In my country, it is a day with a double meaning. We have our Independence Day. So my question is to President Zelensky and Prime Minister Michal. Should there be an unjust peace in Ukraine? Do you think Estonia's independence could be threatened, and how soon?
Thank you.
It's your birthday.
Yeah, it's Estonia's birthday today, 107. The short answer probably would be that all of EU and NATO are under threat if Russia's and Putin's goals and objectives will not be changed. A longer one probably is that Estonia knows its neighbor well, as everybody does. We have invested in defense for many years, and we will. Our aim is to go to 5% of GDP. Next year it's probably near 4 already. And we know that independence is invaluable. That's why I'm here, not in Estonia celebrating Estonia's birthday, to support Ukraine, because we have the common enemy and common fight. Ukraine is fighting the fight also for Europe and Nordics and Baltics, everybody. So to answer the question, the unjust peace probably would hit everybody, also United States, because Iran, North Korea, everybody would assess that they can do whatever they want. So everybody in this probably are together. And the EU and everybody, just a thought that if you count the men who bear arms in Russia right now, if the war would end right now, there are more than it was before the war. What will they do? Will they become physical education teachers? Probably not. They will find new jobs. So this is a threat all over the world. Before the war it was called Wilders, whatever they were called. But right now it's somewhat different. So to conclude, the European Union, NATO, everybody in civilized and democratic world are under the threat until Russia is forced to change its goals. Thank you.
Again, my congratulations to you, your country, your people. That we are very proud that today you are here in such a special day. Thank you so much, and my congratulations, and God bless. You'll never have a war. And what is very important, I think in risk, answering your question, yes, all the countries which been before 1990, 1991, which been under Russian influence. Yes, I think Russia, first of all, wants to have their influence continue and be present on these territories of these independent countries, which been before, during Soviet period, being the republics of Soviet Union, and of course it's Ukraine and Moldova, of course Estonia, Litva, Latvia, and of course where their influence was very strong during the 20th centuries, it's Poland, Slovak, and other countries. So the most dangerous moment when you have people who has Russian roots, it's not bad. And just how it was with Crimea, I'm just sharing with you our experience. When you have some society, and of course if you are bordering with Russia, you have such society. I mean, it's with other nations, it's the same. So when you have Russian-speaking people, or their roots, or the families which half of Estonian, half Russian, like we had Ukrainian, father Ukrainian, and Russian mother, it can be so. It's our history very long. I mean, you are in risk, because it was with Crimea, it was with the East, with Donbass at the very beginning. They said that they are not occupying our territory, that they defend Russian-speaking people. That's why I think that Estonian people have these risks if we will fall down Ukrainian. I think all such countries who I mentioned, I think have this risk because of Russian policy, because their view of the world, Russian world.
Thank you, Mr. President. And we now go to Iceland. Dagmar Erlendsdottir from Iceland National Broadcaster. Please.
I have a question for the Prime Minister of Iceland, Kristrún Frostadóttir. Your government has decided to increase funding to help Ukraine. On what projects will that be spent?
Thank you. Yeah, so this is We're obviously very much aware of our geographical situation in the world, and even though we might be a small country, we think it's very important that we show through direct action, not just with words, that we're stepping up. We are a country without a military, but we are a country that has high welfare because we have security. And I think there's increased understanding that defense for peace in Europe is extremely important. So we're making this step of doubling our contributions when it comes to defense for Ukraine. And our hope is that we will mostly use these funds to go through the Danish initiative, which we know has been very effective, both financially and for the Ukraine, but also through our demining efforts that we've worked on with Lithuania. So that will be our chief focus. But then we are also obviously supporters through the MB8 of the brigade. We don't have arms or a military, but we will be financially supporting that. So this is an important step for Iceland to take, and like I said before, important to show solidarity with Ukraine.
Thank you, Excellency. Let's go now to Canada. Marie-Ève Bédard from Radio Canada.
Hi, good afternoon. If you'll indulge me 1 second, je vais commencer en français, Monsieur le Premier ministre, avec vous. Vous avez parlé plus tôt ce matin de la volonté du Canada de collaborer avec les partenaires européens dans le cas où la paix sera atteinte. Est-ce que ça veut dire pour vous des soldats? I'll translate very quickly. Did you mean this morning that Canada was willing to send boots on the ground should there be peace to cooperate with European allies to guarantee Ukraine's security? And if I may, a question for both of you, President Zelensky and Prime Minister Trudeau. How significant and important is it to have a North American ally at this table now, given the fact that in the past month, both of you have had conversations that sounded like they came from an adversary with the United States and its President, Donald Trump? What's the significance of Canada's presence here today?
Well, first of all, Canada has been there for Ukraine from day one, indeed from before day one. As in 2015, we started training Ukrainian military forces on the ground in Ukraine, which was a significant part. Western training to the Ukrainian armed forces is one of the reasons why Ukraine has been able to stand up to the Russian invaders so effectively over the past years. It's not just Canada, a number of countries have been involved. But for historical reasons, Canada having the second largest diaspora of Ukrainians in the world means that we felt deeply connected to Ukraine, but we also believe deeply that it's not just about Ukraine, it's about the rules and the values and the principles of sovereignty, of independence, of territorial integrity that protects every country in the world. All of us rely on those rules to be able to build peace and security. And we know that with the world changing, we're all going to have to do more around peace and security. One of the key themes that we heard today, as we've heard from many, many partners around the world in NATO and elsewhere over the past number of years, is people are going to be doing more on defense. 9.5 years ago when I took office in Canada, the previous government had us down below 1% of defense spending, even though the NATO 2% pledge had been made a year or two before. In the subsequent time, we have more than tripled defense spending on the path to 2030, and we're on our way to 2%. And we know we're going to have to continue to do more and more in an uncertain world, and Canada will be there. As to how we will be there, we will work with our neighbors on it, but everything is on the table because we need to make sure that might no longer makes right in this world. That's what has led to 80 years of incredible stability and prosperity, not just in Europe, but around the world because of the institutions we built out of the ashes of World War II. And standing up for those institutions is in the best interest of every single one of us. Now, as a collection of different nations, we will have different perspectives from time to time on the best way forward, and those will be worked out
in forums like this, or the G7 forum or elsewhere. But we are united in our values. We are united in wanting to see peace and fairness and prosperity for all our citizens, and that's what continues to drive us forward. Le Canada va toujours être là pour l'Ukraine. On est là depuis le début. On va continuer de l'être et on regardera comment on peut mieux aider dans les années à venir, parce que défendre l'Ukraine, c'est pas juste défendre l'Ukraine, c'est défendre les principes et les valeurs qui nous protègent tous.
Merci à vous. Víctor Guerrero, Televisión Española. Sorry.
Really, it was a pleasure.
That's okay. No, he can tell us how much he likes Canada.
I love Canada. And I really appreciate that we have such relations with you, Justin. And you helped a lot, and a lot of your people helped us at the very beginning of war. We never shared, by the way, this, that we've been in touch. And really, at the very beginning of the war, we didn't have really huge technologies with drones and etc. When we began producing drones, and even when we bought drones with some partners, they didn't have Canadian high-level optic technologies. And Canada helped us with this, and we spoke a lot of this, and we had this, and we began to help our guys on the front line, on the battlefield, with these drones and etc. It was really first weeks and first months of the first year of war. Then, Justin, absolutely right about training missions. Really, the part of our army was prepared by Canadian officers, instructors. But what is very important, and it was very important again the first year, because they've been well trained. For today, the situation changed. After that, after Canada, we had such missions in Europe, in different countries, and then so the experience of this war gave us new knowledge of the war, and of course today when we trained abroad, we have to come back and train again on the battlefield, because the war is changing. It's technological war. That's why. But we really appreciate for your help and packages, military packages. So thank you so much. And I think that's all. Yes.
Well, with regards to Donald Trump and having an important American partner.
With Donald Trump. This is, by the way, this is question to you, to Canada. And I mean, that's. Well, with Donald Trump, now we had a conversation. It was very good conversation, G7 conversation with the leader role of Canada. Yes, thank you very much, Justin, for organizing this meeting. Everybody been there, and we spoke about it, and we hope that United States will continue support, like all the partners. All the partners do it, and we need also not to lose this unity between Europe and United States. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we can proceed to Victor, finally to you. Where is the Spanish media? Yes.
Hola. This is a question for Pedro Sánchez, Spanish Prime Minister, and also for President Zelensky. First in Spanish, then I will translate in English. Señor Presidente, usted esta mañana decía que España va a apoyar a Ucrania el tiempo que haga falta y con mayor determinación. España o su gobierno está valorando, o podría valorar, enviar soldados dentro de una fuerza de paz o en otro formato. Prime Minister, you said this morning that Spain would be supporting Ukraine as long as it takes and with more determination. Is the Spanish government considering or could consider it to send Spanish audience as a peacekeeping force in Ukraine? And for President Zelensky, are you asking your partners here present for soldiers for a peacekeeping force as a peace guarantee for the future, and how many soldiers do you think would be right for this work? Thank you.
Well, thank you, Victor, for your question. I would say, because this is not the first time that I have to answer to this question, and I guess all the rest of colleagues, but I would say that first things first, and step by step. No, I think that now we're focused on what we are, which is to open a genuine peace negotiations talks, and for that is crucial, I would say critical, that Ukraine and of course Europe are implicated in the negotiation process. Second, I think is crucial, critical for all of us to provide the security guarantees to Ukraine in order to reach that common goal that we have, which is to have a last and just peace for Ukraine and for Europe. So you know, I think these are now the questions that we have to answer, and we welcome, of course, this window of opportunity that now we have in order to speak about peace. But as I said before, I think it's important that to have the European Union and, of course, Ukraine implicated in these very important talks. And as I said during this morning, of course, you know, in 2024, Spain signed a very important bilateral security agreement with Ukraine that will last for the next 10 years. Last year, we provide 1 billion euros in order to provide military capabilities to Ukraine. This is something that we are going to repeat in the year 2025, and of course, we are we stand with Ukraine and of course with President Zelensky.
Thank you so much. We're very thankful to you, Pedro, your country, your team, and your people. We had, I think, the most difficult moments, 3 winters, blackouts, and etc. Now we're sitting in the middle of the winter. We have light, we have connection, we have internet, we have possibility to speak, and our people have electricity, and we see each other. That's good, very good. But this is the big work of a lot of partners. For example, I don't know if I can share when I came to Spain in a very difficult moment, again in winter, and Pedro made a decision with I don't know if I can say number of hawks, I don't know. 6. It was decision I needed very much because we knew that they will attack very specific infrastructure of energy, and we needed very much 10 very quickly. I had to find very quickly 10 systems and through the world, and immediately Pedro gave me 6 hawks, and it helped. So thank you so much. And such things, this is illustration of our unity. And again, it meant that we can trust each other and we count on each other, and we are very thankful. And I'm very thankful, like President of our nation, to all your nations, and this is very important. I think the same thing we will discuss. Now it's not for public because we didn't make a decision about the contingents and infrastructure for security guarantees, where contingents or troops, how you say, or soldiers, like the journalist had. So we will discuss this infrastructure. The number, so of course I know the number what we need, and of course we will share it firstly, not in the open conversation. Yes, not to prepare Russians for this, and so we will discuss, and then we will make decision of what we see, how we see the number, and if it will be positive, we will share it. Of course we will share it. It's not a secret. It can't be without support of societies. Thank you.
Thank you. Now to Swedish media, Svenska Dagbladet. Yeah, we have Swedish media with us. Okay, they probably left. Not waited until now, yes. Okay, let's go on to Norway then, another Nordic nation. Marius Helge Larsen. Okay, please we have you.
Hi, I'm Marius Larsen from the Norwegian news agency NTV. I have a question for President Zelensky or anyone else who would like to answer it. You have now been through...
Can you ask Sweden, please, because they don't have journalists?
President Zelensky, Sweden and anyone else.
Sweden, Zelensky, or anyone else, or my Prime Minister, who hasn't gotten any questions yet. So, but it goes to you first, President Zelensky. You have been through 3 terrible years of war. What are your hopes for Ukraine and the Ukrainian people for the next 3 years to come?
We hope that we can finish this war this year, not in 3 years. It's very, very difficult. Very difficult for all our nation to go through this war, but with all respect to our soldiers and our people. So I can't speak about 3 years. If we speak about how to prepare security because of the Russia, they can come back in 10 years. If we will not be prepared, they will not come back if we will prepare them, put them to their place, to their territory, and if Ukraine will be in EU and in NATO in closest years, of course it will help us very much. And I think that they will not come back if we will have strong army and strong allies and strong unity, to my mind, because they will never, forgive the world that they didn't win. And you see that they will not win.
Yes.
Thank you. And what about Sweden?
Yes, you have a question to your Prime Minister or not? If not, we will proceed. No? I think everything was so clear.
I have a question for my Prime Minister as well, Jonas Gahr Støre. Today, your colleague Mette Frederiksen in Denmark said that 3% of the budget to defense is not enough. You have set a goal to reach 3% within 2036. Do you think that is a fast enough pace?
Well, I think we have made that significant shift of lifting us far above 2%. First, we were among countries that did not have a plan. Then we had a plan, then we moved beyond. We are now about 2.5, and we may reach 3% before 2036, by the way. I think we may need to invest more in defense, and I think that debate should be on figures, but also on quality and capabilities. Because if we get lost in figures, we will have 32 allies with silos and percentages. What we need to do now is to deliver on what we have agreed at NATO, in Vilnius and in Washington about regional plans. So we work now with Sweden and Finland in the north of the Nordic region to make sense of our capabilities in defending the Nordic part of the Nordic region. And we debate with our Danish friends and our German friends and our British friends that around the North Sea we should also have investment in the best capabilities. That may also lift percentage, but I would really like to see the output as most important.
Thanks.
Thank you. Let's go now to Finnish media. We have with us Jonas Imonen from Ilta-Sanomat, right? Yeah.
Yes, thank you very much. Jonas Imonen from Ilta-Sanomat, Finland. Question for President Stubb and Mr. Zelensky. Mr. Stubb, you said earlier today that there are now mixed messages and signals coming from the US in support of Ukraine and also defense of Europe as a whole. Mr. Stubb, what do you think of that's going to be Finnish role and responsibility for future for European defense? And Mr. Zelensky, do you think or believe that Europe will and should be able to replace US support if needed?
Sure. Perhaps I'll answer through 2 points. I'll answer the question to Volodymyr first. I think we need to get our facts right. When you look at support for Ukraine throughout this war, Europe stands, as Commission President Ursula von der Leyen said earlier, at about 134 billion euros, more or less. The United States, roughly around 114 billion. I look around this table and I see NBA, so 5 Nordic countries and 3 Baltic states. We're actually at 26 billion euros. So that's about a fifth of what Europe has supported. So yes, to a certain extent in the future, we're going to have to take more responsibility, but to get bogged down in who has given more, I think is the wrong tack. The second point I have to make, it's not only about the material support, it's also about having skin in the game or having some kind of a plan. I think Norwegian Prime Minister Jonas Gahr Støre put it quite well earlier when he said that we Europeans can't complain our way to the negotiating table. And my worry is that in the past 2 weeks, when we've seen a shift in the transatlantic partnership, and you'll know that I'm an avid transatlanticist, we have to wake up to a new reality. And then the question is, how do we get skin in the game? How do we get involved? I think a good start is what President Costa has done, is to call a European Council. Because right now, European diplomacy is rather cacophonic. It's all over the place. That's why I have, together with some colleagues, proposed that we sit down and think about a plan. And in my mind, that plan or sketch goes in 3 phases. The first phase is the pre-negotiation. That's where we are right now. This is when we have to think really hard how we put more pressure on Russia and basically how we support Volodymyr and Ukraine and what kind of security arrangements we have. And if I may, just as a side note, I'm getting a little bit frustrated about this debate on boots on the ground, because that sort of misses the whole point. That is that the strongest boots on the ground in the world right now are with Ukraine. They have the land forces. Then it's a question about which phase and how Europe will come to support Ukraine. In the air, in the sea, with reconnaissance, with intelligence, etc., etc. The second phase of the plan is when the ceasefire begins. And that's actually quite crucial, because that's when you start looking at the modalities and the agenda of the actual negotiations. And that's when you start looking at confidence-building measures. And then the third phase is the peace process. And that's when you start talking about the big issues of territory, and that's when you start talking basically about recompensation, about justice, which President Zelensky was talking about earlier. So what I'm trying to say is that I think we in Europe, we need to get our act together. And in order to get an act together, you have to have a plan to the Americans, because if you don't have a plan to the Americans, you're not going to get involved in negotiations. And right now the negotiations are happening above our heads without any kind of a plan and strategy. That's why I think this meeting has been extremely important, and that's why I think the next 2 weeks are crucial also about the future of European security.
Just as one word, I think that you are sorry that I'm telling, but I think that you are neighboring the same problem. Yes, and that's great. So that's big success that you are in NATO. And my congratulations to Sweden. And also, that's why, so we are very thankful that we have such close partnership with Finland, with Alexander. And of course, you gave us a lot of packages during this war. And it was very important, useful. I can tell you, especially, by the way, first year, I'm focusing a lot of times on the first year, but I think that the first months were the most important. The most important in this battle. And when those times we didn't have 155 artillery, I mean Western kind of NATO standard systems of artillery. We didn't have long distance weapon and etc. We had Ukrainian production, Soviet period production, any weapon, artillery and etc. and air defense, S-300, for example, missiles. And it was very difficult. It was big deficit because big deficit in the world. And Finland helped us very much, because really we found only some countries who had it in their storages. Yeah, so it was very important, especially those months, those first weeks and months. And about your neighbor, and I think, and of course, Ukraine will be always thankful for this and never forget it. And I think those experience of such enemies or such problematic neighboring, how to save the border, and you have very long border with Russia. Russia, and that's why I think our experience of how to defend the contact line or defend the front line, and the same technologies how to defend the border. I think this experience, our experience, will be very useful for your country. It doesn't mean that you will have a war, but it's more safety. I think so.
Thank you. I was told we have another question to Prime Minister Christensen from Ukrinform. Yes, the floor is yours.
Тетяна Пасова, Укрінформ. Запитання до прем'єр-міністра Швеції і до президента України. Скажіть, будь ласка, зараз активно...
Секундочку, тільки письмо. Будь ласка.
I can put my question in English, actually. Today, President Nauseda stepped with the initiative for Ukraine to become a member of EU by 1st of January of 2030. And do you support such initiative? Because we need a coalition of leaders who will support our way for EU. І запитання до президента Зеленського. Пане президенте, скажіть, будь ласка, чи готова Україна ще більше пришвидшити реформи заради євроінтеграції?
Well, for me, okay, yeah, sure. Well, obviously we have we have the phrase of a merit-based process, and since there are a lot of merits, there is a good reason for speediness in the process. So that's very easy, and I really wouldn't mind to have a very specific date. I think there is an urgency in becoming a European Union member, and even more so if there is put at doubt whether Ukraine will be allowed into NATO for every country. So I think the European Union accession is an urgent need.
I think so that how to open clusters quickly on the way to EU and what we have to do for this. I think all the answers can give you really the President Ursula von der Leyen. She knows she and President Costa, I think they know when we will be in EU. Really? No pressure. They are decision makers. So.
Yeah, but perhaps I may add, I'm now witnessing many different accession processes. I must say, I'm so deeply impressed by the speed and the quality with which this country, Ukraine, is reforming and doing all the necessary steps, and these are hard steps, and this is a lot of hard work, while fighting a war of survival is really impressive. So you have here an example for highest merit, highest quality, and speedy delivery that is exemplary.
You got three. So now we go to Latvia. Latvian media, Latvian television, Gins Amoliņš.
Thanks. Hello? Works well. So the Nordic and the Baltic states, my question would be to President of Latvia, President Rinkevič, and maybe a short comment on that from President Zelensky, if possible. Shortly about the Nordics and Baltics announced today, the pledge to train and also to equip a brigade-sized unit. Given the uncertain situation right now in geopolitics, and a bit of a follow-up on the Finnish colleague here, do you see that Europe would need to rapidly increase its military aid to Ukraine? And is Europe capable of doing that? Thank you.
Actually, those are very easy questions. Yes and yes. But I think that for the second, what we really need is to, first of all, get a very clear message to the defense industry that we are going to spend more. Because what defense industry needs, a clear commitment. Number two, both on the national level, less at the European level, we still are experiencing all those procedures. Sorry to say, but I think that we need to get out of this kind of mood that we are very much process-oriented, but to move to the results-oriented. I do believe that we can do that, and I do believe that we must do that, and I do believe that we will do that.
Okay, let's go now to listen.
I think so that all the defense or military industries of European countries began to increase the production because of this war. Began to increase the production, beginning from the artillery rounds to drone production, technologies, systems of electronic warfare. There are a lot of things, different things, but how to do, but it's not enough, and how to increase more quick and be comparable with Russians is to invest more to Ukrainian production. Because our economy, we have military economy for today. We just produce, for example, like drones, we have 200 private companies, 200, it's a lot. Even small companies, they need financing and they produce quicker than our government production. It's understandable because without any bureaucracy, they just produce and help soldiers. And by the way, they help directly to the front line. What is important, they don't produce and just to give government, and then government think how to send it to the front line. So there are a lot of quick ways. For example, we did one thing. So I began to pay money directly to brigades. It's one of the versions, how to help them to produce quickly. And they really do a lot of things. And they buy and produce. There are brigades on the front line which produce at the same time. So really very sorry if I'm using not correct word, interesting, but it's incredible. So that's why we need additional financing for our Ukrainian production directly to private sector.
Now to Lithuanian media, LRT, Augustinas.
Thank you for opportunity. Question for Lithuanian President. I also would like to ask you about, peacekeeping force possibilities in Ukraine. We see that it's hardly likely that anytime soon we can see this coming from EU or NATO frame. Are you willing to take a unilateral decision, like for example, United Kingdom is talking about? And also I want to ask President Zelensky, looking around you today, around this table, do you think that this Nordic Baltic region is playing more and more significant role in support for Ukraine? Thanks.
Lithuania is ready and will be ready to support Ukraine under any circumstances. And even now, as we speak, Lithuanian people, ordinary Lithuanian people, are accumulating financial resources in order to buy the drones for Ukraine. So my country is not tired and will be not tired in supporting Ukraine. When it comes to the decision you mentioned, I think we have to answer to the three questions, first of all. We need the clarity about the mandate of such forces on the soil of Ukraine. Are we speaking of peacekeeping or peace enforcement? There is no peace yet, and even the ceasefire is not the reality, unfortunately, so far. The second question, and the answer to the second question is, are we ready to enforce the ceasefire? So the force must be real. The first time the peace is violated or ceasefire is violated, the retaliation must be immediate and strong. Otherwise, we compromise and we discredit the very concept of the security guarantees. And the third question is, are we ready to back each other? Or, in other words, unity is vital. Europeans with the backing of the United States would be ideal solution. Are we there? I have my doubts. Maybe my doubts will disappear in the coming weeks or coming months. At least I'm looking forward to the Hague summit, I hope there will be positive news from this summit despite all our reservations. So I think the question is a little bit too premature, but when it comes to the training mission, Lithuania is already there. Our experts, military experts, assist Ukrainians to improve their professionalism and fighting capacities. They are there, and we already answered to this question positively. And if you allow me, I will comment my initiative on the date of European Union accession, Ukraine's accession into European Union. You know, this is a matter of political commitment. If we talk about the NATO membership, of course we understand that not everything is in our hands, and the decision depends on other allies too. But the European membership is in our hands, in the hands of European Commission, in the hands of member states, and of course the hands of Ukraine. And Ukraine is doing really great job under such complicated circumstances. So I truly believe that it is realistic date. It's ambitious but realistic date. Thank you.
One more important partner with us, France, Monsieur le Ministre Benjamin Haddad, Minister Delegate for Europe and Special Envoy of the President. I'm told we have a question for you coming from Union Sayenko.
Thank you for this opportunity to ask a question. I would like to refer my question to French Minister. France has already provided Ukraine with very significant support in order to help to survive our country, especially provided us Scalp long-range missiles, howitzers called Caesar, armored fighting vehicles, ammunition, and other vital support. My question is your country ready to continue support Ukraine for another year? Are you ready to increase this level of support? And my quick follow-up for the President of European Commission and President of European Council. You have already heard proposal from the Lithuanian President that there should be setting a date for Ukrainian accession by the 1st January 2030. Is this a goal of your mandate to coordinate and help Ukraine really become a member of European Union by this date, 1st of January 2030? Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, France will continue to support Ukraine for how long it takes, for the simple reason that Ukrainians are not just fighting for their security and their freedom, but for the security of Europeans against the threat that Russia poses for all of us. You were kind enough to mention long-range missiles, the Caesar cannons. We have the first Mirage jets now flying in the skies of Ukraine, as well as the Anne of Kiev brigade that's been deployed on the ground, and we will continue to do so. President Macron, as you know, is today in Washington, D.C. to continue the respectful and honest dialogue that he has with President Trump, to say that, very simply, we support the peace through strength approach, and for this to succeed, we need to continue to support Ukraine on the ground. We need to increase pressure on Russia, and this is why we welcome the adoption of the 16th round of sanctions today on Russia, that Ukrainians need to be around the table when their security is being discussed. Europeans need to be around the table, and that there can be no just and lasting peace without robust security guarantees in the long run. And this is where also Europeans will have to step up and take their responsibility. And France is ready in this respect to continue to take its responsibility alongside its partners for the security of Ukraine, the security of all of us.
So to your question concerning the initiative of President Gitanas Nausėda, I think it's a very noble initiative because it shows a lot of political will and an amazing support to Ukraine, and thank you very much for that. The process of accession, we always repeat, is merits-based. Basically, it says there are certain conditions and reforms that you have to do and you have to implement them so that the conditions are right for an accession, and it's good for the European Union and it's good for the accessing country. So that is always necessary. What I want to emphasize is that if you would just only set a date, then it would also mean the other candidate countries would ask immediately for a date and not a process anymore. But again, I really appreciate the political will that is there. I would even say Ukraine, merits-based process, if they continue at that speed and at that quality, perhaps they could be earlier than 2030. So thank you very much for giving the impulse, and let's work hard on all sides really to keep the momentum up.
We're almost out of time, but we have one more question for President Zelensky.
Sorry.
Yeah, I'm sorry, President.
For sure, Ukraine's accession to the European Union will be the most important security guarantee for the future of Ukraine. And we have already decided that this new institutional cycle will be the institutional cycle of enlargement to Ukraine, to Moldova, to Western Balkans, and we don't know, with Georgia. It's a merit-based process, and we are working hard from the European Commission to the different candidate states. And it's very impressive what Ukraine is making. Because in fact, Ukraine are writing a new playbook how to make reforms at war times. And this is very difficult to imagine. But we are very committed, and I'm sure that the different member states, the European Commission, and Ukraine, Moldova, the Western Balkan countries, are working very hard to deliver on this enlargement. And we need also to work among us to make the necessary reforms to welcome, these new member states.
El confidencial, el President Torrano. While I was coming here, I met just in the street a Ukrainian friend who told me to say thank you for the €1 billion you announced today. And when I said goodbye to him, a question came to my mind, like, how would you explain to these Ukrainian citizens and other Ukrainian citizens, and also to the Spanish taxpayers, that Spain still this year, last year, 2022, is paying more, 2 times, is paying €2 billion to Russia, buying liquefied gas, and today we are only announced $1 billion to Ukraine. And so I would like to ask you, what will you tell to him, to Spanish taxpayers, because this money is still helping to fund the war. And to President Zelensky, I would like to ask that you said trust with partners is very important. So I would like to know, how do you feel with partners that still pays money, a lot of money, more money than they give to you, to the enemy, or partially at least? Thank you very much.
Well, thank you for the questions. First of all, Spain has supported all the sanctions packages approved by the Council. And we've been very constructive and positive in order to increase the pressure on Russian shoulders in order to stop the war. Second, you're talking about private contracts, but the political will of the Spanish government, and I would say the Spanish society, is to reduce and diversify our energy dependencies towards other countries. And we have done so. Our main provider is now in North America, not only the US, but also Canada. And last but not least, I would say that that we have committed ourselves as Spanish government to devote €1 billion for the next 10 years, each year, in order to provide that military capabilities to Ukraine. So, we are supporting Ukraine, we are supporting President Zelensky and his government, and I do believe that even if we're far away from the front line, because we are coming from the Iberian Peninsula. We have also a good representation of the Iberian Peninsula with the President of the Council, Antonio Costa, and myself. I think that people in our society understand quite well the importance of defending and providing this support to Ukraine and its people in order to guarantee that peace and security in Ukraine and in Europe. And by the way, you know, when it comes to enlargement, since we come from a country which became a member state of the European Union back in the 80s of the 20th century, we're always open and very constructive in the approach of the enlargement of Ukraine, Moldova, and Western Balkans. So, you know, I think that and this is not because it's the political will of the government, it's the political will of the Spanish society, which really feel that solidarity before, when we were, you know, with some problems, and nowadays, when other countries such as Ukraine need that solidarity. And I'm also very happy that we agreed with President Zelensky to open a Ukrainian hub in Spain, since we are the fourth largest country in the European Union receiving Ukrainian refugees in our country, to provide that services not only from the Spanish government but also from the Ukrainian government.
Okay, one last one to wrap up from the Ukrainian media to Ukrainian president. 1+1, прошу, слово вам.
Пане президенте, ви не раз говорили про те, що Росія насправді абсолютно не прагне миру, і, власне, в підтвердження цих слів сьогодні маємо картину, коли тут об'єднаний світ збирається для того, щоб поговорити про мир, поговорити про домовленості, вирішити нагальну проблему. Росіяни в обличчі Лаврова говорять про те, що ми не проти, щоб Європа була на перемовинах, проте ми все одно не припинимо вогонь, якщо не задовольнять все, що хочемо ми. Тобто позиція у них конкретна. Ви сьогодні згадали і сказали про те, що хочете, аби до кінця року ми мали мир. В зв'язку з такою позицією росіян взагалі наскільки вірогідна перспектива такого швидкого миру, хоча б до кінця року, ми не говоримо про тижні. І дуже часто минулого тижня звучала фраза про те, що треба йти на поступки. Для України яка межа між поступками і яка межа між примусом до миру, який може бути зрадою, як сьогодні зауважив ваш чеський колега? Дякую.
Дякую за запитання. Ну, це ж не перший ультиматум Російської Федерації. Я, якщо чесно, навіть не чув, або ті самі слова ми чуємо там кожного тижня. Нічого нового немає. Всьому треба робити своє, треба посилювати себе, посилювати розуміння, що ми можемо зробити в Європі, збільшувати виробництво, посилювати нашу армію, домовлятися з партнерами, безумовно, це без Росії, домовлятися з партнерами про гарантії безпеки для України. Тобто будемо готові до всього і паралельно робити все, щоб дипломатичний трек, про який говорять і в Європі, і в Сполучених Штатах Америки, напевне, бачити щось, якісь можливості в цьому треці, але не порушуючи Конституції нашої держави і не порушуючи інтересів українців і всіх європейців. І тому тут про це можна дуже багато і довго говорити. Давайте, незважаючи на те, які ультиматуми звучатимуть з російської території, давайте робити своє. Мені здається, поки у нас є такі сильні партнери, ми не наодинці проти них. Я думаю, у нас все вийде. Дякую.
Дякую, пане президенте. And thank you, distinguished leaders. Thank you, press. At this we conclude. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Sì. Heritage curd ரொம்ப thick ரொம்ப tasty இனி நீங்க எப்ப சாப்பிட்டாலும் நாள் முழுவதும் ஆனந்தமே.
So thank you so much for your time, Mr. Johnson. Well, Mr. Johnson, you are one of the politicians who really knows Donald Trump. Do you understand why last week he called President Zelensky a dictator and why he's asking for elections in Ukraine?
Look, I think a couple of things. First of all, I deplore those untruths about Ukraine. Ukraine didn't start the war. Zelensky is not a dictator. It's Orwellian that we're hearing this kind of nonsense. You know, you might as well say that the United States attacked Japan at Pearl Harbor, right? It's just the inversion of the truth. I think, why did he say it? I think he hears a lot of nonsense about the war from some of his people he takes seriously. But I think he's also trying to negotiate. And what he's trying to do is, so I think he was frustrated about the lack of progress on the minerals agreement with Ukraine. And that's, if you look at what happened, that was when it all started. And so Treasury Secretary Bessent came to Kiev, didn't get a deal, and that's when the polemics began. It's regrettable, but I'm hopeful that today, even today, there may be an agreement, and that would be positive. Because the agreement, when you look at it, is very good for Ukraine, actually. I mean, it's tough.
But are there enough security guarantees? That is Zelensky's main concern, are the security guarantees, right?
I think that we have to be frank and say that, well, the deal commits the United States to a free, sovereign, and secure Ukraine. It commits the United States to continuing to finance Ukraine, and it commits the United States to a long-term economic partnership with Ukraine. Trump has also said that he's in favor of the British having boots on the ground in Ukraine, the French having boots on the ground, and I hope the Germans as well. I guess there are historical echoes that may make it difficult, but other European countries certainly having boots on the ground in Ukraine. And we have to be honest, the problem of the security guarantees did not originate with Donald Trump. I've spent a long time watching this. I haven't heard a European country call for NATO membership of Ukraine for a long time. I haven't heard the Germans calling for NATO membership of Ukraine, unless I've missed something. I haven't heard a plan from Europe for increasing our defense spending. The fact is that the average American taxpayer is paying much more for Ukraine than the average European taxpayer. Okay, I'll repeat that. The average American taxpayer is paying much more. There are far fewer people in America than there are in Europe. They're paying a huge amount in their, both in humanitarian aid and in military aid. And Trump was elected to address what he sees as an imbalance and to get Europeans to step up.
Sure, but do you think he is offering enough to guarantee Ukraine's security? Is he offering enough? Or will the United States leave a gap that has to be filled by the European Union?
No American president so far has offered enough. So Biden didn't offer a NATO guarantee. It was never clear what the future of Ukraine was going to be. But what Trump is saying, certainly in the minerals agreement, is that it depends, not a penny. America won't get a pfennig. No, if you still have pfennigs. Used to be, whatever you call it, euro cents. You won't get a dime unless there's a free, sovereign, and secure Ukraine, right? And that's what it says in black and white in the agreement. And I think it's up to us as Europeans now, particularly frankly to Britain and France, because we're the P5 powers that let Ukraine down we signed the Budapest Memorandum. I mean, Germany's in another position. We signed the Budapest Memorandum. We said that if Ukraine gave up their nuclear weapons, we would come to their defense in the event of attack. That has not happened. We should now be producing for Trump a plan to help secure Ukraine. And I'm sure that if we do that, the Americans will provide, as they have done for the last 3 years, the intelligence cover, the logistical support, and everything else. But they won't put boots on the ground.
So do you also think...
for doing that, shall I tell you why to do that? Because Putin doesn't want it.
Yeah.
And stuff Putin. Because Putin... But fundamentally, this isn't about trying to carve Ukraine up. You can't solve this tragedy by a division of land. This is about the identity and the future of Ukraine. And if you tell Vladimir Putin, no.
അയ്യോ പത്തിക്കച്ച് റിപ്പീറ്റ് കാരസാരമായിട്ട് 7 up റിപ്പീറ്റ്.
It's Ukrainians who decide which club they want to join. It's Ukrainians who want to join the EU. It's Ukrainians who want to join NATO. That's their sovereign right. You say America is not committed to a sovereign Ukraine, right? And it's up to the Ukrainians to decide which countries they want to admit as peace enforcers to Ukraine. Not Putin.
Did you expect this from the United States? I mean, it has been a change, like it has been an earthquake for international politics, the stand that the United States is having now and the words that President Trump has had last week. Were you expecting this? Do you think this is a wake-up call for you?
He said before the election that he was going to talk to Putin. He said he was going to try and end the war. We shouldn't be remotely surprised that this is what is happening. I think you should actually look at, as I say, I don't like what he said. I don't like the lies that we're hearing about the origins of the war. But American financial support is still continuing. America is committed to a free, sovereign and secure Ukraine. And with great respect to European powers, what have they actually done?
So this is a wake-up call for the European part?
It is, but to be honest with you, I see no real sign that the Europeans are going to get their act together. I don't yet see the commitment to the peacekeeping force or the peace enforcing force that we need to have. And I hear some language. The meeting in Paris was a shambles. Where is Europe? Maybe Mr. Merz will be better than Olaf. Let's see what happens. But Europe really does need to step up now. And I'll tell you why. Because if you want America to take us seriously, we have to take ourselves seriously. If you want America to take Ukraine seriously and to care about Ukraine, we must show that we care about Ukraine, right? And when we're spending so little on our own defense, when we don't unfreeze the 300 billion, we talk about the 300 billion for years and years. What is Germany's position on the $300 billion? What is Germany's position? Nothing. You know, we bloviate on about, oh, Donald Trump says this, oh, Donald Trump says that, woo! You know, panic in Europe. What are we actually doing to unfreeze the 300 billion that is mainly in Belgium and use it to support Ukraine? Germany is blocking it, France is blocking it, Belgium is blocking it, Spain is blocking it, everyone, even the UK is not doing enough on that. So Europe needs to get serious. If Europe, here's the key thing. If Europe wants America to engage in protecting Ukraine, Europe has to show that it is willing to protect Ukraine itself. Otherwise, why should American taxpayers are paying more per head to protect Ukraine than European taxpayers. And I don't believe that Deutsche Welle explains that to the German population enough.
Do you think that a possible Chancellor Merz would change this and that Germany could become a leader? And one more, what do you think, what do you hope that Mr. Starmer would take today? What kind of message?
I hope he will listen to what I've just said. And I hope that together with our French friends and hopefully our German friends, we will present a credible plan to Donald Trump for Europe taking responsibility for peace enforcement within Ukraine, backed up by American intelligence support.
In early January, only weeks before Donald Trump assumed the American presidency, he held a press conference at his home in Mar-a-Lago, Florida, during which he explicitly laid out his goals towards American territorial expansion during his second term in office. Trump claimed during this press conference without evidence that the Panama Canal was being operated by China, that it was a mistake to have ever given the canal to Panama in the first place, and that America needed the canal for economic security. Then he also said that the United States also needed the island of Greenland for national security purposes, questioned Denmark's legal right to the territory, urged Denmark to give it up, and threatened to impose crushing high-level tariffs on Denmark if they refused to cooperate. And then, when responding to a question asked by a reporter at the conference, Trump very pointedly refused to rule out using the US military to acquire either the Panama Canal from Panama or Greenland from Denmark through force if they refused to negotiate. And since then, these comments have sent shockwaves around the world, as everyone has attempted to answer just how serious Trump's comments were or weren't. The president of Panama has since insisted that every last square meter of the Panama Canal is Panamanian, and that control over it by anyone else is completely non-negotiable. While similarly, the prime ministers of both Denmark and Greenland have insisted that Greenland is not for sale to America. And in a more subtle refute of Trump's comments at Mar-a-Lago, the recently crowned Danish King Frederick X ordered a new update to the country's royal coat of arms that more heavily emphasizes the position of the polar bear in the lower left, which represents Greenland's status within the Danish kingdom. So far, the battle being fought over who should control Greenland between Denmark, America, or Greenland itself has been fully contained to chat rooms across the internet. But in order to understand the context behind Trump's comments toward Greenland and what could actually end up happening regarding the territory, it helps to start with some history and what makes Greenland so inherently valuable to the interests of the United States, regardless of who's actually in power. By this point, Trump himself has a long history of suggesting that America should acquire the world's largest island from Denmark, a territory that's roughly the same size as the whole of Western Europe. He first suggested that America should make an offer to purchase Greenland during his first term in office in 2019, which was politely but firmly rejected by the Danish government at the time, and only caused a light amount of tension between the two heavily allied governments. But America's interest in acquiring Greenland from Denmark goes back way further into the past than most Americans probably realize. Long before Donald Trump, while Denmark's roots in Greenland go even further back before the United States even existed as a country. The ancestors of today's Danes, the Vikings, discovered Greenland as an uninhabited island a very long time ago, sometime around the year 1000, and began settling it. But they eventually died out and abandoned Greenland around 450 years later, sometime around 1450. The ancestors of today's Inuit people in Greenland began arriving to the island around the same time as the Vikings were abandoning it. And then, 3 centuries later, in 1721, Denmark began resettling Greenland again and incorporated the island as a colony of theirs. Greenland then continually remained as a colonial possession of Denmark for centuries, except for a brief period during World War II between 1941 and 1945, when Denmark itself in Europe was occupied by Nazi Germany, and the United States took it upon itself to militarily occupy Greenland to keep it out of Germany's hands. After the war ended, the United States turned Greenland's control back over to Denmark again, and Denmark further incorporated Greenland into their country by making the entire island a county of Denmark itself. By this point, the vast majority of Greenland's population were ethnically Inuit, and at the tail end of the decolonization era in 1979, Denmark finally granted Greenland its home rule and broad autonomy. Greenland gained its own separate parliament and full control over its own domestic affairs, including setting policy concerning any mining on the island, while Denmark still retained full control over Greenland's foreign and security policies without the need to consult the Greenlanders much themselves. Much later on in 2009, after voters approved a referendum in Greenland, the island and Denmark agreed on a new self-government act that provided a legal pathway for Greenland to eventually declare its independence from Denmark if they ever desired to do so. From then on through to the present day, Greenland has been permitted to host a referendum on ultimate independence from Denmark that, if passed by a majority of its voters, would then need to be approved by the Danish parliament. Now, throughout the past 300+ years of Denmark's evolving level of control over Greenland since 1721, the United States has also frequently expressed its own interest in acquiring the territory for themselves. The US, of course, has established a very long history of expanding its territory in the Americas and beyond through purchasing new lands from other countries at often highly opportunistic times. The country purchased the enormous Louisiana territory from France in 1803 at a time when Napoleon feared losing the territory to the British and needed money to fund his wars in Europe. The US purchased Florida from Spain in 1819 after the territory had become a financial burden on the Spanish. It forced Mexico into ceding over more than half of their country's territory in 1848 for a bargain bin price after subjugating them during the Mexican-American War. And then the US further purchased what's today's southern New Mexico and Arizona from Mexico in 1854, as the country faced another potential American invasion and decided to sell the territory rather than fight again. In 1867, just after the US Civil War, the US purchased the Alaska territory from Russia at a time when the Russians feared losing the territory to the British coming from Canada during a potential war. And it was around this same time that Greenland also first registered as an official acquisition interest in Washington. The U.S. Secretary of State at the time of the Alaska Purchase, William H. Seward, also commissioned a report on the benefits that could be had by an American purchase of Greenland from Denmark. The report concluded that an American acquisition of both Alaska from Russia and Greenland from Denmark would be advantageous because it would apply pressure on the Canadians wedged in between them to eventually join the United States as well. So the following year in 1868, Seward entered into negotiations with Denmark to purchase both Greenland and even Iceland as well. But in the end, Seward never ended up making an official offer to the Danes at the time, because the US Congress had just rejected another treaty he had sponsored to purchase the Danish West Indies and the Caribbean. And after that, he figured they would reject an acquisition of Greenland and Iceland as well, and the idea was dropped. After that, the US forced Spain into selling the Philippines to them in 1898 after defeating them in a war. And they, of course, pressured Panama into selling them the Panama Canal Zone concession a few years later in 1903. After that acquisition, the US interest in further acquiring the Danish West Indies and the Caribbean increased significantly, because they feared that the islands could potentially come under the control of Imperial Germany instead of Denmark, who could use them as a naval base to threaten America's access to the Panama Canal during a wartime scenario. And so, in 1910, the then US ambassador to Denmark suggested a bizarre and complicated scheme to Danish officials, in which the US would trade the major Philippine islands of Mindanao and Palawan to Denmark, in exchange for both the Danish West Indies and Greenland. Then, Denmark would be able to trade the Philippine Islands to Germany in exchange for northern Schleswig in Europe, which at the time was a Danish majority territory that was controlled by Germany. The offer appears to have never been seriously considered by the Danish side though, and it became a moot point following World War I anyway, after Germany was forced into just ceding northern Schleswig to Denmark. Nonetheless, the United States continued to remain interested in acquiring the Danish West Indies and Greenland, and in 1916, Denmark expressed that it would be willing to sell the Danish West Indies to America in exchange for the US recognizing Denmark's claim to the entirety of Greenland. The US ultimately agreed with this position and purchased the Danish West Indies the following year in 1917, which then became the US Virgin Islands, and the US also extended their formal recognition of Greenland as a territory of Denmark. During the Second World War, the US military stepped in to temporarily occupy Greenland between 1941 and 1945 to prevent it from falling into the hands of the Nazis. But as the world began moving into the new era of the Cold War, America's interest in Greenland became much more intense than it had ever been before. Greenland, you see, sits about precisely in the geographical dead center between Washington, D.C. and Moscow, and so it sits directly along the shortest possible flight path between the United States and the former Soviet Union. America now wanted control over Greenland for its security and military applications, because it could enable US bombers and missiles stationed there to most rapidly attack the Soviet Union, while it could also serve as America's front line of defense for detecting a Soviet aerial attack launched against the US mainland. Because of these applications, the US considered Greenland to be of enormous geopolitical importance at the beginning of the Cold War. And so in 1946, the US government secretly offered Denmark $100 million in gold bullion, or about $1 billion in today's money, for the purchase of Greenland. The US argued to Danish authorities at the time, as they similarly do today, that a sale of the territory to the United States would actually benefit Denmark as well, because it would prevent any criticism of US military bases being present on Danish soil, while it would also save Denmark from the costs of having to subsidize Greenland themselves. But the Danish foreign minister at the time rejected the offer, saying that while his country owed the Americans a great deal for their assistance during the Second World War, he felt that they didn't owe them the entire island of Greenland. But while Denmark didn't agree to sell Greenland to the Americans, they still recognized how important the territory was to them and essentially allowed the Americans to use Greenland for everything they actually wanted. Denmark and the US both became founding members of the NATO alliance in 1949, and in 1951, the two countries agreed on a treaty that allowed the US to build a massive new Air Force base in the far northwest of the island that became known as Thule Air Base. Thule then became one of America's most important overseas military bases during the Cold War. It enabled US reconnaissance aircraft a base to spy on the northern Soviet Union from. It also became a base from which American nuclear-armed strategic bombers could use to threaten the Soviet Union from. And early warning radar systems set up there enabled America to detect any potential nuclear-armed ICBMs that the Soviets fired over the Arctic Circle towards the US mainland. Greenland also became a major strategic component in America's Cold War naval strategy as well. The Soviet strategic nuclear submarine fleet based itself in the far northern port of Murmansk, meaning that if they sortied out from port towards the US East Coast, they would have to pass through the bodies of water between the UK, Iceland, and Greenland in order to do so, which became known as the GI-UK Gap. Ensuring that the GI-UK Gap remained closed during a potential hot war with the Soviet Union became a top military priority for the US in the Cold War, and it ensured America's continued interest in having at least some kind of military presence in Greenland. After the Cold War ended in the early 1990s, though, America's interest in Greenland dramatically plummeted for around 20 years as relations with Russia entered into a new, initially warmer phase. America's military presence and activity in Thule significantly decreased. But then, several compounding factors in the 2010s and the 2020s reignited America's long interest in Greenland once again. A renewed confrontational relationship began emerging between America and Russia again after Russia seized control over Crimea in 2014. And especially after Russia launched its full-scale invasion of Ukraine in early 2022 that continues to this day. Russia began heavily remilitarizing their dormant Soviet-era naval bases in the Arctic, to the point where they now significantly outnumber the number of NATO bases in the Arctic. While the Russian North Sea fleet homeported in Murmansk remained the crown jewel and the nerve center of Russia's strategic nuclear submarine deterrent force. America's long interest in Greenland from a defense perspective became reinforced, but new interests and concerns developed as well. America's interest in defending the GI-UK Gap has increased in the modern world of the internet, and the valuable underwater high-speed cables that connect the world together in the digital realm. Two of these critically important underwater cables pass right by Greenland today. The Far North Fiber cable that provides the quickest direct internet connection between Japan and Europe, and the Leif Erikson cable that provides the quickest direct internet connection between Canada and Scandinavia. Moreover, if Russian submarines were able to pass through the GI-UK Gap undetected today and advanced further into the North Atlantic, they could threaten to sabotage the numerous high-speed internet cables that connect the United States to Europe, a risk that could compromise the delivery of information from America to Europe long enough to briefly paralyze US military forces in Europe during a Russian attack on, say, the Baltic states. As recently as 2020, Reuters described Greenland as a security black hole for the United States and its allies, reporting that its nearly 27,000 miles of largely uninhabited coastline was exceedingly difficult to properly monitor, especially for a small country like Denmark who spent decades underspending on their own defense. Since the end of the Cold War, Denmark continually spent less than 2% of their GDP on defense for decades, until the Russian invasion of Ukraine sparked them to finally raise it back to more than 2% by 2023. After granting Greenland their home rule in 1979, Denmark has still remained ultimately responsible for Greenland's defense, but has spent a very, very small force. As recently as 2020, Denmark only had 4 patrol ships, 4 helicopters, 1 single maritime patrol aircraft, and 6 dog sled teams assigned to the whole of Greenland, to patrol and defend an area that's roughly the size of Western Europe. Since the Russian invasion of Ukraine, the US government has repeatedly demanded that Denmark improve their aerial surveillance capabilities over Greenland, and a study in 2022 by the US-based RAND Corporation suggested then that integrating Greenland into the coverage of the North American Aerospace Defense Command, or NORAD, would help to mitigate this. The old American Air Base at Thule has since been transformed into a US Space Force base that's now known as Patuxent Space Base, and it's also only grown in importance to the US military's strategic planning. The US military now operates several polar orbiting communications, weather and imaging satellites that cover the northern hemisphere, and these satellites require a station that's down on the ground within the Arctic Circle for their consistent tracking, telemetry, and control. And today, the only 2 polar satellite operations facilities that the United States controls are Patuxent in Greenland and Clear in central Alaska. Thus, if the US lost control over Patuxent for whatever reason today, like, say, in the event of Greenland becoming independent from Denmark Denmark and then just telling the US to leave, America would be forced to rely exclusively on their base in Alaska for their continued polar satellite operations, which would leave the military with zero redundancy and fallback options to rely upon. But again, Denmark was still giving the US military everything that it asked of it concerning Greenland and remained a steadfast American ally, with its own understandable interests in Greenland as well. Denmark honored America's call to war in both Afghanistan and Iraq following the 9/11 attacks, and they lost 43 of their soldiers in Afghanistan, a higher loss per capita than any other member of the coalition suffered there, while 7 more Danish soldiers were also killed in Iraq. Denmark's geography itself is also extremely important for the confrontation with Russia, because Denmark controls the gates between the North Sea and the Baltic, and is better positioned than anyone else to bottle up the Russian Baltic Sea Fleet within the Baltic, especially with their competent and capable Navy and Air Force that's acquired dozens of modern F-35 fighter jets from the United States. Since the Russian invasion of Ukraine, Denmark has also donated more than 7.1 billion euros of direct military aid to the Ukrainians, including the transfer of their entire arsenal of artillery shells and 19 of their F-16 fighter jets, making them among the highest per capita contributors to the Ukrainian war effort as well. Denmark's continued control over Greenland is important to them not only because they have more than 300 years of continuous history there by now, but also because Greenland makes otherwise small Denmark about 50 times larger than it otherwise would be, while it also grants Denmark, and by extension the European Union, their only coastline in the Arctic as well, which gives Denmark and the EU both a great deal of say on what actually goes on in the Arctic. Greenland is also the basis of Denmark's current sovereignty claim to the geographic North Pole, which is only rivaled by the much larger Arctic nations of Canada and Russia. And all of these nations' overlapping claims to the North Pole matters a whole hell of a lot more than simply boosting national pride and ego. As climate change continues to accelerate throughout the century, the permanent layer of sea ice that's covered the Arctic for all of human history will progressively shrink in size enough to the point where cargo ships will eventually be able to regularly traverse through it, especially with the help of nuclear-powered icebreakers. Greenland is geographically well placed between the Northwest Passage through Canada and the Northern Sea route along Russia, both of which should be largely opened up to large-scale maritime traffic through most of the year just by next decade. Even better for who ends up controlling Greenland in the future, the island's eastern shores sit directly along the proposed Transpolar Sea Route, which runs directly through the center of the North Pole. So far, the Transpolar Sea Route has been impossible to use for large-scale maritime shipping because the center of the Arctic has been permanently covered by thick sea ice, including during the summer. But some analysts believe that by around the year 2050, the Arctic sea ice will have retreated enough to make even the Transpolar Sea Route actually viable to use by the maritime shipping industry, which will change the way that the world trades forever because it will become the new shortest maritime trade route between both Asia and Europe, and between Asia and the eastern side of the Americas, saving thousands of kilometers of distance and huge amounts of money over the current trade routes through the Suez and Panama canals. And whoever ends up controlling Greenland will have the best geographic positioning possible to extend their own control and influence over this new trade route that will probably become even more valuable than the Suez Canal in the not-too-distant future. And beyond the future valuable trade routes running by Greenland that everyone's interested in, there's also the well-known treasure trove of Greenland's incredibly valuable mineral resources that everyone wants some kind of access to as well. The U.S. Geological Survey maintains a list of 50 mineral commodities that are critical to the U.S. economy and national security. At the present, roughly half of these critical minerals have their production dominated by China, including very key minerals that are important for modern technologies like gallium and germanium used in semiconductors, and graphite that's used in electric vehicles, batteries, and nuclear reactors. In total, according to a 2023 report by the Brookings Institution, roughly 60% of all the world's so-called rare earth elements that are critical for military technology and the green energy transition are currently being produced by China, while 85% of the world's rare earth processing is also done in China too, giving China a virtual monopoly on the supply chain of the raw materials that are critical for building the future and maintaining a technological military edge. But it's well known by this point that the largest supply of rare earth elements and critical minerals anywhere outside of China are just sitting there almost completely untapped by anybody in Greenland. When combining the already known and discovered deposits in the south and the east of Greenland, the island is known to be home to reserves of 43 out of 50 of the US government's critical minerals list. Among those minerals include probable world-leading massive deposits of both graphite and lithium, which are both critical to the production of electric vehicles. The production of both graphite and lithium are currently dominated by countries that are distinctly not the United States or Europe. with China producing 77% of the world's graphite and Australia and Chile producing nearly 80% of the world's lithium. Whoever ends up controlling and exploiting Greenland's graphite and lithium reserves will suddenly make themselves a world leader in both resources, and they'll secure a critical component of the global electric vehicle production supply chain, which probably on its own explains a great deal of Elon Musk's and Donald Trump's interest in Greenland. But beyond the graphite and lithium, Greenland is believed to also contain enormous deposits of other critical minerals too, like neodymium that's used for magnets in electric motors, terbium that's used for magnets in tanks, molybdenum that strengthens steel necessary for offshore wind farms, along with critical base metals like cobalt, copper, iron, zinc, and nickel that are used for all sorts of things. One single known deposit of uranium in Kavana Field in the far south of Greenland is believed to be the 6th largest uranium deposit ever discovered in the entire world, and it alone contains more uranium than has been discovered in the entire United States. And beyond minerals, Greenland is also believed to contain large amounts of oil and gas as well. An estimate from the US Geological Survey in 2008 suggested that untapped wells off the coast of Greenland could produce about 52 billion barrels of oil, which if accurate, would be equivalent to about 3% of all the world's proven reserves of oil currently. And it would place Greenland within the top 10 countries worldwide by oil reserves, roughly equivalent to the status of Libya. If they were hypothetically acquired by the US, they would dramatically increase the country's total oil reserves into 6th place globally, with nearly half the total reserves of the oil giant Saudi Arabia. Now, historically, despite Greenland having a veritable motherlode of resources, they've been extremely difficult to access and exploit. Greenland's terrain and environment is extremely harsh. About 4/5 of the entire island is covered by a permanent thick ice sheet that reaches up to 3 kilometers thick in the interior of the island. The population base of Greenland today is also very, very small despite its size. There's only about 56,000 people who actually live in Greenland, and they're scattered all around the island in several small towns, none of which are actually connected to each other by roads. The only way to travel between Greenland's towns is by flying between them, sailing between them, or sometimes taking a snowmobile or dog sled team between them, across an area that's the size of Western Europe. Building out the required infrastructure across Greenland to actually access and mine the island's resources at scale would be incredibly expensive, while none of the ports on the island remain ice-free for longer than a couple months out of the year either, meaning that the island's maritime exports would require icebreakers that would increase the cost of development even further. But as the world has grown increasingly interested in the sheer scale of the wealth of Greenland's resources, the pace of mining there has steadily increased. Only a decade ago in the mid-2010s, there were just 12 exploratory sites across the island where firms were drilling for resources at. Today, there's around 170 exploration sites where drilling is currently taking place. But there's also only one single active mine on the entire island for the moment. And that's where Greenland's current problems begin. Because Greenland has such a small population and virtually no industries to speak of, the availability of capital in the island is naturally going to be extremely small until they can actually get large-scale mining going off the ground. But in order to do that, they need a huge amount of capital to get the required infrastructure into place that they don't have and will never have on their own. This means that Greenland needs to acquire a lot of foreign investment in order to get their mining operations kickstarted. And it also means that historically, Greenland has needed to be supported and subsidized by someone from the outside in order to survive. Denmark, who still ultimately controls Greenland, has always filled that role for now. The Danish state provides roughly $500 million to Greenland per year worth of subsidies, which accounts for roughly 20% of the island's total GDP and more than half of the Greenlandic government's budget that finances the territory's employment, education, and healthcare services. Greenland is therefore highly dependent on Denmark right now and their subsidies to survive, despite most Greenlanders desiring their independence from Denmark today. Based on the most recent opinion poll from 2019, roughly 2/3 of the small population in Greenland support their independence from Denmark. And tensions between Denmark and Greenland had already been growing in the years leading up to Trump's recent comments. During the colonial era after World War II, when Greenland was a direct county of Denmark's, the Danish authorities pursued a policy of what they called modernization in the territory that has been increasingly coming under higher scrutiny recently. In the 1950s, 22 Inuit children in Greenland were taken from their families to Denmark to be raised as Danes, and then returned back to Greenland with the goal of fostering closer cultural ties. A few years ago in 2022, the Danish government formally apologized to 6 of those 22 children who were still alive, just before another colonial-era scandal came roaring back to the forefront of Greenlandic politics. During the 1960s and 70s, the Danish government carried out a birth control program in Greenland where thousands of Inuit women and girls had IUDs inserted, in many cases against their consent. The Danish government stated that the program was to control Greenland's birth rate and to prevent unplanned pregnancies and costs, and it was ultimately successful in halving the birth rate in Greenland within just a few years. However, several Inuit Greenlandic politicians have recently accused the program as having amounted to a genocide of their people, including the current serving Prime Minister of Greenland, who directly called it a genocide during an interview as recently as December of 2024. In 2023, Denmark decided to hold a 2-year public investigation into the birth control program that's brought the painful scars of the colonial past in Greenland into the forefront of the island's politics. 67 Greenlandic women have sued the Danish government as a part of the investigation, who say that they had IUDs inserted to control their pregnancies against their wills. And the overall investigation is set to conclude at some point this year in 2025. This whole investigation within the small community of just 56,000 people in Greenland has almost certainly contributed to a greater shift in the island's desire for independence from Denmark, led by a prime minister who is already very pro-independence. At a press conference on the 10th of January after Trump's comments, Greenland's prime minister plainly stated, quote, "We don't want to be Danes, we don't want to be Americans, we want to be Greenlanders," end quote. Greenland's next elections are coming up soon, and with the ongoing investigation into the colonial-era birth control scandal, the topic of independence from Denmark was already going to be the front and center issue. And now, Trump's comments about purchasing or acquiring Greenland have effectively thrown gasoline onto the pro-independence flames that were already burning there, whether Trump intended to do that or not. There are many people in Greenland who now see the value in playing Denmark and the United States off of one another. And as Greenland becomes increasingly important geopolitically in the 21st century, many Greenlanders want their final independence so that they can pursue their own foreign policy and diplomacy separate from Denmark, so that they can enter into their own deals with whoever they want. Greenland has the legal pathway to independence through holding a referendum, while other international law scholars have suggested that due to Greenland's prior status as a colony of Denmark's, they also possess the legal right to self-determination under the UN Charter, and could unilaterally declare their independence as well without asking the approval of the Danish parliament at all. The big issue is what would happen next. Without Denmark's annual subsidies, Greenland would immediately lose 20% of their GDP and half of their government's operating budget. Denmark and Greenland currently have an arrangement where if mining operations in Greenland start really kicking off, the royalties that'll be paid out to Greenland by the mining companies will be offset by reductions in Denmark's annual subsidies, which has always reduced the incentive in Greenland to actually speed up their mining operations. Because Denmark will reduce their subsidies as mining royalties increase, most analysts expect that Greenland wouldn't see any economic benefits to large-scale mining operations until around 20 years after they start, which kind of de-incentivizes them from really ever starting and incentivizes them to just stick with Denmark's subsidies and Denmark's political control instead, undoubtedly much to the preference of Denmark. Problematically for Greenland, even if they did get mining operations going in the country with the help of foreign investment, there's no clear way that it would ever benefit local Greenlanders beyond the direct government royalties. You see, in healthy mining economies, mining operations will buy their equipment from local companies and will process their ores with local companies, which will spur on wider local economic activity as a result. But in Greenland, this can't really happen because most of the locations of the discovered large mineral deposits are far away from the current population centers, while Greenland's own small population base simply doesn't have the skills or the numbers that would be required to operate the mines and provide for their equipment and processing. Greenland's tiny labor market is also currently extremely tight, with only 0.2% of the workforce that's currently unemployed and a whopping 43% of the workforce that's currently employed by the government. Greenland effectively just has no spare labor capacity available to work in any future mines, which means that like the sparsely populated Gulf Arab states did after they discovered oil, Greenland's only available option to actually exploit their mineral resources with mines that they require to actually be independent from Denmark or anyone else is by importing enormous numbers of foreign laborers. And because Greenland's population is so tiny, that has the potential to radically alter Greenland's entire demographics and society very quickly. According to Greenlandic officials, an average mine that'll be operated on the island will require around 300 experienced foreign miners to run, meaning that just a single mine with that many workers will increase the whole island's population by 0.5%. 10 mines will increase Greenland's population by 5%, and some government projections suggest that Greenland's population would more than double within just a few years of large-scale mining beginning. In other countries that had small populations but massive resources that imported a lot of foreign labor, like Qatar and the United Arab Emirates, the foreign labor population is now orders of magnitude larger than the local citizen population is. And a similar fate would probably ultimately befall an independent Greenland as well. In the Gulf states, especially in Saudi Arabia, the massive importation of foreign workers that enabled the country to exploit their resources also resulted in the government growing rich in royalties that it lavished upon its own citizens, which resulted in most of their own citizens opting to work for the government or getting by on government handouts and killed the incentive for anyone to start their own businesses. Their domestic productivity collapsed and their dependency on the oil industry grew even more chronic with time. Greenland has effectively been a planned economy within the Danish realm for more than 300 years now. And because so much of the island's government budget and its GDP have come from Denmark for so long, the wealthier class on the island are the ones who have the closest connection to those subsidies. Patronage networks exist in Greenland as a result. And so, there is a substantial risk of rampant corruption taking hold in Greenland after it potentially becomes independent and welcomes massive foreign investment in mining operations. 56,000 people governing this island effectively in the presence of such an enormous looming financial windfall will be incredibly difficult to do and avoid corruption. It's been described by some analysts as being akin to a small town in America being granted the keys to the oil fields of Saudi Arabia. What do you think your town's council would do with that? And if deep-seated corruption takes hold in Greenland post-independence, which is likely, the immense wealth it stands to gain in the future will not only be wildly unevenly distributed amongst its population, but there's also the potential that Greenland would shift further into authoritarianism and into the orbits of China and Russia. And China and Russia acquiring privileged access to Greenland's critical minerals would effectively lock China's monopoly on the global supply of critical minerals for good, while it would also secure China and Russia's control over the valuable Arctic trade routes of the future, all of which would of course be completely unacceptable to both the United States and also to Europe. Thus, Greenland doesn't have very many truly palatable options ahead of it. It could choose to remain a part of Denmark despite the majority of its people wanting independence. It could become independent and lose their subsidies from Denmark, and then resort to large-scale mining to support themselves, which will radically transform Greenlandic society forever, with massive numbers of foreigners and a significant potential for corruption issues. Or it could seek to move away from Denmark and towards the United States through a variety of different means. Trump's suggestion of an outright purchase of Greenland, like America's territorial acquisitions of the past, is one of these options. The Economist came up with a recent crude valuation of Greenland that took into account its annual GDP of $3 billion, minus the island's public sector that's overwhelmingly subsidized by Denmark, and then assumed that Greenland's long-run economic growth trend continues, and America receiving 16% of the island's GDP in taxes per year, which is the current US national average. Their result was that Greenland was currently worth approximately $50 billion in a potential sale, which is only about 1/20th of the annual US military budget. If the US purchased Greenland directly from the Greenlanders and sidelined Denmark, they could afford to pay roughly every single resident who lives there $1 million in cash and make every Greenlander a millionaire in the process. If Greenland also sold the island to the Americans, it would bring with it the full weight of the American administrative, legal, and security systems to the island as well, which, at least in theory, would eliminate the currently high risk of corruption setting in there, and would also probably guarantee a much more equalized distribution of Greenland's looming mineral windfall than if they went at it alone. The same could be said for remaining a part of Denmark and courting foreign investment through them as well, of course. But the American counter-argument to that would be the billions of dollars it can immediately bring to the citizens of Greenland that Denmark simply can't afford. While the US would likely further argue that American control over Greenland would ensure a stronger NATO presence in the Arctic that Denmark can't maintain on their own, in a theater that's increasingly becoming a tense geopolitical showdown, with Russia's rapid remilitarization over their side of the Arctic. Of course, the Danes and much of the rest of the world suspect that Trump's true motives for wanting American control over Greenland are far more simple and straightforward. Acquiring Greenland would be the single largest territorial acquisition made in all of American history, just barely surpassing the Louisiana Purchase in 1803 in scale that was made by Thomas Jefferson. Securing Greenland would cement Donald Trump's legacy in American history for all time to come. But if Trump is also successful at bullying a staunch American ally like Denmark into giving up its territories, it'll also permanently and catastrophically harm America's reputation around the world. And it'll cast grave doubts into the rest of America's allies around the world as well. While it would also give further legitimacy to Russia's territorial demands in Ukraine and even China's territorial demand on Taiwan. One more potential path forward for Greenland, America, and Denmark is to potentially explore the path of a Compact of Free Association, or COFA. The United States already has COFA relationships with 3 otherwise independent states in the world: the Federated States of Micronesia, the Marshall Islands, and Palau. These 3 island countries are all independent, but they're given access to America's domestic programs through the COFA agreement like Medicaid, the U.S. Postal Service, the Department of Education, the Federal Aviation Administration, FEMA, and many others. The citizens of the COFA states and American citizens are each fully free to live and work in each other's countries, while trade between the U.S. and the COFA states is also duty-free. In exchange, the COFA states allowed the US military effectively open access to all of their countries' territories, and they agreed to prohibit access to other foreign militaries without explicit American approval. COFA citizens are permitted to serve within the US Armed Forces, while the US handles all of their international defense treaties and affairs. The 3 COFA states in the Pacific are effectively American protectorates, who still maintain their nominal independence, and their populations are also comparable to Greenland, especially the Marshall Islands at 42,000 people and the Federated States of Micronesia with 115,000 people, nearly double Greenland's population. Rather than buying Greenland or overrunning it through military force, another option on the table is the US offering Greenland to become another COFA state instead, which could preserve Greenland's sovereignty and their independence while also protecting them from the dangers of corruption, while still protecting America from Russian or Chinese activity on the island as well. A pro-independence member of the Greenlandic Parliament, Kuno Fenker, has even recently suggested that Greenland should pursue a dual COFA agreement with both the United States and Denmark after it declares its independence. But whatever option that Greenland ultimately decides to pursue, between remaining within Denmark, going completely independent, getting purchased and absorbed into the United States, or pursuing a Compact of Free Association agreement with the US and/or Denmark, the decision ultimately should rest with the Greenlanders themselves in a fair and open election and referendum. It's their island, it's their past that they're reconciling with, and it's their future that they're deciding how best to pursue. And it's their wishes that should ultimately be respected. Now, as a public figure who often makes videos here on YouTube about pretty controversial subjects, I used to have a big issue with data privacy, and I don't know about you, but I've also noticed a huge increase recently in the volume of spam calls and emails that I've been getting. That is, until I started using this video's sponsor, Incogni. You see, the reason that spam calls and emails have been getting worse recently is because of a thing called data brokers. These are private companies that collect and then sell your personal data that they scrape from publicly available records like electoral rolls and census reports. And there are hundreds of these kinds of data broker companies probably selling your personal information right now. These companies could have your name, phone number, address, shopping habits, and possibly even your social security number that's all available to the highest bidder. I know that when I checked myself, there were literally hundreds of different companies that had this kind of information up for sale to other companies, scammers, stalkers, or even worse. At best, this situation leads to scam calls and spam email, while at worst, it can lead to doxing or even identity theft. Data breaches are getting more and more common every year, and especially if you live in the United States, you straight up don't have any federal protection for these kinds of companies whatsoever. But this is where Incogni comes in to help. Incogni will fight on your behalf to remove your personal data from data brokers, and they'll deal with any objections that come from their side. All you've got to do is create an account and give them your approval to work on your behalf. Incogni will then carry out repeated ongoing removals because even if the broker removes your data once, they can always just collect it and then sell it again. Incogni will repeatedly fight to make sure that your personal information stays off of the market permanently. I know that when I signed up, it was horrifying to see how many brokers out there actually had my data. And it was so satisfying seeing Incognito getting them deleted one by one. And I've seen a huge decrease in the number of spam calls and emails that I've gotten since. So, if you'd like to give Incognito a try as well, you can do so by clicking the button that's here on your screen right now, or by going to incognito.com/reallifelore, where you can use the code RealLifeLore to get an exclusive 60% off of an annual Incognito plan. You'll also greatly be helping to support my channel at the same time. So once again, that's incognito.com/reallifelore and code RealLifeLore for 60% off of an annual Incognito plan. And as always, thank you so much for watching.
Hello, 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 and welcome. I'm Meron Khalili. We are DiEM25, a radical political movement for Europe, and this is another live discussion featuring subversive ideas you won't hear anywhere else. And today we're talking about the AI shockwave that has sent Silicon Valley into panic mode. DeepSeek, a Chinese startup that barely existed 2 years ago, has just matched America's top AI models while being open source, running on Chinese-made chips, and costing a fraction of the price. Yes, DeepSeek's new model has shattered the myth that China lags behind the US in AI, and it's exposed just how inflated and overhyped America's AI industry was. Within hours of its release, it wiped out nearly $1 trillion in US tech stock value. Now look, this is a big deal, and it goes beyond even the US versus China story, because AI isn't just about chatbots, the kind of things we may be using on a daily basis. It's the backbone of industries, shaping economies and societies. Who controls AI could control the course of the world. So what does this moment really mean? Does DeepSeek's rise truly challenge the real power of today's tech empires? Is AI finally shifting towards open access, or just reinforcing control in new ways? And how can we, as activists, fight back against those who want to dominate this space? Well, I'm delighted to have with me, of course, our own Yanis Varoufakis talking about these things, but we've also got Arnaud Bertrand, the entrepreneur who tweets too much, based in Malaysia, who will be weighing in today. And we've got you out there. If you've got thoughts, comments, rants, anything you want to say about AI, DeepSeek, OpenAI, Sam Altman, anything, put it in the YouTube chat and we will put it to our panel. Let's kick it off with Yanis.
Thank you, Meron. Before I say another word, it's a great honor and a great pleasure to be meeting Arnaud, even in 2 dimensions, on my screen for the first time, and to be sharing this platform. Thank you, Arnaud. I'm very much looking forward to a discussion. I've been following you on Twitter, on Substack, here, there, and everywhere. We are in the company of a very significant commentator on all those matters that Meron introduced us to. Okay, DeepSeek, a historic event, what we saw unfolding over the last week or so. And it is historic for 2 reasons, because it combines 2 poignant and highly significant stories. One story is that this is our generation's Sputnik moment. When in the 1950s, the Russians totally unexpectedly were the first ones to go to space with Sputnik. The United States, that had managed to convince themselves that we're far ahead of the rest of the world in space technology, were absolutely shattered and shocked, emotionally, psychologically, ideologically, that the Soviet Union, that was struggling to produce enough plows, cow-driven plows, until a few years before, suddenly had gone to space before them. And of course, we saw what happened after that, the escalation of the space race, the arms race, and the Cold War. So this is another Sputnik moment, because up until last week, both American government and big tech, Silicon Valley, did assume that China was eons behind them in developing artificial technology. And DeepSeek comes in with a very cheap model, which is just as effective, maybe more efficient than Altman's much hyped ChatGPT. So this is one dimension, the Sputnik movement. But there's another dimension. And we must not fall into the trap of only looking at the first dimension. The first dimension, just like it was between the Soviet Union and the United States in the 1950s, concerns a kind of race towards AI success between the United States and China. The second dimension is very different. We have to remember that as good leftists, we must not forget that, trade wars and these races between large economic blocs are deep down class wars. In other words, they are happening as class wars and as trade wars within those economic blocs. Let me explain a bit more cogently what I mean by that. There are two kinds of corporations in the United States and in China, but let's focus on Silicon Valley now, that use algorithms, that use algorithmic capital, what I call cloud capital in my book, in my recent book that most of you have heard me talk about. There is a cloud capital that is being used in order to produce the algorithms, the platforms of big tech, like Amazon, Airbnb, Uber, Google, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok. Okay, that all requires algorithmic or cloud capital to be built. And then there are companies like OpenAI that produce, using more or less the same technology, they produce a straightforward capitalist service. So what is the difference between, let's say, this, the Google Assistant, and what DeepSeek did, or what OpenAI do with their DeepSeek, with their GPT, ChatGPT? The difference is that the latter, ChatGPT and DeepSeek, provide you with a commodity. They provide you with a service which is commodified. There's a market for it. There are competing providers, suppliers, and you choose which one you want on the basis of price, of quality, of brand resonance, whatever. It is in that realm that DeepSeek dealt a major blow at American cloud capital, because Sam Altman was banking on huge revenues from selling in that market the services of his AI bot. He was vulnerable to that kind of intrusion by DeepSeek because he was competing at the marketplace. He was selling something. Whenever you sell something, a competitor may appear out of nowhere and sell the same thing cheaply, more cheaply, or both in a better quality and a lower price. But what lives inside the Google Assistant, the Siri interface of Apple phones, Amazon's Alexa, and so on, what lives in there is not a supplier to you of some commodity, which, like every other commodity, comes with a price at the marketplace. When you are in Facebook, in Instagram, in TikTok, you're not buying anything. You are a user who's being used. You are posting stuff. You are training the interface, whether it's a Google Assistant or Siri or Amazon's Alexa. You're training it to train you, to give it better information so that it can impress upon you, its capacity to give you good advice on what music to listen to, what books to buy, what electric bicycles to purchase. And then it sells it to you once you have formed that desire for what it has instructed you or guided you to desire. It sells it to you directly outside a market process, because Amazon is not a market, it's a platform. And how does Bezos, the Amazon owner, benefit from that? By charging up to 40% of the price you pay, effectively creaming off, siphoning off whatever surplus value has been produced in the capital sector that has produced this item. Now, that sector, what I call the techno-feudal sector, is not threatened by someone like DeepSeek because it's not a market. It's not a capitalist market. It's what I call techno-feudalism. It's outside the realm of capitalism, of the capitalist marketplace as we understand it. So, to wrap up, DeepSeek created the Sputnik moment, but it also created a major clash of prospects within the cloud capital sector in the United States, but also in China. Essentially, companies like OpenAI were severely damaged. Their profitability, long-term profitability, their net present value collapsed. But companies like Amazon, if anything, were strengthened. Because these technologies, which allow us through DeepSeek or ChatGPT to ask them to draw pictures for us or to write essays for us, whatever, these same reinforcement learning algorithms that DeepSeek uses, once fused with the cloud capital of Alibaba, the Chinese version of Amazon, or Amazon, that enhances the power of cloud capital to modify our behavior and therefore to afford its owners, the owners of Amazon, for instance, or Alibaba, a greater capacity to extract rents from the rest of the economy.
Thank you, Yanis. Arnaud, I'd love your reaction to what Yanis just said and any other details on DeepSeek that you'd like to focus on.
Sure. So, yeah, I agree with Yanis that it is a Sputnik moment in the impact that it had on the US, the Silicon Valley, the US economy, and so on. There is one way in which it differs with Sputnik, is that Sputnik, as we know, created an arms race or a space race. Whereas what's really interesting with DeepSeek is that is the open source aspect, meaning China basically gave, if it was an arms race, you wouldn't give the weapon that you just created, which is as good as or even better than your competitor's weapon. You wouldn't give it to them with all the manuals on how to use it, recreate it, and so on. So in that way, I think it is fundamentally different from the Sputnik moment, in that far from, I think, triggering an arms race, is trying to stop it. It's trying to veer AI towards a different dynamic from seeing it as an arms race, which is the way those companies in the US, OpenAI, Anthropic, and so on, tried to do it. They tried to make it an arms race, with them having closed model that is developed in secrecy, and where they want to reach a point where basically they have developed those weapons, those arms, and because of that they have technological superiority over the rest of the world, on China in particular. China is saying, no, we want to, DeepSeek what DeepSeek is doing effectively is saying, no, we don't want that approach for AI. We want more of a global collaboration, scientific approach, where we've released what we develop in open source, and then you improve on it, and it's a global collaborative effort, basically. So it's a more democratized view of AI versus the close view of ironically named OpenAI. So I think that's a very important aspect here, and that's why, by the way, so much value, I think, was destroyed in the stock market, because, as Yanis rightly said, it completely undermined the business model of OpenAI. In a way, we're a bit like at the beginning of the internet, because I do think that AI to a large extent might replace the internet. I myself, for instance, maybe you guys as well have stopped using Google, right? There is no need for Google, for instance, when you have a great AI that can answer all the questions that you have. So there are large portions of the internet that will be taken over by AI. And the vision of OpenAI was, we're at the beginning of the internet and we're a company that's going to have, the whole internet privatized. And DeepSeek arrives and, offers a free internet. So that changes everything. And of course, that really dismantles their hopes on business model and changes the whole economics of the field, which is why it destroyed a lot of future value. So yeah, and another interesting aspect, I think, is the whole China-US geopolitical competition, because first of all, there was this cheap export controls measure that were done by the US on China, and basically the hope with those cheap export control is mostly about AI. I think that is the calculus of the US. They know that it is not sustainable in the long run because China is putting enormous efforts to catch up with chips. So they know that if you look 10, 15 years from now, China is eventually going to catch up. But the hope is that in the short term, in the next 3 to 5 years, because of their superiority in chip technology, the US is going to be able to develop superior AI model that will allow them to basically take a lot of leapfrog China and leave that behind on AI in a major way. And what China showed is with DeepSeek is that it is right there, despite those cheap export control, it is right there because they released. The latest model of OpenAI was released in November, I think, and DeepSeek was released in January, and it's on par, if not better than OpenAI 01, that model. So yeah, it changes the calculus on this as well. Because it means that the cheap export controls and the assumptions around that probably need to be reassessed too. So it changes a lot of things in both the geopolitical field and the whole economic future of tech in the US.
Thank you. No, just a couple of quick questions comments really from the chat. It's around the issue of censorship. DeepSeek collects keystroke patterns, cross-device uses, sends it all to China, etc. Teachers around the world are warning students away from DeepSeek for so many reasons. Italy, I believe, has already banned DeepSeek. Several US states. This is a parenthetical point, I know, but I would just.
Well, I was wondering if you would.
Why, Wi-Fi, why?
Time to act. Distance affecting your connection? Switch to a smarter Wi-Fi.
See you tonight.
Full home coverage made easy with Act Smart Wi-Fi.
As I hand it over to you, Yanis, I mean, could you tackle that issue there? That this is not actually free. This sort of US talking point that when you search for Tiananmen Square, you don't get the accurate result, which is true, incidentally. But I know that's not exactly the point, is it? With regard to DeepSeek,
you are talking to somebody who has the 3-point surveillance by the NSA. We are talking in the West where Google, Facebook, remember Cambridge Analytica? Do I need to remind people of Cambridge Analytica? take everything we do, everything we think of, every move we make, and commodify it, classify it, cross-reference it. Now, do I want my data, my searches to be stored by some Chinese company somewhere? No. But if we want to have a conversation about socializing and democratizing cloud capital, yes, let's have it. But I laugh my head off when I hear this being waged at DeepSeek, when on the other hand we have Zuckerberg, who not only through Cambridge Analytica, we know what he's done with our data, but he's also in the White House celebrating the new coronation of Donald Trump. So get off it, folks. This is a major moment. As Arnaud said, we have DeepSeek came here and said, all right, you want to use the internet in order to make inquiries and to ask for intelligent answers? Well, here you can do it for free, as Arnaud said. This is open source. Instead of paying an arm and a leg to some Altman, and also be surveyed by them while you're paying for them, or paying them. If I may take what Arnaud said and take it a little bit further. Yes, everything that Arnaud said is right. So you have this Chinese company which essentially tells the world, here is my code, this is how it works, emulate it, take it away, which is brilliant. It's not far off in concept to a pharmaceutical company giving away the formula for some antibiotic or some vaccine, right? Like once it happened with polio, unlike COVID-19. So, you know, that's absolutely brilliant. But allow me, and this is not being critical, but I want to bring another dimension that involves geostrategic interests and the rivalry between China and the United States. Before DeepSeek came out, I've been doing some research into how AI research was proceeding in China over the last few years and how it was proceeding in the United States. In the United States, it was a pure commodification process. How can we create a service that will be in high demand and therefore utilize our monopoly position to extract the maximum rents or profits from the people who would actually buy that service. In China, as I said, this is something that I encountered before DeepSeek came out and surprised us all. Research on AI was not consumer-oriented. There was no attempt to create AI in order to sell the capacity to draw pictures and write essays to students and to professionals and common people out there. AI in China was always being developed in the context of the production process of other goods and services. It was always integrated with industry. And, you know, the most interesting AI projects that I came across in Shenzhen, in Shanghai, and so on, were projects that were all in the business of making the production of wind turbines better, of making it easier to produce hydrogen from electricity, of integrating AI systems in the manufacturing process of intermediate goods. Yeah? In the United States, it was all about how do we beat Google at the game of searching, and how can we, you know, make a quick buck by getting people to subscribe and pay high subscription prices in order to get their questions answered. Now, I don't claim to know what the objectives were the aims behind DeepSeek and so on, but even if we don't have any information about that, it's really easy, it's simple to note that by releasing DeepSeek and its code, essentially, the Chinese way of doing AI won, and the American way of doing AI lost, because there is not going to be anymore such a lucrative trade in the services of AI answer providers. Now, Donald Trump claims to be interested in bringing back manufacturing to the United States. Well, good luck to him. The question is, will Silicon Valley be integrated with American industry in the way that Chinese AI is being integrated with Chinese manufacturing industry? Now, for that, you need a centrally planned economy or some kind of an investment plan, something that the United States does not have outside its industrial military complex. It does have it within the industrial military complex. So the question is are they going to catch up? Or are they going to stay in this game of trying to make a quick buck by serving the consumer sector?
Thank you, Yanis. And as I hand it over to you, I know you've spent several years in China. I know you're based in Malaysia now, but you've written, if you've been to China and the US, you feel much more innovation in China. If the US invents so much technology, where does it go in real life? In China, you see it everywhere and every day. So as we're looking at the kind of root causes for this leapfrog that China has just made, perhaps you'd like to elaborate more on that and give us your take.
Yes, sure. Let me if you allow me, just coming back on what Yanis said. So, yeah, I think he pointed out an absolutely crucial point, and I'm really surprised that not that many people speak about that. I think that at the end, it's not AI per se that's important. We will arrive at some point where it's probably going to be commoditized. What matters is what we do with it, the applications of it. It's like electricity, right? It's a new technology, and it's not so much the technology that in itself that matters. It is an enabler, and what matters is what we're going to do with that. And so I think that is also part of the strategic calculus by China. It understands that the power is not so much in the AI, but in the network, right? In like electricity, and that might be why they're releasing DeepSeek for free in open source, because then it allows them to spread the network much faster based on their own technology, as opposed to a closed model where you need to pay more, and then you have less flexibility in how you can change it, and so it's inherently less attractive. So I think that aspect is very important, and that we spend way too much time speaking about the AI itself and not what we're gonna do with it. Just on the standpoint also on the censorship. So it's true that when you go to deepseek.com, the model that you see is censored because it is hosted in China, but the whole point of DeepSeek is again the open source, meaning that anyone, you, me, can download the model and make what we want with it. Anyone can even download the model and make it into an AI that's makes anti-China propaganda or anti-communist propaganda on a daily basis, and you can do that. It's allowed because it is under the MIT license, where you can do whatever you want with it. So I think that's an important point to keep in mind. And of course, when you download it and run it on your own computer, your own server, and so on, the data does not go to China. You can even run it on your computer without any internet connection, and it's still going to work. So the data only goes to China when you use it on the Chinese website, right? And then finally, I come to your question on innovation in China. It's true that when you go to China today, innovation feels much more part of the daily life than it does in the West. I think a big part of the answer why is because China basically developed later, so it was built with later technology and so on. But also I think that things move much faster and China is much more competitive in tech. So, if you take just EV, for instance, at some point there were 500 EV companies competing in China, which is incredible, as opposed to, I don't know how many in the West, but maybe just a handful. And so you have this extreme competition. That means that either you innovate and you differentiate yourself from the competition, or you die. And so you constantly have these new products, these new innovations that come. It's a much more dynamic environment than it is in the West.
Thank you, Arnaud. Just something to add to what you said regarding censorship. Even today, with the China-hosted version of DeepSeek, the answer you get when you ask about the genocide in Gaza is a lot more detailed and a lot more truthful than the answer you get today from ChatGPT, GPT-4. So, a couple of quick comments from the chat. The US institutions charge you to spy on you and steal your creative labor and data. What a cynical, hypocritical, misanthropic joke they are, claiming Chinese software spies on users. And Nick says DeepSeek may force Sam Altman, the founder and CEO of OpenAI, to downgrade his $2 million Koenigsegg to a Honda Civic. There is something really there, isn't there? As I hand it over to you, it's about this culture that in the US of putting people on pedestals. I've heard so much about Sam Altman. He's the deal maker, like a demigod, who's just wafting through this mortal realm, advancing the whole planet. And suddenly, this guy, I don't even know his name, the founder of DeepSeek, runs it as a side project and comes out with this enormous challenge to what OpenAI has put out. I wondered if there's anything more you'd like to add on that comment with regard to culture in China, some of the economic decisions that they have taken over the last few years that might have facilitated or enabled this, the development of AI in this, because they were not known for software, really, at least not in the West, that they were so advanced, and it was quite a surprise. But maybe that's just my Western-centric point of view coming out there.
Well, I think it is, because they've been at it, at designing software for a very long time now, and they've been very good at it for a very long time now. But of course, AI is different. It's a different kind of software, and that is where we were surprised, because we didn't know that they had managed with, despite the shortage of microchips, maybe because of the shortage of microchips. This is something that neither Donald Trump 1.0 nor Joe Biden had banked on. They thought that they would choke to death the Chinese big tech industry with their sanctions, with their CHIPS Act, effectively prohibiting them from making use of advanced microchips by NVIDIA, by others. And it had the exact opposite effect. Because the Chinese have an engineering tradition that the United States used to have, but haven't had since the 1970s, they threw lots of engineers at the problem. And if you look at Huawei, for instance, they managed. Everybody thought, even I must confess, I expected Huawei to stop producing handsets, smartphones, after they lost their suppliers, their microchip suppliers. I was expecting them to go the way of Nokia, in the same way that Nokia was shut down by iPhone because they had not developed touch screens, and then at some point they became a communications company that didn't produce handsets. But look at Huawei. They sat down and they managed to squeeze enormous power out of old-fashioned microchips. And that can only be done with very sophisticated software. So we knew that they were good at software, but the DeepSeek phenomenon simply reinforced that. But isn't it interesting, and I think Arnaud has already written about this on Twitter, on X, maybe he can elaborate. Isn't it interesting how the funding came about? That is, DeepSeek was funded effectively by a hedge fund that was taking advantage of the attempts by the United States to squeeze Chinese finance out of the international financial game. And they learned tricks of the trade, how to extract rents from finance using very advanced, fast trading digital equipment. And they made money out of that, and they invested it. Not a lot of money was invested by American standards, but enough in order to combine the ingenuity and the high concept of their engineers. They thought about the problem very differently and much more smartly and wisely, and ended up being able to extract the performance that they got from DeepSeek at a fraction of the cost of OpenAI.
Thank you. Yanis, as I hand it to you, Arnaud, on that topic of performance, you said, or I think you've written that that the moat for US AI companies was their compute, their servers, the chips that they didn't want China to have, etc. So if they've now figured out in China a way to get so much more performance from so much little compute, why wouldn't America, with its greater compute, just throw all that compute at the open source model of DeepSeek, make it closed source, and then leapfrog DeepSeek? Explain that to me, with my non-expert view.
Yeah, no, you're totally right, and I fully expect the US to do that. But I think that one very interesting point is that right now, DeepSeek, for the inference part, meaning not the training of the model, but once the model is trained, when the model answers the question, that can run on Huawei chips, the Huawei Ascent series, for more or less the same price as they initially announced when they released DeepSeek R1, the latest model, price which is 1/30 of OpenAI, of their API. And again, that's the price if you use the API of DeepSeek. You can also use it for free when you download the open source version. So the fact that they can run the model, the inference part, which is by far what uses the most compute, because think about the millions of people that use a model and all the calculation it needs to make. The fact that they can now run that on Chinese chips, China-produced chips, Huawei chips, for as cheap as they would with Western chips, means that China is really catching up in that regard as well. It means that then it's somehow more and more a fair level playing field with the US, and may the best engineer win. And in that, I'm afraid that the US may be at a slight disadvantage. And on this, on human talent, on what Yanis was saying earlier, I think the fact that it comes from a hedge fund is particularly interesting, because also a few months ago, less than 1 year ago, there was new regulation in China in order to sort of crack down on overly high compensation in the financial industry, with the notion that they didn't want basically to do the same mistake as the US, where if you look at MIT graduates, Harvard graduates, all the Ivy League students, a very large proportion of them go to work in finance. They go to work for hedge funds, they go to work for the big banks and so on, in order to produce ever more complex financial derivative products and so on, which if you look at the impact on society, you can't exactly say that it's improving our collective, it's improving the common good.
I think that was the thinking behind China's move, which is not to destroy the banking industry or forbid hedge fund and so on. It's basically to say we don't want that sector, which generates a lot of money, to monopolize all the top brains of China. We want some guys to work on, AI as well. And, lo and behold, a few months after, you have a hedge fund that reconverts into AI. So it may just be a coincidence, but I think it's also symbolic.
Thank you, Arnaud, and a little nugget here that China graduates more engineers and scientists than the top 5 Western countries combined. We've got about 15 minutes left, and I would like us to shift, if possible, to what can we do, if anything? How do we stop AI from becoming a tool of corporate and state control now that there is a path opened up towards open AI, not open AI the company, but open source AI? Is there any concrete steps that activists or developers or policymakers can push for that kind of open path to resist monopolization that was the fever dream of Silicon Valley just a couple of weeks ago? Yanis, I think you're muted. Yeah, go for it.
It's all a matter of legislation. The neoliberals or liberals got it right from the beginning when they were saying that the A and the Z, the beginning and the end of capitalism, is property rights. And we Marxists, speaking for myself at least, agree. It's all about who owns what, not who knows what, but who owns what. So the question is, who owns those technologies? If they're owned by the 0.001%, then at best you can have regulation like Arnaud was talking about, pushing down their remuneration, their capacity to extract surplus value from the rest of the economy. But I very much fear that this is very limited. The state eventually will be captured, or that gives exorbitant power to bureaucrats to try to suppress the incomes, the profit-taking, the rent-seeking behavior of the 0.001% that owns this amazing capacity, not only to produce things, but to modify your behavior, because this is what cloud capital does. So, we're going back to the original discussion within the left of 100 years ago. Remember, there was a split of the left 100 years ago, or thereabouts, between the social democrats who believed in civilizing capitalism by having regulation, by having a state that intervenes and stops the capitalists from accumulating too much wealth or taking a part of it and using it in order to pay for social welfare or to transfer wages or income to wage earners, and the Marxists who believed that any such attempt is doomed to fail, even if it's well-meaning, and the only way of pushing society forward so that technology becomes our slave rather than our master is for technology and the means of production to be socialized on the basis of worker control. The workers in an AI company, in a aluminium producing company, should be the ones who make the decisions about the company and who are actually equal shareholders. One person, one vote. And I think that, if anything, cloud capital, the rise of the techno-feudal lords, AI, is powerfully strengthening and reinforcing the radical argument. The argument that the dream of a social democracy where regulation tempers the capacity to accumulate by the very, very few, this dream has become a delusion. It's toxic. It can never work, especially with the global nature of cloud capital, that it doesn't stop at the borders of your state, of your nation, of your community. So the answer must be smart ways of organizing production along the lines of common ownership, of recreating commons, recreating or creating for the first time companies that are, let me put it in a very old-fashioned 1930s term, which I actually have a great deal of sympathy for, anarcho-syndicalism. The idea that it's neither the state nor the big business that runs the businesses are run by the people who are actually doing the work, whether this is mental work or manual work.
தெரியுமா எங்க அப்பாவோட ஸ்கூட்டர்ல போதும்பா தெரியும் கூகுள் மேப் ஸ்கிட் கண்ட்ரோல் வாட்ஸ்அப் அப்புறம் மேஜிக் ட்விஸ்ட் ரிவர்ஸ் மோட் ஆட்டோ ஹோல்ட் எல்லாம் இருக்கு
இந்த ஃபேமிலி ஸ்கூட்டரை பத்தி நீங்க பேசாம இருக்கவே முடியாது. அறிமுகம் தி ஆல் எலக்ட்ரிக் ஏத்தரிஸ்டா.
Thank you, Yanis. I don't know. I'd love your take on this and AI as a public good.
Yes, so I think we are having a preview of how dystopian things can get with the OpenAI DeepSeek story. I don't know if you followed the so-called distillation debate, where OpenAI accused DeepSeek of training its model on the output of ChatGPT. But what that means is that OpenAI sees the output of its model as something that is its property that cannot be used however users want. So it's owned. They have it comes with string attached basically. Like if they don't like how you use it, they can complain about it or sue you or something like that. And that might not sound like a big deal, but I think it is actually a very big deal. If you think about what AI may become, it might become a absolutely central part of our lives. It might become a tool for that we use. Everyone uses throughout the day, that we will use for everything. So every time anyone wants to create a company, for instance, you will use AI as a central tool, like commodity to do it. And think about a world where the output of those AI is not fully owned by you. Then you can rapidly arrive at a situation where those AI giants, if we move towards a closed model for AI, might say, you know what, there is this new business. I don't like what they're doing because it might compete with some of my interests or the interests of my friends. So I will say that I disapprove of this use. On bit by bit, you have those big AI giants kind of shaping the direction of society, shaping knowledge itself, of course, as well, because a lot of the knowledge will be extracted from a lot of the narratives. The way we understand the world will come from those models. So I think that what Yanis is saying is right. It's very much something that it will look scary if a bunch of oligarchs, AI giants were to own that, and we need to have a way where the ownership of this is democratized, is distributed, and I think that is fundamentally what open source is about. It's having models which are free, which anyone can use, transform as they wish, with zero strings attached. So basically an AI created by humanity, by us collectively, for humanity, democratized, developed collectively, as opposed to closed by a small number of actors. Another point I think that is very important is inequality between countries, because you can very much imagine that, and I think that was to a large extent the US's plan, where that's still what they're very much trying to do, to be the first to arrive at AGI, this sort of final state of AI where it is the most more intelligent than all of us, and that will give it enormous geopolitical competitive advantage and much more power than the rest of the world, which is great probably for the US, but not that great for the rest of the world, right? And you can see how that will, deeply widen the inequalities between the haves, those who have those technologies, so the US, maybe its close allies, and those who don't. And I'd much rather a future where we have an AI that unites the world rather than divides it, and bridges inequalities rather than widen them. And again, I think open source is a big part of the answer for that. Like take DeepSeek, for instance. Anyone, say in Africa now, can download the model and find a use for it for their own community for free, which is great. But the one danger with open source is AI remains a very powerful tool that could indeed become something more intelligent than us, and so. We want an AI that no country or monopoly controls, but we also importantly want an AI that doesn't control us, right? So we will need to have some sort of international coordination, maybe something close to how the internet is governed with, distributed protocols, standard bodies, in order to achieve that, to ensure that AI remains within our control as opposed to something that can potentially control us. The critical challenge there is achieving this without creating a bureaucracy that could itself become a bottleneck or a point of control. But I think we have some models for that, so it hopefully should be doable.
Thank you, Arnaud, and such a rational approach to the kind of doom scenario that you outlined there, because that was some of the rationale for why OpenAI in the beginning switched to closed AI, wasn't it? That we have to take care because this could kill us all. AGI, then ASI, so therefore we're going to not work in public. A couple of quick comments here from the chat, and then I'll hand it to Yanis and then to Arnaud for closing thoughts. Alexandra Barnes says, I do like to keep reminding people that AI has got nothing to do with what we generally understand intelligence to be, but it is a neutral tool that can be used for good or ill like any other tool. Skylar Jones says, American tech billionaires are self-serving. They're about maximizing personal profits and forming monopolies, not about doing things for the good of the people or the planet. Red Note notes that DeepSeek currently has the cheapest and most user-friendly all-round algorithm model in the world, and the youngest team members definitely agree with that in terms of user-friendliness, especially when you can see its thought process. It's almost endearing and a little scary, but quite interesting to use it. So if anyone hasn't tried it, deepseek.com, give it a shot. And Poros says, anyone who still uses ChatGPT deserves to lose their job to AI.
That's a good one.
Yanis, closing thoughts for you.
I like that last comment. It's absolutely right. Look, two thoughts. First, like every spanking new technology, it is scary and it is exhilarating. Imagine this was the 18th century and you came across the first James Watt steam engine. What would you think? That this is a brilliant thing or a terrible thing? The Luddites had it completely right. By the way, the Luddites were never against the machines. They were never against the technology. They were against the way that the machines, the steam engines, was being used in order to expropriate them, in order to impoverish them. And if they smashed the machines up, it's not because they hated the machines or they believed in a machine-less world, but they believed in a world in which the machines are slaves, not our masters. And I think that applies to whether it's the steam engine, the industrial robot, or indeed AI. That's the first thought. The second thought goes a bit further by saying that when it comes to services like ChatGPT or DeepSeek, I think they're splendid. It is even, DeepSeek is even splendid there because it's free and it's open source. But they're great. I use them all the time. And of course, you have to use them critically, like every other tool. But I don't think the main game is there in those services. The main game is what happens inside the platforms of Google, of Uber, of the big tech, what I call the cloudalist sector or the techno-feudal sector. And that's where AI, reinforcement learning algorithms and so on can create, generate, produce gigantic new extractive powers for the owners of these machines. And if we're going to ensure that these technological innovations benefit humanity, then we need to make sure that the property rights are redistributed from the very, very few to the many, to those who actually work with them, those who use them, turn them into a cloud commons.
Thank you, Yanis. I don't know. Closing thoughts from you.
So one closing thought would be, I think it's important, there is this sentence that says, the whoever controls the narrative controls you, and it's important that we collectively, have the right narrative on AI. So, for instance, we need to resist attempts to frame AI as a weapon or an arms race or a tool of geopolitics, because I think all of that is a self-fulfilling prophecy, and we risk, because of that, we risk shaping AI with the very sort of conflict and divide that we seek to escape. So I think we need to manage to develop an alternative narrative on AI, which is always difficult to do with our media environment. But I think it's important. What narrative do we have of an AI that is good for humanity, that promotes fights inequality, that will be good for the world rather than something that will further divide us. And so I don't have the answer for that, but I think it's important that we think a lot about those questions. And again, also back to Yannis' point, it's also critical to remember that at the end of the day, it is not AI per se that's important, is what we're going to do with it. Again, it is just a technology and enabler, and it's also very important to think about that. And AI is only going to be a force for good if we build things that have a positive impact on the world with it.
Thank you, Arnaud. Well said. Thank you, Yanis. And thank you to you out there. That, I think, was a fascinating conversation. I've learned a lot. I hope you guys out there have too. Thank you for your questions and comments. If you'd like to keep in touch with what we're doing, hit the bell icon in YouTube to be notified of whenever we put a new video there. If you'd like to donate to us, we have no big backers, only small donations. Please go to dm25.org/donate. If you'd like to join us, we are a political movement, then please go to dm25.org/join and you can roll up your sleeves and get stuck in. Thank you again to our panel and you out there. And we will see you not at the same time. We'll see you at 6 p.m. CET. Same place, 2 weeks from now. Take care.
All right. Hello, 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 and welcome to another Hello, hello, hello. I think I did the second introduction, no? Hello, hello, hello. Welcome to another live stream of DM25. I'm not Meran Khalidi, that's why I'm not so used to doing this. I'm Johannes Fair, DM25 organizer and Mera25 candidate for Germany. I have the pleasure to host this call tonight. We will talk about what's going to happen tomorrow. Germany's 2025 elections, what's at stake? That's what we're going to dive into. I have the pleasure to be here with our own Yanis Varoufakis, Carolina Rehrmann, the leading candidate of Mera25 Germany in Berlin, Niklas Sense, who's our leading candidate of Mera25 in Bremen, and Salsabil Hamadash, who's our leading candidate in North Rhine-Westphalia, the big city, big state in the west of Germany. We will speak about who's leading the race in Germany, what do the results that we expect mean for Germany, Europe, and the left, and what's our party, Mera25, bringing to the table. And you out there, we're very glad that you're watching in the live stream, so please let us know your opinions, your questions, your concerns in the chat so that we can also bring them into our discussion. And yeah, without further ado, let me hand over to Yanis to give us his opinion about what's at stake in these elections.
Thank you, Johannes. Thank you, everyone. The election tomorrow is as crucial as it is irrelevant. It's a paradox. It is both crucial and irrelevant. It is irrelevant because nothing that may happen tomorrow, feasibly, realistically, will change anything. There's going to be another chancellor, but who gives a damn, whether it's Scholz or Merz? Let's not forget, those of us who are old enough to remember the world after the euro, especially after the euro crisis, that it was a coalition of the Christian Democrats and the Social Democrats, sometimes with the FDP, sometimes with the Greens, that created the circumstances for Germany's fall, for Germany's secular decline, which is the reason why politics has become so toxic, the fascists are rising, authoritarianism is through the roof. They are responsible. These political personnel, which have been in government since at least 2008, they will be in government on Monday as well. Whatever happens with the smaller parties, with Wagner's party, with Die Linke, with Mera25, it is going to be the same old, same old, same old. This is why it is irrelevant. But why is it also very crucial? Because the one good thing about elections is that it allows us, every citizen, every resident, everyone who cares about the future of this world, of Germany, of Europe, of the world, to be in meetings like we are today, to campaign, to canvass, to hand out leaflets, and to have a conversation with people. And this is the reason why Mera25 Deutschland has stood in this election. We never expected to win anything. We didn't manage to gather signatures in various lands, in various states. But it is crucial that we're doing what we're doing. And why? Because the parliamentary process, when most parties are in the pocket of the oligarchy, as they are, most parties of the right, the center, the left, are in the pocket of the oligarchy, or they don't have the guts to speak out against the oligarchy. When that happens, then the logic of the lesser evil, I'm going to vote for people I don't really believe in because they are the least bad. They're not as bad as the other people that might get in. The logic of the lesser evil is the greatest gift to the greatest evil. I'll say this again. The logic of the lesser evil is the greatest gift to the greatest evil. And what do I mean by that? When you vote tactically to keep the people that you hate the most out, you vote for the Social Democrats to keep the Christian Democrats out. Not because you believe in the Social Democrats. You know that the Social Democrats have betrayed the working class, they've betrayed Germany, they've betrayed Europe. But you put them in there, you give them your vote because the Christian Democrats are even worse. Or when you vote for Die Linke, because you're scared of the Alternative for Deutschland. Right? Not because you believe in Die Linke. If you believe in Die Linke, do it and vote for them. But you may, and there are many people I've spoken to in Germany who know that Die Linke have never, ever opposed the weaponization of anti-Semitism in order to clamp down on free speech amongst the left, amongst the progressives. They've never done anything essentially to counter the rise of authoritarianism amongst the elites, amongst the police state within Germany. Remember when we were banned last year, our Palestine Congress was banned, and some of us were banned personally, you know the story. Die Linke had actually signed off that ban. They had supported it or said nothing to oppose it. And when you have this constant slide towards authoritarianism, towards racism, towards policies that are boosting austerity at a time of increasing inequality, and people vote strategically on the basis of the logic of the lesser evil. Now, what happens is the whole of the political spectrum shifts to the right. The Social Democrats are emulating the Christian Democrats. The Christian Democrats are emulating the AfD. Die Linke is trying to stay close to the Social Democrats. And all of them together are shifting more and more and more to a combination of big business interests, big finance interests, racism, xenophobia, misogyny, all of them. It's not because they are bad people. This is the dynamic of the logic of the lesser evil. So, think of what happened in the United States, or think of what happened in France, because these are all very good examples. In France, where they have a very different political system, electoral system, essentially the people of France were forced to choose between the radical center and the radical right. The toxic authoritarian center of Macron and the toxic racist right of Le Pen. So as they voted for Macron to keep Le Pen out, thinking that that's the way to defeat the ultra-right, what did they do? In the end, they enabled the ultra-right. And when the ultra-right comes in, it will be even worse. That's no argument for tolerating the ultra-right. It's an argument for conviction politics, not for strategic voting, for the logic of voting for people that you believe in and not voting for the lesser evil. And therefore, this is a call to arms, a call for people tomorrow to vote for MERA 25. For the people who understand, at least for those who understand that MERA 25's positions on green investment, which Die Linke never supported, even though they had agreed with us because we had worked together in our phase concentrating on putting together the Green New Deal for Europe. But they never supported it after that. People who understand that we were at the forefront of the right of German people, citizens, and the duty of German citizens to support every movement in the world working against the genocide of Palestinians. They knew that we, MERA 25, were at the forefront of this fight, and that Die Linke was away without leave, to use an American expression. They were absent. People who understand that it was our party, MERA 25, that was targeted by the police. It wasn't any of the others. Wagner's party, Die Linke, the Greens, who are not Greens. I haven't been green for a very long time. People of good conscience have a duty to themselves. If they agree with our program, if they admire the stance that we took on the Green New Deal, on Palestine, on the war in Ukraine to vote for us, for Mera 25, and not to vote strategically. I mentioned the United States. Think of what happened in the United States. Our comrades in the United States, I understand that. When I say our comrades in the United States, I mean the Democratic Socialists of America, people who had supported Bernie Sanders, AOC, and so on. They all went for Kamala Harris. It didn't stop Trump from coming in. Had the movement that Bernie Sanders started back in 2016 developed even a small party like Mera 25 in Germany, in Deutschland, and they had voted for that, even if they had gotten only 5%, 2%, 6%, 10%, it would have been a foundation on which to build. Now they have none. Now there is just Trumpism and the liberal establishment that is running around like headless chicken, which is what's happening in France, which is what's happening in the United States, which is what's happening in Germany. Mera 25 Deutschland has created that small but solid foundation on which to build for the future. So your vote for Mera 25 tomorrow is not a vote that will change what will happen in the Bundestag on Monday. But anyway, whatever you vote for is not going to change what's going to happen in the Bundestag on Monday. But your vote for Mera 25 will be a vote that operates like, a small brick that becomes part and parcel of the foundation of something that will give us hope in the future. So vote for the future by voting for Mera 25 Deutschland tomorrow.
Thank you, Yanis. That could have been already now the end statement, but now we'll actually dive in much more with our candidates on why you should follow what Yanis just said. I wanted to make quickly a short correction to something that was written in the chat, because someone wrote Die Linke is the only party who didn't vote for the anti-Semitism resolution, as far as I remember. Unfortunately, Die Linke abstained from that vote, and that so-called anti-Semitism resolution is a resolution that is now used to actually clamp down on free speech in Germany if you speak about Palestine. And one event that probably also many of you followed was our event that also no other party was involved in, trying to organize something, and DiEM25 was central in letting the UN Special Rapporteur Francesca Albanese actually speak this week in Berlin. And our leading candidate in Berlin, Carolina Rehrmann, was organizationally and
Can I come back in? Oh, Johannes is frozen.
As host of the event actually involved. So let's hand it over to Please. Please come. Yeah.
Just one little comment, because there's also the Palestine Congress of last April 2024, which was the epitome, the apotheosis of authoritarianism, when you will recall, but also our audience will recall, the Berlin police essentially disbanded our Palestinian Congress. They banned several of the participants from entering Germany, including myself. Prior to that event, prior to that clampdown by the police, to this amazing manifestation of police brutality and the conversion of Germany into a police state, there was a specially created website which was entitled Gegen/terror.org, which was a website jointly created by the CDU, the SPD, the FDP, the Greens, but also had the participation in there of two members of Die Linke, and I will mention them by name, Elke Breidenbach from, I believe, Berlin, and also Dr. Klaus Lederer. They had signed that despicable Gegenterror.org document, which was demonizing our Palestine Congress and was referring to us as terrorist enablers. Just so that we don't forget.
Thanks, Yanis, for reminding us. And then we can actually hand over what happened this week. Carolina, please.
Hello, everyone. I'm very sorry. My internet connection is really bad. Can you hear me, or should I maybe disconnect and then come back again at a later point? Can you hear me well?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So thanks a lot. Well, it has been eventful days, and while listening to you, Yanis, I thought of this. I mean, regarding the fact that Meta 25 stands for a holistic paradigm shift, something that is needed more than ever. I thought of this wonderful phrase of Noam Chomsky, who said that the smart way of keeping people passive and obedient is to actually limit the spectrum of possible opinion very much, but allow a very, very lively debate on that. And this is basically what happens in Germany. I mean, the question on what is to be expected is, as you rightly said, things will not change thoroughly, but they will become worse. So you see the crackdown on migration, you see the reinforcing of borders, both on a European and on a German level. You see the dissolution of asylum law, rising racism that goes hand in hand with that, the criminalization of the Muslim community in Germany that will also become much worse with Chancellor Merz. And yeah, the same, of course, is true for the unconditional support for Israel and the dismantling of the welfare state. All is going to be much worse. And then you will need scapegoats, you will need protection. So we know that whole game has been played for quite some time, and it's just going to be worse in a moment where we really need fundamental changes to confront climate change and to really come together as a human family. I love that word, but also in Europe more than ever, Europe that is falling apart, and nationalistic populism. So there's always the wrong answer to the hot questions which don't go away. Having said that, what happened this week? As you introduced already, we had a big event organized with UN Special Rapporteur Francesca Albanese speaking with us in Berlin, and also other prominent guests, partly Jewish people, also from Israel, Professor Eyal Weizmann from Forensic Architecture, Michael Barenboim, the musician and the pro-Palestinian activist here in Berlin. The event was settled to take place in a private venue called Kühlhaus. We had fixed that a couple of weeks ago, and we thought after learning that Albanese had been cancelled at various universities, the one in Munich, then at the FU Berlin, which ironically calls itself a free university. We had this debate already. And then we thought, so, okay, it's a private venue, so public funding does not step in here. So the probability of this event, of this venue canceling, is not too high. And in the end, it happened. So I went there in the morning to prepare the place. I saw a smearing on the wall. It said UNRWA supports terror was one of the smearings, and the other very welcoming of Albanese, you're an anti-Semite. And the heads of the venue informed us shortly after that they wouldn't actually be able to host the event. They didn't tell us any details, but it was very obvious due to massive pressure. So we were lucky in our big unluck. We had, as already has been made public, an alternative venue, Junge Welt, a media outlet that gave us a smaller hall. We went there, and we already had been in contact with the police for a couple of days. That, interestingly enough, I was receiving various emails. They told me that responsibility has shifted. They gave me different names, so you could already see the commotion on the part of the police, and we would expect that the presence would be really big. So in the beginning, they said to us they would be there to protect this event, so freedom of assembly, Then we had a short exchange with them later that day, a little before the event started, when the tone shifted a bit, and they said that they were expecting legal violations to take place, so they would have to enter actually and be there, present inside the rooms, and figure it is a public place that belongs to the press, so a press room. So Junge Welt chief publisher Dietmar Koschmider also had said this publicly, said, okay, so there is a live stream. You can wait outside in your vehicle. By the way, there were 20 of them, if I remember correctly. And if you see any crime being committed, I mean, you can enter. But they didn't even accept that. So in the end, we had 5 uniformed officers, partly with weapons, if I remember, and a translator in the room. So you can imagine the amount of pressure taking place. They had also informed us we had planned initially to show a short documentary by American Palestinian journalist Heber Jamal about pro-Palestinian activism and the crackdown in Germany. And they informed us that there was a passage with a short interview featuring someone from Samedun. It's about 30 seconds long, this passage. And they said to us, if you show that, we will possibly, end this event. So threats, that's it. And the whole thing actually, until the end, so it had started as a very weird day. And let me just say that in the end, we all felt that, we won something. So the event wasn't shut down. And after a wonderful keynote speech of Francesca Albanese, some musical input, a short input by Secretary General of Amnesty International Germany. So in the evening, we had a panel featuring Eyal Weizmann and Francesca Albanese and others. And we had lived through so much pressure, so many surreal moments, that I think that might have also been the case for Francesca, who said that, 72 hours in Germany has made me pretty nervous, and what's going on here? And then one of them started citing the famous sentence, from the river to the sea, and also the second part, trying to contextualize this and to explain what the sentence actually means. So Michael Barenboim said, from the river to the sea, I mean, it's not from the Spray to the Baltic Sea, it's Palestine, which is obviously so frightening. And there was some laughter, and then the sentence was reiterated. And at some point, our lawyer, Michael Plose, came to me. I was on the podium. And he said into my ear, the police is getting nervous. So if you continue saying this sentence, there will be trouble. And I thought in this moment, it's like just crazy. It's totally what is happening in Germany. So I thought a bit like, in what situation do we live? Have we been living in the last years, actually? It's a culminating point now, and of course, many things happened since October 7, but not only. So let me give you some of the thoughts that I had in conclusion to these things that happened in the last days. It's become very obvious to me that the self-proclaimed state endeavor against anti-Semitism, which has, of course, become much stronger since October 7, but not only, it's very, in its collectivity, is something very hazy. It's deliberately vague. It's made up of threats where you question the legal basis. Much of this is not, it doesn't have the police threatening doesn't have a legal basis. It's just the allegation that if you do this and that, then we might come. Instead of having courts deciding what a criminal offense is, you stop an event before it can, blossom, by totally intimidating all the people present. So I thought of the fact that we have had an interesting development on the political sphere. We've had 3 resolutions adopted in the last year. So we had started in 2019 with a resolution resisting the BDS movement with determination, combating anti-Semitism. This was the title. Of course, targeting the BDS movement and any kind of support of it in Germany. Then we had, and we all know that, the resolution that was adopted last year, Never Again is Now, Protect, Preserve and Strengthen Jewish Life in Germany, which basically, you know, is a crackdown on all possible fields of public life. You know, from criminal law, residency, asylum, citizenship law. We've seen the criminalization of institutions like Oyun in Berlin, where Mera had a home. Yeah, and we've had a lot of support actually on the part of all the parties across the so-called firewall, so including the far right, in supporting that. And the culmination was another resolution in the end of January, which targeted educational institutions, including, of course, universities. So I don't know what happens in this. I want to give you, if I still have the time, a couple of examples that I looked up that show to me this kind of you know, anticipatory obedience of all politicians in being more supportive towards Israel and more protective, allegedly, towards the Jews in Germany, and in doing that, really manipulating and distorting the very essence of anti-Semitism. So I want to remind you, I read it myself again, that all these resolutions that have been adopted now are based on the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism. Reading out just the first sentence, anti-Semitism is a certain perception of Jews which may be expressed as hatred towards Jews, right? So we have been talking about this, about the vagueness and the, you know, it's something that doesn't help the debate at all. So if you go to the homepage of the IHRA, another sentence that you find, which is super important to understand the political debate in Germany, is manifestations might include, they say there, the targeting of the state of Israel, conceived as a Jewish collectivity. However, it says, criticism of Israel similar to that level against any other country cannot be regarded as anti-Semitic, which is super important to stress. This definition you don't find in the German sphere. What Germany instead does is adopting another sentence where it says, apart from this very vague definition, you know, it's certain attitude against Jews which can be expressed in anti-Semitism, it says, furthermore, the state of Israel, which is understood as a Jewish collective in this context, can also be target of such attacks. What does that mean? Is that the state of Germany understands Israel as a Jewish collective. So just a small example. This is, of course, racist because we have 20% Palestinians. It's not true. Since the state of Israel, there have been huge debates about civic, ethnic, religious identity. And it's also been called by, you know, scholars like Brian Klug to be anti-Semitic. So highly problematic. What we see is that this vagueness is used to target pro-Palestinian protests, to criminalize the Palestinian community in Germany. Yeah, and let me conclude with something else I read in this regard. There is, and this is my last point, there is a professor of Holocaust studies at Oregon University. Her name is Miriam Schorley-Schulz, and she'd been interviewed by one of the few outlets in Germany that are really a pleasure to read, which is Jacobin. And she said that if you think about the dehistoricization of, you know, the Middle East conflict, if you see the projection of guilt, the fact that all the leading parties actually, they say that anti-Semitism, or allege that anti-Semitism is actually a problem that came in with the Muslim migrants. So think about the context of the last years. And what she says is that take as an example the commissioners against anti-Semitism, the Antisemitismusbeauftragten in Deutschland. This role has been established since 2018, and now I think almost every state in Germany has an Antisemitismusbeauftragte. So this was actually installed after President Trump's decision to transfer the US embassy from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem, which caused, you remember, a vast and, rightly so, an outcry of indignation. And there was some Palestinian protests in Germany, in Berlin, and they burned the Israeli flag. So she says that was the initial starting point, actually, of establishing this new narrative. And it was, very convenient to connect it, as I said, to that minority, to focus, in anticipatory obedience on American foreign policy interests, on the war on terror. So to give the whole thing a different framing. That's actually something that I considered super interesting in seeing that it is on the one hand, and we discussed this at the panel on Tuesday, this kind of narcissistic entanglement that Germans have with an idealized notion of Israel. Why you cannot criticize Israel because at the same time you would criticize this idealized German identity, the German that has done his homework so well. So these two things belong together, but it is also more than that. It has a foreign policy dimension that is connected to the US, and I think that is, a very interesting dimension. And I'm still thinking about and processing all these things. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Carolina, to actually letting us know what's going on in Germany and giving an overview over that and a detailed account. Let me hand over now to Salsabil Hamadash, who actually is joining us as she's just, as I understood, coming back from, because today there's the last day of campaigning in Germany, and she has been speaking as a candidate on a Palestine solidarity demonstration in Aachen, and is now back in Bonn, correct, Salsabil?
Exactly. Actually, the demo didn't have anything to do with the vote. The demo has happened every 2 weeks on Saturday since October last year. So it's been sometimes many people, sometimes fewer people, and today there were actually quite few people, which I'm not surprised about, because it's so overwhelming how much is happening and so few people are still talking about the misery that civilians in Gaza endure. This narrative has just vanished in the last weeks. Everyone has been discussing so many things here in Germany about the vote, and recently also about other things that didn't at all put on the agenda that civilians in Gaza are still suffering. So it didn't surprise me that there weren't so many people, but I got the chance to talk to them about what options they have, which parties they can actually vote for with a good conscience. And Yanis, I wish we had done this talk yesterday, because you said it so well. If I had said what you said exactly, maybe all of them would have voted for us. But of course, I said it in a similar way. I also said that this whole, everyone tells us it's bad against the worst, and we don't know what to do. And they all try to vote strategic, but even this doesn't work, because there are so many uncertainties about who will actually get a place in the Bundestag and who won't, and whether they will actually genuinely fight for the interests of this community, because the Palestinian community has been very disappointed in Germany by many parties. Many parties promised them a lot of stuff and never really delivered, as you correctly said. And it's just, you see a very depressed state of mind in minorities fighting in Germany to see any results of their political activism, which was very interesting for me to see. And of course, you're right. It has been for a long time that you never see any real change, because people are always afraid to put their trust in small parties. But I think this year it's really it's crazy. No one actually feels comfortable voting for the party they vote for, because everyone kind of feels it isn't. Everyone is incontent with the politics that's happening, and still they don't know what to do. And for me, it's very interesting because it's the first time I'm actually actively working for a party and talking with a lot of people about this stuff. And I don't know if it's always been like this, but for me, it feels uniquely strange this year, talking with people about the vote. I don't know.
Thank you, Salsabir, and thank you, to you and all actually the activists that have been tirelessly on the streets in the last weeks in Germany under very dire conditions for Matter25, because these early elections and the rules that the establishment parties applied were very, very difficult for smaller parties to actually compete even in the elections. But we are present, and we are making the life uncomfortable for all the parties that don't want to speak out on the most important topics of our time. Quick view into the chat. Someone writes, I'm an immigrant who's not a German citizen yet. How can I help with the election tomorrow and after the election day? As a non-European resident of Baden-Württemberg, can I be active in your movement? Just wanted to quickly say, yes, you can. Matter25.de, you can become a member. You don't need to be a German citizen. And our work will continue on Monday, and we would be very, very happy to have you. Then I will ask two other questions to our third candidate that joins this call from Bremen. We have Niklas Sense, and two people were asking in the chat, what is the difference between, Dirk was asking, what is the difference between Meta, DiEM25 and Volt? And I agree with you, I agree with Meta25, but is it worth in this situation to vote for Meta25, or wouldn't it be better to vote for Die Grünen on that, and also maybe a bit of a broader view what we are about, and also in comparison to other parties that were mentioned.
Yeah, thank you, Johannes, and thank you everyone for already sharing the very interesting thoughts, which I obviously can only absolutely support. Before I answer the two questions, let me please just point out one thing that I think is actually really at stake and becomes very, very obvious with these elections or the running up to the elections. It's the problem, I think, that we have of depoliticized people in Germany. And I don't really think that these elections are helping and that they're making it worse, in the sense that we have lots of people, I think, now in Germany that fall into this narrative of if you support established parties like the SPD and the Grüne, you're sort of like saving democracy. And this false idea of going to the protest once a year, protesting against AfD and CDU, and then voting for SPD and Grüne, and then you did your duty to save democracy. And I think on the one hand, that's quite problematic. And on the other hand, we have, as we've heard, so many people who go to the elections and are not happy with how they have to vote. They would want to vote for Mera25, but can only do so in 3 states because of how undemocratic this whole process of bringing parties on the ballots. And yeah, I feel there's a danger of sort of creating a disillusion, or for people having a disillusion with the system and saying, no matter what I do, it's not gonna help. And of course, the system as is contributing, is benefiting from that and contributing to it. And I think this is something where we step in and where we can play a big role as Mera25, as DiEM25, to sort of bring back the political education and repoliticize those who are not politicized anymore, and bring in those before they get disillusioned. And I think we need to do that with political movements and actors inside and outside the parliament, but of course those that are progressive and left and are ready to radically challenge the system as is. And I think the two parties, Volt and Die Grüne, are excluding themselves from this group of people we need to work with. I mean, If you look at Volt, I think having a European perspective on things is probably the only thing that we share. Although I have to admit, I don't fully understand yet what they actually mean by having a European perspective. Has not become not very clear to me. But if we look at who does Volt get money from, do they actually want to change the neoliberal basis of the system as is? Answer is no. I mean, greenwashing as they do is not really changing anything. It's not helping us for a just climate transition, and they have contributed to the defamation and delegitimization of Palestinian solidarity protests in this country. We see that they are contributing or their ideas on the militarization, on increasing military spending. This is everything that we stand against, right? So I don't really see how Volt is comparable or similar to us. But I appreciate the question because it did come up a lot when we were collecting signatures, because often they present us as rather young and fresh and energetic and wanting to change the system. But I think we need to be very clear and go much deeper into detail and ask the questions to highlight that they are not. And I mean, with the Green Party, again, I would not consider the Green Party as a left party at this point anymore. I mean, if we look at the topics or priorities they said when they started about climate and peace, I don't see that anywhere. I mean, a foreign policy doesn't become feminist just because it's a woman being the minister, right? If you still contribute to a system of sending weapons, if you're breaking your promises about demilitarization and bringing peace, if you contribute with your positions, whether in the parliament or outside of the parliament, in delegitimizing protest, criminalizing people in this country, that has nothing to do with solidarity. So neither the Green nor Volt, I think, are partners that we need to work with. It's up to them to move to the left, obviously, and develop progressive ideas. But as long as they don't do that, it's up to us to find the forces in this country and beyond to really change how we're doing politics here.
Thank you, Niklas, for clearing that up. Of course, we fully agree, but it's always good to remind people. We had a question in the chat. I just read Matter 25 is for credits from the European Central Bank to the refinance German debt. Wasn't Janusz Varoufakis criticizing the whole fiat money credit system? I think we can clear that up now and also remind everyone that DiEM25 was founded because of the financial and the banking crisis, and we actually really want to reinvent the money and also the financial system, not just in Germany, but much beyond. Janis, can you enlighten us?
Okay, let's make this abundantly clear. We never proposed that the European Central Bank refinances Germany's public debt. Germany's public debt is not a problem. The problem in Germany is that you don't have investment in the things society and nature needs. And you haven't had investment for 20 years now. This is why German is deindustrializing and in tatters. The Green New Deal for Europe, of DiEM25, of Matter 25, for years now, since 2018, 2017, 2018, we've been advocating that the European Central Bank cooperates with the European Investment Bank to create a fund of 500 billion a year, not just for Germany, but for the whole of the Eurozone, in order to invest in the green transition and in good quality jobs. That's what we were saying. Nothing to do with refinancing the German public debt. On the question of opposition to the existing financial system, well, this is who we are. We are the worst enemies of the existing financial system. But that does not mean that we are against fiat money. We want to democratize fiat money. Anybody who believes that you can solve problems of capitalism through a technical solution, not a non-democratic solution, which uses blockchain or Bitcoin, right, outside the central bank system is either fooling themselves or fooling everybody else or both. If you really want to be radical, talk about democratizing the European Central Bank, not sidestepping it and finding a solution outside of it. Since I have the floor, allow me to say a couple of things about Volt, the Greens, the Grünen, and Die Linke. I'll start with Volt. Folks, don't even think about Volt as anything remotely similar to DiEM25. To be precise, Volt is the precise antithesis, opposite of what we are. Volt is a creation of the bankers, of the bureaucrats, of the deep state, of the deep establishment. They copied us. And I know this for sure. I know the people who did it. They were funded by McKinsey. You're familiar with McKinsey. They were funded by McKinsey. And let them sue me if that's not true. They were funded by the worst aspect of financialized capitalism in order to present themselves as a DiEM-like pan-European transnational movement. So they are pan-European transnational, but they are you're too young to remember the Komsomol. The Komsomol was the Communist Party's youth wing. They are the Komsomol of big capital. And they are presenting themselves as young and beautiful and, boisterous and, progressive. They're not. They are the youth wing of big finance. Okay, let's be clear about that. And they've been very clever in the way that they have adopted our narrative of a transnational European unity movement. Let's now go to the Greens. The Greens used to be a radical party. Not a party of the left, but a radical party. There were some left-wingers in it in the 1970s and early 1980s. Then they went through a very substantial transformation when under Joschka Fischer, they entered the government. And they were complicit in the first war in the heart of Europe since the Second World War. The outrageous bombing of Yugoslavia in 1999 was done with the imprimatur, with the connivance of the Greens in the German government. That was the beginning of the mutation of the Greens into a warmongering party, a party that was more American than the United States, more pro-NATO than the United States ever was. And since they joined the government of Olaf Scholz 4 years ago, they've proven that they are not only warmongers who are really treating the working class and the victims of exploitation with contempt, but they are also not green. It was under Mr. Habeck and his Ministry of the Economy and Environment that they were shutting down wind farms in order to turn them again into lignite mines. We have a Green Party that has sold its soul a very long time ago. And their argument for voting for them now is that because they are the ones who are going to go into bed with the CDU of Mr. Merz far more readily than the SPD or Die Linke or anybody else. So anybody who continues to look at the Greens as a progressive party either have been stuck in the 1970s or living in a cave since the 1970s and not following current affairs, or they are trying to, on behalf of the Greens, to confuse the German electorate. And finally, Die Linke. Look, Die Linke used to be our comrades. When we created DiEM25 in February of 2016, I was on stage, many other people, in the Volksbühne Theater, along with Katja Kipping, who was the co-president of the co-leader of Die Linke. We were working like brothers and sisters, as one. And we put together our Green New Deal for Europe with them. We were not a party then. We didn't want votes. We were going to support them, to support Podemos in Spain, to support the Communist Party and La France Insoumise and so on in France, to support whoever was progressive enough in Italy, and so on and so forth. Okay? They worked with us for this Green New Deal for Europe, which was a magnificent document. If Europe had adopted that in 2019, then it wouldn't be in the mess it is in now. And what did the Linke do in those elections? They simply did not, they had worked with us to create it, but they did not run with it in the election. Why? Because they were struggling amongst themselves against Zara Wagenknecht and so on. And that was a great disappointment, but we still worked with them. We still supported them. But then, with the war in Ukraine, with the massacres, the ethnic cleansing, and the genocide in the lands of Palestine, suddenly they went all quiet. Suddenly, they started, as I mentioned before, participating in our demonization by the agents of lethal Zionism, by the agents of the government of the Federal Republic, which identified anyone who opposes genocide in Palestine with anti-Semites. And the Linke went along with that. Either signed on the dotted line our demonization or kept their mouths shut. And I say this to you, you may not care about Palestine. You may not care as progressive Germans. You may care about, your village, your state, your country. You can't be truly progressive and only care about your village, but let's say you're truly progressive and you only care about your village, right? Okay, and you don't care that the Linke have proven themselves unable, morally defective when it came to supporting Palestine, supporting those of us who are fighting for the end of the genocide. Let's say that you don't care about this at all. Well, ask yourself this. If they are truthful when they say that they want to oppose big capital, big business, big finance on behalf of you, in your neighborhood, in your state, in the Federal Republic of Germany, if they are truthful in what they are saying that, they will have one day, if they are in any position of power, to clash with the establishment, to take risks, to risk for themselves their life and limb, their own demonization from an establishment that is going to fight tooth and nail anyone that jeopardizes its vested interests. And then ask yourself the question, have they shown, our good friends from Die Linke, have they proven in the last few years that they have what it takes to oppose the powers that be? And the answer is no. When it came to this is why Palestine is important, even if you don't care about the Palestinians, because that's when you realize who is prepared to stand their moral, ethical ground. And Die Linke did not. So it doesn't matter how many Die Linke MPs there are, members of parliament there in the Bundestag. However many they have, they will make zero difference. A vote for Mera 25, even though you may end up with no MPs in the Bundestag, is a vote for the foundation of something that tomorrow can make a difference.
Thank you, Yanis. And to finish this stream off, and thank you all that joined to watch live, I would give all three candidates that we have with us that are representing Meta 25 Germany in this election race a very short pitch on why people should vote Meta 25 tomorrow and why people should join DM25 and Meta 25 in this struggle. Carolina, you're first.
Yeah, thanks a lot. I mean, Yanis said it all. I think we showed it in the last weeks that we have a spine when it comes to Palestine. We have a long, thorough political program that shows that we are ready to actually clash with the establishment. We do not appeal to nationalist sentiments to, well, get the people that want easy answers and try to find scapegoats. We have a truly humanistic view. This is something that I took out of the whole Palestinian thing, that we need to see each other as humans and we need to tackle humanity's problems by looking beyond the national borders. And given that we have a Europe where borders become stronger and stronger, we are really this transnational humanistic answer. And what gives me hope is something that many other people also have said in the last weeks, is that there is this clash between the political establishment in Germany and beyond and what the people think and wish. So the opinion polls show us that warmongering is not something that the people follow and believe, and also the unconditional support for Israel So yeah, vote for Meta to make this true and necessary change possible.
Thank you, Niklas.
Thank you. Yeah, I think in this call and in the past weeks and months, we have highlighted all these existing crises, and I think our program shows that we are thinking them together, and that we have radical but very realistic answers and visions to tackle these issues. And voting for Mera 25, I think, is not just helpful for yourself, but it's also an active sign of solidarity, because we have so many people living with us who are the most marginalized, who are the most affected by these policies that are in place, that don't have the right to vote here. So voting for Mera 25 is an active act of solidarity. And joining Mera 25 after the elections, I mean, for me personally, it has kept me sane to be in all this craziness, to be around people where the fundamental ideas are the same and you don't have to explain human rights and emotions. And being with people, and greetings to all the amazing people in Bremen and in the rest of Germany, working with Mera 25 has been a blessing, to feel like you can actually do something and be with people you share the same values with. So come and join us.
Yeah, I totally agree to all the points that Niklas said. And for me, for NRW, I have to say that please join us because we really need you, because we have the local politics vote in autumn, where we also see a very realistic chance that we can really make an impact on politics. So we need every helping hand that we can get. We are, as Niklas said, a lot of amazing and fun people to work with, but we are too few to... And we work so hard to compensate that we are not many. So if we get a higher number, I truly believe that we can make a huge change in Germany. And I think there was a question by one of the viewers who said that Mera may be too utopic or maybe too unrealistic. But I do believe, just as Niklas, that we need to take a step back to form a common vision, because we live now in a time, sadly, where there are many things where I really grew up thinking that we can get all of the people in the whole world to agree on these things. And now they are just not common sense anymore. Like every person's life is worth the same, or like there shouldn't be war if most of the people dying are children. These are sentences where you would think that everyone would agree, but they're not in Germany anymore, because people don't know or don't see, or they are too brainwashed by the media. I don't know, but we have to go back and form this mutual vision that we have to work towards, and then we will find a way to get there. I'm very certain of that. And yeah, as Niklas said, we are fun to work with. It's very cool, and with DM it's a very democratic party as well, so you can really participate in shaping the program as well, which is also very cool, that you don't have to just do what the program top down tells you, but it's really bottom up. You can shape the vision together with us. And one last point that I want to mention is that it may seem, because this is a crisis that really makes our hearts heavy and really triggers in all of us the wish to do and change something, is this whole Palestine thing. But it's not our only issue, and I really want to welcome everyone from other marginalized groups to Mera as well. For example, of course, queer people or people from other marginalized groups here in Germany, because we are a home for you too, and we really want to target all the other inequalities in Germany that are also sadly happening. And the table is big enough for all of you, and we really look forward to working together with you.
Thank you so much. Yeah, the link is meta25.de/join. And also on meta25.de, you find a donate button, because we're not a party funded by any oligarchs. We are also running only on small donations. So every 5 or 10 euros also help us a lot. Thank you very much for listening and following the conversation tonight. Vote for Mera 25 tomorrow, and then on Monday the work starts again, and maybe with you, because like Niklas, Carolina, and Salsabil also joined Mera 25 not that long ago, and now are representing us so wonderful in this call. See you.
Thanks, everyone.
Good luck tomorrow.
Backlit, fixed it, snap it, real quick. Wow, the pic is sick. Wow, cool.
పెళ్లి కోసం నేను చాలా లుక్స్ ప్లాన్ చేశాను. ఎంగేజ్మెంట్ లుక్, హల్దీ లుక్, మెహందీ లుక్. కానీ ఈ లుక్స్ అన్నిటిని స్పెషల్గా చేసింది ఏంటో తెలుసా? నా ఇన్విజిలైన్ వెడ్డింగ్ స్మైల్.
Hello, 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 and welcome. I'm Meron Khalili. We are DM25, a radical political movement for Europe, and this is another live discussion with our coordinating team featuring subversive ideas you won't hear anywhere else. And today we'll be asking, is it ever okay for power to attack the civil liberties of its political opponents, like taking away their freedom of speech, their right to participate in political or economic life, their right to a fair trial, that sort of thing? In recent years, we've seen a marked increase in such attacks in the name of political disagreement towards people from across the ideological spectrum. Jeremy Corbyn, once leader of the Labour Party in the UK, was a victim of a frivolous lawsuit to stop him from participating in public life. Nigel Farage, the right-wing politician, had his bank account closed because of his controversial values, according to the bank's own internal investigation. And across both sides of the Atlantic, prominent activists, influencers, and journalists have been deplatformed, ostensibly as a consequence of their political views. So what's going on here? Is curtailing civil liberties just the latest tactic of an increasingly authoritarian establishment to silence dissent? What is it about today's discourse that makes this kind of cancelling so effective? Could it ever be justified when the individuals involved hold polarizing views? And as anti-establishment activists ourselves, how can we push back against this dangerous trend? Our panel will be examining this issue today, and you out there, if you've got thoughts, rants, comments, questions, ideas, things that pop into your head, then just put them in the YouTube chat and we'll put them to our panel. Let's kick it off with Julia Moore from the UK. Julia, the floor is yours.
Hi, Meron. Hi, Meron. Hi, everybody. Thank you. Are the acoustics okay? Everybody can hear me? Yep. Thank you. Thanks for that introduction, Meron. Thank you. You made, in your statement just now, you made some good references to some of the UK linked examples, Farage and Corbyn being on the receiving end of their lives being impinged on in the name of civil liberties, and they're very good examples. Now, on the basis that we are a transnational organisation, we shouldn't specifically look at country examples as typical, but the UK actually can shine a light on this particular topic, as historically, maybe mistakenly now, as history starts to look at issues such as decolonialisation, but historically being looked at as one of the countries in the world that honoured fair play and at least presented an outward face at treating people fairly, etc., etc. Maybe scales falling from eyes historically now, but nevertheless, with that influencing the legal and the policy system here, it is interesting that the UK now is falling into the trap of an authoritarian backlash and starting to nibble away at those areas of civil liberties. And for those who are interested, if you have a look on any sort of past news item this week, there's been a very effective protest. In fact, Jeremy Corbyn's Justice and Peace Project have been promoting it. Very interesting campaign to remind jurors who sit on our criminal trials. For those people not aware of the English legal system, we have a criminal legal system where members of the public sit in a group of 12 in judgment of their defendant. And it is beginning to be a worrying trend that judges are directing juries too much. This has always been a part of a concern in the legal system. It's nothing new in terms of its of its existence. But of course, where it starts to impinge on civil liberties with the aspect of sending people to prison, of course, it does come into direct focus as a civil liberties issue. And members of the public from various campaigning groups have been part of a very effective street protest, effectively, in bringing this issue to the purview of effectively a UK watching public, and it has been actually quite effective. It's rippled some political feathers, and that's good, because now it will be acknowledged and now it will be scrutinised. So that's an issue that's actually happening at the moment, and anybody from any country can click onto a BBC news item maybe, or another news item, and maybe have a look at more in depth at that issue, because that will then link it specifically to what we're doing tonight. So the issue for DiEM25, as we should always do with these topics, is to say, well, what should the DiEM25 position should be on civil liberties and on attack of civil liberties? Because we're certainly under attack. Into the issue of civil liberties is certainly under attack. It's on the spotlight every day with the current Home Secretary in respect to many issues. And so the issues we should be looking at is, who are the key actors? Who are the people who are taking the decision, for example, to close Farage's bank account, to enact the austerity against Corbyn? Where are the gatekeepers? And effectively, where there is an issue of civil liberties, one has to say, as with any issues of constitution, would you like the current government to be the gatekeepers on deciding whether or not this issue is something that the general public should have free rein on or be curtailed? And of course, as we're looking at our constitutions at the moment, we're saying we probably wouldn't want this series of institutions very longer into the future to be the ones that rewrite a constitution, let alone be the ones who sit in judgment of civil liberties. So it may be feeding into more progressive issues along the line of participatory democracy, participatory deliberative democracy, where we take more control in groups of citizens to inform policy and policy making. So civil liberties itself is a global issue. It's a very wide issue, but broken down to its component parts. DiEM25's processes now can pluck this as a specific issue and say it is one of those things that feeds into the democratic process that we are looking to change and looking to campaign on. So I hope that gives you a broad brush, Miran. It may have been a bit too broad brush, but the UK is in the spotlight at the moment on this issue. Thank you.
Thanks, Julia. No, that's very good to describe, what DiEM25 is doing on that issue. I want to ask, though, I mean, the intro, I said that this is I asked the question, is this like a new kind of go-to tactic of the establishment to silence political dissent? Would you agree with that characterization based on some of the cases that we've talked about here? Or would you say that's, there are issues where things can fall the other way, and actually, no, it's not the case. I mean, how would you characterize it?
When there's a yes, I'm sorry to be on the fence here. There's a yes and no for this. Nothing is new, as we know. And if we were doing this live stream bizarrely 50 years, 100 years ago in a virtual, weird digital world, it would be the curtailment of liberties of suffragettes, for example. Nothing is new. And who takes those decisions? So obviously it's the power of that moment who are sitting as judge, jury and executioner. And therefore that is not a balanced, fair system, because you can't have a balanced view of a decision when the same people who have the power will be the same people who make the decision. And spin forward 100 years, and DiEM25 and the progressive movement are saying transparency, accountability, a break on establishment is what it's all about, whether it's climate change or whether or not it's civil liberties. Climate change is a mindset change to save natural resources and the the very planet itself. And civil liberties is a mindset that says we have to protect human beings and we have to give human beings the security of protection from those who rule in their name, but then who go horribly off message. And we can end that discussion at Trump and Johnson.
Thanks for that, Julia. And I should say, although in the intro I talked about, let's say, leading anti-establishment voices or influential anti-establishment voices being debanked or deplatformed, it has happened to regular activists. Last year, at the beginning of last year, there was the so-called Freedom Convoy in Canada against COVID-19 vaccine mandates and restrictions. And the Canadian authorities froze hundreds of bank accounts of those protesters, setting a very dangerous precedent, freezing the accounts not only of the protesters, but of people who had donated to the cause via, I forget which funding website it was. So, you know, this can happen at all ends of the spectrum and at all levels of anti-establishment participation. Okay, Amir Kiai, our policy coordinator based in The Hague. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Mehran, and greetings, everybody. I wanted to just maybe take this topic and extend it to the general public, and particularly people who are, let's say, in low-income neighborhoods or are having a difficult time at the moment in general. And I'm sort of talking about the Netherlands as a case study, but this is a trend that we've picked up. We've talked about it briefly in previous discussions, and that's the loss of civil liberties, due to public mismanagement. And here, of course, in the Netherlands, we know about the use of algorithms at municipal and national levels to ostensibly predict fraud, or even, to predict violent crime. People might remember the movie Minority Report. So we actually have this, or just recently, it was recently officially stopped, quote unquote, but it was an 8-year program that was designed to identify people who will, in all likelihood, commit violent fraud. And it does that because it classifies people according to their background. So if you're from the Caribbean, Moroccan, or Somali ancestry, you are automatically, according to the system, of course, and we know this is racism, more likely to be violent. But of course, we see the other kinds of violence that the Netherlands has put on over its centuries on its colonies, or what happened in Indonesia, in the 60s and 70s, and that's of course not the case, right? So there's always this discrepancy about perpetuating certain groups of people as more violent and others as not. And maybe moving out of the police aspect and more to the municipal aspect, what are the overall, apparently, from what activists have been able to find out, there's 315 risk factors that can put somebody on their additional investigation. So this is if you are a single mother, for example, if you are well-groomed, but you speak poor Dutch, if you have a foreign surname, if you have problems finding work, if you're depressed, if you are not using the average amount of water in your house or apartment, how outgoing you are, if you are divorced, your fraud risk goes up, etc., etc. So you can imagine that all these different 315 factors, it can, of course, be very different for everybody, but somehow the algorithm decides that if you are at fraud risk, and when you are under investigation, and there's a lot of cases about this, and people can, of course, read about examples online, but it takes years for a person to clear their name. They often they get their benefits cut, they have problems with various kinds of government bodies, etc., and so on. And it oftentimes, leads to broken homes, broken families. The Toeslag affair, for example, resulted in over 1,000 children being moved out of their homes wrongfully, and those children are still out there in foster care. So this is a real problem, and it does affect people's civil liberties. And most of the time, it's just being used in low-income neighborhoods to further perpetuate the class war that we're all aware of.
Thank you, Amir. What a shocking intervention that was, but very important, and glad you made it. Ivana Nenadovic from Serbia.
Thanks, Mehran. And yes, Amir said some very things here. While you also mentioned an example about the truck drivers from Canada, which is another real life, real people's example. It's not from the realm of politicians or celebrities, so it seems very far away for an average person. It can happen, for the political opponents. It already sounds very high level and not like it can happen to everyday person, and it can. I wanted to point out that two maybe more of pop culture examples of cancel culture and how you can get deplatformed. And I think it's a very dangerous trend of cancel culture and trial by the public, not so much by the media. The media launches the initial information, and then there is a mob almost psychology going on in social media, and that's how trials that should take place at courts are taking place in the public sphere. I must admit that it was one of my guilty pleasures. I was following the trial of Amber Heard and Johnny Depp. That was another example of, taking sides immediately because something is right and something is wrong, and you should believe a victim and so on and so on. So to cut a very long story short, but my belief is it was a spin from what was more important and going on at that point. And I think it was one of the first reality shows trials that took place on YouTube and other platforms more than in a courtroom. So bottom line, my conclusion about who is right and who is wrong is that these two people are highly dysfunctional and were in a toxic relationship. So it was mutually abusive, full stop. So, judging too soon and jumping into conclusions just based on something that is a prejudice or something that is a trend also can be and is very dangerous, because anybody who was in any way in press knows that there is no dementi. So when something goes in ether, you can deny it as much as you want, but the information is out there and you cannot take it back. And the character assassination is real. And now we are also witnessing that demonetization, deplatforming, etc., is happening. And we might like it when character that we don't like it, such as Trump, gets canceled from X Twitter, but then we should think that can happen to characters that we like and ourselves as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Ivana. And continuing your theme of celebrities who have been rather unfairly targeted, we'll note that the actor Kevin Spacey has been cleared of all charges of sexual assault earlier this year. After having his career completely ruined. But just to focus on what you said there a little bit about how once that message is out there in the ether, there's no coming back. And looking at how it can be used to silence political dissent, do you think there's anything about the nature of our discourse today, our very online discourse, that makes this a go-to weapon for establishment media, establishment organizations to target their critics? And if so, what is it?
I think it is, and I think it's a new weapon, very lethal one, and because it's easy, because it's the oldest script in the book, basically, and it's divide and conquer. You throw a bone, and people are, biting the bone, and that. Pun intended, because we are that poor. If we were not that poor to bite the bare bone, we wouldn't be doing that. So the system, the machine, has the majority of people right where it wants us.
Thank you, Ivana. Just two quick comments from the chat. One referring to Jonathan Haidt's work, the author of what was it called again? The Coddling of the American Mind and other things, explaining that he has a model to explain why cancel culture is in overdrive and the tolerance for different viewpoints seems to be at a historic low. Yes, he's very good on that, and I appreciate his work. And another comment from, who was that? Gilgamesh, talking about how he says, all unacceptable speech, in quotes, is now defined as, quote, far right, unquote, even when that accusation is ludicrous. That's a point of view. Okay. Up next, we have David Castro. I'm getting lost in all these names here. David Castro.
Thanks, Mehran.
Based in Brussels. Go for it. Sorry.
Can you hear me? Yeah, no problem. Ivana mentioned the deplatforming part, and I think that's an important aspect of this conversation. And I want to go a bit in that direction, but also talk about freedom of speech. There's somebody in DM who's like 95 years old now, if I'm not mistaken, or 94, one of the founders of our movement, Noam Chomsky. And there's something that he says in Manufacturing Consent, the book that he wrote, but also co-wrote, but also the documentary, where he says that if you're in favor of freedom of speech, then you're in favor of freedom of speech for precisely the views that you despise. Otherwise, you're not really in favor of freedom of speech. Let me give you an example from the country that I'm in right now, right? I'm in Portugal, where I'm from originally. And, a couple of years ago, the far right was nowhere to be seen. Now, the far right is the third largest political force in the country. There was a presidential election, 2 years ago or something? They came third as well. This one guy managed to, cut across the political arena and get where he is right now. His name is André Ventura, of the party called Chega. And at the time when there were debates going on, the leftist parties were refusing to participate in the debates because they said that they did not want him to be part of those panels. And of course, that has completely backfired. The people that I speak to on the street are telling me, well, if the left just is acting like that and they refuse to counter ideas with ideas, then what's the point? We'll just support this guy because at least he's probably saying something that the establishment, as the people perceive, does not want to hear. And so his popularity has been increasing rapidly so, and it's quite dangerous if I must say so. The thing is that once the bastions of freedom and emancipation, the left has really succumbed, I would argue, to a new form of totalitarianism, one that puts equality over freedom. But we can't really conceive of a progressive society unless we place them on equal footing. The enormous failure since the onset of financialized capitalism has been to accept the former and neglect the latter. So we shouldn't be surprised, I think, by the far right's rise across Europe over the last decades. I mean, we've been governed by centrist and so-called left parties, which have been all too happy to manage the system, but instead of actually transforming it. And under a system that alienates individuals, like the one that we live in does, that negates possibilities for free exchange, it stifles public spaces, and in this political situation, things will only deteriorate. Now, if you move forward to 2023, not only have we lost democracy, as we argue in DM, to a system of oligarchy, but we're seeing human rights trampled on everywhere, outside our borders, within our borders, in our regions, towns, and cities. And yet the majority of us still refer to this system as democracy, even when the democracy in which we live has been kidnapped, amputated, sequestered, and so on. In this system, the power of the citizen in the political sphere has been literally constrained to removing a government that we don't like and replacing it with a government that we might come to like a little bit better. I mean, that's not obviously the analysis that I have. Of course, there are political parties that are really making a difference and trying to fight the good fight. But when you go out there on the streets and you talk to people about political systems and stuff, and their freedoms and how much they feel like they've been attacked by this system, that's how they perceive it. So I think we have a long fight ahead of our hands, both to defend equality for everybody, but also freedom, and to fight ideas with ideas, and let the better ones win.
Thanks, David. A question on your analysis, though. You refer to the left in general. Is that the whole of the left, or are you referring to a subset of the left? Because I might agree with what you say in terms of the, if you're looking at the left liberals, the very online cultural left, the more identity-focused left, because you're quite right that there is this idea that certain thoughts, certain views are out of bounds. They're in the sphere of deviance and they must not be engaged with. And by extension, certain people holding those views must not be engaged with. But would you extend that to the whole of the left?
No, I wouldn't. And in fact, what I said was that the centrist and left, so-called left parties, so I'm already qualifying it by saying so-called, and the ones that have been governing, right? So they're not really leftist parties as far as I can tell. So in that context, I'm referring to those alone, the ones that have been in power, the ones that call themselves socialists, but they're only socialist in name. So that's the one. Those are the ones I'm referring to. Of course, it doesn't apply to every strand and every political party that classifies itself on the left spectrum. But many left parties have not been able to govern, including us, at least our political parties. So anyways, if you're out there, live in one of the countries where we have a political party, maybe consider giving us a vote next time around in 2024.
Or joining us.
Or join us. Yeah.
Not to plug too much, but the website is dm25.org/join if that's what you'd like to do, and you can become a member in a couple of minutes. Eric Edman, our political director based in Brussels. Go for it.
Thanks, Mehan. That was a great ad there. Word from our sponsor. There's a lot to unpack here. Something that we haven't been touching upon, and I think is equally important to who is being cancelled, is who is not being cancelled. So I was thinking of maybe taking that on. I was recently, and I make a point of this because it doesn't happen very often, I was recently exposed to a speech by Joe Biden. And honestly, the man is a ruin. And I don't say that lightly. He can barely articulate a sentence. He is incoherent. I think today it was revealed that he had a little walk-through card telling him, walk into the room, greet everyone, ask questions, walk out. And he was caught holding this to the media. He turned the paper around so the media could see it, right? Now, why am I bringing this up? This isn't Trump apologism at all. I'm just saying that when Trump was pulling his act, he was being torn 50 different ways, and rightly so. Let me just make that abundantly clear. Rightly so. Why is Joe Biden off the hook? The man is a disaster. He is dragging us blindfolded into a revamping of NATO, a one-way street to higher stakes, more intense conflicts around the world. He's barely articulate himself, suggesting that he is not even entirely in control of his own bodily functions, let alone running the state, the United States of America, the most powerful nation in the world. And yet the kind of public scrutiny, and not just public scrutiny, the kind of cancel culture, as we're calling it in this live stream, that was being used against Donald Trump, again, rightly so, is not being armed against Joe Biden. Why? So this partisanship of the media, this fact that they are very clearly taking sides, and the sides are not liberal or far right. It's not about politics. It's about the establishment. It's about the person who threatens the status quo and the one that doesn't. And the reason why Joe Biden is not being threatened, although he is a catastrophe as a politician, is because he doesn't threaten the US status quo. If anything, he is absolutely allowing it to function without any impediments. And that is fantastic. And that is why he's not under attack. This is why people are losing their trust in politics. It's not just the fact that they feel that media is partisan politically. It's the fact that its function is to make sure that nothing ever changes, something that our mainstream political parties are already doing, regardless of whether they are Republicans, Democrats, Social Democrats, Conservatives, whatever sort of division exists in our various countries. Everybody's job is really not to threaten the way the system functions. And then the media comes and perfectly fits into this. Now, unfortunately, and this is where things get complicated, I think, we, not we as in us in DM, but us on the left, let's say, for example, sometimes unwittingly end up becoming accomplices to this cancel culture and this system. They kind of push our buttons, if you like, and we rise to the bait very often. So somebody, I think, can't believe we have Gilgamesh in the chat. What an honor. I think it was Gilgamesh who said that that everything that people don't like is being labeled as far right. I think that isn't accidental, even when the person that's being labeled far right is actually a leftist, because very often the left is its own worst enemy. And the people who will come after fellow leftists with the most vehemence and single-minded sort of frustration is fellow leftists. And there's no better way to trigger a leftist by calling somebody far right for them to latch on and attack that person. I'm not using any particular example for this. I'm not saying that this is the case for X, Y, or Z. I'm just saying that this is a strategy that more often than not works incredibly well. It's divide and conquer. And it's being used again and again and again, and we keep falling for it. That is not to say that some people who present themselves as left are not actually harboring right-wing sentiments. Far from it. We can all use our critical thinking to analyze who is what. But this way of like really very, in an oversimplified way, labeling people a certain way and then throwing them to the dogs is basically a strategy that has exactly the same aim as the mainstream media, which is to sustain the status quo, and anybody who feels like a sort of establishment threat being labeled as far right, because the far right are the main proponents right now of anti-establishment sentiment, unfortunately. And that is a huge failure of the left, one that we keep coming back to, I think, as DM. So, and to wrap up, because I know I'm speaking for a while, there are some overall tendencies, I think, in our society that lead people to this kind of cancel culture. You know, we are very intolerant of people who we disagree with because we're not exposed to them. Media bubbles, social media bubbles. We have lost the kind of the thick skin necessary in order to live in a sort of multipolar society. So our usual instinct when confronted with somebody who doesn't agree with us is we can't even fathom it. We don't understand how anybody could possibly not agree with what we're saying when it's so obvious. And the same goes for the other side. They feel exactly the same way. And it's incredibly dangerous because when you don't understand why somebody's might be holding a certain view, your natural reaction is to delegitimize that view and say it's not legitimate to think that way. Therefore, you have no right to say this. And this is where cancel culture comes from, this idea that there are certain things that you simply are not allowed to say. But that doesn't stop people from thinking them. And this is where society ends up getting into a lot of trouble, and our ability to speak with each other and persuade anybody beyond our tiny little cliques comes into trouble in the 21st century. Because if we simply get rid of everybody who disagrees with us, that leaves us with a very, very small subsection of society, an impossibly small part of the bigger group that we're surrounded with, for us to ever be able to not only peacefully live together, but also for a democracy to function. Because a democracy requires for those separations to be flexible. The moment they are inflexible, democracy doesn't exist. It's not about persuasion anymore. You cannot persuade anyone, which is the whole point of a democracy, that people will be persuaded by points, but rather people simply need to trust the other side. And that is how you get people like Trump, who simply base what they say not so much on persuasion, but on trust, on creating this persona that you should trust, like a superhero persona, if you like. And that way lies basically the slow corrosion of the fundamental pillars of democracy. And cancel culture, unfortunately, is very much at the heart of this tendency, and therefore is very dangerous.
Thanks for that, Eric. Yeah, and maybe one issue that we could pick up on there is the issue of labeling things as a conspiracy theory, as a way of delegitimizing it. That doesn't mean that everything has to be, we have to believe everything and question everything ad infinitum. But I've seen this again and again and again. And whether it's about issues like the Russiagate, the Russiagate story, that Donald Trump was a Russian asset, or the lab leak theory, which suggests that COVID leaked from a lab, which is now considered a mainstream possibility for the origins of the pandemic, which disrupted all our lives, or maybe the Iraq War and the weapons of mass destruction that didn't exist. Each time and again, there's no accountability, there's no acknowledgement even that they were wrong. And instead, there is this idea that, well, okay, here's this view you've got. That's a conspiracy theory because it's a view that I don't like. And that's very, very, very disturbing. And I think also, which is something that you alluded to, it demeans the people that do subscribe to it. And it makes them feel like, ridiculous and spoken down to, and they will never, you've lost them after that. In the same way that Hillary Clinton, her campaign really suffered once she called some of Donald Trump's supporters deplorables. That was the beginning of the end of her campaign. Yes, it's a very elite approach, and I think it doesn't serve our democracy, never mind the left. Okay, Juliana Zita, based in Germany. Floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you, Mahan. So I'm sorry, I'm a bit sick, so I hope my voice will go through it. So yeah, I have to rethink of it because I wanted to say something else initially, but I will start with, I remember last year, or was it this year? I don't know, that, last generation was under attack. They froze their bank accounts, they froze their webpage and so on. And the only thing that reversed that and they had to apologize for it, the police had to apologize for that measure, was that there was some sort of accountability, that so many people publicly were outraged about it. And this is why they didn't go through with it. But I think it's a certain way of testing the boundaries of how far you can go and how far you can paralyze certain people in society. And if last generation is a pain in the ass, so to say, for the system, they will check the boundaries of how far society will let them go with, oppressing them or freezing their accounts and so on. So I think it's super important that as common people, even though we tend to think that we have no power, that when we stand against those injustices when they happen. Because now, really, since the internet and since Corona and since this mass opinion pool of that exists out there, everyone can be under attack. It's just a question of which ideology is dominant in the culture that we live, and you can become an enemy overnight. And with all of that content that people share on the internet, it can be a photo of you on holiday. It can be you shaking somebody's hand whom you didn't know was a certain person that might break your neck someday. So, and the most dangerous thing, I believe, is that at some point, it won't be somebody who has something against you. It will be an automatic AI that searches for, for a certain group of people and filters them out. And I mean, this sounds dystopian, but we're not far away from that point. That kind of people who think differently get filtered by an automatic system. I mean, you have all of these social points starting in China, where they test all those things. Nothing is said that cannot come worldwide. So I think there is a really big danger to lose social liberties. And I think all of these discussions, which include left and right and so on, are really a bit too confusing for me. Because to be honest, yes, it has been said like the last years that the left has done a lot of cancel culture, but the right wing are doing it also. It's not like it's just the left people. It's not really a compliment to be woke. So if you get labeled as woke because you said something, because you said you're not against gay marriage, the right wingers want to cancel you out of their bubble as well. So I think we are at a point where you can cancel from all directions. And one last point, because I have a voice right now and it's functioning, is that when it comes to the media, I think we always forget that media, for them, it's a business model. It's like a lot of content creators out there who are also into conspiracy theory. They make money out of it. Sometimes they don't even have good content, but they have this, great titles where they, they say they do a big statement and then people will click on it and they make money out of it. The media has done this since its existence. I mean, we have in the 90s, the Michael Jackson trials, for example, to go a little bit back in pop culture. The media took that for what? Because they wanted the people to buy their newspapers, to watch their channels. So I don't think with the media, you have to think too complex because it's really how they make money. And nowadays also how people make money in the internet. So it's really very confusing and we have to, if it's about politics and if it's about the political competitors, picking on each other, that's one thing. But when it comes to the common people, I think literally it can happen to anyone. And the danger is not just for ideological reasons, but it can be anything. It can be very trivial why you're under attack. At the end of the day, it can be because somebody wants to make money. So yeah, that's my point.
Thanks, Juliana. And a very good point that this also occurs on the right. I mean, now the US are literally banning books in classrooms because they don't adhere to their value system. Although I would say perhaps that this is kind of, without getting all kind of political theory, that this is kind of a center-right, center-left establishment phenomenon. And I would include in that left liberal people. When you have true anti-establishment views, there's no possibility for them to really outlaw topics and people and cast them into the sphere of deviance because they don't have the power to do it. Then they don't have a monopoly on the discourse in the same way that the establishment does. No? No? Any comment on that, Juliana, or should I? Is your silence complicity?
No, I think, it's really, I think that there is a majority opinion, and you kind of have to entertain that. And this is what's happening at large scale, that to uphold the system, you have to kind of entertain the majority opinion. And whatever threatens that, you can, it doesn't matter if it's left or right. You want to silence that noise, kind of. So, so this is, I think, why Biden doesn't get canceled, because he's not harmful. He's not that harmful to the system, but he's also not, not a threat for anyone. He's not a threat for anyone, like the way he is. He's really, to say, like a puppet. So, and also people from his party can take advantage of the situation. So, so this is why I think we are in this situation where yeah, as you said it, to not repeat now.
Okay, cool. Thank you, Juliana. Noma Thata, based in Germany. Floor is yours.
Thank you. It is a pity, really. It is a tragedy. On the African perspective, you know, African countries, they look to the West for values, you know. So when they see those values that emphasize, you know, a freedom of speech, you know, democracy, then they are questioning themselves seriously, because as we all know, African countries are autocratic, and yeah, this, you know, democracy, you know, is coming to them, is imposed upon them to, you know, to adhere. So when they see, you know, the developed countries, you know, behaving the way they are doing, you know, canceling, you know, people like Brand or Hera in the UK, you know, we despair. But anyway, what I wanted to say is that, you know, this cancel culture in African societies is gender-based. You know, a woman who is voiceful, you know, is cancelled, you know, by men. He is made to be silent. It happens in many societies. That's why you find that women who would like to go to politics, you know, they are fearful all the time, because, you know, the anger that can come from both men and women is so much to bear, you know. And also the other countries that can be progressive, they fear of being labeled, you know, puppets of the West, you know. So they find themselves talking the language that is acceptable by African societies more than what is progressive in that particular culture. So, yeah, this is how I see it, you know, on the African perspective. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Noma. And yes, you mentioned the case of Russell Brand, which is a story which is quite fresh and is evolving fast. I would say that at least my personal view on that is that we should not rush to judgment, either to condemn Russell Brand as a sexual predator or to say that it's an orchestrated establishment hit job. And there's a piece on dm25.org that I wrote, if I can just plug that, on the front page, making that case. Daphne Del Cara, based in France. Floor is yours.
Hey, oh, good that it kind of circled around to Russell. I was just going to say, not particularly about Brand, but I think there's something deeply pernicious also about limiting people's ability to earn money or get fired in terms of this. And I don't think anybody, of course, I mean, by all means, I mean, I don't think it will do any substantial damage to Russell Brand or any other celebrity who are, I imagine, very wealthy. But even if it's happening to celebrities, it's not only happening to celebrities, but also that message is very powerful, I think. In Turkish, we call it like disciplining people with bread. Like you punish people by prohibiting them from making a living or earning their living as they see fit. So, right, this is a way of discipline in a way. And it really, really worries me that anybody who would make any allusion to being on the left would be so easily okay with this. It's very, I mean, and this is also like a story as old as time, right? I mean, you will lose everything if you're a dissident. That's the threat of power. I mean, maybe if it wasn't for, I don't know, I'll be a bit caricatural here, but like if it wasn't for Friedrich Engels's money, it would probably be like Karl Hu, you know. So it's very important that we never forget this long history of controlling narratives and limiting who can dissent and at what price, and the relationship to people's livelihoods or ability to make money and make a living in the way they see fit. So I think this is, I just want to add that. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Daphne. A couple of comments on the chat. Anton, I mean, this is in reference to Russell Brand. Anton says, personally, I find Brand repulsive and his politics horribly sloppy, but this attack is clearly about speech. Constance says, celebrities having it off with 16-year-olds is still pretty sleazy, laughing out loud. I think that the divide is very evident on our chat. Some other comments relating to other issues. Michael Kennedy says, unfortunately, you don't solve problems by agreeing with everyone. Good point. Dave notes that an illustrated version of Anne Frank's diary was removed from school libraries over a racy part of it here in Texas. This surprises absolutely nobody. And another person in the chat is asking about the Golden Dawn affair in Greece, Greece's neo-Nazi party that was once its, I think, third largest force in parliament. So I'd like to bring Eric Edmond back in, who's half Greek and served also as Mayor 25's spokesperson, our political party here in Greece, to tackle that, and maybe in the context of what we've been discussing here about far-right voices and demonizing. Go for it, Eric.
Thanks, Mehran. Yeah, no, I think this is an excellent case study to exhibit exactly what we're talking about. This is a topic that I experienced to the bone in the last 6 months, because I was dragged in front of numerous television cameras and asked to apologize for the fact that our party was defending people's right to run an election regardless of their political views. So this is the context for those of you that didn't follow the Golden Dawn case in Greece. Golden Dawn was named a illegal organization on the basis of them having orchestrated a number of illegal acts, including the murder of a rapper in Greece, Pavlos Fyssas, and they were condemned as an illegal organization. Of course, as an illegal organization, they had to disband, and they were not able to run in elections. That goes without saying. Now, what a court in Greece wanted to do, that was orchestrated by the governing New Democracy Party, the right-wing, most people by now would argue pretty far right-wing party in Greece that's currently in government, was to make it illegal for people to run in elections regardless of whether they are members of Golden Dawn, but simply by association with Golden Dawn, especially people who are in prison for numerous cases and the rest of it. Now, already in Greece, there are laws prohibiting people from running in elections if they are condemned, if they are in prison. So this was a moot point. What this argument really was about by the governing party was to police political opinions. And of course, given the fact that they've been flirting with the far right for the past couple of weeks, this wasn't so much about condemning far right political views, but eventually setting up the ground to allow them to also condemn far left, what they consider to be far left views. So to prohibit people from running in elections for holding unacceptable views. In our opinion, as Mera 25, that is a one-way road to authoritarianism and the collapse of democracy. If you give the power to anybody to decide who is allowed to run in an election and who isn't, and who can say what, that is basically the last step towards an authoritarian state. And that was the kind of foundation that New Democracy was building. On top of this, our argument was that by turning these people into martyrs, by suppressing them and not allowing them to run, you are elevating their profile and you're making them even more popular than they were before you did this. This was something that we kept trying to argue, and we were vilified for it. We were called Nazi apologists. We were called, they said that we were trying to fish for votes from the far right, Mera, right? Mera, the party that defends refugees and immigrants in the country, the party that is that has fought for the past 6 years on a daily basis against racism in the streets, that has been there in a number of court cases, organizing our membership to rally around these cases. But yet the media tried to portray us as being basically friends to the far right for cynical vote hunting reasons. And this is my point from earlier, that they will label anybody far right simply to discredit them. And indeed, anybody who truly is far right should be discredited, I think, but on the basis of what they say and what they do, not on the basis of a label and a trial by media, sort of a fight of impressions, social media arguments, or the rest of it, which is more often than not won by the capitalists. And by that, I mean the people with capital, the people who have these means to rally to their cause. They can pump money into these propaganda campaigns and discredit anybody who they wish to discredit. This was a very hard fight for us to fight. Now, just to prove our point, they were not able to run, but because of the kind of publicity that these people got and the fact that they were portrayed as martyrs, a bit like Hitler after the failed putsch in Munich, who is in prison, the Golden Dawn, one of the Golden Dawn leaders, Kasidiaris, directed the former membership of Golden Dawn to vote for a new neo-fascist party. And that neo-fascist party came fourth in the election, out of nowhere. They didn't exist until 2 months before the election. Then the party was created, and within 2 months, they got almost 10% of the vote, proving exactly the point that when you try and suppress these thoughts and voices, you strengthen them, because you give them anti-establishment legitimacy. They say that if the establishment, the hated establishment, is against them, then they must be doing something right. And this is how you legitimize them in the eyes of the people who you're trying to discredit them, and which is why it's this kind of suppression, cancel culture, and the rest of it is so incredibly dangerous for our democracies, not just from a moral perspective, not just from a philosophical perspective, but practically. It is exactly the kind of rhetoric and the kind of action that creates the breeding ground that legitimizes fascists, as we saw in Greece, and delegitimizes those who try and fight them, in this case, Mera. And we were the only party that tried to fight this argument. And, you know, we were incredibly vilified for it. And again, sorry to end it on the same point as last time, but I find that very, very dangerous.
Thank you very much, Eric. And with that, I'm afraid we're going to have to close because it is the top of the hour. Let me just read 2 last comments from the chat, and thank you all of you for posting your questions and comments in the chat. The first, an individual's rights will be protected only so long as they don't conflict with the state. Nothing is so dangerous to a society. And Gilgamesh again says, we need the self-confidence to allow dangerous opinions. Otherwise, we'll face the greater danger of any opinion being arbitrarily silenced. Furthermore, we need constant practice in persuading people. Well said. So thank you to our panel. Thank you to you out there. If you'd like to join us, if you believe that the answer to bad ideas is to challenge them with good ideas, if you'd like to bring down the establishment, fight for regular people, or at least have a damn good time doing it, then there is one address that you can put into your browser, and in a couple of minutes, you'll be a member. That is dm25.org/join. Thank you again to our panel. Thank you again to you guys for watching and for your questions and comments. Join us at the same time, same place. Hello, 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 and welcome. I'm Meron Khalili. We are DiEM25, a radical political movement for Europe, and this is another live discussion with our coordinating team, featuring subversive ideas you won't hear anywhere else. And today we're looking at press freedom, and specifically at one of our original causes here at DiEM25, the fight for the release of Julian Assange. For newcomers, it's worth restating the key elements of Julian's story just quickly. He's a journalist who, over a decade ago, via his media outlet, WikiLeaks, uncovered evidence of the crimes of the United States, among other countries. This included proof of the massacre of civilians by the US military in Afghanistan and Iraq, of torture, of mass surveillance, and of widespread corruption, of a web of secret power, from the arms industry to security agreements to elections and beyond. And for this brave act of investigative journalism, Julian, the father of two small boys, has been held without trial in a maximum security prison in the in the UK, for almost 5 years. He has not seen the sun since he was incarcerated, and he's been confined to a cell for 23 out of every 24 hours. Now, Julian's final appeal is going on as we speak at London's High Court. If he loses, he'll almost certainly be extradited to the US to face 175 years in prison. This would have huge implications for human rights and for press freedom around the world, and it would tell anyone who wants to seriously probe the actions of the powerful, better think again, because this is what could happen to you. Yet today, the radical transparency and subversive spirit of Julian Assange and WikiLeaks have never been more needed. We're living in a dangerous moment, with a horrific war continuing in Ukraine, tens of thousands of civilians in Gaza being murdered, the far right on the rise, behind-the-scenes deals with fossil fuel companies suffocating our planet, everything we've been discussing in these live streams. But instead of a vibrant fourth estate, we have a largely compliant media, whose idea of challenging power is officials say journalism and softball questions. So tonight, we're asking, what does Julian's case mean for the future of journalism, of democratic discourse, and of our understanding of what states and corporations do in the shadows? And how do these dynamics affect our ability to confront power and make informed decisions as a society? Our panel, including our own Yanis Varoufakis, who will be with us shortly, and I'm very pleased to say Srećko Horvat, who's back, our old colleague and co-founder of DiEM25, together with our team of activist thinkers and doers, several of whom are attending Julian Assange protests right now and will be calling in from there. And you out there, if you've got thoughts, rants, comments, questions, anything you want to say, we'll put them to our panel. Just put them in the YouTube chat. Thank you for attending tonight, all of you. Thank you for you out there who are listening and watching. Let's hand the floor over to Srećko. The floor is yours.
Allow me to be personal at this very start, at this day of the first day of the court proceedings at the court in London, because the personal is political and the political is personal. And it's very personal if you plan to kill my friend. And in a similar way, it will be a fact that if Julian Assange dies in Belmarsh prison in the United Kingdom, or if he dies at the Alexandria prison in Virginia in the United States, he will be killed by Biden and by the UK government. And if you think this is an exaggeration, it was sufficient to look He's in the company of a tradition which lasts more than 2,000 years. He's the company of Socrates, who was also poisoned, who was killed because telling the truth. And here I must say, you know, there is this famous quote by Julian Assange that if wars can be started by lies, peace can be achieved by truth. But I must say today that truth as such is not enough. What we have to do is to mobilize and organize, and we have to fight. And that's why I would like to propose a little anecdote at the end of my speech. I'll stay here. And the anecdote comes from the ashes of the Third Reich. So one night in 1933, a man climbs the stage of a cabaret in Berlin, and he raises his hands in a Nazi salute. And he starts by saying, Heil. What is his name again? And as soon as he said this, the Gestapo rushed on the stage, took him out, and the guy ended up for 12 years in different concentration camps. Somehow he succeeded to survive, and after 12 years of concentration camps, he returns. The first thing he does, he goes to stage of the same cabaret in Berlin, and he says, he raises the hand again. The audience is perplexed what's happening now because it was already a bit of denazification. And you know what he says? He says, anyway, let me continue where I was rudely interrupted. And I think this is a lesson for our struggle. Julian Assange is in one form or the other form already for 15 years, caged. He didn't see the sun for more than a decade. It might last for years, but let us be like that man who was fighting the Nazis and making fun of them. Let us consider this as a rude interruption in our struggle, and let us continue the struggle, because today is just the first day. Tomorrow is the second day. But if it's decided that he will not be extradited, it might again take a long time. He's already almost for 5 years in prison. And what I see, what I feel is that actually the United States government would be the happiest if they just leave him in prison until the US elections are finished, if they silence him, because they silenced him already. And that's why I think besides the great struggle of support which is happening in Europe, we should also focus on the United States. We should bring the struggle back to the United States, because that's the place where this struggle will be decided. It's not the UK, it's not the court, it is the United States. And if Julian Assange is a political prisoner and he's a political prisoner, only politics can decide this case.
Thank you very much for that, Srečko. And on the subject of the struggle, let's go now to Johannes Fair and Karin Dorigo and Dusan Pajovic, our colleagues who are at a protest with hundreds of people in Berlin for Julian Assange. Johannes and crew.
Thank you, Meran, and thank you all for being with us tonight, and also, coming out in support of Julian Assange, like hundreds have done here in Berlin, like all of our members have done this week and these days across Europe. And I'm handing over the word firstly, as we are here at the Free Assange protest, and we have been all day in front of the US Embassy, in front of Brandenburger Tor, to demand Julian's freedom. Over to Dusan Pajovic, the DiEM25 campaign coordinator, visiting us from Montenegro.
Thanks, Johannes. Yes, I want to say, first of all, that many things in life are complex, and this is not one of them. This one is a simple thing. We need Julian Assange out, and we need war criminals in. It's that simple. So, as Julian Assange said, the way to achieve justice is to expose injustice. We are here today and will be further on. We will try to mobilize more people, and we need to stand up against this imperialistic act of silent murder. This is completely unacceptable, and my heart and our hearts and our hands are all with Julian Assange. I will go back now to Karin Dorigo, our leading European elections candidate from Germany.
Hi, everybody.
we are here today in Berlin because we want really to stand for Assange and to say this is the moment of truth, because we want just freedom for him. He doesn't deserve to be there, as he just was doing his job. He wants to inform us. He wanted to tell the citizens what our governments are doing, and this has definitely the priority over everything else. Now, it's going to be really a decisive moment, and we will stand here until everything will be finished. Tomorrow we are also here in Berlin, so please share this message and free Julian Assange.
Thank you. With these words, we give it back to all of you. We hope that you have a great stream, that you come out to the protest in the next days, and that, we work and organize as we're doing with DiEM25 and Meta25 until Julian Assange is free, because if Julian is not free, we are all not free. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Johannes, Dushan, and Karen. If any of you out there are near Berlin, then please do join the protest for Julian in Berlin. And let's move to The Hague, where another protest is going on, being attended by our policy coordinator, Amir Kiai. Amir.
Thank you, Mehran, and we are indeed glad to be here in The Hague, as well as this protest happening in Amsterdam and other parts of the Netherlands, because this issue of Assange is really critical. But we also know that the imprisonment of Assange and the amount of pressure putting onto him is a way of coercing the rest of the media and the rest of our journalists and editors. So importantly today, and while we have some semblance of free media in our countries, our message must not just only reach authorities, if you will, and our campaigns mustn't only be put to the public to increase pressure, but to editors and journalists that are largely remaining silent. Because his loss of freedom will mean loss of freedom for journalists and to editors and the media, who will no longer be able to speak truth to power and will remain complicit. So while it's still possible for them to act and organize, we're urging them to do so, and we want more and more involvement of the media in defense of Assange and not being complicit in his slow death.
Thank you. Thank you for that, Amir. Yanis, floor is yours.
Well, thank you. Thank you it's wonderful to have you, Sachko, back. You said everything I would have said. Thank you to Johannes, to Karen, to Dusan, to Amir for being on the ground. It's important to remember we're not a think tank, we're a movement, and we need to be on the streets, to move the streets, to be moved by the streets. And Julian's case is a very good case in point. Because those of you who
Ayyo, pattikkichu! Repeat. Karasarama eat. 7 up, repeat.
Before me said everything that needs to be said about what is at stake and what people are doing on the street in order to defend our right to know and our right to pursue those who are pursuing the agents of truth. The onus falls on me to play the role of a quasi-journalist, just to remind our audience of what is at stake, of what exactly what's happening in London today and tomorrow. So Julian's lawyers are appealing to the High Court in Britain. And they're appealing what? This is the second appeal. The first appeal, which was an appeal to grant Julian the right to argue his case in front of the High Court, has been already rejected. So this is a second and final appeal, an appeal over the lost appeal. If that is turned down, then the only flicker of hope that he will not be extradited is that the European Court of Human Rights is going to hear his case and overrule the British High Court. Now, there is no guarantee that the European Court of Human Rights would even hear the case or even consider the case. So there's a small possibility the European Court of Human Rights will step in. Moreover, even if it does, there is a very strong possibility that Britain will disregard the European Court of Human Rights because the present government in London, and especially the governing majority of the Tory party, of the Conservatives, are toying with the idea of removing the European Court of Human Rights from any kind of jurisdiction over the UK as part of Brexit. You will recall that the European Court of Human Rights is not part of the European Union. It's got nothing to do with the European Union. It's not a European court. It's a European Court of Human Rights that belongs to the Council of Europe, which is much bigger than the EU. Britain has been a member from the beginning of the European Council and the European Court of Human Rights, and remains so after Brexit. But because this government of Rishi Sunak wants to violate international law and to send asylum seekers to Rwanda without first processing their claims for asylum, they had already been discussing in London the possibility that the United Kingdom effectively severs its links with the European Court of Human Rights. To sum up, if we lose this case tomorrow and the High Court does not grant Julian the right to appeal, then the European Court of Human Rights is a very unsafe proposition. First, they may not want to know. And secondly, even if they want to hear the appeal and they decide in favor of Julian, there is a very strong possibility that London is simply going to say, we don't care what you say, European Court of Human Rights. Okay? I'm mentioning this in order to make clear what kind of significance this court case has. Now, on the actual arguments that Fitzgerald and the other lawyers on behalf of our team are putting to the judges of the High Court, I've been monitoring what happened this morning. There were two main points of law that were being put forward by the legal team, and they both concern violations of the treaty between the United Kingdom and the United States regarding extradition. The first is a clear one. It's a self-evident one. The extradition treaty between the United Kingdom and the United States clearly excludes from the extradition process anyone who's being persecuted for political reasons. Now, if anybody has ever been persecuted for political reasons, that's Julian Assange. The fact that they are masquerading this under the Espionage Act doesn't change the fact that Julian's persecution is fully and entirely political. Because if it was a matter of the printing of these particular, or the publication of these particular videos and texts and memoranda from within the military establishment in the United States, then they should have arrested everybody working for the New York Times and the Washington Post, because they printed it, actually. So why are they not pursuing them? And they're pursuing Julian, because it was Julian who made available these. He didn't extract these bits of information, this data, these videos, these texts, these documents from anyone. He received them like the New York Times received them from Dan Ellsberg back in the early 1970s. So it is clear that Julian has done nothing which is outside the remit of journalism, and therefore his persecution is nothing but political because of the embarrassment that he caused to the United States government. So that's the first argument that our lawyers are putting to the High Court judges. The second concerns the death sentence, because the British have a policy of never extraditing to the United States anyone who is facing the death penalty. There have been murderers, convicted murderers, people who actually confessed to murder, who were not extradited to the United States. You know, people who were clearly criminals and murderers whom the British authorities refused to extradite to the United States on the basis that they were facing the death sentence in the United States, a sentence which the British Constitution, unwritten Constitution, but Constitution nevertheless, prohibits. To go around, now, the charges under the Espionage Act that have been laid against Julian clearly make it possible for him to be given a death sentence, clearly. What the American authorities did in order to circumvent that problem is they have given a kind of a guarantee, commitment to the British courts that he will not be condemned to death. He will not be given the death sentence. However, if you read the fine print, it says unless he commits acts that warrant the death sentence. So this is the absurdity. Think of this. The United States security apparatus, which, as Sergio said before, had...
Anytime is a good time for multi-asset allocation funds. Invest in a mix of equity, debt, gold, and silver through one fund.
Mutual fund investments are subject to market risks. Read all scheme-related documents carefully.
Planned and tried to implement his murder. So the people who planned and tried to implement his murder will be the ones that, according to the British justices, will be determining whether he has done something or he will do something that warrants them killing him. You only have to state this to realize the enormity of the hypocrisy and the toxicity of what is being discussed. Now, of course, even if they don't put him to the electric chair or inject him with some lethal dose of something, the crucial issue is that they will murder him anyway, simply by throwing him into the high-security Supermax prison, this particularly vicious form of solitary confinement. He's already in solitary confinement, but the difference between the solitary confinement in Belmarsh and the one that he will face in the United States is night and day, just black and white. There is a huge difference. The Supermax jail that he's going to be put into has been designed in order to destroy human soul. I mean, if you put me in there, I would have committed suicide. There's no doubt about that. Within a few days, I would find a way to kill myself. And you have to remember that Julian has been incarcerated for 13 years, the last 5 years in solitary confinement. Let us not forget also that he's on the spectrum of autism, and a particular part of the spectrum of autism where sensory deprivation is a clear means of torturing him in a way that it wouldn't be torturing me or you. Having said all that, and to wind down, it is not Julian who is on trial as we speak. It is Britain's High Court, and it is the High Court judges that are being tried by public opinion, by history, by morality, by progressives around the world. Their decision will decide whether they will be found guilty of gross violation of the principles of justice and speech, freedom of the press. If they deny Julian the right to appeal, and I would even go further, even if they grant that right to appeal and they don't give him bail so that he can get out of that hellhole in Belmarsh prison, which I visited a couple of times, they will be issuing their own condemnation in the eyes of fair-minded, truly liberal people in the United Kingdom and around the world. And as Sergio indicated, who benefits really from Julian's slow murder, from his continued incarceration? Yes, of course, it is the national security establishment in the United States has been very hard done by. They've been very embarrassed by the revelations of the way they were killing people in Iraq and Afghanistan and all that. But in the end, the true beneficiaries of his incarceration and slow death are tyrants worldwide. Because, you know, what can you tell? How can anyone who supports the liberal establishment in the United Kingdom or in the United States or in the European Union accuse Putin of killing journalists, Navalny, whoever? All Putin has to do is turn around and say, yeah, but you're killing a man who did nothing wrong except to tell the truth about your murder, your murderous campaigns in Iraq and Afghanistan. Every tyrant in the world hides behind the fate of Julian Assange in order to justify their murderous deeds. This is why, as I said, it is our duty to continue struggling and never to forget that even if he is released, we must continue the struggle. We must continue the struggle until the people who are today persecuting Julian end up in prison. If these judges turn a blind eye to the facts of the case and do not grant him appeal, they must be prosecuted until the end of the days. We need to prosecute them and the war criminals that Julian has exposed, because together they are complicit in large-scale murder and the murder of freedom of the press, murder of freedom of expression. DiEM25 has had the privilege of having Julian Assange as its co-founding members. Remember, he was at the Volksbühne on the 9th of February 2016. I think we should all feel very proud of that. Because let me remind you of something else. Today, I'm very pleased to see that almost all progressives are coming out in support of Julian Assange. Not only progressives. It was wonderful that last week in the Australian Parliament, where there wasn't a single member of Parliament a few years ago supporting Julian Assange, last week there was a very large majority in the Australian Parliament voting in favor of a petition, of a motion to recommend, to demand the release of Julian Assange. But back in 2016, when you and I were DiEM25, were not only backing Julian Assange, but we had him there on the screen, if you remember the Volksbühne talking to us live from the Ecuadorian embassy. Back then, there were many so-called progressives, leftists, so-called feminists, who were taking us to task and demonizing us for letting Julian Assange, for giving Julian Assange a podium, an opening to present his case and presenting his views. Very few people between 2016 and 2020 dared say anything in favor of Julian's case. I personally am not going to forget that. They will always carry that burden around their necks, because it just goes to show that the so-called left, the so-called progressives, when it mattered, they dropped the ball. I'm glad they're back on board. I'm glad that Julian's case is now fashionable again. But we, DiEM25, never let the ball drop. We'd never consider the political cost to us and to our movement from continuing to support Julian Assange, because we are principled. It doesn't matter whether we lose or win. It doesn't matter if we wither into nothing or succeed into changing the world. People like Julian, for us, represent principled activism. And that's what we are. Thank you.
Thank you, Yanis. A couple of quick comments from the chat. Jason Mott says how Julian has endured 13 years is a miracle. Helena Jennings asks, is reporting facts a criminal act? Jenny Wren asks, if the judges decide to extradite Julian, what implications does this have for society at large in terms of public perceptions at the notion of justice? Something that Yanis also touched on. And a quick thought I just wanted to give you guys. I mean, Yanis talked about the support for Julian and how that has wavered and is now coming back from the left. But I also would like us to touch on perhaps the supply of leaks, the type of journalism that WikiLeaks and Julian embodied, and why that doesn't seem to be out there very much anymore. Is that because what they're doing to Julian is setting such an example that people are afraid, that journalists are afraid, that activists are afraid to blow the whistle, to come out and publish secrets of power? Or are there other reasons? Because with what's happening now in Ukraine, in Gaza, some of the things I spoke about at the beginning of of this call, there should be emails flying everywhere from Zelensky's cabinet, from Blinken, from Netanyahu. All these things should be out there. And I'm quite amazed that, as Julian said in an interview a couple of months ago, it seems it's very sad, but it seems that nobody is stepping in to fill WikiLeaks' shoes. Juliana Zita from Germany. The floor is yours.
Thanks, Mehran.
ஹெரிடேஜ் கர்ட் ரொம்ப thick, ரொம்ப tasty. இனி நீங்க எப்ப சாப்பிட்டாலும் நாள் முழுவதும் ஆனந்தமே.
Well, on what you said, I don't think that it's not out there. I think that, for example, Gaza is a very good example that things are out there and that social media is kind of a bit filling in that shoe, but it's not that organized like it was with WikiLeaks, that it was one platform, one side, where you could go and see all the information. Now it's kind of, more decentralized, but I think that people are doing it. But at the same time, I believe that journalists for sure got way more cautious with what they're putting out and how they're putting it out. And speaking, I wanted to talk about media briefly because I read an article from the FAZ today where the journalist was devastated that not many people are out there for Assange, which I find very hypocritical to bring out that article on the first day of the hearing and not 2 weeks prior, to help mobilize. So, and Srečko mentioned Navalny and Yanis also, and I think there you can see a huge difference in media Reports about Navalny were never neutral, never. It was clear who is the hero, it was clear what he did, it was clear that he's the opposition, that Russia and Putin is the bad guy. With Assange, all reports are neutral. It's what he did, who he is, a lot of mention of WikiLeaks, but there is never a big uproar from the press about what's happening to him, really. So I think, and I'm devastated that the media, because he's one of them, and he is from the same place they are working in, which is the West, that they are very cautious about even supporting him. And I think it's also part of the problem why not even more people are mobilizing behind Assange. I think it's great that there are so many organizations out there and progressive who are doing it, but it could be way more people. And I think that's kind of an issue of that fear, but maybe also just cowardness, in my opinion, of the media. So much from me. I have a question on the, maybe somebody can answer, maybe Yanis, because I read that there is a possibility that he might be able to go to Australia. Like, is there a possibility that he might end up in Australia at the end of the story, or is the support from Australia just like just a minor thing which might not have a huge impact? And of course, my heart also goes out to Stella. I had the opportunity to meet her a few times. I think she's a very brave woman. She's kind of imprisoned with him. They have adorable children. It's horrible to not be able to spend time with your father properly. So also for me, I hope Stella goes well through these days.
Thank you, Juliana. Yanis, maybe I can bring you back in quickly just to respond to Juliana's question.
Yes, Juliana, look, there's been a change in Australia. The change is that the previous Labour Prime Minister, Julia Gillard, when we were struggling to get some sign of support from her, disgraced herself by saying that Julian was getting what he deserved because he was a spy and because he was, hacker and whatever. She was terrible, terrible. Julia Gillard, the former Labour Prime Minister. This Labour Prime Minister has come out in support of Julian. And he even promised to pressurize Biden to end the persecution. Unfortunately, if he did so in such a lukewarm way that it had no effect. And one can say, well, what could he do? Well, he could do a lot, because you may have heard of the AUKUS Treaty, the Australian, UK, United States Treaty, which came into force or renegotiated about a year ago. Australia committed to spend tens, if not hundreds of billions of dollars on American nuclear submarines. He could easily have slipped in a condition that, we are going to do that, but first you have to drop the persecution of Julian Assange. Of course, no Australian politician, no mainstream party Australian politician has the guts to do that. Okay, having said that, look, I'll tell you what my feeling is, my estimation is. Biden to be extradited because he wants to satisfy the national security apparatus, cabal. He wants to throw him in a supermax jail. I don't know for how long, and try him in a kangaroo court, because it's very important to know, for everyone to know, whether you are supporting Julian or not supporting Julian, what that court case will look like in the United States. It will be held behind closed doors. Number one. Number two, now, get what I'm going to say now, because the human mind has difficulty wrapping itself around what I'm about to say. His lawyers, not him, his lawyers will not even be told what the charges are and what the evidence is. Did you get that? Not only is there going to be no open court case where, under habeas corpus, you have the right to hear what you're being charged with. His lawyers will not hear what evidence there is to charge him. The one judge, no jury, will hear directly from the CIA and the NSA, I don't know who else, what the evidence is, and the judge who is selected by that apparatus is going to decide. Now, Putin's courts are more fair than that and more liberal than that. I close the parenthesis. So the idea is to put him through this process, hold him in one of those disgusting cells in a supermax jail, to crash him completely as if he's not crashed already, to convict him so that he has the label of convicted criminal on his forehead. And then the best we can hope is that they will then extradite him to Australia to serve the rest of his term, 170 years. But of course, the Australian government will bring him out on bail and he can stay at home, but not be able to travel anywhere. I think that is the best we can hope if he's extradited to the United States. Now, 2 points, if I may mention. The first one is there's no guarantee that he will survive this. I don't know how long that will take. And last time I saw him, he had faded substantially. A few months ago. If he goes through the process of extradition, the process of staying in that supermax jail with complete auditory deprivation, sensory deprivation, and he's put through this kangaroo.
I think we lost you for a second there, Jens.
Getting 2 dozen red roses.
Red roses. Perfect.
Vivo.
it will be a major defeat for him. The national security in the United States hates the fact that he doesn't have, not even the United States, by some United States kangaroo court in Australia, as a free man, it's better than dying. But he will consider it a defeat. Still, we want him out in any way or form. Let's hope that we stop the extradition from taking place.
Thank you, Yanis. Had some internet troubles there, but we got most of it. 2 comments from the chat. Tiago says, a supermax prison for a journalist? I thought they were for the most dangerous criminals. And Jason says, too few journalists have broken ranks to defend Julian. They too will be complicit in his fate. Ivana Nenadovich from Serbia. The floor is yours.
Hello, and thank you. And just to connect to those last 2 comments and also what was said before regarding the bravery to support Julian. I think that the machine, the media and the powers that be made a good job at the beginning of his journey and made the spins and implemented the stories which took away from what the truth is, that he published what he received. And the examples that him and Chelsea Manning, who provided the documents, are made now. That's, of course, putting fear in people that might blow the whistle, but it's certainly no excuse for the journalists that should break their rank to stand for the truth. I have a list of how is it possible. Srećko said at the beginning that we are in the 21st century and that they want to trial a man based on law from 1917. How is it even possible that this is happening in front of our eyes for 13 years and that we cannot do anything? It's a lot that we can even speak about it, as it was said previously. And I am proud that we never budged down in front of accusations and, anything that you can throw out there, from the rape accusations, misogyny, anti-Semitism, being meddling in US elections, and so on and so on. Julian had it all. And we proudly fought it all. I can say that. To go to something that you asked at the beginning, Mehran, how do we perceive the news? How do we continue with trusting the media that is obviously serving us lies and propaganda? And it is so obvious on Israel-Palestine example, and Juliana said it, only thanks to social media, we are seeing what's going on in Gaza, and that's why the reaction is so big this time, I believe. So in a way, there are these uncentralized, independent, potential whistleblowers. On the other hand, we can also witness how they're being silenced and threatened and killed, imprisoned, with the same people being the judge and the jury. So the question is, with the system, with the courts, with the media being so corrupted, how do we even go forward? Of course, Julian should be free, but his struggle for the freedom of the speech and for the right for the information to be published should go on. Thank you.
Thank you, Ivana. Judith Meyer from Berlin.
Thank you, Michal. So I have to agree with Ivana. The state of our media is absolutely terrible, especially here in Germany. I don't think that we can ascribe the whole problem to lack of whistleblowers. We don't know if they're whistleblowers. How would we know? I believe that also outlets have become a lot less likely to publish anything. Like when Julian published his documents, he had outlets in Germany, in US, in France, and so on that published his documents. And now our outlets are not even publishing like official information, like the ICJ, the court day, the first day of the court hearing was not published, was basically ignored, especially in German media.
Well, I was wondering if you would.
Why?
Time to act! Distance affecting your connection? Switch to a smarter Wi-Fi.
See you tonight.
Full home coverage made easy with Act Smart Wi-Fi.
And it's just a completely different playing field, and we urgently need more independent media and to support independent media that might have the ability to become a place that whistleblowers could trust and could turn to. So basically, looking at the bigger picture, I believe that we will remember 2023, 2024 as the years in which we learned that there is no international justice, no freedom of press, no human rights for anyone that the Western establishment doesn't like. But that doesn't mean that these ideas are silly idealism. The invention of principles like the freedom of the press, like human rights, and the idea that you could turn to an international court to get justice, the invention of these ideas make our world a much better place than it was before. And this was the first step, the invention. The second step was to instill a sense in people worldwide that these principles are universal and should be followed. We also accomplished that. I think it's widely accepted now. The third step was to create international institutions. We also did this step. Now the fourth step is the only step left, is the fourth step, which is to ensure that these institutions actually defend the principles that we need them to defend. But that is a much better situation than if we were still on step one. So that's the fight now. And I think that this year, everyone knows that this is the fight, because a lot of the smoke and mirrors are disappearing very fast. And we're getting a clear picture. So as Yannis said, absolutely, the world is watching these British judges. It's watching the ICJ. It's watching the European Court of Human Rights, watching the journalists who are staying silent through this. And we will find a way to remove them from office if they fail to do their duty.
Thank you, Judith. While you had the floor, and especially since you're our technical guru, I have a question for you. I understand what you're saying, that media today are deterred from publishing leaks that they may source. But how is the situation technically? In 2010, I think governments were perhaps a little behind in terms of their encryption, protecting their systems. I think the Hillary Clinton email leak was a standard sort of phishing attack or some kind of hacking attack. I'm surprised though that hackers today are not more more out there and able to access systems. Is it that they are deterred because they're nervous, or is it that governments technically have actually caught up and what they've got in place are better protection, better firewalls, better technology than what people out there have to penetrate them?
No, the advantage is always with the attacker. And especially when you have a large government agency where not just a handful of IT buffs have to be able to get into the system, but say hundreds or thousands of people have to be able to log in some way, whether through a passport or a password or another means. It will always be possible. The human is always the weakest link. It will be possible to convince one of these people that you have a legitimate interest, or to steal their key, to steal their password, to pretend that you're the person in charge, to pretend that you're the IT administrator and you have to give them a different password or whatever, that is always going to be easy. And that is why I don't believe that anything that can be invented is going to change the equation very much. It is like those park rangers in Canada saying that they cannot invent trash cans that are safe from bears because the most intelligent bear is more intelligent than the stupidest human visitor.
Thank you for that, Judith. Interesting. Daphne Del Cara, based in France. The floor is yours.
Okay. Hey, I just want to quickly reiterate something, that the way in which the media, the ruling classes have handled Julian Assange's case has, I think, a chilling effect in twofold. One is the actual punishment. So like saying to whistleblowers and those who publish whistleblowers, look what can happen to you. But I think there's a second layer that several speakers already touched upon, is the way the media classes have handled this in a way that they become silent and complacent. And what does that send? What message does that send to a young journalist in a newsroom, for example? What does that say? First, that to witness that persecution, and second, to see the so-called colleagues' silence and even disdain about this subject. And add to that, like how precarious journalism has come and the loss of funding and everything. What does that do to the mind and will and determination of a young journalist in a newsroom or in a newspaper? And we see what's happening in Gaza, and we say, like, how can the journalistic class be so bad? Like, how did we come here? But this is how we come here. And it's really, as Judith said, we really need a reckoning, because this is not okay, and it's extremely dangerous for our democracy, our society, and like anything we hold dear. Thanks.
Thank you very much for that, Daphne. Okay, Eric Edman, our political director based in Brussels. The floor is yours.
Cheers, Mehran. Just very quickly on the journalism front that we've been discussing, essentially the problem here is private media, right? Because when you have private media that basically needs profit in order to function and for journalists to get their paychecks at the end of the month, you get one of two things. You either get journalists who only pursue news that quote unquote sells, and therefore certain news topics, and especially investigative journalism, ends up suffering immensely and has been for the last few decades. Or you get journalists who cannot publish topics and opinions that go against the interests of the people whose control their paychecks at the end of the month.
This the place is mentioned in this video. They save it as a note.
Save it, one list, found it oh so quick.
Wow, cool.
கடச்சிருச்சு. ரெடி ரெடி ரிவர்ஸ் எடு.
Reverse mode உடன் கூடிய family scooter. அறிமுகம் the all-electric Aetherista.
In either case, media run for profit in democracies are catastrophic, because it means that citizens whose job it is to rule their own countries through elections and through choosing representatives cannot make informed decisions, right? I'm now dumbing it down extremely, but this is really what it comes down to. And the only thing that can fight this is independent media, is media that is not run for profit. It's financed directly by its readership and therefore has no strings attached. It's the only thing that we can support and should support. Now, on Julian, coming at the end of the hour, I don't have something to say that hasn't already been said by everybody who's spoken. However, I still, because it's a topic so close to my heart, I felt the need to take the floor. And I thought what I could possibly do is speak through somebody who can't speak right now, and that's Julian, by reading out some of his, in my opinion, best quotes. And by doing so, reminding, I think, that Julian's work, Julian's words, all continue to have an effect through us pushing them and repeating them and not letting them go, not letting his cause go until he's free once again to continue the incredibly courageous work that he's been doing for the past decades. But until that happens, I think one of the best things we can do is this. And the first one is on journalism, where he said, what are the differences between Mark Zuckerberg and me? I give private information on corporations to you for free, and I'm a villain. Zuckerberg gives your private information to corporations for money, and he becomes Man of the Year on Times Magazine. On war, very prescient topic in later months, nearly every war that has started in the past 50 years has been a result of media lies. The media could have stopped them had they searched deep enough. If they hadn't reprinted government propaganda, they could have stopped them. And this speaks to the quality of the man, he considered to be optimistic news, the result that, media could have stopped. So Julian, and I think this is one of the reasons one of the things that have allowed him to remain with us after 13 years of torture, essentially, is an incurable optimist. And I think we should all take strength from that. Because even if media aren't doing their job now, there can still be a future in which they do, and they must. Then he also said, if wars can be started by lies, and this is one of his most famous quotes, they can be stopped by truth. And here are a couple of quotes that I think really shine through his character. You have to start with the truth, he said. The truth is the only way that we can get anywhere, because any decision-making that is based upon lies or ignorance can't lead to a good conclusion. He also said, one of the best ways to achieve justice is to expose injustice. And finally, and I think in this quote also lies the reason why he was one of the co-founders of DiEM25. He said, every time we witness an act that we feel to be unjust and do not act, we become party to the injustice. However, this is my temperament. I enjoy creating systems on a grand scale, and I enjoy helping people who are vulnerable. And I enjoy crushing bastards. So we should help Julian continue crushing bastards, even from the prison cell, through our work, and continue the fight until he's finally freed, whether he gets freed now from Belmarsh or from wherever he might end up after tomorrow. The fight continues every day until Julian Assange is free.
Thank you, Eric. Well said. And we're at the top of the hour, so on that note, we will leave you. Thank you to our panel. Thank you to you out there for your comments. And if you would like to join DiEM25 and fight with us for the freedom of Julian Assange, please go to diem25.org/join. You can become a member in a couple of minutes. Thank you again, and see you at the same time, same place.
Hello and welcome, everyone. I'm David Castro, and we are DiEM25, a radical political movement for Europe. And this is another live discussion with our coordinating team, featuring subversive ideas you won't hear anywhere else. Today, we have incredible news to celebrate. Julian Assange has been released, as announced early this morning by WikiLeaks. Julian Assange, the founder of WikiLeaks and a founding member of DiEM25, has long been a beacon for press freedom and the relentless pursuit of truth. DiEM25 has always stood by Julian, advocating tirelessly for his freedom and supporting his courageous fight against injustice. His release is not just a personal victory, but a win for our collective mission for real transparency and democracy. For years, Julian Assange has faced relentless persecution for exposing truths that our government sought to keep hidden, crimes committed by our governments behind our back in our name. While the perpetrators got away scot-free, Julian paid the price for allowing us to finally see what our governments desperately wanted to hide. His ordeal has been a stark reminder of the fragility of press freedom and the lengths to which those in power will go to suppress dissent and transparency. DiEM25 has always staunchly defended Julian by organizing rallies, campaigns, exhibitions, and mobilizing our members across Europe and beyond to stand in solidarity with him. In this live stream, we'll delve into the far-reaching implications of his release. We'll explore the ongoing battle for justice, the critical importance of press freedom, and our continuous struggle to liberate all political prisoners worldwide. Because the fight for justice is far from over. There are still many political prisoners around the world who need our voice and our support. We must continue to advocate for the rights of whistleblowers, journalists, and activists everywhere. Because first they came for Assange, and then they came for Chelsea Manning, Edward Snowden, and so many more. Joining us tonight are our very own Yanis Varoufakis, Srećko Horvat, Karin Derigo, and the rest of our dedicated team. They will share their views on this historic moment and what this means for the rest of us. I encourage you to participate in this discussion via the YouTube chat. Your support and engagement are more crucial than ever as we continue our fight for a world where justice and truth prevail. And now to kick us off, let's hear from Yanis Varoufakis. Yanis, over to you.
In these dark times, it's magnificent to have a few rays of light to pierce through the darkness and to allow us to celebrate that the human spirit cannot be confined into the darkness forever, that the human spirit cannot be defeated, that resistance is never futile, even when it seems to be so. There were times when, with Srećko Horvat and with others of you here, we felt that the struggle to save Julian was probably lost. There were bleak moments. There were stony years, especially after 2015, 2016. I'll get back to this in a moment, but let me first, because there are quite a few people who don't understand what exactly has been going on. As most people know, at this very moment, Julian is on an airplane. It is disgraceful that he has to pay for it himself, that it is a chartered private flight that the Australian government, the British government, the American government, who have caused all this pain, are not paying for. So remember, we need crowdfunding to help pay for the $500,000 necessary to take Julian to Guam, to somewhere in the middle of nowhere in the Pacific. Let me act as a pseudo-journalist for one moment, for the benefit of those viewers and listeners who do not know exactly what has been going on. Look, it was around 9 months ago when Julian's family informed me that there was an offer by the American government of a plea deal. It sounded simultaneously like good news and bad.
இன்னைக்கு என்ன டாபிக்னு இப்ப உங்க வீட்டை சுத்தம் பண்றத நீங்க வரைய போறீங்க. எல்லாரோட டிராயிங்லயும் ஏன் அம்மா மட்டும் இருக்காங்க?
நாங்க மிஸ் பண்ணும்போது அம்மா க்ளீன் பண்றாங்க.
பெரும்பாலான குழந்தைகள் வீட்டை சுத்தம் செய்வது ஒரு அம்மாவின் பொறுப்பு மட்டும்தான் நம்புறாங்க. இந்த எண்ணத்தை மாற்றுவதற்கு ஐடிசி நிமைல்ஸ் கிளீன் ஈக்குவல் மிஷன் பள்ளி பாடத்திட்டத்தில் வீட்டை சுத்தம் செய்தல் பாடத்தை சேர்க்கிறது. கிளீன் ஈக்குவல் டுடே ஃபார் an equal tomorrow.
You agree to drop your resistance to the extradition process in the United Kingdom. You come to the United States. You appear in front of a court as a prisoner of the United States government. You declare yourself to be guilty of a lesser charge, espionage charge, but not the top notch, which would qualify for him for the death penalty of 1,000 years in prison or whatever. You will be sentenced to 5 years in prison, and then because you've already spent 5 years in Belmarsh, this will be considered time served, and then you will be released and you will be extradited to Australia. That was months ago that it was proposed to him. I can tell you that he said no, because he's not guilty of anything. And also because of the fear that once you end up in the jurisdiction of Virginia, where the process started 12 years ago of persecuting him and making sure that he dies in a supermax prison, as if he was going to go there. So there have been two parallel processes. One is his family has been pushing Julian to accept, because this is a family that has been completely wrecked by all those years of having Julian dying slowly inside that prison. And I understand that entirely. And at the same time, there was negotiations on how to ensure that he does not spend 1 hour in prison, and especially not a supermax prison, not in any cell, even of the judicial system, of the court system in the state of Virginia, in the District of Columbia. So in the end, it's clear now that I learned from the media myself, I didn't have any inside information, that the deal was completed. They found the nearest American judicial jurisdiction, which is as near to the territory of the Australian Commonwealth, which is somewhere in a godforsaken little island near Guam. And he's being flown there on the understanding that he will not be incarcerated, not for 1 hour, he'll appear in front of a judge. The fact, however, remains, and this is crucial, that he will have to appear in front of a judge with his lawyer, the prosecutor remorse and guilt by Julian. I'm explaining this in sordid details so that we know exactly what is happening and to understand why, while it is a major victory for Julian Assange and for all of us who have been tirelessly working to imprison somebody for 5 years. Remember, time spent 5 years, for a crime committed outside the United States by a non-US citizen. And what crime? The crime of telling the truth as a journalist. You know what this means? It means that the legacy of Dan Ellsberg, the hero, our hero, of the Pentagon Papers, who published damning information right from within the Pentagon about the Vietnam War, and who stood his ground. In the end, he never acquired a criminal record. He was never convicted of anything. So journalism survived the persecution of Dan Ellsberg. By the way, Dan Ellsberg was a great supporter until he died very recently of Julian Assange. But Julian Assange is now going to have a criminal record, which of course is a badge of honor for him. But it is a badge of disgrace for the New York Times, for the Washington Post, for the Guardian, who did nothing to defend him during the difficult dark ages where Srečko and I and all of you were fighting for his freedom. And they were condemning him as a rapist, as a supporter of Donald Trump, and all that jazz. Allow me to say a few words now about that dark age, that dark period. And Srečko will add to that, I'm sure. There was a time when we would be in the Ecuadorian embassy and for hours and hours and hours be discussing with Julian the avalanche of mud that was being thrown and piled upon him. And, you know, the powers that be, the totalitarian states, United States, United Kingdom, and so on, they were very smart about the way they did it. Because what they did was this. They tried to find the weak link. They tried to find, you see, if you accuse me of being a communist, I don't mind. You're probably right. If you accuse me of being anti-NATO, anti-US government, I'll say, yes, that's exactly right. If you accuse me of being a rapist, if you accuse me of being an anti-Semite, which is what, of course, happens all the time, that really hurts. Because as feminists, as anti-racists, the mere mention of these accusations is a major sexual assault, for rape, or anything like that. It was just innuendo, the kind of mud that sticks, and there's nothing you can do to wash it because you can't even address a charge that has been laid down against you. But I remember, and Srečko will confirm that in his own words, Jacob's daughter, signaled to us that as long as we support Julian, a rapist, in inverted commas, she cannot be part of the Progressive International. I'm saying that because, you know, now everybody can be pro-Julian, everybody can pretend that they were part of this movement, even the Labour Party under my very, very dear friend and comrade Jeremy Corbyn. They would not pick up the phone when I called them to seek the support of the Labour Party under Jeremy Corbyn for Julian. I'm saying this because our memory is necessary to be preserved as a bulwark against what will happen next to other comrades, to other freedom fighters like Julian Assange. And when I say other, I mean other. The Australian Prime Minister is presenting himself as a good guy who's helped. No, he hasn't. No, he hasn't at all. The only reason why Biden has relented was because he's losing the youth vote as a result of his support of genocide in Gaza. And he wants to make some relatively costless gesture to the, you know, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, Bernie Sanders supporters who voted for him in 2020 and who are probably not going to vote for him now, a costless gesture. That is what it is for him. It's great that we managed to push him in that direction. But, you know, Mr. Albanese, the Australian Prime Minister, in my books, you are guilty. You could have said a year and a half ago to President Biden that if America wants Australia to spend $360 billion on American submarines, the first thing they need to do is drop the charges, not condemn him and take him to the Guam base now. And speaking of Australia, given that we have managed to work towards the freedom of Julian, what about David McBride? David McBride is another whistleblower who is now inside a high security prison in Australia. Why? Because he revealed, just like WikiLeaks had revealed, David McBride was the person who exposed the Australian massacre of Afghanis the Australian soldiers' massacre of Afghanis, a massacre which was revealed, exposed. There was a royal commission. It found the Australian military guilty of a massacre in Afghanistan because David McBride did expose them. None of them ended up in prison. David McBride is in prison in Australia. So, Mr. Albanese, I look at you in the face and I say, shame on you. You have had nothing to do with the remarkable developments in releasing our friend and comrade Julian Assange. We need to carry on with along the lines of this spirit of solidarity to David McBride, to Boris Karalitsky, a socialist activist who is being held as a political prisoner in Moscow by Putin's regime. DiEM25 must show that we're here for the long term, and Julian, who was with us from the very, very beginning, is simply an inspiration that we are going to take to the Modi fascist regime in India. They're even thinking of imprisoning Arundhati Roy as we speak. This is just the beginning of the struggle. It is not the end of the struggle. It's the end of the beginning of the struggle. So let's hail Julian's success, our success in supporting Julian, and let's mourn together the manner in which European and American journalism has been condemned, or will be condemned tomorrow, by that kangaroo court in Guam or somewhere in the Pacific, because that will be an indictment on the freedom of journalism across the world. We will celebrate, we will take the moment to maybe even have a glass of champagne to celebrate Julian's freedom as a reminder of the essence of what we are all about as DiEM25, as the Progressive International. We have not allowed even comrades to bend our will and force us to betray Julian. We will not allow them to bend our will and force us to end the defense of other political prisoners and, of course, the whole of Palestine. Carpe diem.
Thank you, Yanis, for those powerful words. I think one thing I just wanted to add before I pass over the word to Shrechko is that for us, this isn't a political game of deciding what's palatable to talk about and what isn't, right? It's I think what's important is to stand up on the point of principle against all forms of injustice, no matter the political cost. And I think that's pretty much what you've outlined there as well. And look, just another comment. I think the reason why so many people distrust the political system and the political process is precisely because a lot of partisan leaders undermining by playing that kind of game, you know. Therefore fueling, the far right and so on and so forth. Just a quick comment from the chat before Shrechko comes on, from Julie Hamilton, who's actually a volunteer with us. Hi, Julie, hope you're watching still. Julie says, Julian, you are loved and supported by millions of people. The fact that you're a founder of DiEM is one of the main reasons why I joined. Thank you all for what you've sacrificed. Wishing you good times. And also a comment from Sherry. Thank you to everyone who has supported Julian Assange's release. Over to you, Shrechko. It's good to have you back.
Yeah, I'm really glad to be back, especially on this occasion, which, as Yanis said, on the one hand is definitely a reason for celebration, but at the same time, into which I will also go in my talk, it is also a reason for worrying, but also for reflecting and for strategizing further. This message which you, Davide, just read from the chat, I think perfectly speaks also about something which Yanis was mentioning. At the time when Yanis and me invited Julian to become one of the founding members of DiEM25, we have sent him the manifest. He was discussing it with us at the Ecuadorian embassy. He even joined the first DiEM event at Volksbühne, some other events and so on. This was a time, and we must remember it, when almost no other movement or even organization wanted to come anywhere close to Julian, and including so-called progressive activists, progressive parties, and so on. And we have lost many possible collaborators, even possible friends, and so on, because of Julian. And since then, but also from today's perspective, we never felt sorry for that. But I think we should definitely remember what also mainstream newspapers have done, from the New York Times to the Guardian, who have been fabricating news that Assange was meeting Manafort at the embassy, that he was a Russian spy, who were basically creating the character assassination, and then, of course, the sex allegations and so on, creating all sorts of aspects of a character assassination, which would completely remove him from public life, and which would bring to the point where he would lose all support. What this day today has shown is that activism makes sense. And I say this after the European elections, with the results we all know. I say this at a moment when the left, mainly in Europe, in Latin America, is going a bit better, when the left generally, globally, is at a very bad state, when it's divided, when it's impotent to a certain degree. I think it's important this day because it shows that activism works. That millions of known and unknown activists, from known activists like Brian Eno, MIA, and many others, to many unknown activists who were, doing protests from Vienna to London, from other cities all across the world. I think it shows that this kind of belief those people had, and those kind of persistence, and this kind of dedication of their own life towards a principle which at the beginning and during all these years, maybe to some looked like a lost cause. I think this gives hope. And I'm not someone who actually believes in hope, but today I'm really hopeful because of this. And I remember once at the embassy, Julian was telling me that the only way he can be free is to create a sort of Nelson Mandela campaign, that the only way is this kind of planetary campaign, which would have to last for years. And in the case of Julian, it didn't last more than 20 years, like in the case of Nelson Mandela. But let's not forget, he wasn't just 5 years in prison. He was altogether more than 14 years in one way or the other way in some sort of arbitrary detention. And for what? It all goes back to 2007. It is the time before the smartphones, at least the smartphones we know today, when everyone could record something. And at that time, it was really a precedent. It was really something new and something very courageous to publish the video recordings which he received from Chelsea Manning, which showed that 2 Reuters journalists and civilians in Iraq were being killed by the US government. Nowadays, unfortunately, we face another problem. Instead of not knowing what our governments do, today they do it in broad daylight. Today we witness live stream genocide. So the situation, in a way, is different, but I would say that WikiLeaks opened the door for revealing war crimes of various governments, and it's still so important. So to come back to what Yanis said, I also think besides the celebration, it's also a moment to stop. It's a moment to realize this will have grave consequences on journalism. Why? Because Julian has to plead guilty for a crime he didn't commit. And if he pleads guilty for a crime he didn't commit, then everyone who is a journalist could face the same destiny as Julian. And there is also one irony. I mean, it's not an irony, but it again shows this kind of cynicism of those in power. At the beginning, the US government was doing everything in order to show that he's not a journalist, that he's a hacker and I don't know what, cyber terrorist. I mean, you can watch these videos on the internet from Hillary Clinton to Joe Biden, what they say about Julian. Nowadays, as it appears, because that's the reason why he's flying to the middle of the Pacific, he suddenly became a journalist from the perspective of the US government. So as it suits them. I also think it's important to mention that he's flying to a place which is precisely a place which is the most heavily nuked place in our known universe. So after the Second World War, which finished with Hiroshima and Nagasaki, as we know, the Cold War started by nuclear tests precisely in the Marshall Islands and in the Pacific region where Julian is now going. And I find it symbolically very interesting because everything Julian was fighting against was precisely the military-industrial complex, including Silicon Valley, including Google, including a very deep understanding of technology. And where he has to plead guilty is precisely a place which is, I think, the worst symbol of US imperial power and also nuclear tests. But that said, I hope tomorrow he will be on his way to Australia. He will reunite with his family. with his sons, 2 sons, who are now already going to kindergarten, maybe even to school, who have never seen their dad outside of prison. So they never saw their dad free. And I think for that reason, we should really celebrate once he's on Australian soil. But I think we should also, not just as DM, but also other movements who joined and who created already a sort of informal network across the world, strategize what are the next steps. How to, not just how to invent some sort of damage control for the grave consequences of journalism, but how to turn this energy of this movement, which obviously exists and which is all obviously getting much stronger, into something which could in the future prevent these cases. So that said, I'm really glad. I just think that, yeah, at the same time, as Yanis already said, and many others will mention as well, we have to be careful. We have to watch where the plane is going and once it will appear in Australia. And I wish the best to Julian. If he is watching that, he can count, you can count on a drink with us. And we hope to see you very soon. Yeah.
Thank you, Shnechko, for that reminder. And indeed, we should obviously celebrate for Julian and his family. We're very happy that and hopefully they'll be reunited very, very soon. But regarding the broader struggle and fight, it's indeed true that we need to, the fight isn't over. We need to continue to take that energy from the movement as a whole and direct it into other, other causes and the continuation of press freedom, the real democracy, transparency, and so on. Now we'll go over to Ivana.
Thanks, David. Indeed, it's a day for us to celebrate because we've been on this journey with Julian from the beginning of DM, some of you personally, even before that. And to prove that, I have Facebook memories coming up these days to remind me that 7 years ago, a local collective in Belgrade organized a protest in favor of freedom of journalism and freedom of Assange. Of course, that we were a tiny collective, but, and this is maybe an idea for others, organized the protest on a strategic, very busy little square in the city. So it appeared that it was many more people than we actually had. But that said, the fight is not done, as everybody before said. It's in our core, in our DNA, to advocate for transparency, for the freedom of speech, and for protection of whistleblowers. It's ironic that in these times when we are living and we are watching war crimes live, thanks to those smartphones that Srečko mentioned, Julian has to admit something that he hasn't done. And that's the price of his freedom. Unfortunately, I think that even taking him to that place in Pacific and everything else is just building on breaking his spirit and humiliating him in a way, because now that they had to let him go because it works for them. I mean, there's no other reason, I guess. This is where we are. So yes, celebrate Julian's freedom for sure, but continue our struggle for the freedom of press and the transparency as of tomorrow.
Thank you, Ivana, for those very important words. Just a couple more questions, comments from the chat. We have Lady Alex. It is not over yet. The oppressors still continue to oppress. Oh, yes, they do. Thomas Martin, I hope this turns out as planned and it is not a trick by the US to get hold of Julian. All right, we'll go over to Amir. Amir, over to you.
Thank you, David. I'm also anxiously watching the flight tracker to see how if the aeroplane is making any sudden changes in altitude or anything. Hopefully not, and it has a safe landing. I'm sure millions out there are praying for that. Just a short intervention from me for tonight is Srečko also mentioned the European elections briefly, but in general, given the moment today, we have to remember that we are where we are, and we got what we got because we had a lot of perseverance. And it's been more than a decade of struggle to free Julian, 14 years that he's been in some sort of incarceration or prohibition on his freedom of movement. The African National Congress was founded in 1912, and you might sort of use it as a proxy of 8 decades of liberating South Africa from colonialism and apartheid. It took the Algerian freedom fighters over 130 years to rid themselves from the shackles of French colonialism, and of course the ongoing struggle to free Palestine from the river to the sea. So I'm just mentioning this because we as the people, as the public, as the 99% you might say, have been struggling against eons of culminated domination by the powerful. And so historically we have to bear that in mind, but in a sense, on a positive note, realize that historically we're living in one of the best moments ever, given our tools and levels of interconnectionness and history before us, that we can really organize ourselves really well and hand over a stronger baton to the next generation, not forgetting that, because there is a struggle again coming for the next generation and the future generations. Just a reminder that we are in the long haul on this.
Thank you, Amir. In the long haul we are. The fight does not stop. Judith, over to you now.
Thank you, David. I think that we must not forget that actually, no matter whether Julian is forced to plead guilty now or not, there has already been a chilling effect on journalism worldwide, which can be seen now, for example, with the war in Gaza. There are now 2 opinions in German media, for example. Just a few days ago, Save the Children reported that more than 20,000 Gazan children are currently missing or killed or under rubble, and it wasn't reported in any mainstream media. The same goes for many of the news that we only know through social media. So there has definitely been a chilling effect on the media that we may not have had without this very obvious persecution of someone who was just saying what needed to be said, what was the truth. And it shows the importance of free and independent media that is not beholden to any particular state, but just reports every truth that is out there. And I believe the other lesson that we really ought to learn from the case of Julian is that we must not get distracted if our heroes appear to be less than pure. So what if he had actually met Manafort at the embassy, like that smear that they invented? What if he was still a journalist? What he did many years before their meeting was not in any way diminished by that. And I think that we are currently in an era where we forget this too easily. Like a lot of supporters or would-be supporters of Palestine are distracted by claims that this or that Palestinian is not entirely against armed struggle, not entirely against killing people that might not need to be killed. I don't know. They may have voted Hamas in the last election 15 years ago, and then suddenly we accept that as a reason for what should be unacceptable in any case. Press freedom is press freedom. Civilians are civilians. Children are children. How can any smear that they invent, even if it was true, how can that distract us from these basic universal human rights and universal values? And that is something that I think we need to watch out a lot more, because they're going to keep inventing stories to make us doubt our heroes. And we need to focus on what is essential. So today we celebrate with Julian, but tomorrow we need to watch out for the next whistleblower and for the next attempts to distract from what is really important.
Thank you, Judith. Indeed, when it concerns the media, I just want to point out that for those of you watching out there, if you haven't read or watched Noam Chomsky's documentary Manufacturing Consent in the book, I definitely urge you to do that because it really explains in a very detailed way how sometimes the media operates in a way to try to undermine certain narratives, right? Of the good guys versus the bad guys, good intentions versus bad intentions, worthy victims versus unworthy victims, and so on and so forth. So yeah, Manufacturing Consent, if you haven't read it, do go and read it. Now we'll go over to Karen. Karen, who's in Germany.
Thank you, Davide. So first of all, yeah, I would like to join the celebration on Assange, and I wish him all the best together with his family back. It must be really great to be able to do that finally after 13 years of prosecution, basically, not only in prison, but also in the embassy. And he had to face these high security prisons that, let me say, very clearly, not even the mafia bosses in Italy under the 41 bis have ever experimented. So, and he did that for denouncing crimes for which the criminals are still free. Let's not forget that, because he had to pay for them as well. And though we are super happy for him, we must not forget that this job, being a journalist now and sticking to the truth, costs lives. Because according to Reporters Without Borders, for example, only in 2023, 99 journalists were killed, most of them after the 7th of October. And for 2024, 21 were already killed and more than 500 imprisoned. So we see how the institutions mainly target very clearly and very brutally activists and journalists. Let me remind for 1 second the Palestinian journalist Shirin Abu al-Akleh, Anna Politkovskaya, Daphne Caruana. All these people paid with their lives because they were being really heroes. And they needed to face not only disinformation, not only smearing campaigns. I mean, governments and companies, they do not want really independent press. Let's be clear, they don't want people call out their crimes. So it's becoming increasingly dangerous, this job. So we need to support everybody who is doing that freely. And talking about Germany, because obviously the situation has changed dramatically in the last month. We have, according to the Press Freedom Index, in 2024, Germany is at the 10th place, but I can really be sure to say that next year is not going to be like that, because in the last 7 months, the attacks and the smearing campaigns against freedom of speech, against activists, protesters, every person criticized in Israel has been so strong and so blatant that international journalists from other TVs have always been very critical and very surprised even to see something like this in a supposedly democratic country. So I think every country has an Achilles heel, like a topic that really touches the nerves, the painful nerves. And for Germany is exactly this relationship to Israel and the Palestinian cause. But until now, we didn't know how really free we were, basically. Because we saw just now, apart from the usual critics about Baerbock or Scholz, and obviously this is not really discussions about democracy, this is a discussion about incompetence. But when you really touch the main points, the sole reasons for which the freedom of expression can be sacrificed at once, then you know that you are not free. And we really need independent media, desperately, also in Germany, everywhere in the world, independent journalists that are really focused on telling the truth, because only in that way we can really save democracy and we can be really free in the end and participate like that to the liberation of everybody else. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. Indeed, let's all support independent media where they exist. Absolutely. Danai, over to you.
Well, to join all the voices before me that said how happy we all are for Julian as a person on a human scale, this is an extremely important thing. And then just a few thoughts that maybe will add a little more insight in what we have said. Of course, perseverance is the real word that best characterizes why this happened. For sure, for so many years of people like us, of movements like us, activists around the world, people that their voice has could be heard. But I wanted to highlight also that Stella was an extremely important person because she basically dedicated her all these years really not letting one day pass without fighting this. And this gave it a personal touch. This dedication was very, very touching, I believe, and emotional, additionally to everything else. And it touched upon something more than all the movements and activists and all the people, the other people did. And I think that something pivoted a little bit also. And I think it had to do with the perseverance, not only of all the pressure of the movements and the activists, but Stella as well, and the whole family of Julian, his father and his brother, and the documentary, all these things sort of pressured the Australian government, and of course, because it's now a more progressive, anyway, social government than before. And I think this was a pivotal moment that we could imagine that maybe something could happen. Before that, I think it was impossible to even imagine that there could be any hope for Julian. And I think that this gives me hope as well, because now they have come out. So now I think, of course, it's natural we're all looking at the plane and whether the plane will land and whether they will keep their word. But I think that since the Australian government has come out very strongly now saying that it's time for him to come back, it would be very difficult. I really don't want to believe that something could go wrong. Of course, we are all keeping this because it's been so many years that we really couldn't believe that this day would come. So it's natural. And I just wanted to say that personally, what I felt, because after living in these dark times for the last year, and now with the war in Palestine, and it's been so bleak and dark that this just gave me a sense of comfort that something good can prevail still. And this is just my personal emotion, and I believe all of us share this, and many other people in the world. And it was just a very comforting moment, this little light coming through this darkness that we're all going through. That's all for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Danai. I think perseverance indeed is a very good term here. I suspect the US did not expect the campaign to free Julian to last so long as well. And I think it goes to show that, annoying the living daylights out of those in power over a long period of time can actually be a quite successful strategy to have some impact, even if it takes a lot of resources. But if it can be sustained, I think it's definitely something that can have an impact, which brings me to what I wanted to also say. Which is why engagement matters. So if you're watching out there and if you want to get engaged in a political organization such as DiEM25, you can go on our website, diem25.org/join, and you can be a member in 2 minutes. Now we'll go over to Evie.
Good evening by me as well. I hope you hear me well because I'm in external location. So at first place, of course, I share the same joy by listening the news that finally Julian Assange is free. But I still feel some kind of fear by the pressure and the control they still put on him. Till the whole case is closed and until he is safe back home, I will feel still kind of worried. The point is, the way they do it is they want to show everybody who wants to speak up that it's not what they wish. They want to shut mouths up. But even this small victory, this step ahead, has created new forces, has given power to new media being created, new whistleblowers getting courage by the whole presence, the whole story, the whole case of Assange, that at least he's not bending. It was a really good news. I hope they will last till the end, see him home free and active again.
Thank you, Evie. Thank you for that. We all wish that. Really hope to see images of that very, very soon. We'll go back to Ivana, and then Johannes hopefully can join afterwards. He's traveling, so let's see. Ivana, go ahead.
Thanks. I just wanted to shortly jump in again because to underline this strategy of smear campaigns and character associations, because it's a pattern that repeats, and it's almost as if there is a package that exists and they pull one out when somebody needs to be politically or publicly killed. So we had this as well on example of Jeremy Corbyn and his political or character association, and media is complicit. That's what is most important here. And also to have in mind that the left is mostly the one to bite this bait of character assassinations first. And that's what Julian's case also showed us, as Yanni said at the very beginning. So debunking these media campaigns is also something that we should continue doing. Thanks.
Thanks, Ivana. I don't think they're leftists, quite honestly. The true leftists, as I understand them, the people who do that. But yeah, good point. We'll try and go to Johannes now. Johannes, can you connect, or how are you doing?
I hope so. I'm doing well, thank you. Good news today. I will not repeat what everyone has already said. I wanted to highlight one point, which is, I think, in the days, weeks, months, years to come, we can really look back at this case as a study case for us and as a learning experience. And I want to highlight that, first of all, what hasn't been mentioning that much, I think it's crazy that we can also see now that we are celebrating that he's free, and it's great, but he has to go to that island to plead guilty, and he will not be repaid. He will have to sign that all this time that he has spent in a high security prison was for a real crime that he really committed. That's what he has to sign. And all of that in the so-called Free West. And I think, and in the democratic so-called Free West. And I think for us, this should really be a wake-up call for all people in the West, especially, of course, leftist progressive forces, to understand that also here in our so-called democracies, there's realms of power if you challenge them. And one of them is, of course, the military-industrial complex, that you really, really fast experience the end of democracy for you, as Julian experienced it. And I think Karin has also been mentioning the cases that have been going on in Germany and in a lot of other countries as well, around the protests against the genocide in Gaza. And I think this is just something that we should look back at, as well as the hypocrisy of our politicians, who are always great freedom fighters for political prisoners, and often rightfully so in other states as Russia, Iran. They're great freedom fighters for people there, but they're just silent on people like Julian Assange and other people that have been mentioned today. And I think we should really take this as a learning experience and learn from it, that we all have to start at home in our democracies, in our states where we live, in our societies, to fight for the rights of free speech and free journalism there. Thank you.
Thank you, Johannes, for that. Now we'll hear from Eric before we close. Eric Edman, who's now back in Brussels. Over to you, Eric.
Hi, everybody. Thanks, David. So what I wanted to say is the following. We've been quite positive overall, but we've also at the same time really focused as the core negative this case of what do you call it, the court that Julian has to go through in the Pacific. There are two ways of looking at this, however, and I want to go back to the 17th century and remind you of what Galileo Galilei had to go through when he said that the Earth actually revolves around the sun and not the other way around. He had to go through the Inquisition. In order to avoid being burned at the stake, he had to admit that that was all false. And yet when he walked out, he said, and yet it moves. And 300 years later, here we all are, and we know what the truth is. We're not here thinking that the sun revolves around the Earth. We know that it's the opposite, regardless of what they forced, what the powers that be at the time forced Galileo to do and say. And that is another way of looking at this pathetic court that they're making Assange go through in this performative act of an admission of guilt. So we can just laugh at it as well. It's also up to us to treat it with the contempt that it deserves, that they are forced to put Julian through this last performative sort of process in order to somehow cover the torture that they've put him through for over the last decade. And instead, by continuing to fight for his rights, fight for the things that he stood for, and for the freedom of speech and the space that he allowed us to today celebrate, essentially, with his eventual with being let free, and regardless of this court case that he's being put through, we should be treating the powers that be with contempt and not with fear, because they are forced to go through this in order to save whatever little dignity they think they have left, when in fact it's making them appear even more pathetic. And just like Galileo, we will know, and people will know 100, 200, and 300 years from now what the truth was and who was on the right side of history.
Thank you, Eric. Indeed, he wasn't on the right side of history. He is on the right side of history, and you're completely right that we need to treat those, in power with contempt for what they've been trying to do, not just to Julian, but to so many others who are speaking truth to power and trying to bring real democracy onto the ground, to where people live in their countries and their regions and so on. So we're reaching a closing now. Thank you so much. We've reached the closing stages of our conversation here today. Thanks so much for everybody who's tuned in. Thank you so much to our panel. Thank you for your comments and your questions, and come back in 2 weeks from now at the same time, same place for another live discussion. In the meantime, take care and stay safe. Free Julian.
ஹெரிடேஜ் கர்ட் ரொம்ப thick, ரொம்ப டேஸ்டி. இனி நீங்க எப்ப சாப்பிட்டாலும் நாள் முழுவதும் ஆனந்தமே.
Hello, and welcome. I'm Mehran Khalili. We are DiEM25, a radical political movement for Europe. And we're back after an extended break with another series of live discussions with members of our coordinating team and friends of the movement, featuring subversive ideas you won't hear anywhere else. And tonight, we're looking at Germany. Yes, Germany, once considered a pillar of stability in Europe, is now grappling with multiple crises that are reshaping both its domestic politics and its position in the world. Economically, the country's long-standing industrial power is weakening. Energy costs, inflation, and sluggish growth are pushing Germany towards recession. And with that, we're seeing a political shift. Just weeks ago, the far-right AfD party made a historic breakthrough, winning a state election for the first time since the Nazi era. Legacy political parties are in a panic. To add to this, the German government recently reintroduced border controls, directly violating one of the EU's core principles, freedom of movement. This builds on a disturbing drift towards authoritarianism in Germany, as we've covered quite frequently on these shows, most notably in the way that German authorities suppress pro-Palestinian voices at home, including many Jewish ones, while the state continues to back Israel's massacre of Palestinians in Gaza. Meanwhile, a housing crisis is hitting everyday Germans very hard, with rents spiraling and affordable options hard to find. And all this is happening while the German government is spending billions to support the war in Ukraine, raising questions about the country's priorities. So how do we get here? What does this all mean for Europe? And more importantly, as activists, how do we push back against it? Let's dig into these questions with our panel of contributors and figure it all out. It's a massive topic, this, so I probably we're not going to be able to cover it all tonight. We've got the usual suspects, or some of them, here with me. We've got Judith Meyer, Johannes Fehr, Juliana Zita, Karin Dorigo from our German party, Mera25, Eric Edman, our political director, based in Brussels, and two new faces, two new members of our coordinating body here in DiEM25. We've got Carolina Rehrmann, an academic in social psychology and conflict mediation, and a very transcultural individual. She's German-Greek and based in Germany. And we have Noor Hariri, a writer, translator, media presenter. She's Syrian and she's based in Berlin. So welcome to our panel. We've also got you out there. If you've got thoughts, comments, rants, questions, just put them in the YouTube chat and we'll put them to our panel. Some very quick housekeeping before we get started. This is also going out as a podcast. As you may or may not know, just go to your favorite podcasting app and type DiEM25 and you'll find the podcast to get updated. And every time we put up a new one, you'll get it in your podcasting app. Also, please like or subscribe, hit that bell icon in YouTube to stay on top of new things that we put out on YouTube. And with that, I will hand the floor over to Johannes Fehr. Why, Johannes, is Politico saying that Germany is finally emerging from the first stage of economic grief denial? What the hell's going on?
Thank you, Madan, and nice to be back live on our YouTube channel after the break. Although, of course, the news and the situation that we are speaking about are still not better, probably even worse. I think it's important to speak a bit about, because I think viewers will have many ideas, especially from outside of Germany, about current disastrous foreign policy of the German government towards Israel, towards the Ukraine as well. But what's actually happening inside Germany in terms of economic downturn, as Manon just said, is important to note that there's kind of two levels of the economy, right? There's the many, there's the workers, there's the people that actually in Germany have been suffering for years with stagnating wages, with the biggest low-wage sector in Europe. So that's an important factor that has been around for more than 20 years after the reforms of the so-called social democratic party of the early 2000s. And now the people that actually own the economy, that run the economy, also facing an economic downturn, and now it makes the news, right? I think the reasons for that are chronic underinvestment into our infrastructure. I think the spending policy of the German government, you will remember it from the Euro crisis as well. You keep the euros together, you don't invest in bridges, in streets, into our train system. Like currently, there was a bridge actually falling down in Dresden in the east of Germany as a symbol for that underinvestment, which is now biting our asses, of course. The longer you underinvest, the worse it gets. And I think also the economic downturn has been connected, rightfully so, to the cheap gas that we lost, that is not incoming anymore from Russia. Gas was supposed to be in the state of Germany, where we are about to switch off our coal power plants and also our nuclear power plants, that transition technology, to have a big investment actually into renewables. That investment hasn't been big enough. The cheap gas from Russia is gone by also, as we discussed on this channel, one of the biggest terrorist attacks on civilian infrastructure in the actually in mankind, which hasn't been talked about enough. All this is coming with the inflation crisis, as you, Meran, mentioned already. And I think all these factors together, rightfully so, make people in Germany very angry. And I think there is a big part of the population that are just appalled by the policy of the last years, of the current government, of the previous governments. And now it becomes a bit of an international headline, because also the big companies, because there's no clear kind of path into the future. We are going to invest in electric cars, in renewable energies, into the new industries of tomorrow. The major parties in Germany are run with a lot of money from the current industry that want to keep their business model. So all this made a stagnating model that was good for a few years still for the few, but now also big companies like Volkswagen are struggling. And that, of course, has another significant impact for the many, for the people that are reliant on their wages. And now we have a right-wing turn. And I think this underlying sentiment of anger, which is very understandable, comes together, in my opinion, with the media sphere and the general public opinion sphere run by a few people, either on social media or on the traditional media in Germany, which talks mainly about one problem, which is supposed to be migration. And I think
खुद का बिजनेस हो, एक रिस्पेक्टेबल स्टेटस हो, लॉन्ग टर्म इनकम का जरिया हो, इंडिपेंडेंस हो और खुद के पोटेंशियल के हिसाब से ग्रो करने का मौका, ये सब कौन नहीं चाहता? मैं चाहता हूं और आप भी चाहते हैं। पर एक अपॉर्चुनिटी में ये सब कुछ मिले, क्या ये पॉसिबल है? जी हां, बिल्कुल पॉसिबल है। ये अपॉर्चुनिटी है आपका खुद का म्यूचुअल फंड डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन बिजनेस स्टार्ट करने की। आज की तारीख में म्यूचुअल फंड डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन के बिजनेस में जबरदस्त फ्यूचर पोटेंशियल दिखता है और आप सिर्फ अपने लिए ही नहीं पर अपने इन्वेस्टर्स के लिए भी वेल्थ बिल्ड कर सकते हैं। लेट्स टेक एन एग्जांपल। एक इन्वेस्टर ने 1 लाख रुपए 25 साल के लिए इन्वेस्ट किए और उसकी वैल्यू आज की डेट में हो गई है 19.60 लाख रुपीस, और दूसरे इन्वेस्टर ने 25 साल तक 10,000 रुपीस की SIP की और उसकी वैल्यू आज की डेट में हो गई है 1.89 करोड़ रुपीस। चलिए कुछ आंकड़े देखते हैं। पिछले 10 सालों में म्यूचुअल फंड इंडस्ट्री 6 गुना तक बढ़ी है एट एन एनुअल ग्रोथ ऑफ 20%। म्यूचुअल फंड इंडस्ट्री का AUM आज की तारीख में 57.01 लाख करोड़ रुपीस है और अगर ग्रोथ ऐसा ही रहा ना तो 2030 तक ये AUM 100 लाख करोड़ रुपीस तक पहुंचने के अनुमान है। आपको जानकर हैरानी होगी कि 142 करोड़ की आबादी वाले भारत में सिर्फ 4.30 करोड़ लोग ही म्यूचुअल फंड में इन्वेस्ट करते हैं, यानी कि ओवरऑल पॉपुलेशन का लेस देन 3%। इसका मतलब यह है कि म्यूचुअल फंड इंडस्ट्री में रियल ग्रोथ अभी बाकी है। क्या आप जानते हैं कि भारत में 27 लाख प्लस इंश्योरेंस एडवाइजर्स की कंपैरिजन में सिर्फ 1.5 लाख म्यूचुअल फंड डिस्ट्रीब्यूटर्स हैं? मतलब कि म्यूचुअल फंड इंडस्ट्री में डिमांड और सप्लाई के बीच में काफी बड़ा गैप है। ये जानने के बाद कि म्यूचुअल फंड डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन के बिजनेस में काफी स्कोप है, आपको इनकम अपॉर्चुनिटीज के बारे में भी जानने की इच्छा होगी। चलिए वो भी देख लेते हैं। यहाँ आपको मिलेगा मंथली बेसिस पे ट्रेल कमीशन, और ये ट्रेल कमीशन आपको क्लाइंट की इन्वेस्टमेंट की मार्केट वैल्यू पे मिलेगा और तब तक मिलेगा जब तक आपके क्लाइंट का पैसा इन्वेस्टेड है। अगर 15 साल पहले आपके किसी क्लाइंट ने 1 लाख रुपीस इन्वेस्ट किए होते एट द एनुअल रेट ऑफ 12.64% एंड ट्रेल कमीशन ऑफ 0.70%, तो फर्स्ट ईयर का कमीशन होता ₹788, सेकेंड ईयर का कमीशन होता ₹888 और 15th ईयर का कमीशन होता 4,173 रुपीस और टोटल इनकम ऑफ 15 years होती 30,953 रुपीस। एक म्यूचुअल फंड डिस्ट्रीब्यूटर के अर्निंग्स कैन गो फ्रॉम 1000 to lakhs डिपेंडिंग अपॉन हिज AUM। इसका मतलब है जितना ज्यादा AUM उतनी ज्यादा अर्निंग्स। साथ ही आपको मिलेगा इंडिया के लार्जेस्ट फाइनेंशियल प्रोडक्ट डिस्ट्रीब्यूटर एनजे वेल्थ का सपोर्ट और एडवांटेज उनके 30 साल के तजुर्बे का, जिनके पास है 39,000 से भी ज्यादा एक्टिव म्यूचुअल फंड डिस्ट्रीब्यूटर्स। एनजे अपने डिस्ट्रीब्यूटर्स को देते हैं 360 डिग्री सपोर्ट, फ्रॉम ट्रेनिंग टू टेक्नोलॉजी, मार्केटिंग टू रिसर्च एंड ऑपरेशन टू सेल्स। म्यूचुअल फंड के साथ साथ आपको मिलेगा मौका दूसरे ढेर सारे फाइनेंशियल प्रोडक्ट सेल करने का, जैसे कि डायरेक्ट इक्विटी, NPS, बॉन्ड्स, PMS, लोन्स और बहुत कुछ। और साथ ही साथ एनजे के एक्सपीरियंस रिलेशनशिप मैनेजर का गाइडेंस एंड हैंड होल्डिंग। एनजे वेल्थ म्यूचुअल फंड डिस्ट्रीब्यूटर बनने के लिए आज ही संपर्क करें। थैंक यू।
यार मेरे जूते तो दिलवा दे।
जूते तभी मिलेंगे जब गिफ्ट स्पेशल होगा।
बिल्कुल स्पेशल होगा।
मेरी गिफ्ट कहाँ है?
ये रही आपकी गिफ्ट।
Vivo.
This kind of coming together of the people, of the media, not talking about the real problems, because also, of course, many people that run the media, the political class, they are connected, and they don't have no interest in to talk about the mistakes of the underinvestment, the things going wrong with low wages. So they focus on one topic, and the newcomers into the country are, of course, supposed to be the ones that make it worse, with a lot of people coming in 2015, 16, but the underinvestment being there for years to come. And the current parties, I'm sure we're going to talk about them, the right-wing AfD, the so-called left BSV party that have been gaining in the recent elections, they are making migration also their main topic. So in this media sphere that I've been describing, of course, these parties are rising, and these parties don't necessarily have big answers to the underlying big issues of the country, which is, of course, making a mix that really makes it difficult, but where we have to break through, of course, to talk about the real issues and to talk about solutions to these issues in terms of ownership. Meran has been mentioning the houses. This is really, really important from my point of view. And one thing that I wanted to mention, which comes on top, I think outside viewers have seen, or maybe not, but let me tell you that the AfD, the right-wing parties, is even stronger in the east of the country, the former socialist part of the country of East Germany, while in the West they're as well present and strong, but not that strong, where the Conservative Party is running the show much more still. So that is because on top of the issues that I was already describing about the last years, in 1990, Germany was reunified, and the East Germany had even bigger issues that were also not talked about, like the economic issues of today. And they, for example, I don't know if many people know, but in the 1990s, 90% of people in East Germany were unemployed at one point. They had really big economic fears, and they have even less investment in terms of the new industry, like an economic basis in that part of the country. And that's because that's why even the anger in that part rightfully is even bigger. And I think, that all gives this mix of the right rising, and that's where we are today. And that's what we're working against.
Thanks, Johannes. Carolina, let me flip over to you. Johannes just mentioned the AfD, the Alternative für Deutschland, the far right party that has gained big in these three state elections, which have just concluded. And also he mentioned what he called a so-called left party of Sarah Wagenknecht, who previously was with the left party Die Linke. Who are these guys? To what extent are the AfD really far right / real neo-Nazis? And to what extent, well, why is the Sarah Wagenknecht's party so-called left? And why are they doing so well?
Thank you, Mehran. It's a pleasure and an honor to be part of this team. So, yeah, the big question I think we should all wonder. Johannes was mentioning the reasons of the economic decline. And he was also mentioning the fact that the rise of the far right, of the AfD and the Bündnis Sarah Wagenknecht is right now happening in East Germany. And he gave some reasons for that, like in deindustrialization, East Germans feeling left behind and particularly worrying about their economic status and integration. So I would say that, first of all, what happened in the East, in Thuringia, in Saxony, and now in Brandenburg, and most of all in Thuringia, where I'm working actually in university, it's nothing short of an earthquake, actually political, with having a declared right-wing extremist, a fascist party gaining the majority of votes in Thuringia with Björn Höcke. And it is indeed a big question of why is it in the first place in East Germany? So I would say there is some general aspects that Johannes was already mentioning, like the AfD has very successfully gained its constituency in doing what other right-wing parties throughout Europe do, like successfully portraying itself as an anti-immigration party. It was mentioned it's also connecting point with Sarah Wagenknecht, the anti-establishment, anti-European, also against the green transition, which is framed as unnecessary and burdening, first and foremost, people in rural areas, people that work in the coal-related depending industries. And so there are some connecting points to Sarah Wagenknecht. For sure, I think you could say that the anti-immigration stance is something where both parties have successfully created a scapegoat for the things that go wrong. But there's also this other point that's particularly, an East German thing. And I don't want to say that, also in West Germany, we have these trends. But what you can say about East Germany is that actually there is this cleavage ever since German unification, where you have economic problems which haven't been overcome in the decades now since reunification. Some people even say you couldn't say reunification; you would have to actually call it the absorption of East Germany into the West. And many East Germans feel disadvantaged economically. They compare themselves to West Germany. Many jobs turned obsolete after German reunification. So there is still a lot of factual economic problems with the industrialization and the outflow from rural areas. But there's also this emotional thing, the feeling that East Germans feel as second-class citizens. If I can say personally, to a certain extent, they are right, because in that feeling, because the West German discourse has been one of, the winner of history. It was the winning economic system. It was the winning political system. And a lot of this resentment, I would say, connects to this, particularly this Eastern German thing. So what does Sarah Wagenknecht do? On the one hand, she criticizes the capitalist, the neoliberal political system, rightly so. But on the other hand, and now I answer your question, Mehran, she is also playing that identity card with having immigrants as the scapegoat and appealing to, that local identity of the simple person that has been left behind by the other parties, and she's the one to represent their interests, which is too short and too simplifying.
Thank you for that, Carolina. Do you agree with what Carolina said? I mean, to what extent is this really that East Germans feeling like second-class citizens, and to what extent are other more identity-related issues at play in these electoral successes?
Rise entrepreneur. Take that first step towards freedom. There's an industry that needs your disrupting ideas. It takes courage to do what you love. We'll help you begin your journey as a business, like you, dedicated to you. Submit just 4 documents and register your business with Zolbit in just 7 days.
I actually saw a study, not yet published, but just a fresh study where they told East Germans that like 30% of the country of East Germans feel like second-class citizens, and that caused people to be less likely to vote for AfD, because the impression in East Germany is that like 60% of East Germans feel like second-class citizens. So this is also an appearance issue where the media has communicated the idea that they ought to be feeling as second-class citizens, but some of them may not actually do so. But of course, that's just one aspect, and I do believe that the economic issues are key here, and the fear of the unknown, of the foreigner, especially Muslim immigration. In East Germany, there are basically no immigrants, especially not Muslim immigrants. Maybe a few from Eastern Europe, but I checked the percentages of like Muslims in each of these states that voted 30% AfD. And they have like 1%, maybe 1.5% Muslims. And they're definitely afraid. And these are even concentrated in the cities where AfD is not getting votes. So it's more like the media have created this image of something that is to be feared, that will enter your country if you keep voting for the same parties. That is, I believe, the issue. And Wagenknecht has been playing this as well. We have to understand that this may be unfamiliar or unusual for you, but in Germany, we've had pretty much an enlightened discourse until about 10 years ago or so. Even the CDU, the conservatives, were unable to defend having a numerical limit to immigration. Now, this is something that Canada has had forever, right? Just to put a limit to the number of immigrants that Germany would accept. And the CDU under Merkel was not able to vote for this because of our constitution, which is derived from the Declaration of Universal Human Rights, which says asylum is a right and individual right, meaning that if your limit says 1,000 people, and the 1,001st person comes, they still have the right to apply for asylum because they have an individual right. You cannot just say 1,000 and we don't care what your reason is, you don't get asylum. So that is actually the understanding that we had in this country until like around 10 years ago. And they have chipped away at this. Germany no longer defines itself as a country that upholds human rights. This was like the saving grace, after the Holocaust, after everything. We were supposed to be the country that places human rights above everything and international law and all that. And that was a standard staple in the German media as well and in conversations. We can't do this because it conflicts with human rights and so on and so on. So, and this has really decreased, especially since the pandemic. It's basically nowhere to be found. I would love someone to do an media analysis on this. Just how often this gets mentioned, in my perception, is completely gone. And that is why we are also seeing this kind of politics, because nobody even spells out what all these new proposals are doing. But sorry, I got sidetracked. Sarah Wagenknecht was one of the people that actually pushed for this new narrative of Germany as a
as a tribe, as a country that doesn't have to observe human rights more than other countries do, and so on. Whatever she said might be mainstream in some parties, especially her the early things that she said when Merkel was still in power. But whatever she said was always at the very edge of what the parliamentary party can say. It was always in line with what the AfD was saying. So she was pushing this window to the right. When CDU was saying we can't possibly deny anyone the right to have their request asylum, to have their case examined, she was saying no, there has to be a limit, it's obvious, and so on. And now that everyone has moved to the right on that, and her former position is the new mainstream position, she is going full on against Islam, saying Islam hates you, they don't want to integrate, they're taking your jobs, and all this stuff. So they all whatever she says is in line with the AfD and nobody else.
Thanks, Judith. Couple of
and the AfD is still the AfD is still more dangerous than Sarah Wagenknecht, because Wagenknecht's underlying narrative is still we like the foreigners, we want to help them, we want to build up their countries and create situations that they don't have to flee, this kind of thing. Like, while at the same time saying that no, we disagree with the ode to joy, not all men become brothers, we can't be brothers, we can only be neighbors. This kind of anti-woke narrative that she's jumping on, also anti-trans, by the way. But AfD is way worse, because in their private conversations, they're already talking about mass murder, right? They're saying, we now have so many people in this country that the Holocaust would really be worthwhile again. Like this kind of stuff. Okay,
Thanks,
it's internal,
Judith.
it's not official.
I just want to get a couple of comments in from the chat here. Okay, Alex says that the problem is that almost all of my fellow Germans don't speak English. They're therefore dependent on German media. And C. Cole asks, and perhaps Juliana, you can take this. Is there not a legitimate criticism of open border mass migration beyond superficial identity politics? Does it not drive down wages for the working class? Juliana.
Thanks, Mehran. Hi, everyone. So first of all, to the first comment, if you'd like, you can go on our Mera25 YouTube channel, which is in German. And there we did a live stream 2 weeks ago, which was quite long, about the AfD, and we went a bit through their program and discussed really their points in the program, so that people see that we're not just bluntly criticizing them, but we have really reasons to be scared of their politics. To the question, I mean, no, because if you look at the statistics, most of it is blown out of proportion. Also the criminal statistics. And when it comes to taking jobs from the working class, most of them have no working allowance for months, if not years. So it's not like you come in and seek asylum and then you have a work permit to go have some work. And also there is, of course, the lack of language. It's a huge mismanagement when it comes to migration. That is for sure true. But to say it's the migrants' fault and now we have to get rid of the migrants is just where where a common sense person parts from the argument that the AfD is raising. And you don't have to forget that a lot of these people live in an echo chamber. It just recently came out, and it was on a comedy show, that most of the local newspapers in East Germany are not, not official newspapers. It's just the AfD printing something that looks like a local newspaper, and if you look in it, it has kind of, racist narratives. So the same people that go on social media and are in an echo chamber of migrants are bad, this is happening, this and this, now they get a local newspaper which looks serious and tells them the same. So I think misinformation is for sure one of the biggest issue. But I don't think that you can just simply say it's the migrants' fault that somebody has not a job or that wages are low, when in fact there is look at Eastern Europeans and for what wages they worked before we had the minimum wage. These people worked for 2-3 euros per hour, and that was very well tolerated because they used to do jobs which nobody wants to take. So I would answer clearly no to that question. I just wanted to bring in one layer about what has been previously said about also Eastern Germany and the unification of East and West Germany. I think we have to mention that there was a driving force behind all of this, which was the US. And it was more like a geopolitical decision, and nobody cared about the people of Eastern Germany. Let's be honest about that. It was about getting Russian influence out of mid-Europe. And I think that's important to mention. And almost with everything, Germany has followed the path of the US. US and, the people are not very similar, but the policies and the politics of the US and Germany in the last few decades were very similar, where everything was for the market and none of it was for the people in every sector. I mean, we will talk in detail about housing and so on later. But I think if you look at where the money goes to and what they bail out and what they take care of, it's always the industry. It's always making sure that rich people get richer. And now we see just the consequences of that kind of politics for decades. And the big change for me came when Trump was elected. All of these transatlantic, think tanks fell apart because there was no orientation in German politics anymore. It was kind of the big brother couldn't tell you what to do, either in foreign policy or in domestic policy. You kind of looked at the German government fell apart, since Trump came up. And now they're again all shit scared that he comes back again and they will be without a direction to go. This is, at least from my point of view, what's happening when you look at German politics and how incompetent these people show up at their jobs, to be honest. And to, sum up my point, I think that what has to change in terms of politics and what no party can provide out there is really twisting the perception and twisting the priority to I'm doing politics for people and I'm not doing politics for industry, for the weapon industry, for all of these people who really don't need much more money, in my opinion.
இன்னைக்கு என்ன டாபிக்னு இப்ப உங்க வீட்டை சுத்தம் பண்றத நீங்க வரைய போறீங்க. எல்லாரோட டிராயிங்லயும் ஏன் அம்மா மட்டும் இருக்காங்க?
நாங்க மிஸ் பண்ணும்போது அம்மா க்ளீன் பண்றாங்க.
பெரும்பாலான குழந்தைகள் வீட்டை சுத்தம் செய்வது ஒரு அம்மாவின் பொறுப்பு மட்டும்தான் நம்புறாங்க. இந்த எண்ணத்தை மாற்றுவதற்கு ஐடிசி நிமைல்ஸ் கிளீன் ஈக்குவல் மிஷன் பள்ளி பாடத்திட்டத்தில் வீட்டை சுத்தம் செய்தல் பாடத்தை சேர்க்கிறது. Clean equal today for an equal tomorrow.
Thank you, Juliana. And I think that brings us to the topic of Germany's decision recently to reintroduce border controls, a direct response to the pressure from far-right AfD, which, as has been discussed here, has been tapping into public frustration over migration. Noor Hariri, can you introduce what's going on there? Like how could an EU country, especially Germany, violate the principle of free movement?
Well, yes, Mehran, thank you. As you know, Germany has recently implemented new border control measures, saying it's because of an increase in irregular immigration. These controls affect all of Germany's border, including those with France, Luxembourg, the Netherlands, and Denmark. But when you look at it closely, it shows how much things are shifting politically, not just in Germany, but all over Europe. Chancellor Olaf Scholz and his party, the SPD, are feeling the pressure, especially with this far-right AfD gaining ground, winning in Thuringia and coming in second in Brandenburg. So it feels like Scholz's government is starting to move more to the right, trying to keep voters from drifting away. They've put these border controls in place and they're acting like it's all about protecting the country and Europe. But honestly, it seems like they're using it as a distraction. They want people to focus on immigration and on border security, making it seem like the big issues are coming from the outside. And meanwhile, they're not addressing the real problems inside Germany. We have so many problems like struggling economy and a growing frustration with the politics that's been building up for a while. Inflation has made things more expensive, especially with energy costs going up. And on top of that, there's a political gridlock that's making it hard to get anything done. So I really don't think these new rules are going to solve anything or to solve any migration problems, because migration is a part of a bigger issue that cannot be dealt with in isolation. So instead, these border control measurements might make things actually worse and create more division between migrants and immigrants and non-immigrants. And by focusing so much on border control, the government really risks deepening tensions and making it harder for different groups of people to come together. It's almost like they're saying everything is just fine, everything is okay, and it's just the outsiders, the immigrants, the refugees causing trouble. But that's far from reality. And one big problem everyone's talking about is how actually these border controls are threatening Europe's unity. It's something that the far-right parties have wanted for a long time. And let's not forget how they used to call for countries to leave the EU. They talked about Brexit in France and Dexit in Germany, but those calls have quieted down now. And of course, it's not that they suddenly now love the EU, but now they see a chance maybe to change it, turning it towards or turning it into a collection of strong, independent nations, each pushing its own agenda, its own anti-immigration agenda. So it's not really surprising here to see, for example, Hungary's Prime Minister Viktor Orban tweeting and welcoming Germany in this new approach and saying on X that saying to Scholz that welcome to the club. So at the end of the day, these border controls aren't going to fix Europe's real problems. They're more of a way to make people feel like something is being done about security without actually addressing the deeper issues that are really hurting the country. Instead of focusing on what's happening, what's really going wrong, they're just shifting the blame. And that could lead also to even more tensions and more conflict. So the real question isn't about whether to open or to close the borders. That's a separate issue that needs to be handled in a different context and also in a different way. That's a separate issue. So I think that what's needed here now is an honest leadership that tackles core problems such as the economic struggles, the political disconnect, and we have also this social divide, rather than pointing elsewhere. So until then, I think these quick fixes are only going to put off the real work. And the longer, of course, the wait, I think the harder it will be to bring people together.
Baby delicate skinனுக்காக நான் புது பாரம்பரியத்தை தொடங்க முடிஞ்சது. அம்மாவின் அன்பான ஸ்பர்ஷத்தின் பாதுகாப்பான மற்றும் இதமான அனுபவத்தோட பீடியாட்ரிஷியன் பரிந்துரைக்கும் செட்டஃபில் பேபி பேரண்டிங்கின் புதிய பாரம்பரியம்.
Cool.
Thank you for that, Noor. Couple of comments from the chat. Monica Winkelmann says, I find Sarah Wagenknecht's party considerate and pretty well informed, as well as open and caring for, quote, the poor. Nobody else does this. GP asks, can I please have an answer to this? Why does the AfD have immigrants in their party? Are they against them or not? It doesn't seem to be logical to me. So if anyone wants to take that afterwards, please do. And Elizabeth Richard asks, isn't Germany bringing in immigrants in order to fill jobs? That's what I've been hearing from France. Karen Dorigo. Perhaps you can tackle that one.
Thank you, Maren. So, yeah, exactly. This is something that we haven't talked about in depth now, but I would like definitely to keep an eye on that, because the reason why the AfD, the SV are rising so much is that people have fear to be left behind for different reasons, obviously. But this is basically the diagnosis that I have, let's say, read recently, and also one of the most plausible, I think, reasons, not only in East Germany, not only among immigrants, but among normal people. That's why I think the AfD is getting stronger also in West Germany, honestly, and among people that we would think they are moderate. Because I also, on a personal note, I also start to question the country and ask myself, where are we going? How my future is going to look like economically, job, housing. And exactly these two aspects, I think they are impacting particularly in creating this sense of uncertainty that drives people then obviously towards other people, populists normally, who tries to cuddle them and tell them, don't worry, we are going to make things as they were before. You just have to vote for us. We have right here the simple answer, and the fault is mainly immigrants normally. So we have already explained everything. And this is reassuring psychologically. Nobody can beat that. The left, as we are trying to do all the time, we want to explain thoroughly what happened, why it happened, which is obviously the right and the rational way. But unfortunately, people, especially when they have fear, they react with their guts in the end. So on a note about labor, because it is true, Germany is lacking a lot of skilled labor. Although the unemployment is still always on the same level. It's not zero. There is still unemployment. So the liberal media, let's say, they explain it as a mismatch between skilled people, the need of skilled people, and these immigrants that come that don't, I don't know, they haven't studied or things like this. But this is totally not true. There is no data, no reason whatsoever to say something like this, but they do. The thing is that companies are struggling right now because of what we said before. So we have a multiplicity of reasons. First of all, high energy costs, the pandemic, higher interest rates. All these three elements have combined in a perfect storm, let's say, so that especially the backbone of German economy, which is the industrial sector, is really entering a decline. And I've been reading right now some newspaper. People are going to work in short terms, Kurzarbeit. So companies are saying we are struggling. Instead of firing people, we will make them work less, so that we are trying to survive like this. And this obviously creates such a level of uncertainty that people are not able anymore to cope with, because to this there are other crises that they have to face at the same time. Still, in this sense, I would like to make two small examples. Volkswagen, that Johannes was mentioning before, they are gonna close probably 2 factories. First time in history in the country of the company, and this is a huge thing because there will be a lot of cuts in the job sector. They haven't managed to transition, to get modernized, to pass to the next level and create enough and good enough electric vehicles. So China is now invading the market even with tariffs, because they are anyway, the cars are better. And this is basically the example of what happened in Germany in the last 20 years, I would say. Intel as well. Intel is an American company, but they had planned to open a plant of chips because they are chip manufacturer. So they're they wanted to open a plant in Magdeburg in the east of Germany. And now they have postponed it at least for 2 years because of struggles from their side as well. They were supposed to open one also in Poland, to be honest. But obviously for the region now it is a catastrophe because people were hoping for it in terms of job, in terms of investment from the state, who was supposed to put something like 10 billion euro over the years. So all this situation mixed up with a housing crisis, which has become known, I think, everywhere in the world. So just to give you a bit of data to have an idea. In 2023, the rents have risen from up to 9% in the whole Germany in 1 year only. The process to rent a house has become crazy. So especially for single parent with kids, so situations where social housing would be much needed. Now, there is no protection basically whatsoever. Why? Because the lack of housing, the lack of units is so big. We are missing something like 800,000 apartments right now. The German government was supposed to build 400,000 per year. It managed only to do half of it. So, and Germany is a country of renters, not house owners. So, and even in this sense, even if you want to buy an apartment now with the interest rates that we have, and also all the costs, the additional costs near that, it's impossible. So you cannot afford a house, you cannot afford a rent. And so this kind of insecurity throws literally people in desperation. And it's a perfect environment for populists to say, oh, look, there are so few units, so few houses, and still we have to host so many immigrants. So obviously this is something that they thrive on. But again, I would like to try to answer also to the previous question from my side. Immigration has to be seen also in a let's say in a business way, okay? Let's talk business. So if you want a country to grow because you want to become richer and you want to have a better standard of living, you need to produce more. In order to produce more, you need more workers. Now, as we said before, we are lacking workers. So where are we going to take them? Second, all the people, especially the German population is aging, like everywhere in Europe and around the world. So who is going to pay our rent? Our pensions in the future? So we need really to remember all the time that if we want to achieve some goals, we need specific assets. And immigration is always an asset. If there are not enough houses, it's not the fault of immigrants. It's the fault of the state who has never taken care of that. And first in building, although now the building sector is also destroyed, it's completely frozen because many companies, because of the high costs, cannot finish the projects anymore. So it is really all linked together, but in the end, as we were all saying, the problems is that the politicians do not take responsibility and do not make long-term investments.
Missing out on family time giving you a headache? Why hide it? Get rid of it with just one set it on.
Full home coverage made easy with Act Smart Wi-Fi.
Karin, while you have the floor, let me ask you something. Because somebody's just come up with the question here, Matthias. He says, what kind of story has Mera, that's our political party in Germany, to tell for the, quote, plebs of the east of Germany? Or are there only lectures for the deplorables? I'm sorry for the plain English, he says. Now, you've made a very good case, and I would agree with the intellectual argument that you just made about the merits of immigration and the need for it, etc. I completely would. But you also said that when people have fear, they react with their guts. And you did, as we've heard, and from other speakers here, that the media, people have been primed in Germany to be afraid of the other in this period of economic decline. And there's a lot of fear around. So how are you hoping that that argument might resonate? How would a true radical left party reach those people and calm their fears and address their fears? Because the intellectual argument that you've just made, I don't think that's going to resonate with them. So you tell me, I mean, roughly, it's a massive problem. I don't want to put you on the spot, but I would be curious to know your response to Matthias.
Sure. Thank you for the question, by the way. Actually, I really don't have to go too far to bring an example. And I'm also very happy that it's happening in Austria. There is the Communist Party, the KPÖ, that is thriving on politics around the housing. So they have been working on them for decades. Even, I mean, it's really, especially in Wien, it's a historical thing after the Second World War. I mean, obviously, the history is completely different. We cannot really apply the same thing here. But if we go on the streets, we start doing projects. We start to maybe enter, the Senate and the local regions, and start to implement laws that socialize the housing, because this is what we need in the end. I'm sure people will see it. Obviously, it's not going to happen from one day to another, and this, I really hope that it would happen, but it's not going to be so fast. But people need to trust the actions of people that are starting locally. Starting, for example, in Berlin, we had this referendum about Deutsche Wohnen enteignen, so to expropriate apartments, but it's not binding. So until now, nothing has happened. Obviously, they have just forgotten. So okay. I really think that we need to work slowly, but inside the cities, and start creating common projects.
Thank you, Karin. And needless to say, if any of you out there like what you're hearing and would like to be part of the solution, as Matthias is getting at, then dm25.org/join. You can become a member and you can get involved in our political parties in Germany, in Italy, in Greece, and elsewhere. Okay, so let's switch gears a little bit here. MSS is asking in the chat, can someone please speak about the 10-year-old child who was arrested in Berlin some days ago? It was shocking to witness this. I think you were referring to the 10-year-old child who was being chased around a square, I think in Berlin, by police for holding a Palestinian flag, for the crime of holding up a Palestinian flag. Is that the right reference that we're talking about here? Yep. Am I right? Okay, good. There wasn't another news story with a 10-year-old child. Just want to make sure I've got the right one. And this brings us to the topic of suppression of pro-Palestinian voices in Germany, something that the German authorities have become very adept at, and something that we've covered multiple times, as I've said before, on these live streams. So, Johannes, can you comment on that story and let us know sort of what's been happening in the last couple of months on that front as things tragically continue in Palestine, Israel's bombardment of Palestine, and now, as we've seen, sadly, Lebanon too.
Thank you, Meran. Yeah, another blind spot in the German media, by the way, also. So has been commented in the chat, people that are just informed in German media don't know much about the war crimes going on in the Palestinian territories currently and in the last months. One short comment that I also wanted to make about someone called Giulio that asked about our strategy, and I just wanted to lose basically a few words on that, which is that I think our task as a radical leftist party, which we are also, by the way, in Germany, where mera25.de, if you want to get involved, what our task is to have not the populist scapegoat of the migrant being the problem. We have to face the real problem, which are the oligarchs, the few, the people that actually are very rich, also in Germany, where the two richest people have as much wealth as the poorer half of the population, right? That's where we need to direct the anger to. And both the anger of the workers living in the countryside, the migrants coming. And I think that's also our strategy, to build this unification, or to use this as a unification model without being divided into this false scapegoats that I was talking about before. And talking about this, also, of course, the media runs a campaign against Palestinian people in Germany, because they are basically they're completely equalized, as Palestinian people are Hamas. That's basically the main story in the major German media, which is, of course, a huge mistake and a huge racist narrative that has been followed. And that also makes it possible with the German riot police, and especially, unfortunately, the Berlin police is particularly bad, having scenes like that. And the 10-year-old boy were, of course, a so-called highlight of the last days of their police brutality towards protesters that just want peace, that want an end to weapon deliveries from Germany to Israel, and an end to the genocide, as we are also demanding as Matter 25. And I think it's no wonder if you know, for example, that the German mayor, a conservative politician, is someone that recently said that there is no genocide, and that he had hoped that we were better in learning from our history, meaning we should support a genocide nowadays, which is, of course, in his twisted mind different. But that's all no kind of surprise if you know that this mayor, for example, also has a past to be an admin and a moderator of right-wing Facebook groups before he became more prominently known in the Conservative Party. And this is also something that people have to know about the Conservative Party and the governing parties as well in Germany. They are already implementing right-wing policies. We have been speaking about the border controls. They're basically already the AfD now in some talk shows sometimes accuses them of taking away their so-called good ideas, right? So that's the situation we're living in. And unfortunately, fortunately, the 10-year-old boy was released afterwards. But of course, it was awful scenes. And that's what we have been also fighting on the streets when we are going out in protest with the many against this kind of development in Germany, which is very worrying, of course.
Thank you. Johannes, Judith, to bring you back in, something you want to say on that?
Yeah, just a quick point. This, I believe that this focus on Palestinians or generally Muslims being anti-Semites, that's the accusation, right? They're natural anti-Semites. They are taught, they have textbooks that make them anti-Semites, or maybe just growing up in that region makes them anti-Semites. This leads to a narrative where anti-Semitism has to be imported to Germany. That's what they're saying, imported anti-Semitism. And that is supposed to be like the huge problem in Germany right now. You can't imagine. I mean, as a non-German, how would you imagine that anti-Semitism has to be imported to Germany? It doesn't make sense. And in fact, the police only prosecutes anti-Semitism when it comes from a Muslim or a leftist group. We had a case recently, like a few months ago, of the vice president of Bavaria. He was found to have spread leaflets in his youth, which are really, really, really anti-Semitic, like fantasies about who can kill the most Jews and like a competition about who can kill the most Jews, like strong stuff. And, you know, he's still vice president of Bavaria, and his party has gained in the polls. So anti-Semitism is not the issue. The problem is that they want to find a reason to arrest any Muslim they can see, to arrest any leftist they can see on the suspicion that they might be anti-Semitic, when we all know where the real anti-Semitism is.
Nothing Phone 3A series, coming soon.
Thank you, Judith. According to what I've read, Germany is the second largest supplier of arms to Israel. Is that right? My God. Okay. Insane. Okay. Let's move to Eric. Eric, what does all this imply for Germany's role in the world, for the example that Germany's setting, and also from an economic standpoint? Is Germany going to bring the rest of Europe down with it?
Yeah, that is the question, Mehran. It's, by the way, I just want to add this interesting fact, because you just said how Germany is the second largest arms exporter to Israel. They're also the second largest arms exporter to Ukraine, right after the United States in terms of absolute numbers. In terms of GDP, they're 11th, so they're not doing as much as they could. In fact, Ukraine is an interesting case in terms of Germany's foreign policy. Maybe we can dip into that. But yeah, that is the question. When Germany, I think somebody very interestingly said in the chat that when Germany's having a bad time, the rest of us should start getting worried. And the first time Germany was having a bad time in recent history was in the economic crisis of 2008. And the rest of us started getting very, very worried. Personally, I'm someone who got introduced into political activism through the economic crisis. I was in the streets in Athens, right, in the squares and so on. And we cut our teeth in our opposition to German policy, both in terms of economics, but also in terms of how they dealt with the European Union. I think when historians will look back at Germany's legacy after the unification of Germany, so after the end of the Cold War, they will essentially attribute to Germany the role of dooming the European Union. And it's very unfortunate. Many of us, and it's important to say this, although we were opposed to the German government's policy, some of the best allies we ever made while fighting those fights were people from Germany itself. This isn't a question of the German people versus any other kind of European, or indeed people from anywhere in the world. It's really a question of the German government's policy. And the German government's policy has been one, unfortunately, of extreme short-sightedness in the last few decades, and hubris. And what I mean by that is essentially they thought that the good times, financially good times, were going to last forever, and that a steady as she goes approach would be good enough to keep Germany sailing forward, whether it is the black zero, so no debt as part of the German budget approach to financing the German state and the Germans, the expenditure of the German state, or its approach to the European Union, an absolutely iron-gloved stance when it came to European, to any kind of progress in terms of the European project. I'll remind you that a few years ago, there was an open question to where the European Union was heading. It was a project. It wasn't an finished institution. Now, a few years after the conclusion, let's call it, of the financial crisis, as we understood it at the time, we obviously never went away. There is no question of what the European Union is going. It's nobody talks about the European Union. It's been killed as a project. And it's unfortunate because Germany needed the European Union. All of its policies in terms of foreign affairs on the one hand, but also in terms of finance and industry, were based on a strong Europe, a strong European common market, and a strong euro. All of the policies that Germany's pursued in the last few years have essentially laid the groundwork that ensured that all of these projects were going to fail. And we are seeing them fail today, whether it is the common market, the euro, or indeed Europe's place as a regional geopolitical actor. And why did it do that? It did that because it was afraid of the short-term hits that Germany would have to take in order to create the foundation for a sustainable European Union, essentially stronger political integration within Europe. So we had policies that centralized the economy of the EU on the German economy, right? That's what we saw from 2008 onwards, indeed even before then, without having any of the political unity to go with that economic sort of centralization around the German economy. So what happened was a centrifugal forces that broke states away from the idea of a common Europe and of Germany as the flagship of that common Europe. And now that the economy that was meant to be at the foundation of the European project has foundered, right? With what we're seeing since especially the war in Ukraine, the increase in gas prices, cutting off gas from Russia, and the rest of them, we're going to go into it. The driving power for Europe's economy, namely Germany, had no backup because it cut off all those backups with those very short-sighted policies that only benefited Germany in the short term without giving it any kind of sustainability into the future. So this hubris in combination with short-sightedness essentially doomed the one project that could have ensured a continuation through bumpy times for the European economy, and of course also for the German economy, and also for German society. A closer integration, a better sort of sharing of the burdens of the kind of vibrations that you get from economic hits, from socio-political hits, whether that is immigration or whatever else have you. All of these things that right now are bringing Germany to its knees because Germany has no one to properly share the weight of those issues with. That situation is essentially the creation of Germany itself. Europe as it is today is Germany's creation. So in many ways, Germany has no one but its own government to blame for the kind of situation that it's in today, and not having the kind of structures in place that would allow for any kind of maneuvering from the position it's in.
बेबी के डेलिकेट स्किन के लिए मैंने शुरू की पेरेंटिंग की एक नई परंपरा। द टच ऑफ मदर्स लव बना एक सेफ एंड जेंटल अनुभव। पीडियाट्रिशियन रेकमेंडेड सेटाफिल बेबी, पेरेंटिंग की नई परंपरा।
One last point very quickly, because we haven't touched on this. Germany has been very shy in terms of throwing around its weight in terms of foreign affairs, right? That's largely also because of the heritage of its history. So, what Germany does beyond its borders is a bit of a thorny issue, and rightly so. However, the rest of Europe was held hostage by Germany's inability to find a way forward in terms of how it's dealt this catastrophic approach to Israel's genocide in Gaza and Palestine in general, its inability to find a stance on Ukraine, seesawing between supporting Ukraine, not supporting Ukraine, fully backing NATO, not for complete inconsistency when it comes to its foreign policy there. And obviously that also spills over into NATO, where Germany has no real defense to speak of, and completely depends as a result to NATO, making it essentially a puppet to NATO's interests around the world, and dragging Europe and the European Union, I should say, not Europe, the European Union, along with it because of that stance and the kind of weight that Germany has in the EU. So it is indeed usually a forerunner of really hard times for the rest of the continent as well, when Germany is struggling. And I would say that this case is not an exception either.
Thank you, Eric. Normally it's nice to end on a positive note, but
you came to the wrong guy, man.
Yes, but no, I mean, it's absolutely true, everything you're saying. And thank you for all your contributions, guys. That was really good. We're at the top of the hour. We need to close it. We have covered Germany's economic shit show. We've covered the far right party and the left conservative parties that are gaining ground fast there. We've talked about border controls, pro-Palestinian suppression, German foreign policy, and the implications for the rest of the world. We did not get to a ton of topics that we wanted to get to, like the war in Ukraine, the housing crisis, and lots of other things that you guys have been putting out there in the chat. So I'm sorry for that, but we have to keep this to 1 hour. We did our best. We will do more of these. Guys, if you would like to join DM25, if you like what you've heard, you can become a member just by going to dm25.org/join. If you'd like to donate to DM25 to keep us going, we have no sponsors, no big backers. I'm not going to insert an ad right now for some, I don't know, hygiene product or something, we depend on small donors like you to keep us going. So please go to dm25.org/donate. If you've got feedback on this, if there's something else you'd like to see, if you think the format of the show needs to be rejigged, or you'd like something else, or like us to take a different direction, then please just put your feedback in the comments below. And also don't forget to hit the bell icon to keep in touch with us on YouTube and find out whenever we post something new. So thank you again to my panel. Thank you again to you out there. And we will see you at the same time.
Rise entrepreneur. Take that first step towards freedom. There's an industry that needs your disrupting ideas. It takes courage to do what you love. We'll help you begin your journey as a business, like you, dedicated to you. Submit just 4 documents and register your business with Zolvit in just 7 days.
Hello, and welcome. I'm Mehran Khalili. We are DiEM25, a radical political movement for Europe, and this is another live discussion with members of our coordinating team and friends of the movement, featuring subversive ideas you won't hear anywhere else. And tonight, our topic is something that really shouldn't be controversial, but it is: the movement of people. Yes, Europe has recently swung way to the right on migration. Nearly a dozen European countries have now taken unprecedented steps to deter migrants, refugees, and asylum seekers from reaching their borders. Poland has asked the EU to suspend the right to asylum. Germany has brought back border controls. Italy is pushing ahead with its plans to open offshore centres to process asylum seekers. And EU leaders are also considering ramping up deportations, aiming to send desperate people back to their countries of origin. Politico summed it up this way: if you think Trump's policies are extreme, look at the EU's. And these proposals come after a surge in support for anti-immigrant parties across various elections in Europe, with many citizens in host communities increasingly hostile to migrants, according to polls. And they all point in the same direction: a fortress Europe. So what's really driving this new clampdown on migration? What does it mean for the future of Europe's approach to migration and for human rights? And in this current political climate, what should the left's response be? Our panel, including our own Yanis Varoufakis, who's just joined. Hey, Yanis. And including, we've got Miguel Duarte, the migrants' rights activist and sea rescuer. And we also have with us today Marie Badan, the human rights worker and board member of Mera25 in Germany, based in Berlin. We've got Federico Dolce, the spokesperson for Mera25 in Italy, and Amir Kiai, the policy brain of DiEM25. So we've got a great panel for you today for this topic. And of course, we've got you out there. If you've got thoughts, comments, rants, ideas, things that you want to say, just put them in the YouTube chat and we'll put them to our panel. Yanis, could I ask you to kick us off? No, then I will ask Miguel if you will please first kick us off, and then we'll move to Yanis later. Miguel, could you tee us up with explaining this, what's actually happened recently for people who may not be aware in terms of the rightward shift in migration policy in Europe? Miguel.
Hi, everyone. Sure. So I mean, there's a lot to say. Definitely, this is an extremely complex topic, but I could say a few things about this recent, let's call it a proliferation of border violence over the past years, maybe a couple of decades. This has included lots of different new methods of inflicting violence upon people on the move. There's been proliferation of detentions and the building of detention centers in European soil, proliferation of attempts to deport people on the move, a criminalization of migrants' rights activists and humanitarian workers, of which I was one of the victims. I spent some years being investigated in Italy for aiding and abetting illegal immigration for the work of sea rescue that I do in the Central Mediterranean. one of the many cases of these serious accusations in Italy, and I think it's important to say that every single one of them has been dropped. The last one being our own, and it was dropped in April this year.
Vivo.
ரெகுலர் நியூட்ரிஷனல் ட்ரிங்க் கொடுத்தும் கூட growthல பின்தங்குறது ஏன்?
அதனால clinically proven Pediasure. இதுல இருக்கு 50% அதிக growth nutrients. இது தரும் 50% அதிக growth 90 நாட்களில். Pediasure.
Right. So there's also, I mean, to get a little bit more specific, maybe Germany has reinstated border controls recently, made it easier, for example, or is trying to make it easier to reduce social security benefits, for example, for people who are in the position of being detained and deported. Famously, Italy has built these two detention centers in Albania. All of this. All of this has cost enormous amounts of money. Italy has pledged to spend about 800 million euro over the next 5 years in these small detention centers, small comparatively to the number of people who are actually crossing the border. 16 people have been taken to one of these centers, and every single one of them has been returned. Some of them because they were minors, some of them because the courts ruled that it was illegal to take them to Albania. So I think, there's something, if there's something that I would like to bring to discussion and hear your opinions on, it's, whether these measures are actually made to solve the problem that these right-wing politicians are saying that they're supposed to do, in the sense that much like the Rwanda deal with from the UK, I mean, these measures are not. You can't scale them, right? They cost enormous amounts of money for a very small amount of people, right? So it seems to me that there's some aspect of performative cruelty to this, right? There's that these governments have been elected on a pledge to stop immigration. They have not done that, of course, right? As we see, and so they must, perform these acts of cruelty to basically show the public that they're being, sufficiently tough on migrants. And I'll leave it at that for now.
Thank you, Miguel. So the act of trying to deter migrants by, as you say, performative cruelty. Yanis, the floor is yours.
Thanks, Miguel. Thanks, Baron. Let's begin with a startling fact. Migration has not increased in volumes in terms of the percentage of humanity that is migrating since 1960. Which is indeed a startling fact, because whoever you ask out there, whether they support Fortress Europe or whether they welcome migrants, the crushing majority of people out there are under the false impression that migration flows have magnified, have increased substantially over the last decades. It's not true. Yes, there are many, many more millions who are migrating since 1960, but there are many, many more billions of human beings on the planet. So if you look at migration numbers as a percentage of humanity, it's around 3%. It was 3% in 1960. It is 3% today. That is the volume of migration. Now, this is not surprising. What is not surprising? The contrast between public perception and reality. We see this in other areas where there is a moral panic being stirred up by the ultra-right. For instance, take crime. In most Western European countries, as well as in the United States, crime rates have been falling steadily over the last 30 years. But if you ask people out there, is crime getting better or worse? Most people will say it's getting worse. So it is perfectly possible to have a huge contrast between the numbers, the actual facts, and the perception. And the reason why you have this major gap is politics. And particularly the politics of the ultra-right that are weaponizing fear and scaremongering and hatred for the other, fear of criminality, in order to bolster the the powers of enforcement of an order, an establishment, a system which is in deep crisis. The next point I want to make is that every time in Europe there has been an internal crisis, a systemic crisis, which has nothing to do with foreigners, nothing to do with migrants, nothing to do with asylum seekers. But every time in the last 150 years that capitalism has been falling on its face and finding it very hard to get up again. Every time unemployment has been going up, every time social discontent is rising, every time there is an inflationary crisis, every time there is a deflationary crisis, every time the majority of working people are finding it very hard to make ends meet. With mathematical precision, with statistical certainty, there is a rise in xenophobia, there is a rise in the fear of the other, which turns out evolves into a moral panic over the foreigners that are flooding our societies. We saw this during the 19th century in Russia, in Ukraine. The pogroms of the Jews were the result of substantial declines in economic activity. We saw this in the Ottoman Empire as it was crumbling. The nationalist xenophobic fervor turned the Ottoman system into an otherness targeting machine, with the persecution of the Armenians, of various minorities. We saw it, of course, after the First World War, in Germany, in Croatia, in Italy, northern Italy in particular, with the emergence of the fascist Nazi narrative that the capitalist crisis was caused by the Jew. In more recent times, this is on a personal note, let me say, I could see it coming. I could see it coming from the 1970s, 1980s, I'm old enough to remember that, onwards.
Baby delicate skinனுக்காக நான் புது பாரம்பரியத்தை தொடங்க முடிஞ்சது. அம்மாவின் அன்பான ஸ்பர்ஷத்தின் பாதுகாப்பான மற்றும் இதமான அனுபவத்தோட பீடியாட்ரிஷியன் பரிந்துரைக்கும் செட்டஃபில் பேபி பேரண்டிங்கின் புதிய பாரம்பரியம்.
हजारों ट्रेडर्स ने खुद को अपग्रेड किया है और अब वो एल्गो ट्रेडर्स बन चुके हैं. अगर आप भी एल्गो ट्रेडिंग की दुनिया से फैसिनेटेड हैं और फ्री में सीखना चाहते हैं तो ये आपका चांस है. तो नीचे दिए गए लिंक पर क्लिक करिए एंड सीखिए कि कैसे धन एपीआईज के साथ आप अपनी एल्गो ट्रेडिंग स्ट्रैटेजी बना सकते हो. इस वीडियो सीरीज के बाद आप एल्गो ट्रेडिंग स्ट्रैटेजी क्रिएट करना एंड डिप्लॉय करना सीख जाओगे एंड साथ ही एपीआईज का यूज करना एंड इफेक्टिवली डॉक्यूमेंटेशन रीड करना भी आप समझ पाओगे. और सिर्फ यही नहीं, हर स्टेप पर आपके डाउट सॉल्व करने के लिए हमारे पास मेड फॉर ट्रेड कम्युनिटी भी है, जहां आप एक वाइब्रेंट ट्रेडिंग कम्युनिटी का हिस्सा बन सकते हैं. तो फिर इंतजार किस बात का, अभी स्टार्ट करिए.
Investments in the securities market are subject to market risk. Read all the related documents carefully before investing.
European capitalism entered a very long-term internal contradiction when in the early 1970s, the United States jettisoned Europe from a dollar zone. That was the end of Bretton Woods and the beginning of the European Union's attempts to recreate a common currency, first with a European monetary mechanism, then with the euro later on. Every time the European capitalist cartel had difficulty creating demand for its wares, every time there were inflationary periods or periods of very high unemployment, including in Germany, there was again a moral panic. I remember clearly the way in which the spirit of Brexit infested Britain when unemployment went up from 700,000 under the Labour Party in 1979. Within 2 years, under Thatcher, it was 4.5 million, from 700,000 to 4.5 million. While the left was fighting a losing war to preserve communities, to preserve jobs in the mining industry, in the steel industry, in the car industry, in the printing industry, and so on, the right was weaponizing a xenophobic narrative, which eventually led to the absorption of all anti-systemic energy, especially in the working class areas of Britain, by the Brexit agenda. Even under Tony Blair, it was Tony Blair who invented the fictional threat of the bogus asylum seeker. There were serious numbers of asylum seekers that were causing any kind of difficulty to British society. British society was falling into a black hole as a result of Thatcherism, which Blair, through Blairism, simply extended. But suddenly they found, just like the Nazis in the 1920s and 30s found the scapegoat in the Jew, the Tories found the Romanian, the Spanish, the Portuguese migrant in Britain as the real issue to worry about and to blame for all the trials and tribulations of the British working class and the middle class. As we were approaching 2008, and I was, as an economist, I could see that this was coming. You only had to look at the levels of private debt in Britain, in the United States. You only had to look at the exposure of the banks in Germany, in France, to American wagers on derivatives in Wall Street and so on, to know that it's coming. It didn't take a rocket scientist to recognize that. My great fear was that a major financial crisis would give rise to a major humanitarian crisis, social crisis, as it did after 2008, which would then turn the finger on the migrants, on the asylum seekers. Now, Miguel mentioned the various attempts to subcontract migrants and asylum seekers to what we used to call third world countries. Okay, I don't like calling them developing countries. To the global south, let's say. I experienced that process, the genesis of that process, when I lived in the 1990s, mid-1990s in Australia, because that's where this begins. The idea of shipping asylum seekers to a faraway, godforsaken place where they are going to be housed in a concentration camp in a poor country that will be bribed by a Western country to essentially violate international law on refugees and deny the right of asylum seekers to seek asylum. This was the invention of a weasel of a man, a very poor excuse for human nature, a certain gentleman who's still alive called John Howard, who became the Prime Minister of Australia in 1995, if I'm not mistaken. I lived there back then. And I watched it. Australia didn't have, Australia is a country of migrants, right? I mean, the only natives there have been subject to a genocide by the migrants, by the British and the Europeans who followed them. So Australia doesn't have a problem with migration. Given also that Australia is separated by huge and very turbulent oceans from the rest of the world, it was very difficult for boat people to go to Australia, and few managed to get through the boat people. But John Howard wrote the textbook, like Joseph Goebbels wrote the textbook on propaganda in the 1920s and 30s in Germany, in Nazi Germany. John Howard wrote a textbook on how to weaponize a massive, overblown, utterly irrational fear of asylum seekers, okay, into a campaign of misanthropy that shifts the whole of a social democratic country, which is what Australia was in 1995, to the ultra-right. Simply by pinning all blame for all discontent on a handful of boat people. And he did this by using patriotic tones for establishing the premise that no one has the right to violate our borders.
Nothing Phone 3A series, coming soon.
And if these people come in without a visa and without the proper documentation, they are the equivalent of an invading army. And we are talking about, 20 families, with children and some elderly people with them. By doing this, he pulled the whole of the political spectrum in an ultra-right-wing direction. Because the Labour Party, which was his main opposition, and they became complicit. They are absolutely dishonorable in that, and to be condemned, not wishing to be painted as non-patriotic. They bought the agenda, and very soon Australia was shipping to Nauru, a very poor island in the Pacific, in a concentration camp that the Australian government built. Asylum seekers who were there deposited as souls to be encased in a tin can and to be forgotten. The British government's, the previous British government's attempt to send asylum seekers to Rwanda, or today's Giorgia Meloni's attempt to send asylum seekers to Albania, the current Dutch government's ideas of sending them to Uganda. I don't know whether you've heard about this latest atrocity. This follows the Johnny Howard playbook from the mid-1990s of how it's got nothing to do with asylum seekers. It's got nothing to do with the problem of migration. Absolutely nothing to do with that. It's all about destroying any possibility of a progressive movement, because if the center left, as it happened in Australia, and as it's happening across Europe now, is forced by the Melonis, by the Dutch government, by the British government, to shift to the ultra-right by essentially advocating for an utter violation of international law, denying people the right to cross the border and seek asylum. That's what international law grants every human being on the planet as a right. The attempt to ship out human beings of their own color and their own religion, in inverted commas wrong, to countries populated mainly by this riffraff, brown people of their own religion. This is a fascist project for Europe. And by making it front page news, these ultra-right-wing politicians are succeeding in making it impossible for the political center, center-right, center-left, ever to return to a kind of quasi-humanistic agenda as Europe once had. So this is what we must understand. It's got nothing to do with migration per se. Allow me to close with a note or a footnote to what I said at the beginning. And remember, I said at the beginning that migration has not increased in volumes in terms of percentages since the 1960s. But one thing has changed. And what has changed is that Europeans are no longer migrating, not en masse. Up until the 1960s, for 1,000 years, up until the 1960s, Europeans were migrating to the rest of the world. We were colonizing the rest of the world. We were sending shiploads of people to Australia, to New Zealand, to South America, to North America, to Asia, to Africa, everywhere, South Africa, Zimbabwe, and so on. What has changed is that Europe is now, because of the demographic changes, getting older. Its population is shrinking. And therefore, the natural flow of migration would be for people to come to Europe. But because of the permanent crisis of European capitalism, which is becoming now a catastrophic crisis as a result of the inane handling of the euro crisis in 2010, which, that crisis never went away. We are living through it as it amplifies and intensifies and accelerates. This crisis has given rise, just like the mid-war period has given rise to neo-fascists, who are not just in their own parties, but they are also rising up in the center left and in the center right. Throughout. This is the difference with the mid-war period. Now, fascism is rising up in the radical center. Whether it has a center right or a center left complexion doesn't matter. And therefore, this xenophobic turn, this racist turn, is preventing Europe from doing that which would be in the interest of Europe, accept the fact that we're getting older and that we need migrants. So instead of discussing how migration will be managed in a way which is mutually beneficial to Europeans and to the migrants that become Europeans, we have this toxic, fascistic tendency to, on the one hand, penalize the people that are caught on the boats at our borders and sent to Rwanda, sent to Albania, or put in concentration camps within Europe or in the desert, the Sahara Desert of Libya, while at the same time, of course, Europe cannot stop migration. Migration is proceeding one way or the other. So the only impact of this discussion that we're having is to turn into pure toxicity our politics, our debates, the very fiber of this continent called Europe. Thank you.
Thank you, Yanis.
Well, I was wondering if you would...
Why, Wi-Fi, why?
Time to act. Distance affecting your connection? Switch to a smarter Wi-Fi.
See you tonight.
Full home coverage made easy with Act Smart Wi-Fi.
And we've jumped straight into the root causes, which is great, of the swing to the right in terms of migration policy. Marie Badan, Yanis talked about the moral panic that's being stirred up by far-right parties, stoking xenophobia and also economic stagnation as root causes of these of this swing to the right on migration. Would you agree with that? Would you look at other root causes? Take it wherever you want.
Yeah. Hi, everyone. Yeah, generally, yes, I do agree with those root causes, and also maybe just to add to that now in the context of restricting migration and this extreme shift to the right across the political board, and in fact that irrational policies around this. So, I mean, restricting migration is presented as a solution to all sorts of problems, social, economic, and security, of course. And that means that no restrictive measure will ever be enough, because those problems won't go away. Even if there was this possibility for the last migrant to be pushed back at the EU borders, or even much before, which is an illusion anyhow. So the EU and its member states, they have been in this loop for such a long time, and we've gotten to a point where there's this consensus on anti-migrant policies across the political spectrum, with only like a very few exceptions. And it looks like it's very, very similar dynamic, with what happened also with the neoliberal consensus, where like suddenly there's just this shift of the, whatever was in the political center every further to the right. And actually talking about what's concretely being implemented in terms of policies, many of the current measures that they actually violate both EU law and also national law, but nobody seems to care about this anymore. Like Germany, for example, you already mentioned that, it has reinstated border controls. And in fact, by the way, it's already been effectively since 2015 that on certain borders, the controls were reestablished. And that is against the Schengen border code. It's like this regime of the freedom of movement within the EU, or like the Schengen members. And the European Court of Justice and also German court, they confirmed this. So actually it's the government coalition here in Germany of Social Democrats and Greens and Liberals who apply this illegal measures. And it's not even the far right. In light of this, like a vision of open borders seems to be, as a political vision, currently quite delusional. But in fact, it's the current situation that's completely unsustainable, and there's no vision at all, because Fortress Europe, it's an illusion anyhow, and it's not even good for the people here, as Europe is getting old, as also Yanis already spoke about. This is not to say, of course, many local people here indeed they face problems, and they are, and those problems also they're not imagined, they're real, with the broken public services, underfunded schools, which have their root causes somewhere else in the neoliberal austerity policies over the past decades already. But most politicians and media, they confirm and they fuel this anti-migrant sentiment, and then they hide behind it in their policies, and then suddenly, what the people allegedly want that must be done, and with regard to other issues like ending wars, for example, the people's word seems much less relevant there. But I think also, after all, local people who feel threatened by immigration, they share something very, very basic with all migrants, which is that they want a home that's safe and feels familiar. So also many migrants, not talking about those fleeing wars and persecution, but for all I know, many also, many don't want to leave their homes or settle in Europe permanently. But they don't have a choice, and at least not one that gives them like a reasonable option to choose from. And they've made this huge sacrifice to get here, paid loads of money, been traumatized and brutalized on the way, and won't be allowed back in, even if they leave. So if entry and exit were safe, then the situation would be very different. I remember when the first Eastern European states joined the EU, there was this scenario here where the entire East would be empty and everyone moves to the West, and that didn't happen. And that's just one more example of countless examples of those kind of scaremongering scenarios that don't play out the way the way they are described, be it the minimum wage, the minimum wage, and like I remember in Germany when minimum wage was introduced, there was, or now every time there's a raise, that there's this scare that all the employers will leave Germany, and or taxing the rich and the super rich. There's always those fear scenarios, or the current supply chain law and the EU directive that is now again being at least also from the German side restricted. So these are all examples where we know it from experience that in fact that the reality is something else, and that's that's the obvious reason why. I mean, we should never buy into those scenarios.
Thank you, Marie, and well said. I mean, this is one of those topics that really touches that kind of soft zone in people, the in-group, out-group dynamics, that you can bypass people's rational minds and really get them behaving in ways that maybe they wouldn't normally behave in other situations. Let me give you two comments from the chat now. Thank you for all your ideas and comments, all of you out there. BFG says, since migration is weaponized by Russia, it's more important to have a strong outside border, but one that is enforced and properly taken care of by all members. Germany is slacking at the moment. So quite a different point of view from BFG. And Robert Cox, referring to what we were just talking about, ancient reptilian instincts can be used to promote fears of others being dangerous. And when awakened, humans rise above materialism. When spiritually awakened, humans rise above materialism and embrace higher values. So ending on an optimistic note there. Federico Dolce, our spokesperson for Mayor 25 in Italy. We're still looking at root causes, and I would like to shift to more kind of what we can do later in this chat, but just focusing for now on the root causes. Are there anything else, any other things that you would look to? I mean, I've read some polling data that suggests that some trust in institutions, that the fact that nobody trusts anymore our institutions, that this contributes to this very fertile ground for far-right parties to exploit these fears, and also the collapse of religion, leading to a rise in nationalism. I mean, I'm just putting these ideas out there, but are there any other root causes that you might speak to?
Thanks, Maran. And yeah, it might be very well the case. I mean, for those who don't know right now, this last attempt by Giorgia Meloni with this Albanian bid has been stopped by the judges due to a technicality, due to a bureaucracy problem. And we are living here in Italy a week of very intense clash of institutions, one against the other, that surely don't help with the trust in institution. But I think that hoping in these technicalities, hoping in bureaucracy, it's not the right thing to do right now, because this is a system designed to fail. This is what we have here in Italy is a bureaucratic hell that surely didn't help the trust in institution and just gave very poor and very little result. What we do is right now we try to implement this center above sea, and as brutal as it might sound, this is nothing but a step further on a path that we took more than 2 decades ago from both center-left and right-wing parties and governments. And the problem is that the center that we try to very costly build in Albania, we already have here in Italy, where we don't experience much higher quality of humanity. Only this year in 2024, we had 36 suicides of people temporarily detained in these camps. And this is not a response. This is not a response designed to actually work. This is a hellhole where we, in essence, we deny people a legal way to enter the country. We force them to face a brutal and deadly journey to reach our shores. Then we incentivize those people to apply for asylum because it's the only way they can stay here. And then we find as many as possible way to deny the asylum. And we can deport them because it's very costly and it's a very high number of people. And therefore we gave them an expulsion order and hoping they will live on their own, which they won't do. And therefore they forced to leave sans-papiers as illegal migrants at the mercy of organized crime and exploitation. Now, this is a system design.
Sunflower oil ketta right ah kudukanum, be right ah kudukanum.
அறிமுகம் பி ரைட் சன்ஃப்ளவர் ஆயில் இந்தியாவின் #1 சன்ஃப்ளவர் ஆயில் நிறுவனத்தின் தயாரிப்பு எந்த டேஸ்டும் இனி ராங்கா போகாது ரைட்டான டேஸ்ட் ரைட்டான லைஃப்
To destroy the trust in institution, to not provide any results. And it's a very extremely costly system. We spend around, each year we spend 4.5 billion euro to ensure it. And the whole Albanian operation will add 800 millions euro to the cost. And just think of what we could do spending that money in a much better way, try to give them a chance to actually be part of our community. And why we do it? Because it's a very effective political move to gain votes from feeding of fear-mongering and indignation. And because in the long term, it raised the desire in the people to give the government free hand to deal with it. And in spite, of course, of every human right. So yeah, it's a political move. As Yanis explained, it's a natural outcome of the system we live in and what the institutions are turning to. Like a comment say, the European institutions are rapidly following this path, and it's something that, in my opinion, the left is lacking of addressing, lacking of giving an alternative view, or at least the center left, the moderate left, because they are sharing the premises of the far right. They are setting up the table for them. They are sharing the premises that these people are weapons. They are sharing the premises that these people are a problem just by existing in the wrong place. And as long as we keep sharing that values with the far right, we will not tackle them seriously. And that's probably the first thing we should do when we try to think of something up to resolve the problem, to imagine a better society for us.
Thank you, Fede. And moving in onto solutions. Well, just to expand a little bit on what you were saying, you were talking about the return hubs, the Italian so-called return hubs, which means that rejected asylum seekers will be sent far away from the EU borders and therefore out of the public eye, away from media, and just basically it's stuck in a detention center, which of course is just utterly inhumane and terrible. So it's good that's not going forward, although I believe the government is trying to push for it to go forward, right?
They've been stopped by a technicality, and they've solved the technicality. They just issued a decree where they say that they expanded the list of safe origin countries, because the problem was that these people were coming from not safe origin country of origin, and now by decree they decided that Egypt and Bangladesh now are safe countries, and so now they can be deported, because that's how we solve things. And
Yep, sounds like a EU solution. Amir Kiai, you're a policy coordinator at DiEM25, and it just so happens that in the coming, I think, month, DiEM25 is going to publish its paper on migration, which lays out a radically different view for EU migration policy. Could you just give us a sense of the key principles of this paper from a policy perspective, what DiEM25's alternative proposals might be to get us started.
Of course, thanks and greetings, everyone. From a DiEM25 point of view, of course, we go back to our values and principles and our manifesto and, the world that we would like to see, right? And hence, we deal with the migration issue, if you like, both in terms of the acute context of this man-made created disaster in some of the hotspots that we see in the Mediterranean. So we look at the acute situation right now. Then we also consider host communities and the situation of migrants that are in the continent, whether it's addressing some of the issues related to accessing work and so on for migrants, or some of the difficulties faced by host communities who are not really supported at all, generally by the governments, to foster community building, etc. And we also delve into some of the root causes, that primarily drive forced migration. So we will also just touch on that a little bit in tonight's call. But I wanted to maybe first go back a little bit into the worrying trend that we see with regards to international law and the rights to asylum, which is getting shredded through state practice. And we're also seeing the same happening in Gaza when it comes to the Geneva Conventions and any other international humanitarian laws. So this is something that we could also eventually foresee the loss of those as well in the next wars to come. So to go back to what are the things that we're calling for, we are definitely calling for an end to the current militarized migration systems. I mean, this also includes shutting down Frontex and closing down detention centers, etc. I talked about the communities and host communities and funding community building in spirit and in practice. There we talk about housing, healthcare, education, etc. And also disbanding and reversing this worrying trend of providing.
ஹாய் தமிழ்ஸ், என் பேர் ஜெயன் பிரசாத். இனிமேல் நம்ம தான் உலகத்தை ஆள போகிறோம். ஏன்னா ஏஜியை நான் சால்வ் பண்ணிட்டேன். யார் கிரியேட் பண்ணாலும் சரி, டேட் ஆஃப் ஏஜிஐ ஒரு தமிழன் தான். ஸோ இது ஜோக் இல்லை, இது உண்மை. ஸோ என்ஜாய்.
கிடைச்சிருச்சு. ரெடி ரெடி ரிவர்ஸ் எடு.
ரிவர்ஸ் மோடுடன் கூடிய ஃபேமிலி ஸ்கூட்டர் அறிமுகம், தி ஆல் எலக்ட்ரிக் ஏத்தரிஸ்டா.
International legitimacy to dictatorships to take in migrants, because that actually is one of the root causes of forced migration. So by supporting unpopular states, as we have seen through some of these deals, it actually creates more forced migration and brings people, forces people to take the difficult decision and journey to head to Europe, in our case, of course. And this is also, I mean, we talked about some of the political reasons for it, and it's a little bit surprising, for us, because we have, the thousands of bureaucrats, elected officials, etc., and the overall agenda seems to be shooting ourselves in the foot. That seems to be the primary line that is being followed. And also this over-reliance on think tanks such as the ICMPD, like the International Center for Migration Policy and Development, that keeps coming up with new terms for example, return hubs. Now it's becoming a commonly known term. That's just simply a variation of existing mechanisms that Miguel mentioned, that just simply are unworkable. So we are talking about a complete shift that both addresses the acute situation of people that are heading to Europe, people that are in Europe and their current situation. And there we also talk importantly about as well providing a level of political rights to newcomers, because we have like a whole large body of people that are in Europe but have no political rights and are not really able to organize and push for their own agenda or what it's in their interest, etc. So those are like some of the key points that I want to mention from the program, and maybe that might also stimulate some of the chat from the audience. And sorry, last one, Mehran, and it goes without saying, besides the colonialism and post-colonialism, unfair trade relations, There's also the climate change issue that we have to take responsibility for. We mentioned the dictators, and last but not least, the war and the war industry. Because the global war on terror, for example, itself generated about 65 million refugees. And that was already like a few decades ago. We're sitting at around 120 million now.
Thank you, Amir, for laying that out. And there are some people in the chat that definitely agree with tackling the root causes, like we've said, colonialism and war. There are a few comments in the chat, though, on the term open borders. MD says no society can survive open borders in a contemporary world. Silot says open borders is not a good slogan against the right-wing misinformation, since they promote it as lawlessness and complete chaos. We should address their misinformation instead of fueling it. So as I hand over to you, Miguel, and anyone else that wants to speak after Miguel, I want to look at this idea of open borders. Is that what we're saying? Is that something which is that the right term exactly for what the left is proposing here? Or would you qualify that in some way? Miguel. You're muted. Sorry, Miguel.
Yeah, of course. It is the appropriate term, but I think it requires a little bit of prior explanation, because the term has been contaminated through public political discourse. So before addressing open borders, I think we should address borders and what they're for, because like it's been said so far that this is a system that's designed to fail. So I'd like to take that argument a little bit further. So as Yanis said before, border restrictions in general do not stop migration, right? This is a well-established fact. So are they really failing in what they're doing, or were they never intended to do that in the first place? Actually, what borders do is not so much stop the migration fluxes, but to determine the conditions under which people migrate, right? So they determine the right to have rights, right? Because the right to have civil rights, civil liberties is attached to citizenship or legal status, documents, whatever you want to call it. So migrants with no papers are always vulnerable to detention and deportation, and so they're well-behaved workers, let's say. So they're therefore more exploitable, right? They're rendered more exploitable. So border restrictions are about making migrants economically viable, and the Western economies are increasingly dependent on this kind of unfree labor. Ghassan Haj says that he's a well-known anthropologist, says that migrants are best wanted as unwanted, and I think that really encapsulates what I'm saying. So the criminalization doesn't really make less people cross borders, it just makes more people die, right? So in that sense, I wouldn't say that the European establishment is anti-immigration. It's way better described as anti-migrants' rights, right? Because that's what the borders do. They limit and allocate rights. They don't stop people from crossing borders, right? So, and I think this should teach us something on the left. There's a lesson here somewhere, and from my point of view, it's that the left has kind of, to a certain extent, failed from a discursive point of view, in the sense that we've focused on moral arguments when it comes to migration, whereas there are material arguments that would be way more convincing, in my opinion. So we've allowed the debate on migration to be predominantly framed around whether we let people in or not, whereas that question was never on the table, actually. The border question is about equality of rights. And so when we talk about open borders, that's what we're talking about. We're talking about equality, right? We're talking because people are going to cross the border whether we like it or not, right? So the real question here is whether we let them in as criminals or we let them in as equals, right? And this segmentation of labor market, of having free workers, citizens, and then unfree workers, undocumented migrants, it hurts all workers, right? And we should frame the migration question and the border question as exactly what it is, which is a matter of equality or inequality.
Thank you, Miguel. Can I ask you something? Just a quick follow-up.
பல் துலக்கும் போது ரத்தம் வருகிறதா? சாப்பிடும் போது ஈறுகளில் வலியா? வாய் துர்நாற்றம் வீசுதா? இது ஈறு பிரச்சனைகளின் 3 அறிகுறிகளாக இருக்கலாம். அவை பிளாக் பாக்டீரியாவால் ஏற்படுகின்றன. பாரடான்டாக்ஸ் டூத்பேஸ்டுக்கு மாறவும். பிளாக் பாக்டீரியாவை அகற்றுவதில் இது 4 மடங்கு பயனுள்ளதாக இருக்கும். பாரடான்டாக்ஸ், the gum experts.
I mean, we've talked about the very emotional and very charged debate that we have here, and how easy it is to weaponize these things from the point of view of far-right parties and the media and in general. I mean, you make the economic argument. It makes sense, and you correctly say, I think, that the left has failed by focusing mainly on the moral argument, and sometimes it's gone too far, and it's called anyone who disagrees with the left racist and fascist and etc. I mean, I agree with that, and that doesn't expand the audience of persuadable people for the left. But then let me ask you: do you think that those economic arguments are going to convince people who are not already persuaded? How do we match the emotional resonance of that in-group, out-group, those in-group, out-group talking points that you see on the right, in order to move people away from that and listen to what we're proposing?
Yeah, it's really, I think the criticism that I'm making is perhaps best seen when we look at the reaction of the parliamentary left towards these, for example, the Albania centers, the Italian detention centers in Albania that I talked about before. The predominance, as far as I've seen, discourse on the left about this is always moral, right? It's always like we should defend human rights and we shouldn't put people in these centers. Whereas, honestly, I think we're really failing to see the aspects that the reason why these centers were built were not to bring the majority of the migrants, or even a significant proportion of the migrants that are crossing the border, right? This is performative. It's bullshit. Pardon my language, but it's really it's a lie, right? And it's put in place to trick voters into seeing these governments as sufficiently cruel towards these migrants, as if that would ever solve the problem, right? So we should shift our focus from this moral discussion of whether we let them in or not again, and we should really focus on migration is an aspect of life, right? It's always existed, right? So when we talk about migration in terms of whether we would agree with migration or not, it's the same as asking an economist whether he agrees with the economy or not, right? With the existence of the economy. It's just something that will happen in any human society, right? It makes no sense to ask that question. The question is how we deal with that, right? And that's a question of rights, of conditions, and not of whether it's going to happen or not.
Thank you, Miguel. People move, get over it, I think is what you're saying, which I think is a good slogan. Marie, let me bring you back in.
Yeah, I just on what Miguel, you said about the question is, do we let migrants in as criminals or as or legally, and then with the right to work? I think in that context, I would also maybe respond shortly to one of the comments from our listeners about the weaponization of migration and the need by Russia, I think was the point, and the need for tough borders. So, I think also there, it's the question. I mean, so for migration to be weaponized, I mean, that it has to be a weapon. So, I mean, we've seen that now not only with Russia and Belarus, but we've had, the Turkey deal, the EU-Turkey deal, and I mean, all those deals over the years. And that's a huge security problem for Europe, and I mean it's a source for blackmail, also from repressive governments. So in that sense, to eliminate that would also be a very, very clear, also security argument for Europeans.
Thank you, Marie. And I think that's a interesting point, and something that Amir also expanded on when he was talking about some of the proposals for host countries, right, Amir? In terms of integration, etc. These are also important points that need to be balanced. Amir, if there's something you'd like to expand on,
just briefly on maybe some of the comments that we're receiving, and I think it's important to understand that the framing that migration is a choice, we have to really think about it. For example, and I don't think people are aware of the amount of impact that 5 centuries of European colonialism has had on the world, or what the impact of war is. So people are now in the 3rd or 4th generation in Vietnam that are still suffering from Agent Orange, for example, or the tons of depleted uranium that was deployed in Iraq. It's still affecting life there. So we have to understand that people we talk about forced migration, specifically, because people, it's not sometimes a choice, but it's a force. There's nothing else left. And we also have to acknowledge that there is a role that our governments that we elect play. Very few people in Germany are aware that the chemical weapons that Saddam used were exported from Germany, in the 80s, for example. And that still affects life to this day. So these are like things we have to be aware of. And if we are comfortable with the concept of polluter pays for industry, we should also be aware of current and past policies on what that results in, in that sense, that people, it's not necessarily a choice, it's forced.
Isopure Collagen. Collagen peptides that help support healthy joints, hair, skin, and nails. Isopure. Add less, do more.
Anytime is a good time for multi-asset allocation funds. Invest in a mix of equity, debt, gold, and silver through one fund.
Mutual fund investments are subject to market risks. Read all scheme-related documents carefully.
For a lot of people.
Thank you for that, Amir, and definitely agree. The common humanity approach is something that I think is just logical, and the left should use it much more. The idea that all of the people here today in this chat and all the people that are on YouTube, if they just through the lottery of their birth, they're not fleeing their countries either for better opportunities or because they would die in their home countries. And I think it's something that we would all do. Humans have done it since the beginning of humans. Yanis, let me hand the floor over to you to conclude.
Miguel, of course, you're right that migration is a given. And it's not a question of whether there's going to be migration or not. It's a question of how we manage migration in a way that does not violate basic rules of logic, of humanity, and of international law. And here I will take to task one of the commenters in the chat messages who said, and Meran read it out, Putin is weaponizing, as Erdogan is, migrants by pushing them down towards our borders in order to blackmail us. And we need to create a huge wall to stop them. No, we don't. One of the great moments in international law was when, after the Second World War, we agreed that there are going to be some rules about asylum seeking. And we decided as humanity, as a species, coming out of the carnage of the Second World War and the awful experiences of the Jews in particular, being denied entry and the opportunity to seek asylum during the 1930s and 40s. We decided at the United Nations, it was a great moment in history, a pivotal moment in history. We decided that it's going to be international legislation that we must all respect, that anyone has the right to cross the border of any country and seek asylum and have his or her asylum request heard under very specific conditions set down by international law. So this is not trespass. Somebody in the chat said, "Oh, it's trespass." It's not trespass. It is a right granted by international law, the law of the planet, the law of the land in Australia, in Britain, in Germany, we've all signed that law into action. The other point that was made in the chat was, oh, maybe there should be an upper limit, a ceiling of migration beyond which our culture is going to be diluted. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. And let me ask you this question. Think of this. Suppose we say that N people will be allowed every year. N people. Doesn't matter what N is. Think of whatever a number that N represents. And let's say that N people have come into your country, so no more, right? And then suddenly a little Albert Einstein arrives, or a potential Albert Einstein who wants to come and, live in your country. You say no to him or to her. That is absolute madness. So there's no number N that is justified as the upper limit, because there will always be a reason to bring on one more or one less, for that matter.
Oh, we lost you, Yanis. Halfway through your sentence. Can you hear me? Are you coming back? We lost Yanis, unfortunately. So we'll have to guess what the rest of Yanis's speech was, or no, we will not, because Yanis is back. Yanis, please continue your point before you dropped out.
I don't know, something happened. Elon Musk's fault, because I've got Starlink. That's not an advertisement. There are serious problems that people identify with migration, but it's got nothing to do with migration. I remember during the Brexit debates, before the Brexit referendum, I was in the north of England, and there was this nice lady, a left-wing lady, who said to me, Yanis, look, I understand, I'm a socialist internationalist and all that, but, in my block of flats, there are these neighbors that I have, 5 Romanian young men who are sharing a small flat. They all have jobs. They are all migrants. They've all come here on their own without families. And of course, because all 5 of them have jobs, they can afford to hike up the rents. And then the local people can't afford these rents. And I said to her, comrade, tell me the story of your building. She said, oh, it used to be a council house, council flats. And I said, what happened? Then Thatcher privatized them. I said, so the problem is not that these Romanian boys are, renting a flat in there. The problem is the privatization of the council flats. Because if they were council flats, right, there would be no rent to be bidden up as a result of higher demand, right? So we need to fight for social housing. And we have to fight against the Thatcherites and the Blairites who privatized those houses. He said, yeah, absolutely. So I said, you see, it's not a problem with the Romanians. And if the Romanians leave from that place in North England, do you think that more people will come in from the south of England? Your place is going to become, your city or town or village is going to become like, a deserted place. Anybody who's watched Ken Loach's latest movie, The Old Oak, knows what I'm talking about. And allow me just to finish off by saying that, okay, how do we persuade people? It won't be easy, because whether we use economic arguments, as Miguel suggests, or moral arguments, there is a feeding circle. There is a reinforcement mechanism between austerity, discontent, xenophobia, austerity, discontent, xenophobia. And that is a reinforcement mechanism, a doom loop, which produces discontent and xenophobia, while, as Miguel says, we still have the migrants around. And it's very, very difficult to break that on the basis of arguments, whether they're economic or rational or emotional or moral or ethical. But we have to keep trying. So I do not separate, Maren, the emotional, the moral from the economic. For me, it's both. Europe needs at least 1 million migrants every year in order to keep its population steady. Now, this is a startling statistic, and it can be verified very easily, right? So let's lead with that. This is the economic argument that Miguel might appreciate. We need 1 million people to come in every year if we're not going to go into a demographic decline the way that Italy is going through a huge demographic decline, Greece, Germany, and so on.
बेबी के डेलिकेट स्किन के लिए मैंने शुरू की पेरेंटिंग की एक नई परंपरा। द टच ऑफ मदर्स लव बना एक सेफ एंड जेंटल अनुभव। पीडियाट्रिशियन रेकमेंडेड सेटाफिल बेबी, पेरेंटिंग की नई परंपरा।
உங்கள் ஜீ தமிழில்
நான் இது வரைக்கும் யார்கிட்டயும் சொன்னதில்ல. நான் ஃபர்ஸ்ட் டான்ஸ் ஆடணும் வந்து ரோட்ட தான். இந்த ஜீ தமிழில் பயணத்தை தொடங்குகிறாள் இந்த மணி மேகலை. அப்புறம் என்னப்பா ஆட்டத்தை ஆரம்பிக்க வேண்டியதானே?
பல திறமைசாலிகளின் கனவை நனவாக்கிய மேடை மீண்டும் வந்தாச்சு. டான்ஸ் ஜோடி டான்ஸ் ரீலோடட் 3 சனி மற்றும் ஞாயிறு இரவு 8:30க்கு உங்கள் ஜீ தமிழில்.
Point number one. Point number two. The fact that there are people who are prepared to pay 5,000 euros each, coming from countries that 5,000 euros is equivalent of a fortune, right? They pay 5,000 for what? For the right to get on a boat that will take them to Lesbos or to Lampedusa or somewhere, where the probability is at least 30-40% that they will drown. So they are prepared to pay 5,000 euros, given the probability that they will drown, to come to our shores when we need 1 million people. We should fly them to Europe business class. It will be cheaper. Now, that is a powerful argument. This is how you fight the fascists, not with racism and xenophobia light, but with radicalized, rational humanism. I'll leave it there.
Okay. Thank you, Yanis. And with that, we've gone a little bit over time, so we're going to close. Thank you to my panel, to Marie Badan, to Miguel Duarte, to Amir Kiai, to Federico Dolce, to Yanis, of course, and also to David Castro for all the production work that he's done behind it. David never gets mentioned, but he does these every time, and he does a great job. And thank you to you out there for your thoughts and comments. The conversation will go on, hopefully, in the YouTube comments. If you like what you've seen tonight and you would like to get more involved with DiEM25, our movement, then just go to diem25.org/join or /donate to support us. We've got no big backers. Every penny counts. And if you'd like to stay informed of the videos that are coming out, the next ones, then please just hit the subscribe button, and we'll see you at the same time, same place, 2 weeks. Hello, and welcome. I'm Mehran Khalili. We are DiEM25, a radical political movement for Europe, and this is another live stream on a vital topic of the day featuring subversive ideas you won't hear anywhere else. And tonight, we're looking at the US election. America is going to the polls in a divisive contest which will shape not only its own policies, but also global affairs. Kamala Harris aims to uphold the course of the current administration, while Donald Trump is eyeing a return that could bring isolationism and a tougher stance on alliances. So what are the implications of this election for Europe, for the ongoing genocide in Gaza, the wider crisis in the Middle East and beyond? How might Harris or Trump's foreign policy reshape global events? And what could their campaigns reveal about America's future and the prospects for progressive causes worldwide? We've got a great but very focused panel for you tonight. We've got Rania Khalek, the Lebanese-American writer, political activist and journalist at Breakthrough News. And she's coming to us now live from Michigan, the swing state of Michigan, where she's interviewing Arab-American voters on what they're planning to do for this election. And of course, we've got our own Yanis Varoufakis coming to us from Greece. We were scheduled to have David Adler from Progressive International, but unfortunately he couldn't make it in the end because his flight got changed, so blame Lufthansa for that. So we've had a bit of bad luck, but it's all good. We've got a great panel. And let me hand the floor over now to you, Rania, just to get your initial thoughts on this momentous election. According to both sides, democracy is at stake. Would you necessarily agree with that? What are you hearing on the street in Michigan? Go for it. Take it where you will.
Thank you so much. And it's really an honor to be on with all of you. And I do apologize in advance if I drop it all because the internet connection here isn't the best. But like you said, I'm in Michigan right now. I am in Dearborn, Michigan, which it's basically a majority Arab American city and I think it has the highest number of Arab Americans in one place in the country. Most of them are Lebanese. There's also Palestinians and Yemenis and Iraqis. And basically every Lebanese or Palestinian person or Yemeni person I've spoke to here has been personally impacted by the genocide in Gaza and the escalations across the region. Every single Lebanese person, because most people here are from South Lebanon specifically, has lost their homes or family members or their entire family is displaced and scattered across Lebanon, Syria, Iraq because of the Israeli escalation across Lebanon. And then, of course, Palestinians have been dealing with a genocide for over a year. I spoke to a man a couple of days ago who lost 90 members of his family in Gaza, which is just like an insane amount of loss. And so there's so much outrage at the Democrats because they're the ones in charge right now. The vast majority of people I've spoken to are going to be voting third party. That's completely anecdotal. I haven't taken a poll, but I think CARE, the Council on American Islamic Relations, did a poll that came out a couple of days ago of specifically Muslim Americans across the country. And like 40% of them are voting third party, which is unprecedented. Before 9/11, Muslims and Arabs typically voted majority Republican. And then after 9/11, they voted majority Democrat. So this has never happened where you have a significant chunk of the Arab American or Muslim American population voting third party. And in a swing state like Michigan, which it's very rare for somebody to win the White House without winning Michigan, to have a community of tens of thousands of people refusing to vote for you because you've overseen a genocide of their people is definitely going to impact you in the elections. I just don't know how Kamala Harris is going to win this state. There's also, while the majority of people want to vote third party, there's also a small segment of people who've been endorsing Trump. They feel that there's two or maybe three reasons for this. One is there's a sentiment that, you know, if they want Kamala Harris and Joe Biden and the Democrats to be punished and to lose, and they see that the only way to do that is to make sure Trump wins, because obviously only one of them is going to win. So they feel it's necessary to vote for Trump strategically. That's one perspective. Another perspective is just generally being like not politically like engaged or that informed or understanding the political system. There's people like that who are just like, well, the Democrats are genociding us, so I'm just going to vote for the other side. And Trump has actually come into this community in Dearborn. He came here a couple of days ago. He sent surrogates here to host events. And they're basically just running around saying these very like superficial talking points with zero details about we're going to stop all the wars and bring peace to the Middle East. No specifics on how, just that we're going to stop the war in Ukraine and we're going to stop the wars in the Middle East. And we're just going to bring peace everywhere and also close the border and also family values. So people are hearing peace in the Middle East, maybe like a bit of low information voter types. And they're like, well, Kamala Harris isn't saying that, so I'm going to go for that. And there's a third kind of person who was kind of already right-wing, already a Republican, because at the end of the day, these are Arab Americans, and there is a segment of Americans who are right-wing and Republicans. And they think the Democrats are like against family values, and so they're voting for Trump for that reason, and they would have done it regardless of genocide. But all that's to say, people here are really angry. Like I've interviewed a guy yesterday who's Lebanese, who in late September, he grew up in Lebanon, and his apartment, his family home, like that he grew up in Dahiyeh, the southern part of Beirut that Israel's been hitting hard. His entire apartment building was leveled by an Israeli airstrike to the ground, and his entire family was killed. 15 members of his family, his parents, all his nephews and nieces were like visiting their grandparents. So like under the age of 7, all these beautiful little children were killed. And 2 of his siblings. It's just like horrific to hear that level of loss. And so people here have those stories, and there's just no way they can in good conscience vote for the people who are not just overseeing it, sending the weapons, but it's like they're taunting them. They're like going, Bill Clinton comes here to Michigan and taunts them and says that, well, what would you do if you were Israel? Well, the Jews were here first. Just the most ridiculous talking points, a complete lack of empathy for the people who are losing everything by this genocidal psychopathic state. and just repeatedly reiterating like blood libels against Palestinians and Arabs in general, saying that they're all terrorists and rapists and human shields. So yeah, there's a lot of anger in this community. And sorry if I'm getting impassioned because I'm also from this community and I live in Lebanon. And I mean, I've seen the loss over the last year. And now I'm watching like my country that I live in just be completely destroyed. So I'm angry too.
ரெகுலர் நியூட்ரிஷனல் ட்ரிங்க் கொடுத்தும் கூட growthல பின்தங்குறது ஏன்?
அதனால clinically proven Pediasure. இதுல இருக்கு 50% அதிக growth nutrients. இது தரும் 50% அதிக growth 90 நாட்களில். Pediasure.
A rose? For my rose?
पर रोज कहाँ है?
ये रहा.
Vivo.
Thank you for that, Rania. And to quote somebody who was in that video, we'll put a link to it in the description, but the video you posted a few days ago where you interview a range of Arab Americans on their views, the lesser of two evils is actually the evil of two lessers, and I'm not going to engage in that. Quite apt. Yanis, what's your take on all this, this sorry mess, these two terrible choices for the most influential position on the planet?
Well, I'm very glad do not vote in the United States because you effectively are offered the choice of death by strychnine or death by arsenic. This is a terrible situation in which you'll be put in as a citizen, whether you're Arab, Muslim, Jew, or Anglo-Saxon, Greek, Italian, Puerto Rican, whatever. In 2016, just before the election, I happened to be in New York, and I had the great honor of being on stage at the New York Public Library with Noam Chomsky. And one of the questions of the audience was, who should we vote for? It was just before the election that saw Trump beat Hillary Clinton. And both Noam and I, we had not prepared our joint position on this, but we spontaneously came up with a similar answer. If you are in a safe state, stay for one of the two candidates, vote for a third-party candidate. If you are, however, in a swing state, hold your nose like this and vote for Clinton. That's what we said. The reason, of course, was that it is clear that Donald Trump is a misogynist, racist, a proto-fascist or postmodern fascist, call him what you might. And our progressive background always primed us towards opposing the fascist in the room. More or less similarly in 2020 regarding Biden versus Trump. Today, there's no way I would have been able to do this, and even with a very powerful clip holding my nose shut, I would not be able to vote for Harris. And the reason is the genocide. No other reason. A little bit of Ukraine as well, because the Biden administration is weaponizing NATO. That was already happening much before Biden. But today it is very clear that the Democrats that have been infiltrated, that have been joined, I should say, by the neocons that were instrumental in getting George W. Bush to invade Iraq and kill 1 million people, are now with the Democratic camp. They've shifted from the Republican camp, all of them, to the Democratic camp. And they are just hell-bent on never-ending wars at three fronts: Ukraine, Middle East, and China. But it's the genocide, because in the same way that in the 1940s, the Holocaust would trump everything. Excuse the pun, trump everything. It doesn't matter what other ideas the people who are perpetrating the Holocaust against the Jews had. As long as they perpetrated the Holocaust against the Jews, it's a big bloody no touched to their faces from, where progressives should stand, humanists should stand. Similarly today, when you have a genocide, which is so, as Rania said, so in your face, It is not only simply being televised, but it is so systematically planned and so systematically supported by the whole of the West, but of course spearheaded by the Biden administration. When people say to me, but Trump would be worse. Well, yes, that's a reason not to vote for Trump. But it's not a reason to vote for Harris. Harris cannot be worse than Trump when it comes to, I mean, how much worse can the genocide of the Palestinians get? I heard an idiot yesterday, can't remember who it was, saying, oh, they could nuke them. No, they couldn't, because if they nuke them, they nuke themselves. Nukes cannot stop at the apartheid wall that separates the Palestinians from the Israelis. So man, this is my instinctive position. But just allow me to say a few more words, because I think that, look, more generally, moving away from the Palestinian genocide, what is happening today on election day in the United States is a good opportunity for us to reflect on what you said right at the beginning, Maren. Is this a threat to American democracy? Well, there is no such thing as American democracy. This is a figment of the imagination that has been essentially constructed on the basis of a major subterfuge. The United States is a one-party state. It has the party has two factions, and each of these two factions, the Republicans and the Democrats, have other subdivisions. But the convergence, the evolutionary convergence, is quite remarkable. If you think about it, after 1944, 1945, especially after Truman replaced Roosevelt, the two parties are moving totally in lockstep. It is, there's far more convergence between the Democrats and the Republicans than there is within the Democrats or within the Republicans. And that has never changed. I mean, even under Trump, think about it. I mean, 1950s imperialism, all the coups d'etats in Iran, in the Congo, in Greece, in Chile later on, and so on, they were supported and planned both by Democrats and Republicans. It didn't matter. I mean, here in Greece, in 1967, the secret police broke down my family home's door and abducted my father. And, it was LBJ who was behind the CIA that was effecting that coup. It was a CIA coup. And then Nixon came in. Was there any difference in Greece? No, none whatsoever. For us, and for the American people, it was exactly the same. Then there was, the globalization drive with financialization. It was Clinton and it was Bush. It was exactly, there was not a hair width's difference between them. They both supported the induction of China into the World Trade Organization, the shifting of whole production lines, sectors from the United States to China, in lockstep. Then Trump comes in and starts a new Cold War against China. And for a moment, I thought, oh, what's happening here? There is a kind of a break, a rupture in the one-party state. But no, because Biden is elected, the anti-Trump warrior. And what does he do with Trump's new Cold War against China? He adopts it. Not only does he adopt it, but he actually turbocharges it. So the only real difference that I see within this one-party system, and this is how I shall end this, which is an interesting difference, but it's not fundamental. And it focuses on Ukraine. Because you have people like, the neocons and Democrats, who are now one thing, who are insisting that American imperialism needs to be propagated and reproduced by fighting a war at three fronts simultaneously: Ukraine, Middle East, China. And then you have the eclectic pursuit of imperialist aims by Kissinger before he died. Remember, he was very much against the never-ending war in Ukraine. Professor Mearsheimer, very famously opposing both what the United States is doing in Ukraine and in the Middle East. But if you talk to Mearsheimer, if you talk to Kissinger's ghost, because he's now not with us anymore, what they would say to you is that the difference of opinion with the neocons and the Bidens and the Harrises and the Clintons and so on is one of tactics, not of intent. The intent for both camps is to clash with China, war against Cold War, maybe a hot war over Taiwan, over something, over the South China Seas with China. Okay? So what Ms. Scheimer is essentially saying is that the United States' capacity to wage war against China is impeded by waging the war in Ukraine, by allowing Netanyahu to commit to the genocide. This is their only difference. And why am I focusing on China? Because the war on China is a war on the planet. There will be no progress in mitigating the climate catastrophe if there is a Cold War, even worse, a hot war between China and the United States. And both Harris and Trump are determined to pursue it. So there are different layers, if you want, in my rationale for refusing to vote for either of them. My recommendation to anyone, if there is anyone who wants to hear my opinion, is vote for either Jill Stein or Cornel West.
Well, I was wondering if you would.
Why? Time to act. Distance affecting your connection? Switch to a smarter Wi-Fi.
See you tonight.
Full home coverage made easy with Act Smart Wi-Fi.
Thank you, Yanis. Well, the way that you put it there, I mean, those kind of categories, Middle East, Ukraine and Europe, maybe we can jump more deeply into them, because eventually, well, maybe by this time tomorrow, we will have a winner, and it will unfortunately be one of these two. So maybe if I can bring you back in, Rania, to ask, I mean, Netanyahu apparently wants Trump to win. Trump was very pro-Israel, moved the capital to Jerusalem, the embassy to Jerusalem. We had the Abraham Accords, which cut the Palestinians out of having a say in their own future. Harris, on the other hand, has promised basically a continuation of the same policies that, genocidal policies. So can you appraise those two? Which one might be slightly better, if any, for the cause of the Palestinians and the Middle East? And what are you hearing on the ground in Michigan as well?
I mean, the bar is low, isn't it? It's like different flavors of Hitler is what I feel like people have to choose between here. And I don't even just mean for the Middle East, by the way. I think the depravity we've seen unleashed on Gaza is a lens into the future of what U.S. empire plans to do to much of the world. Maybe not to that extreme degree, but the goalposts for what's going to be acceptable in warfare have widened dramatically because of the genocide in Gaza. I mean, hospitals are now military targets. That's the norm in Gaza. All that's to say, look, I think that when we talk about fascism and U.S. democracy and is Trump a threat, I think the U.S. is a fascist ruler of the world. I mean, this is a country that imposes fascism on a significant portion of the global South, that has a noose on everyone's neck, everywhere. I feel it because I live in Lebanon. The people the U.S. wants to put in power in Lebanon are fascists, literal fascists. Like, if they actually came to power, I wouldn't be able to live there, because it's people who've killed my family in the past. So, I mean, when we talk about fascism in the U.S., it's kind of funny to me, because I just want to ask Americans, like, do you recognize how much fascism both parties support everywhere? But anyways, to go back to the question you asked about appraising how a Harris administration versus a Trump administration would be on the Middle East. A Harris administration would be a continuation to a large degree of Biden. I mean, there would be probably a turnover in some staff. Like, it's believed that if she were to win, Anthony Blinken would no longer be Secretary of State. She'd choose somebody else. Jake Sullivan would not be a high-level national security advisor. He's a Biden guy, very extreme. Not sure about Brett McGurk. He's an advisor to Joe Biden, who's been one of the most hawkish voices, basically agreeing with like every Likud party idea of what to do in Gaza and pushing the administration to go further into war in Lebanon. So I don't know if he'll be in or out. There's a guy called Phil Gordon, who is Harris's top national security advisor, has been for a long time. And if she were to be in the White House, he would be her top national security advisor. He's written a book in the past where he's said that these regime change wars in the Middle East have been have had a lot of blowback. They've been a bad idea. We shouldn't be doing this. But, you know, a lot of people say that. and then get into power and do the same thing. In fact, Brett McGurk blurbed Phil Gordon's book, so maybe he should go read the book he blurbed because of what he's supporting now across the region. That said, the people that are around the Democratic Party, because I don't think Kamala Harris actually stands for anything except for empowering herself. The people that are around the Democratic Party are all neocons. They are speaking the way that we heard Condoleezza Rice speak back in the early 2000s and Dick Cheney and Donald Rumsfeld. They're talking about reshaping the Middle East. They're talking about a new Middle East. They see this opportunity at this moment to go after all of the obstacles to full-throttled American hegemony in the Middle East because they think Israel's been successful. They see Israel as taking on all their, so-called Iranian proxy adversaries. Israel is weakening Hamas. They're impressed with Israel having killed Hassan Nasrallah, and as they believe, which I think is a false victory, but they see Israel as weakening Hezbollah. And at this point, they want to go all the way and eventually go into Iran. I don't know if that means a war on Iran. They've still restrained the Israelis on that, the Biden White House. I don't know if that might change under Harris, but given the rhetoric that we're seeing and the way that they're high off of this false victory of reshaping the Middle East, I just don't see an end to this if she's elected. I think it's going to continue and it's going to get worse. If Trump is elected, you mentioned a few important things, the Abraham Accords. You mentioned moving the embassy to Jerusalem. Also, Miriam Adelson, the wife of the late Sheldon Adelson, really, really right-wing funders of Donald Trump and Republicans in general, and also hardcore right-wing Zionists who want to nuke Iran. Miriam Adelson offered Trump $100 million if he lets Israel annex the West Bank. And we know Trump likes money. We also heard Trump say at a campaign rally, that he thinks Israel's too small and that it should expand its borders, which is an insane thing to say. His son-in-law is Jared Kushner, who wants to build luxury condos for settlers in Gaza. So that's not looking so good either. There's a man called Richard Grenell, who was a director of national intelligence under Donald Trump in 2020. That is the surrogate that they sent to Dearborn, Michigan to talk to the Arab American community here. And I went to a Trump event that he was hosting a few days ago. And I actually asked him, I was like, look, you guys are talking about peace in the Middle East. Is Trump going to reappoint Mike Pompeo, who's a Christian end-timer who we know was the brains behind killing Qasem Soleimani, and his sole goal in life is a war on Iran? Richard Grenell told me, no, I can guarantee you he won't serve in this administration. I asked him, what about John Bolton? He said, no. I asked him, what about Jared Kushner? He said, no, he won't have a role, which I don't believe any of that, by the way, but that's what he said. And then, he was insisting that there's going to be a whole new turnover and it's going to be all peace people. I don't believe these people as far as I can throw them. But Trump, again, to go back, is a wild card. So it's a matter of what his ego says that day, and it's a matter of who he appoints, and we won't really know until he's president. But I think regardless of who wins, the U.S. empire has a similar goal. And as Giannis was mentioning, their great power competition with Russia and China comes first. Trump is heavily funded by Peter Thiel, the Silicon Valley billionaire, whose sole goal in life is to crush Chinese competition to America, which is why Trump is so vehemently anti-China. So I think no matter who comes into power, we're going to have a lot of work ahead of us, and the world is going to get significantly darker. But I also think it's because there's a crisis of capitalism, a crisis of imperialism right now. And that's why they have to intensify their depravity and their violence everywhere. And so I think the question for us, and I know Giannis is going to talk more about the European theater, but I think the question for people like us becomes, if they intensify their imperialist violence, we have to intensify our resistance everywhere we are, especially in the imperial core cities and the imperial core countries. Because, it's a horrific time, but it's also an opportunity because the mask is completely off for the West right now. And in the US right now, it's not just Arab Americans who are angry. A majority of this country supports a ceasefire and has since last November. A growing portion of this country supports an arms embargo on Israel because they're so horrified of the images and videos that they're seeing coming out of Gaza and now Lebanon. So people are recognizing that their views are not reflected at all in their representatives, and then neither party is reflecting their views. And so you've seen an increased interest in third party and an increased interest in joining organizations that are building movements outside of these institutions that are just destroying the world. So I think that that's like a point of optimism. And yeah, again, I just want to go back, like we all have to increase everything we're doing as this gets worse and worse.
Thank you, Rania. Yanis, would you agree with what Yanis said, with what Rania said, that there is already a winner of this election, and that's Israel?
Isopure Collagen peptides that help support healthy joints, hair, skin, and nails.
Nothing Phone 3A series, coming soon.
I'm reluctant to call Israel a winner. Misanthropy, yes. But Israel is headlong diving into a cul-de-sac, into a dead end. And for me, that's not a sign of a victorious path. They may be killing their targets, ticking them off like bureaucrats, right? Checking boxes. But the more they succeed in doing that, the greater the malaise of Israeli society and the greater the dead end in which they get trapped. But allow me to, I agree with everything that Rania said, especially the point about the crisis of imperialism, the crisis of capitalism. But let me be very concrete. The United States is the greatest contradiction in the history of humanity. Never before has such immense power been combined with such immense, how shall I say it, degeneracy. You only need to take the train from Washington, D.C. to New York City to know that this is a crumbling infrastructure. They can't even, we know about the famed military-industrial complex of the United States. And huge quantities of money being spent on it. But they had all this money lavished upon them. And yet, they can't even build the nuclear-powered submarines that they want to build because they don't have the engineers. They don't have the expertise. They have subcontracted everything. They simply cannot build anything, even if they want to put their money into it. You only need to look at the electoral tech. I mean, India, Kenya have a better system of conducting their elections. In the United States, nothing works. The electoral machines break down. Each county or state has its own rules. No one trusts the electoral system in the United States, neither the Democrats nor the Republicans, because the infrastructure is like Amtrak. It's like the submarine shipyards. They just have broken completely down. And so how come this crumbling economy, society, a society that has lost half of its gravitas in world trade in the last 20 years. Now China can produce twice as much of manufacturing output that the United States can, twice as much. And it's still in the process of development. Now, how come this is combined with the exorbitant power of the United States? Because any other country, any other empire, hegemon, which is in such a state and with such huge deficits. Think about, the Roman Empire, the Byzantine Empire, the British Empire, the Dutch Empire, the Spanish Empire. They all collapsed when they went into deficit, when they had a balance of payments crisis, to put it in economic terms. But the United States have been having a balance of payments, not a crisis, but a huge deficit when it comes to the balance of trade since 1968, and which is getting worse and worse and worse. And a government which is utterly bankrupt in terms of, 8% deficit of GDP. I mean, if they were a European country, Brussels would have sent a troika to Washington, right? And yet it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Why? Because the United States owns the monopoly of money payments through the ubiquity and the dominance of the US dollar. So, but this is a very precarious superpower. It's like, you have a superpower, but it is very brittle. So we need to understand that. It's a huge contradiction in the United States. And you have a political system which has been designed from the days of the founders, the authors of the American Constitution, to keep the demos out of democracy. The whole point of the American Constitution is that the demos is simply kept at bay through a process of electoral system and the process of voting, which is what is happening today, which is guaranteed. It's designed. This is not a failure. It's a design feature of the system that the demos will have absolutely. So, Rania, you're right. I mean, most people would want some kind of sanctions on Israel, but it doesn't matter because most people want gun control. Most people want a public option when it comes to the health system. Most people want free abortions. So what? The system is created so that the elections that are happening today have no capacity to influence any of those paranoid features of the United States. The fact that how many guns do you have floating around? 400 million something? I mean, and most people don't want them. Yet there is no way of expressing this in Congress. So I'm putting all this together because only if you look at it from this point of view of this paradoxical, very brittle superpower, which is run by a one-party state that stages of every 4 years elections, every 2 years elections, in order to legitimize its hold over a people who are constantly feeling shortchanged. And these are the American people. Robert Fisk once, the great writer for The Independent, said that the liberation of Palestine is a prerequisite for the liberation of the Americans. And I think that, if you put it all together, you get a sense of this grand paradox. And it's actually almost an ancient Greek tragedy, the United States of America, without the catharsis in the end.
Thank you, Yanis. Couple of quick comments from the chat. Dana Doe says, I can confidently say that in my region, Republican-aligned voters are against genocide more than the Democrat-aligned voters. Take that how you will. San Juan says, the USA has voted for evil or the lesser evil to the point where now both sides are openly supporting ethnic cleansing and genocide, all for the limitless greed of our sold-out and worthless politicians. And Emanuele says, there is the Green Party, but the US can have an alternative only when different political ideas I'm misreading it, that embrace a common platform against the big two-party system and against oligarchs. And one last comment, the US needs a new electoral system. Two-party system is almost as bad as a one-party system. Yanis, you just made a point there about how keeping people out of power. And Rania said that the majority of people in the US are for a ceasefire. They're not getting it. I just want to linger a little bit on this and see what happens to the left going forward in this crumbling empire. What happens to all those people who just don't have this option? We've described how they've been shortchanged, but in your view, Yanis, and then Rania, I would like your take. Where is that activist energy going to go?
Well, I very much fear that the turning point was 2016 for my comrades in the United States, the Democratic Socialists of America, the Squad, and so on. And I'm very reluctant to say this, but I will. Let me first explain my reluctance. If you're an American woman facing this barrage of assaults on your body and your spirit from the Republicans, with the pro-life, anti-abortion, the Supreme Court, this panoply of misogyny attacking you, I can understand why today you might want to vote for Harris. That's the reluctant part. Okay. Having said that, I think that the turning point, as I said, was 2016, because you will recall that when Bernie Sanders mounted his campaign in 2016 in the primaries, he almost spontaneously, even without necessarily planning it or hoping that it would happen, he gave rise to a massive movement his political revolution, as he was calling it then. Rania will tell us more about that if you want, Rania. But the sense I got, and I was traveling around the United States then, was that there was a new energy. And that new energy essentially evaporated the moment Bernie decided to back Hillary and to stay within the Democratic Party, even though the nomination was stolen from him by the deep Democratic Party, the DNC and so on. At that moment, he had hundreds of thousands of volunteers who simply just waited for the say-so from Bernie to start a third party, a large, big movement. And I think that was a wasted opportunity, especially when he ran again to 2020. We never managed to recover the same energy as that we had in 2016. And the whole thing essentially became a vehicle for Biden to be reelected because Sanders played the loyalist card. He extracted quite a few concessions on the economic front from Biden. There's no doubt about that, and I respect what he did. He was a man in his 80s. He wanted to make sure that he left something behind. A lot of American, especially poorer families, did much better as a result of him going to bed with Biden, metaphorically. But that was the moment when we lost this momentum and this opportunity in the United States. When I say we, I mean I'm talking about socialist progressives and so on, to escape from this one-party system. I don't know what you think, Rania, about that.
Please,
no,
Rania.
I mean that's a fair point. I was around in those days. I was a Bernie Sanders supporter, and I saw that excitement and passion that was galvanized around him. And then the idea of socialism became really popular, and people are like, "Oh, what's socialism?" And yeah, it was a huge missed opportunity, but I think it was also a demonstration, especially some of the other things you mentioned, like the sort of failure of the squad and the sort of organizations around those things to really do anything. In some cases, you see them just kind of get sucked into the Democratic Party and become their tools in the case of for someone like AOC, for example, right? I think that what this has demonstrated to a lot of people while galvanizing around progressive ideas is that you're not going to change this stuff in the US from the inside. Like Bernie Sanders was that sort of last-ditch effort to change the Democratic Party, which people have tried to do for the last like 30 or 40 years. And not only has it not worked, it's actually become a more right-wing party, despite its base becoming more progressive. And if we've ever needed a sign more than that, and then what came after in 2020 and what's come after since then, that this is not a party that you can change from within, it is the genocide in Gaza. Which is why I think we have to have a bigger imagination. I'm not an organizer. I'm not an activist. I'm a journalist who has very strong opinions, and I've been around them. So I can just say, based on what I've observed and some history I've read, I think that activists in the global north have to expand their imagination of what's possible and organize and figure out how to make it happen. And there are organizations that are capable of teaching that, of understanding the history of that and applying it to today. It's just a matter of how to organize populations that are so pacified and so tired. And, the US is a very difficult place to be politically engaged because it's so economically difficult to live here. And I know parts of Europe are too, but in the US, you have no safety net. Like I was taking a taxi yesterday. And the guy who was driving me was like a Lebanese American guy who's been in the US for like 23 years. And once he realized I was Lebanese too, because everyone here is just Lebanese, he starts talking to me about how he immigrated here. It's the worst idea he ever came up with. He thought America was going to be so great, and it sucks, and it's so hard, and he can't save any money, and it's just too expensive, and they're also bombing his country. But first and foremost, he feels like there's just like he's being like suffocated all the time. And that was actually like he was like this. I thought there was like an American dream, and it's just a nightmare. And all that's to say, like, yes, it's a first world country, and yes, people have access to a lot of abundance, but it's really, really hard to live here. It's really, really hard to have time for anything besides making ends meet. And I think that's one of the biggest obstacles to actually organizing people in the US. But to go to something, Giannis, that you were saying about Palestine, I think that what's happening in Gaza represents like every problem we have in the world in one issue. It's military industrial conflicts. It's imperialism. It's, spending money on destroying and extracting and stealing like land, resources, literally killing people. That's what our system does. It kills people and shortens their lifespans if it's not useful for the ruling class. And the more we inform people this issue in Palestine actually is personal to them, even if they're not Palestinian or Arab American, and how it just brings together everything that's wrong and rotten in our system. People want to be active around it and want to liberate Palestine. And liberating Palestine will literally open doors to liberating everything. But I don't know. I don't have the answer for how to break these systems in the global north that are destroying us. I also think we shouldn't discount the global south. I mean, as I'm watching the Middle East right now, one of the things I'm angriest about is Egypt and Jordan. They spent the last year watching people be burned in Gaza and watching now people be burned in Lebanon, and their governments that are totally backed by the US and are police states, monarchies, dictatorships, they've done nothing. They normalized with Israel long ago. I didn't really expect them to do anything, but their people have also done nothing. So I think we have a problem around the world where it's everything's so bad. There's so much revolutionary potential. The masses are angry. It's about what fuels it, what sparks that revolutionary fire that leads to massive shifts. I don't have the answer to that. But I don't know, Yanis, maybe you do, and maybe you know what I'm talking about here. But yeah, I think that's kind of what we're waiting around for. Because there's moments in history where things like that have happened, where there's been revolutions and there's been inflection points. And I think we're just waiting for that spark to take place now. And until then, it just kind of feels hopeless.
Rania, if I can ask you a follow-on question there. I mean, to go back to our okay, if Trump wins, if Harris wins, do you see any differences there in terms of how the left might react? Any pitfalls for the left in each of those circumstances? Because Trump, the period 2016 to 2020, the left there was a lot of overreach as well on the left, which kind of took things in a rather difficult direction, and I think maybe impeded the left. I mean, I don't know if you would agree. So give me your take on what would happen in
I'm just curious. Elaborate on the overreach so I know what you're talking about.
Well, what I mean is you had let's say quite a lot of emotional reactions to Trump being in power, a lot of reaction to his rhetoric rather than his actual actions, lots of leftist groups sort of collapsing in on each other, tilting towards illiberalism. I mean, this is just one analysis, but that did not help the cause of the left either. But then, of course, now we have Gaza, the terrible tragedy that's happening in Gaza, which has brought together a lot of people on the left who didn't necessarily agree before. So, I mean, it's complicated, these dynamics, and a lot of this is just my view. But I would like your take, since you're there on the ground, and so many of these causes originate in the US.
Yeah, so I think that's a really good question, is where is the left more capable of operating under a Democrat or Republican right now? And we have some precedent that we can look at. I mean, we have the last 4 years of Joe Biden, and then we have the previous 4 years of Donald Trump. And I think what we saw under Donald Trump was the left got drowned out by the liberal, resistance, as they like to call themselves, which were basically just a bunch of centrists and Republicans fashioning themselves as resistance to Trump because they don't like his clownish nature. He makes America look bad. He's embarrassing. And he didn't always listen. They were a little bit concerned that he didn't always listen. He would just out and out say things like, yeah, we're basically in Syria to steal the oil. And they're like, sir, do not say the quiet part out loud. But all that's to say, I mean, the left also, it got drowned out by the liberals. It got drowned out by MSNBC and all the funding that went to those BS resistance organizations to Trump. And you're right, it did kind of collapse on each other in many ways. Under Biden, though, the left also had a difficult time because people just don't want to protest as much when there's a Democrat in charge. Under Trump, it was oh my God, the border wall was a big deal. AOC went and cried at the border. Everybody was upset about babies in cages. None of that stopped under Biden, but nobody talked about it anymore. It was it wasn't an issue. It wasn't a problem. In fact, now one of Kamala Harris's main campaign themes has been increasing border patrol to like outdo Trump on how hawkish she is on the border. So we have trouble under either party. I would say now, if Trump becomes the president, there is a danger under Trump because he wants to kind of like prosecute and investigate a lot of left-wing organizations like Code Pink. I don't know if you guys saw, but like Ted Cruz and Marco Rubio wrote a letter to the Justice Department asking them to investigate Code Pink, Palestine Youth Movement, which has been one of the forefront movements of the of being active against the genocide in Gaza, and organizations like the Answer Coalition, including they want to investigate Breakthrough News because they say we're funded by Hamas in China. Isn't that such an interesting collection of people and ideologies to be? But anyways, I mean, it's not true. But the idea is to basically take these organizations that are impactful, whether it's media or anti-war groups, and essentially legally tie them up, in a McCarthyist fashion where you drag them in front of, some House or Senate committee, and then make them hire lawyers they can't afford until they don't have money anymore, and strip them of their nonprofit status so that they just don't have as much money to spend on whatever they're doing. That is likely to happen under Trump. Like, these organizations might be screwed under Trump, whereas they also might be screwed under Harris, but there might be a little bit more room to maneuver under Harris. Basically, what I'm saying here is there's no win. Either way, we have to figure out as leftists how to exist under one or the other, because at the end of the day, we can't really influence who's going to win. We have to wait and see. Like, what I say and do in my show is, on Breakthrough News, and the coverage I'm doing is unlikely to sway the election one way or another. It's not really in our hands. And so there's definitely obstacles under a Republican and under a Democrat. And so we have to be prepared for the day after. Like, how do we best maneuver under this person versus this person so we can do all that we can to make the world a better place? And it's a big question. And I wish I had like a one-word answer, but sadly I don't. Maybe Yanis does.
Thank you. Well, as I hand it over to you, Yanis, I don't want to finish the stream without talking about the impact on Europe of a potential Trump or Harris presidency. I mean, specifically regarding the EU, regarding NATO, what practical differences might you expect to see between Trump, who's threatened or at least hinted to withdraw from NATO, and Harris, who seems very aligned with the traditional US commitments?
Well, before I answer your splendid question, I want to say to Rania that none of us have the answers. But this is the beauty of democracy. Democracy is a kind of is a process of crowdfunding or crowdsourcing, I should say, ideas of what we need to do. So that's why we have DiEM25 and also the Progressive International at a global level, because we need to pull together different strands of answers. But I think the main look. Once you understand, and you do understand, you were, putting this forward yourself, that, Americans live under a one-party state. Well, people resist one-party states. I mean, I grew up, cut my teeth politically in a one-party fascist state. And we didn't sit around and say, well, there's nothing we can do because the one-party state doesn't give us the options that are necessary in order to engage democratically. No, we fought for it. We created the options. So this is what you need to do in the United States. And this is also what we need to do here in Europe. So, Maron, coming to Europe. Look, the official version, which is both center-left and center-right and center and Greens, the official version of the European Union is that Trump is a catastrophe because he will pull out of Ukraine, he will pull out of NATO, he will increase or impose tariffs on European exports to the United States. That's the official version, right? Because let's face it, the European Union is totally parasitic, totally dependent on the United States. For the last 20 years, we have not invested in anything that is worthwhile on this continent. We are now in a situation where we've missed out on one or maybe two technological revolutions. So we are not producing green energy. We have no capacity to do it. We're not producing electric vehicles, and the ones we produce are using other people's technologies. We don't have the supply chains that are necessary for this new era. So we've become the stupid continent internationally, and we're very dangerous because, it's one thing to be stupid, it's quite another to be stupid and very rich. And so we are very stupid and very rich simultaneously, and therefore we are clear and present danger to Europeans and to the rest of the world. And this, you can see this constant deferring to Washington, D.C. I have no doubt that Macron, Scholz, Macron is the president of France, Scholz is the chancellor of Germany, understand that what's happening in Ukraine is madness. But they can't say it, because if they say it, they're gone. They're simply gone. I'm sure that both of them understand that the genocide is happening in Palestine, but they won't say it. They won't say it because they simply lack the mechanism by which to articulate an independent position. My perspective, once I have stated what the official version is that, again, I'm going to preface this by saying that my heart goes out and my solidarity, especially to women of a reproductive age in the United States, because Trump is a catastrophe for women, especially given that he's carrying with him the misanthropic, ultra-rightist, evangelical misogyny, especially when it comes to reproductive rights of women. I need to say that. Okay. Having said that, for Europe, I think Trump will be an opportunity to become independent of Washington. Because, he really looks at us, Trump, with disdain. He's bored with us. But, he's not the only one. I was talking to the former president of Mexico, Andrés Manuel López Obrador, and he's very Europhile. He's very much a Europhile. He really loves Europe. But he was saying to me, and I agreed with him entirely, but Europe is not interesting. Nothing is happening there that is of interest to Mexico, technologically, politically, geostrategically, in terms of AI. Everything is happening in the United States or in China. So, Europe is irrelevant for us. So I'm making this point because the only chance this continent of ours has in liberating itself from its dependency on Washington, D.C., is somebody like Trump who cuts us off. Today, there is no such thing as the European Union. It's a figment of our imagination. Once Mahatma Gandhi was asked what he thought about British civilization, and he said it would be a great idea. It's, when I'm asked what I think about the European Union, I say it would be a great idea, but there's no such thing. There's a European disunion, completely fragmented and totally dependent for its defense, for its, now after Ukraine, for its liquefied natural gas from Texas, for everything from the United States, policy on Palestine, whatever Washington says. If tomorrow Washington says there's a genocide going on, Israel, stop it, the Europeans will all jump on that bandwagon. It is pathetic that Europe has come to that. So, having an isolationist Trump, if he goes ahead with what he's promising, even the tariffs that will be imposed on, German car exports to the United States, that's a good thing. Because, this model of Europe where we rely on net exports to the rest of the world, essentially, we're exporting unemployment to the rest of the world. That's, it's imperialism. When you are relying on net exports, you are relying on exporting unemployment to the rest of the world. So if he slaps these tariffs on us and it forces the German government, for instance, to stop austerity on the German workers, which goes hand in hand with net exports. Because austerity for German workers is what allowed Germany to have net exports to the rest of the world by increasing its competitiveness of the capitalist firms and so on. I know this is really something that jars with conventional wisdom, but I truly believe in this.
Thank you, Yanis. Okay, we're coming to a close. So let me just read out a couple of reactions on the chat to some of the things you guys have been saying. Agnieszka says that Mearsheimer does not advocate for a war with China. He talks about security competition, which means political or economic influence, not actual war. Lat says, I think Trump going after the CDC and the FDA are more important than Code Pink for most Americans. And It's Rompers says, one wants to restore vital healthcare to women. The other wants to enforce restrictions that cost women's lives. This is an easy and important choice. They are not the same.
Meran, let me on Mearsheimer. I've heard him with my own ears being very clear that a clash between the United States and China is inevitable because of Chinese expansionism. That is the Cold Warrior, the Kissinger at heart, planning for a clash with China, which in reality really does not want to be expansionist at all. It just wants to sell stuff. And you know, the idea that the Chinese Navy and Army and Air Force and so on is expanding, and therefore it becomes a present and clear danger for the United States. I will start believing it when I first see the first Chinese naval vessels patrolling up and down between San Diego and Los Angeles, and the first Chinese military bases being built in Juarez opposite El Paso. When I see that, I will believe it.
Well noted. Well, as we close, Rania and then Yanis, if we can get your closing thoughts on this, we'll all wake up tomorrow, perhaps tomorrow, maybe it'll take longer, but in a slightly different world, a slightly different vibe. So, Rania, please.
பல் துலக்கும் போது ரத்தம் வருகிறதா? சாப்பிடும்போது ஈறுகளில் வலியா? வாய் துர்நாற்றம் வீசுதா? இது ஈறு பிரச்சனைகளின் 3 அறிகுறிகளாக இருக்கலாம். அவை பிளாக் பாக்டீரியாவால் ஏற்படுகின்றன. பாரடான்டாக்ஸ் டூத் பேஸ்டுக்கு மாறவும். பிளாக் பாக்டீரியாவை அகற்றுவதில் இது 4 மடங்கு பயனுள்ளதாக இருக்கும். பாரடான்டாக்ஸ், the gum experts.
அட அவனை பாரு எப்படி ஏறான்னு. ஆட்டோ ஹோல்ட். ஆட்டோ ஹோல்ட். ஆட்டோ ஹோல்ட்.
ஆட்டோ ஹோல்ட் டெக்னாலஜியுடைய ஃபேமிலி ஸ்கூட்டர் அறிமுகம் தி ஆல் எலக்ட்ரிக் ஏதரிஸ்டா.
I just want to real quick before I say my final remarks here, I want to piggyback, as they say in the corporate world, off of what Yanis was saying. And Mearsheimer, while I do appreciate what he says about Ukraine and about Gaza and Palestine, though I think he gets the Israel lobby influence a bit wrong, but regardless, I do think he's a realist, right? That he comes from the realist view of things, and it's a kind of Kissinger type of view, and he is a bit of a Cold Warrior, and that's putting it kindly. So on China, I think with some people, they're concerned that there's too much U.S. resources being sucked up in the war in Ukraine and in the Middle East. And it's bad because actually we need to put those resources towards going after China. That's sort of, anyways, regardless, I just wanted to throw that out there. I appreciate a lot of what he says, but you always have to look at it through that lens so you don't get sucked into his anti-China rhetoric too much. But on closing remarks, I also want to tell you that one outcome of today could be that we don't know who's president tomorrow. The American election system is very inefficient. And last time we had a presidential election in 2020, I think it took 5 days to confirm Joe Biden as president because there was like a counting issue in Georgia and some other state. So I hope this doesn't happen, but we could be stuck spending like a week just waiting to see who's announced. So we will either know it's Trump or Harris tomorrow, or we won't know for a few days. But regardless, one thing is for sure, tomorrow, when I wake up, my routine in the morning will be the same, which is to look on all the different Telegram channels I follow on what's happening in Lebanon, because my life literally revolves around following every update of what's taking place in Lebanon, as many people from the Middle East do every single day, because this is not going to stop. It's just going to expand and get worse. And I just say that to say that no matter what the outcome is tomorrow, those of us who are progressives, who are leftists, need to continue doing what we're doing, and we need to intensify it, because whether that means being in the streets, whether that means, going to a protest, whether that means if you're a rich person, go donate money to people who are doing things, that cannot stop, because no matter the outcome, these horrors are going to continue. And like Yanis said in the beginning, there's nothing more important than stopping this Holocaust right now. And we literally can't do anything else until we make this stop.
Thank you, Rania. Yanis, your closing comments.
I'm happy to leave our audience with Rania's comments. Resist them both. And when one of them emerges as the winner, resist her or him with all the power that you can muster. This is not a political regime that in any way captures the will of any people, not even a minority. It is an oligarchy with occasional elections, which very successfully legitimize the illegitimate. Don't forget that dictators always loved referenda. Essentially, this is another referendum where we are forced to vote yes in favor of the one-party state, which is ruining the life of a majority of Americans and of a majority of people in a majority of countries.
Thank you, Yanis. And the closing comment from someone on the chat, Christy, says, we will live with the results and take on tomorrow with courage. So here's to that. Thank you. Thank you to our panel, to Yanis, to Rania. It's been wonderful to go through all of this with you tonight and hear your take and your analysis. And thank you to you out there. There's been many of you. I'm sorry I didn't get round to reading out more comments. The chat's been really, really busy. And if you would like to support what we are doing here at DM25, please go to dm25.org/donate. We have no big backers. We're only powered by small donors. If you'd like to be informed of our future YouTube live streams and interviews and everything that comes out on our YouTube channel, just hit that like button, that big like button above your above the screen there. And I'm losing the power of speech. Let's see what happens by tomorrow. See you at the same time, same place, 2 weeks from now. Hello, 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 and welcome. I'm Meron Khalili. We are DM25, a radical political movement for Europe, and this is another live discussion with our coordinating team featuring subversive ideas you won't hear anywhere else. And today we're doing something a bit different because right now we're deep in electoral campaigning mode in two countries, Greece and the state of Bremen in Germany. As far as we know, this is the first ever for a progressive movement running in two elections in two different countries, just a week apart. Our political parties, Mera25, are on the ballot, as we said, in national elections in Greece, German state of Bremen, and these are two very different bids. In Greece, our party has been in parliament for 4 years. We're led by Yanis, former finance minister. In Bremen, on the other hand, we're building something from the ground up with a local dedicated group of passionate first-time activists. So tonight we're going to check in on some of our candidates and volunteers on the campaign trail and see what is electoral campaigning like in 2023, what challenges are they facing, how's the field looking, and how are they feeling for their chances. And you out there, you watching us on YouTube, if you've got thoughts, comments, rants, concerns, questions, anything you want to throw at us, put them in the YouTube chat and we'll put them to our panel. And now let's move to Yanis, who's just returned, if I understand it right, from a trip of 5 cities in 3 days. How's it going?
I haven't returned anywhere. I am on the move. We did have that a few days ago. Now we are on another such 4-city tour. I was in Trikala in central Greece this morning, this afternoon. Now I'm at the port city of Volos, which is a very interesting place, university town, port, a place traditionally on the progressive side of politics. But unfortunately, during this never-ending crisis of ours, the Euro crisis that began in 2010, the municipality has been taken over by a person that can only be described as a mafioso, extreme right-wing football team owner who uses mafia-style methods to intimidate progressives. He's at the forefront of ecocide, of water privatization, of turning a local cement factory into a industrial level grade refuse burning site. So they burn garbage effectively to produce electricity in the center of the city here. And anyone who objects is subjected to terror. Of course, fully condoned by the right-wing government, which Mera25 here in Greece is trying to depose. during this election. So you can imagine the stakes. We have managed, comrades, and I'm saying this with a great deal of pride, but also horror. We've managed to anger the most powerful oligarchs in Greece, not just this gentleman here, who's gone out of his way to vilify everybody involved in DM25 and Mera25. But, that's quite fair because, we call him out for what he is, a mafia-style boss. And he's out there to get us. Threats have been issued, not only him, but also the main oligarchs running the show in Athens, sometimes from London, ship owners, magnates. You see, I think everybody's familiar with the failure of the Greek state in 2010, the bankruptcy, the insolvency of the Greek state. The powers that be in Brussels, in Frankfurt, in Berlin, in Washington, conspired when Greece failed, when the Greek state became bankrupt and the Greek banks became bankrupt, along with the German banks, the French banks. Don't forget that it was a wholesale financial capitalist crisis in 2008, which, of course, in places like Greece, the weakest link, took on just a gigantic dimension, not least because the Greek state was not able, unlike the German state, like the French state, didn't have the deep pockets to bail out the bankers and bail out the privateers. That insolvency, that failure of the Greek state, which was arrested by the largest bailout loans ever given to any country anywhere, in absolute terms, not in relative terms. The first bailout was 110 billion. The second was 130 billion. The third one was 86 billion. The fourth one was the equivalent of 110 billion. These are bailouts. These are monies that were transferred from the workers and the people of Europe, including Slovenia, poor countries like Slovenia, and rich countries like Germany. They were transferred on to the bankers and to the oligarchs in this country, not to the people of Greece. There was no solidarity with Greece. There was solidarity with the worst oligarchic interests. So, once those bailouts took place, we were locked in to perpetual debt bondage. And once our debt was well and truly unsustainable, our debt to the international lenders of the European Union, the European Central Bank, and the International Monetary Fund, at that point onwards, they just took everything. They took public ownership, public assets, and they gave them to their friends. And for the last 5 years or so, they're in the process of effectively taking people's homes. 2 million homes and businesses are being taken away and given to vulture funds belonging to the oligarchs stemming out of both Greece and, of course, the international oligarchy. The profit rates of these people, you see, this is what you must understand. This is not vindictiveness. There's huge amount of money to be made. The vulture funds will take at least 70 billion from the private sector. They come to you. You have a home, you have a mortgage of, let's say 100,000. They buy that mortgage for 3,000. In other words, they buy the right to extract 100,000 from you, and they pay 3,000 for it. Can you get that? Shall I say it once more? They buy the right to extract 100,000 from you for a mere 3,000. So even if they, grab your home and auction it off and throw you into the street or your business, and they only get 50,000, why do they care? They spend 3,000, they make 47 net profit. These profit rates, invest 3,000 to get 47. Don't exist in capitalism. This is a bonanza for the worst oligarchs and vulture funds in the world. At the same time, they get our airports, they get our ports, they get our roads, motorways that have been partly built by taxpayers' money, partly billed by European taxpayers' money. And the oligarchs take all this. And there are about 5 oligarchs, Greek, plus several funds that come from abroad, like Macquarie, that has taken over our electricity distribution network, Suez, that are trying to get our water, Lafarge, the French cement factory that is taking over the cement factory here in Volos, turning it into a power station, burning garbage. You can imagine the effect on the environment. And we, Meta25, I think you should all be proud of this. We actually named them. We are the only party that dared stand in parliament and named names and numbers. Who extracted how much from the Greek people? The result is that we are persona non grata in the media, because the same oligarchs own the media, all of the media. Every single channel is owned. Television channel, radio channel is owned by one of them. One of them, a certain Mr. Marinakis, who also owns a football team, for good measure. Another oligarch, not the guy here in Volos, the mafioso that I was telling you about. Marinakis is a big fish. These people have absolutely no compunction whatsoever. On the one hand, I'm just bringing in lots of different themes, but just to give you a whiff of what's going on. There are television channels like Marinakis' Mega and Alafouzos' Sky Television. Those channels on a daily basis demonize anybody who dares speak out in favor of the peace process in Ukraine. Because for them, the NATO line, war till the end, till Putin falls or Moscow is taken by Ukrainians. In other words, a ludicrous project, which will drag on for 10 years, turning Ukraine into a new Afghanistan. Their channels, television channels, they are presenting themselves as the greatest supporters of Ukraine, which of course they're not. They're supporters of the continuation of a war that will be catastrophic for Ukraine. They vilify anybody, Mera25 in particular, me in particular, for advocating a peace process. And you know what? These same owners, Alafouzos of Sky, Marinakis of Mega, they own the tankers that transport the vast majority of Vladimir Putin's oil. Now, this is, if you want, a monstrous hypocrisy. Okay, now, the other day, one of these channels, Mega, banned every single Mera25 representative from the channel. Yesterday, Michalis Kytharidis, our comrade who is running in Thessaloniki, was about to go to the studio, and he was called and told not to bother. Our video clip, which is by law, must be screened, we were told, don't worry, it won't be screened. So they even flout the electoral law, which says that during an election campaign, parliamentary parties have a certain amount of free airtime on television. They say, no, you badmouthed our owner, you're out. Last weekend, one of the journalists working for a newspaper by Mr. Marinakis, actually a nice guy, somebody who has interviewed me many times in the past, in the last 7 years or so. He asked me for an interview, and he sent me 11, 12 serious questions. And I sat down and spent hours answering them to the best of my ability. We ended up with a 1,500-word interview. Poor guy. At the very last moment, he was told by Marinakis, "You're not publishing this article, this interview in my newspaper. F off." So that article was never published. We put it on our website and said, here you can read the article commissioned by a Tanea is the name of the newspaper, Tanea journalist, an interview that particular journalist was not allowed to publish on his newspaper. And does anybody care? No. The The real tragedy, however, is the way in which the establishment has managed to appropriate the political system, including the left. You may recall that in 2015, I was part of the government with Alexis Tsipras and Syriza for 5 stupendous months. We caused a lot of trouble to the oligarchs without frontiers by resisting their bailout plans, their plunder of Greece in the name of the oligarchy without frontiers. The people of Greece stood by us, even though every single channel vilified us. Even though Mario Draghi, who was then the president of the European Central Bank, shut down the Greek banks. So this is an act of financial terrorism. They shut down our banks in order to force the Greek people to force us out of government so that they wouldn't have to deal with a government that didn't agree with them. And tragically, we called Alexis Tsipras, who was prime minister then, and I was a very loyal minister to his prime ministership. He called for a referendum. Truly, I didn't expect us to win it because of all the vilification, the media working against us, the ATMs not functioning. You can imagine. Not only did we win it, but we got 62% of people backing us. And this is where the tragedy begins, because that very night of the referendum, Alexis Tsipras, my former comrade, decides to capitulate to the oligarchy. And I decide not to follow him. And I resigned the ministry. And since then, we've been at loggerheads. He spent 4 years in government implementing the worst austerity, the worst privatization, the worst looting of the Greek people on behalf of the left. That was lethal for the left. One of the reasons why we created DiEM25 was that great defeat of the left here in Greece. And remember that we created DiEM25 in February 2016, 6 months later, after that capitulation by Tsipras. We created it in Berlin to signify the internationalism in action that we proclaimed and which constitutes our very political DNA. We didn't create a political party here in Greece. We didn't go electoral, as we used to say. We were hoping to create circumstances for a coalescence of progressives around DiEM25, of progressive parties that could take our European Green New Deal and run with it. But by 2018, 2 years later, it was clear that the Tsipras-Syriza government were not going to change their minds. They were going to go headlong into serving the oligarchy. Initially, reluctantly, at some point, enthusiastically. And they are still called the coalition of the radical left party. So you can imagine something worse than Thatcher. Doing what Thatcher did, only worse, on behalf of foreign powers, in the name of the radical left. And that will give you an idea of the tragedy of Greece. At the same time, we have a communist party, a party of about 6.5%, which unfortunately is not interested in collaborating with us. I will say something that may seem far-fetched, but this is a communist party whose greatest nightmare would be the revolution. They wouldn't know what to do if the revolution took place. They don't care about the revolution. They care only about preserving their purity and preserving themselves as the monopoly of the youth vote in particular, on the left of the fallen and compromised Syriza party. They attack us viciously, the Communist Party. We never attack them. We never reciprocate. We are good Christians when it comes to them. We turn the other cheek. But it's getting a bit tiring, especially when they called me George Soros's man, that they consider Mera 25 to be the last vestiges, the last reinforcements of capitalism, unbelievable stuff. All in the service of maintaining a cartel of political parties. The political system And I have no doubt that you folks comrades in Germany, Mera 25 Germany, you will, once you get bigger than you are now, you will come against this cartel of the existing political parties, Greens, centrists, FDP, SDP, even Die Linke, who consider parties like ours to be entrants in the same way that Coca-Cola or Pepsi-Cola, if a local company comes out and produces a local cola that does well, Pepsi-Cola and Coca-Cola bind forces against. They forget their antipathy and conflicts, and they bind together to prevent the cartel from the newcomer. So instead of creating a left unity, we are now being bombarded both from all fronts, from the right, the extreme right, the Syriza compromised former comrades, the communists. It is as if Mera 25 is a common enemy of the political system. And I suppose it is, because we are truly democratic. We come with fresh ideas. We we are radicals in the sense that we want to overturn capitalism, but at the same time, we make proposals, very rational proposals of what could happen tomorrow morning, a long time before socialism comes. So that really angers the Communist Party, because for them, unless socialism comes, nothing good can happen. And I have to tell you, between you and I, maybe it's because of my bodily fatigue, it is tiring. It really gets tiring, comrades. All the vilification, the constant need to prove that you're not an elephant, the constant need to answer ludicrous questions. I mean, yesterday was in the television debate, 6 political leaders. We had 6 different themes. One was the economy and growth and development. The second one was, what was it? Foreign policy. The third one was the state, institutions, justice. The fourth one was energy and the environment. The fifth one was, God knows what, I don't remember what it was. Some like the youth, the young, the next generation, and so on. And you get one question per theme from one journalist sitting opposite, representing an oligarch. So, you can imagine how much I had to say about the economy. The question that I was asked was, Mr. Varoufakis, you consider the euro to be a problematic currency. How can anyone trust you to be in government alongside with them? Second question, if the Turkish army were to take a barren rock in the middle of the Aegean, what would your first move be? Which is an impossible question, because if you say I'm going to order our armed forces to respond, immediately you're a warmonger, and you're keen to start a war. This is how they portray you. If you say you are going to hold back and try to have negotiations, you're immediately a turncoat, a national traitor. So they ask questions that, the kind of question like Mr. Varoufakis, why do you murder and eat children in the morning? Because, even if you start saying, but I don't, immediately you're negative. If you say I do, you're a murderer. So that was the kind, I'm telling you, I'm tired. But at the very same time, and here's how I'm going to end with good news. When you're out there and 15-year-olds, 80-year-olds come to you and they say, I just want to hold your hand because you give me hope. Then you're revived. Then hope comes back. Then energy comes back. But now that I'm in a mood of confessing with you, I don't mind any of this except the attacks by leftists. That is the worst part of the job, comrades. To be attacked by leftists who really are looking at you as the worst possible enemy. They really hate people who are, maybe in their heart, they are still keen to overthrow capitalism. If they had the choice between killing you and overthrowing capitalism, they would choose the former. And that is sad. But on a good note, back in 2019, when we were running also against a small party of former comrades who split from Syriza called Popular Unity, Leyen, as well as others who never believed in Mera 25, in Team 25. They considered us to be too appetite, too lifestyle, or too Brian Eno, Roger Waters, Julian Assange oriented people. Well, the good news is that now they are part of us. They've joined us. We have forged an alliance for rupture. We call it Mera 25 Alliance for Rupture. And we are, if opinion polls, which are actually good, they show us almost doubling our vote, almost. If those opinion polls are realized on the 21st of May, we may be onto building a new, large, left, progressive, green alliance. And then the oligarchs will be really pissed. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you, Yanis, for that very candid and open assessment. Fascinating and admittedly depressing in places, but very encouraging. Really, really appreciate it and very interesting. Judith Meyer from Berlin has been part of the Mera 25 campaign in Greece for quite a while now, more than a few months, I think, a few weeks at least. What's your assessment in the spirit of DiEM25 internationalism? How are you feeling about everything there, and what's going on for you?
It's very inspiring. I love seeing it all come together, and I love seeing how far we've come, because I also visited Greece for the 2019 campaign and a few times since then. But especially the contrast with the 2019 campaign is very big. We've seen that with the election of in 2019, Mera 25 got 9 seats in parliament, and since then they have just come so much further. They've professionalized in so many ways. They have abilities to reach people that we can only dream of in our other countries where Mera is just getting started. There's so much production of materials to convince people, obviously, videos from parliamentary interventions, but also on the streets. When you look on the streets, it's like they have now stands in major cities, sometimes like 10 stands, I think here in Athens or something, where you can just walk along the pedestrian zones and suddenly you come across like a bigger area with seating, even, where you can stop by, sit down and watch some videos or get some material about Mera 25. It's quite remarkable. Compared to that, our campaign in Bremen is still on the activist level. So that also has some appeal. I think it's great. People come across our activists also in the pedestrian zones, but not with this huge area with seats and videos, but rather doing stunts, like almost like Extinction Rebellion kind of things that draw attention in the public space. Also with video projections, very modern stuff. I love it. So I like these two campaigns in different ways. And what is the same in both is that they both have international support. So people come from other countries to support the local groups. They come for a weekend. They come for a week. In my case, I came for a bit longer, but it's I think it's good for both sides, both for the people who are coming and for the people working locally, to see that we're all one. We're all fighting for the same goals, for the same policies, and so on. So I can give you some examples of what connects these two campaigns on a policy side. Is, for example, housing. Housing is a topic, a very big topic in Greece, where people are starting to lose their homes, and in Bremen, where basically the same happens, only that a lot more people are already renting in Bremen. Reversing austerity is a common theme. reversing privatizations, especially keeping the health service in public hands, electricity prices. I mean, these are topics that don't even just apply to Germany and Greece. I think they are European or even worldwide topics. But also smaller things like education, better funding for teachers, moving against the privatization of education is a common topic. Police violence. Surprising, isn't it, that both Greece and Germany took a turn towards police violence in the past few years or longer. We are seeing a trend here. Pro-refugee policies. Obviously, in Greece, that means stopping the dying on the shores of the Mediterranean. And in Bremen, well, there's less that they can do, but they're also against Frontex. They also want to provide a more dignified welcome to the refugees that wind up in Bremen. Democratization. A lot of ideas for how to bring more citizens into the process are also part of a big part of the program in both Bremen and Greece. And then there are some things that only make sense on a national level, like Mera Greece is aiming to reduce VAT, which makes sense because it's currently 24% in Greece and in Germany it's 19%. So there's more room for reducing it. And national topics like what do you do in a conflict with Turkey obviously don't apply to Bremen. Instead of reducing VAT, Bremen has a very interesting idea to create a basic dividend for its citizens from Bremen corporations, using also an e-commerce tax like Barcelona does, and a special fee on cruise ships, so that Bremen citizens, Bremen is one of the poorest states in Germany, would get extra financial support. So I think that it's really inspiring in that we're all pushing in the same direction and very often with the exact same policies, but where that's not possible, it's still very similar. And yeah, I love to see this commonality, which is much greater than in the existing European parties, like the ones that are represented in the European Parliament that have some kind of alliance, but they don't really have much in common beyond that. They don't generally go to support each other, but also on policy level, they can be in completely different camps in what they're trying to do. So I really think that this is the way forward.
Thanks for that, Judith. As you mentioned, it's our international membership that participates in our local actions, and also our members who help to shape our campaigns and co-write our policy programs. I mean, it's really a transnational pan-European spirit, and I'm really excited to bring in now the Bremen team, who are of candidates and also volunteers who are powering this startup campaign. I think Judith gives us a nice segue into introducing Jan Genin, Leander Rössler, Nomazulu Thata, and of course our resident Johannes Fair, who watchers of our live stream will be familiar with, but he's also over there. So why don't we move to Mera 25, that's the name of our political party in Bremen, Mera 25 Bremen Central. Johannes and the guys, welcome.
Thanks, Meran. Very exciting to join you. And yeah, there's another guy from Berlin that was sent out to help one of our Mera 25's campaign, me here in Bremen. We're in the midst of, lots of campaigning material in our little headquarters, so to say, with a lot of posters, a lot of chaos around us, some weeks of exciting and exhausting campaigning behind us. It's great fun. It's a very different campaign than in Greece because we are really starting from zero up. Not much money, but excited people, international support, as Judith mentioned. And yeah, it has been some weeks, and now I will hand over to the locals, Jan and Leander, who are also candidates here for us and who can tell you a little bit about how the experience was for them.
Yeah. Hi, me, Jan, Bremen Collective. Yeah, I don't think the difference could be any bigger from what we are doing here in the smallest state of Germany, Bremen, compared to the fight you are fighting over there in Greece. So first of all, we stand with full solidarity here with you, listening to all the trouble and all this, the barriers and the power you are fighting against. So we have our full solidarity. We're following your campaign closely, as close as possible here. And we're with you, and we hope to contribute to the overall success of our thing and to the fight you are doing over there. Well, even though the difference is just vast, I think there are some similarities. Thanks, Judith, up front for this excellent introduction. Beside of having the same goals which unite us, which is working for the many instead of for the few, and changing the course of the general perception of politics and to see what's possible over there, I think there's also similarity of that we have also encountered, let's say, borders and limits of policy doing here in Bremen. Well, from first hand, right? We have experienced how impenetrable the political system generally is as it is. So here in Germany, we have a 5% hurdle, meaning that either you reach 5% of the votes, generally you give to a party, or you basically have no person in parliament. So that, first of all, is a big objective for us, because as a party, we have been around as DMers here since 2018, but as a political party, we basically coming out of the blue, totally unknown. Nobody knew us. So that is a big step we're doing, and that is a big challenge. And yeah, the other parties having this huge budgets, well established, pumping hundreds of thousands into state campaigns here, full-time politicians with experts setting their agenda. And yeah, so we're reaching also the limits, although we are very far, unfortunately, of pissing off the really big guys. But we are reaching some limits of the system, I would say. And yeah, just quite disappointing for us, I guess, to see the role of the media. So I don't think they're really able of picking up the true questions of the people here at the moment. So that's from the start. So the questions being made are just out of the needs, somewhat out of context of the reality of the people here. And then the media coverage, well, we are fighting, struggling, we're doing our best, and we are working with all of the support from all of our DMS and MERA people worldwide or European-wide at the highest, most professional level possible, but the media coverage the response is very low. So we don't get too much attention, we don't getting articles, not few discussion panels being invited on. The coverage is way too low for us to be able to get our progressive ideas through. So this is something we are very struggling with here, and we're reaching some limits and some borders here, and it is giving me personally a hard time, and felt very insecure at the beginning, and then also I had my times where it was tough to keep up faith and power, especially at the beginning of the campaign. But when we started to get out with our flyers, with the posters, with the actions, talking to the people on the streets, that is basically where, from my perception, everything changed. The response is amazing. People coming up to us on the street, shouting, "You're the only ones who don't want to make a fool out of us." Or people coming from the side and pushing your back, good luck, wishing you all the best. You bump into people who voted already for you via letter, or they just say, "I'm definitely going to vote for you." So the response is amazing. It is the fact that these people not only have just read our program and got excited by our progressive ideas, but also the fact that they understand and they get the idea of our international approach, which is totally new to them, and they appreciate it. That's amazing. That is fantastic and fascinating, and that it gives me personally a lot of energy. And one thing which is, this is the last weekend, so on Sunday is the election, and as for me personally, I think the exact figures, the exact outcome of the votes on Sunday for me is already secondary, because what we've done here is we planted a seed. And the best thing to see is that it works, that we have the right ideas for the right time for the people and they respond to it. And that is fantastic because we are contributing with this little seed, and we would like so much to see this grow all over Europe, everywhere, all over Germany, and we can contribute, and we are contributing to this. So this is already a fantastic thing. Yeah, I think the sign of times are definitely on our side, and this is not just for us to Bremen, but for us all.
Yes. Besides, of course, not focusing so much on, I mean, all these obstacles and all these hurdles which were put in our way, and I don't know, the press not really being cooperative. We somehow also need to empower ourselves, be our own press, and yeah, find ways to work with given constraints. And this would never have been possible without the true international solidarity we had from our friends from. It's actually hard to mention all the countries we got support from, and it's been outstanding how many comrades from all over Europe, even, I mean, far beyond Europe, came here. And I mean, we wouldn't have made it until this point if there hadn't been enough people crazy enough and convinced enough and being selfless enough to travel all the way here to help us collect the signatures to get, well, to be allowed to be voted for in the first place. And now doing performance arts on the streets a lot, because I don't know, we actually don't have so much money as a movement. So we somehow need to work around it. And then also bringing messages in a completely different way than I've seen before, at least in Germany, from regular politic campaigning. Yeah, it's just not being boring in the same way that German people are used to it, and also getting the harvest and getting the response on the street that I also think we, to a certain point, deserve for being as courageous as we are, and being as against all the odds as we try to be.
I wanted to just add at the end that I also should send regards from the rest of the team who cannot be in the live stream with us today. So Anja, Katrin, Thilo, Sarah, Madita, all the others who also, parts of them joined during the time, send their solidarity to everyone.
Absolutely. Thank you for that, guys. Nomazulu, I see you nodding your head there as Leander and Jan were talking. Tell us.
Yeah, firstly, I would like to thank the people who came to assist us, internationalists, you know, from the Netherlands, you know, Portugal. And also our comrades here in Germany, you know, they came to Bremen to assist us, and I was really moved. I had such great hope, you know, and you know, this solidarity, first of all, among ourselves, and then, you know, going out, spreading the same message of solidarity. I think that was an experience for me. Yeah, I live outside Bremen, a district outside. It's Bremen, yes, but it's outside Bremen. So I would like to talk about my experiences that I had during this campaign. And it was extremely exciting, to say the least. Much as I would have wanted to interact with people of my age, but I found myself interacting with young people, you know, actually who know this party. Surprised, because this party is new, Bremen especially, you know, and they were first-time voters. They are first-time voters, you know. They are pupils from schools, you know. They've just turned 18, or their university students, and their questions were very, very positive. They spoke about climate change. What is your party saying about climate change? What is your party saying about migration? What is your party saying about people who are dying in the Mediterranean Sea? These are young people, This is how political astute they are, I was so moved. I was positively moved to know that, this party, we may not make it on Sunday, but this party is for the youth, for the coming generation. As Jan said, we are setting up a foundation for them. If we make it, this is what we want. We want to make it. But then the thing is, if we did not, we should never be very disappointed. We should say to ourselves, we have set up a foundation for our children and children's children. When they start articulating politics like, look, we want peace. Is your party talking about peace? Look, whoever thought that in Europe there will be a war. These are questions that you should. I found myself talking with them. It was extremely exciting. They would say, for instance, we have got problems about energy. We may not have had problems in energy the previous winter. What is your party saying, about energy crisis here in Europe? What is your party saying about Europe that seems to be, going in oblivion, to say the least? We don't know what direction Europe is taking us, What is your party saying about the Nord Stream pipelines that were blown up? Who blew them? Why is the government not investigating? Such, touchy questions, They would ask, don't you realize that energy politics is linked to national security? No? And what is your party saying? They were very strong questions, I was able to tell them that, look, migration and climate change are linked together. If migration is taking place, it simply means that they are affected by climate change from the south. And then I was able to tell them that, look, this is not the time to tell the youth that so and so is to blame, China is to blame, or global north is to blame for climate change. I think that time is gone. The time now is, how do we, global south and global north, tackle effectively climate change? What are the alternatives of fossil fuels, to renewable energy? Those were questions that kept me going. There is a place where I go every Saturday, with my flyers. That's where I meet them, or in buses, or in the marketplace. I loved going to the marketplace where I was, giving them. They will also ask me, look, we are from the African continent here. What drives you, to be in this politics? And then I'll tell them, look, the MERA is an international party, and we are looking to Africa as a neighbor continent that has got a lot of potential between Europe and Africa. So, our politics, our speaking, our communication with these young people was very broad, and I was really touched. And I could speak more, but I think let me give a chance to others to speak.
Thank you very much for that. Lovely. Really, really appreciate your input on that, and lovely to hear of your experience. We're getting some well, there's one comment in the chat here. Someone asks, I think a rather cynical comment, really. Does DiEM25 have any achievable positive policies? Well, I would encourage you to go to the Mera25 site of Greece or of Germany, of Mera25 Bremen, and there are concrete policies that could be implemented tomorrow on housing, energy, climate policy. There's a 36-page PDF. I don't know if any of the guys from Bremen, before we move to another speaker, would like to chime in and summarize in 1 minute or so what exactly we can offer in Bremen, which must be a question surely that people have come up to you in the street and say, okay, what are you for? Because we're not a protest party. We've got some very innovative crowdsourced proposals from some of the best minds in the progressive world. Perhaps you'd like to chime in, guys.
Should we maybe, because our program, of course, has a lot of proposals, maybe we can each mention one. Mine would be for sure free public transport, because that's a kind of something that we, German government spent 100 billion on the military last year and doesn't have money for free public transport in their cities. So it's kind of ridiculous. So that's something we could do tomorrow if we wanted to, and if the right people would have the say.
For me, it would be probably about having people's councils and having an outlook on models of democracy which can be as stable or even more stable as the current models, while at the same time being fairer. And we have great suggestions regarding these issues.
Yes, I think you did mention some before, but maybe the person was not in. So we stand there for what we call the new Bremen solidarity. So we want to make solidarity in all sorts of directions. So this works into all directions, meaning between the people. We want to change legislation and the way we do politics to make solidarity possible between people, but also from the city to the people. And this involves also the economy and their responsibility, and them being solidarity with the people. And this includes many stuff, as already mentioned a few. For instance, as housing was mentioned before, so we are planning on directly enforce and increase the budget for many good projects. There are already in Bremen, for instance, Housing First projects, who are there to get people off the streets directly into housing, because the right to have a house is directly linked to many other crucial elemental rights, such as participation, health, and so on and so forth. So this is something we would be speaking out for directly and making ourselves strong for. So housing policy.
Thank you for that. So there you go, a summary of their policy platform in a couple of minutes. Okay, let's move to Eric Edman, who is now our Mera25's spokesperson in Greece and has become quite a regular on the oligarch-owned TV stations when they have the guts to let him on. How's it going?
Yeah, I've been rubbing shoulders with all the wrong people. It's been a hell of an experience. They don't have a choice, Mehran. That's the only reason I'm there. They're forced by law to give us a certain platform. And because I'm the spokesperson of the party, they force them to say no. It's the last sort of legal that allows us some kind of platform. So we try to make the most of it. But very quickly on the question that was just asked about the achievable policies of Meras, the Meras in general, it's an understandable question towards the left in general, because we do have this kind of, like, we're known for being a bit pie in the sky as the political family. However, it's very unfair towards DiEM and specifically towards the Meras, because one of the main pillars on which we base our whole identity and our political thinking is being realistic, That's what the R in Mera in Greece stands for. And I also know that in Germany, the sort of motto of the party is realistic, rebellious, and radical. Realistic means not to wait for some kind of socialist revolution until we change the world, but rather building that change on sort of stepping stones towards that socialism. Small ideas like what our comrades, friends in Bremen said, that open up society's appetite towards a different way of running society, of running the economy, of running politics, and the rest of it. And that unlocks bigger and bigger doors towards more and more radical solutions once we've proven that these smaller ones are effective. They mentioned some of them. In Greece, we're even more humble because of how extreme the situation is. We're talking about things like lowering VAT. VAT in Greece is at 24%. And this is in a broken economy. In Germany, which is multiple times stronger in terms of financial power, the VAT is 19%. And in broken little Greece is 24%. This isn't an economic policy. It is a political policy forced on Greece in order to subjugate it. What we're saying is let's lower VAT. It's a very small radical thing, however, because to lower VAT means for the first time in over a decade, saying no to Brussels, saying, no, we're not going to do it. I'm sorry. If you're not going to put the well-being of our country and our people first, then we will. And we're going to do what is necessary. And if you're going to attack us as a result of that, we sincerely hope that our fellow European citizens will see the justice of our cause and will stand on our side and prove that the real European Union is us, the people, and not the people in Brussels and Frankfurt. So it's this kind of realistic, simple policies that, however, unlock bigger and bigger changes. Now, I must say that what the Bremen team has been saying has been really filling me with a lot of hope and joy. And guys, I mean, I remember our first meeting a year ago when we were sitting around kind of looking at each other and we're like, is this possible? Can we even do this? You know, and look at you, right? I'm not the kind of guy to say I told you so, but I'm going to leave it there floating in the air because I kind of did tell you so. It's, you know, when that madness enters you and you start doing things, all of a sudden, a bunch of stuff that you couldn't even have imagined was possible becomes possible just because you're doing it. And by doing it, more and more doors open that you couldn't even have imagined when you set off. And I think that's an important thing to say, because there might be a lot of people watching us right now who are thinking, yeah, okay, there's something special about Bremen. Not to say you guys are not special. You're special. And we're special. But also we're not. You know what I mean? It's anybody could do this. You just need to do it. And then the DM family will be right there by your side and help you do it. Because we do need to do this everywhere. The kind of project that we've set out on, and I think this is very important, and it's easy for us here in Greece to forget it as we become bigger and bigger. I am very mistrustful personally of the kind of effect that bourgeois representative democracy can have. Because once you get part of this system and you start being in parliament and you start going to committees and you start going to votes, you think that that is the way to radical change. And it absolutely is not. It's not. This system is designed to replicate itself and to defend itself. You're not going to create radical change by going to committees. What if we're serious, and this is what Yanis was hinting at the beginning of the talk, if we're serious about the kind of change that we want to do, then we will need a mass movement behind us. People who are not necessarily our members, but who have an appetite for the kind of fight that we're recommending to people, because we're recommending a fight. We are not setting out to do your run-of-the-mill political work. We're not here to play around with and tweak the system. We're here to radically change it. And to radically change it means to set out against a number of invested interests that absolutely don't want a single thing changed. And they will fight us savagely. And you're not going to be able to fight that fight if all you've got is a bunch of votes. because votes come and go once every 4 or 5 years. What you need is an invested movement that is there by your side as you fight that fight. They might not be members of Meta, they might not be candidates, but they are part of that struggle. So what we're doing needs to be rooted in society and in all these different parts of the mosaic that make up the fight that we're fighting. We're not the only ones asking for free transport in Bremen. We're not the only ones asking for environmental policies. There are other people who have been doing it for many more years than us. And we need to be part of that political ecosystem and build that kind of mass with them and be that electoral edge through the metas. Yes, that's our part to this ecosystem, but we need to be rooted in the bigger project. Otherwise, they're going to eat us alive. They're going to crush us, and that is the bigger fight. And that is what I'm afraid here in Greece, because we get so caught up in the regular campaigning that I just want to make sure that we don't forget how important what you guys are doing is. That really is so much closer to our radical heart and soul as a movement. Your kind of campaigning, the way you represent what it is that we're trying to do. And yeah, I mean, the last thing I wanted to say is about having the right idea, which you all mentioned. Even if you feel like that idea, it might not be its time, it's important to say it regardless. If you're convinced of the idea, if you know that the idea is correct, and this is something we talked about in the DM Academy, because down the line, something might happen that, again, you couldn't even have predicted. It was impossible to know. But that event might make your idea obvious all of a sudden to a bunch of people. And they will recognize that you've been saying it all along. You are the party that was warning and was preparing people about this thing that has now happened, whether it's climate change, whether it is whatever. So something happens and, free public transport becomes the obvious choice for Bremen. And you are that party that was saying it all along. Don't play that cynical political game, I think, of trying to go any way the wind blows and just say whatever people are saying right now, just because that is the way to get votes today. Play the long game. Play the game about 4 years from now, 10 years from now. Be true to kind of what. That's how you build a real movement that is honest to itself and is solid and is not going to break under pressure. And that is how, once you do get to power, I think, you're in a much safer place, because you have made it to that place of power with your original program of what you were saying all along, and you meant it. So now that you're in power, you didn't sacrifice those points to get there, and you have a much stronger base from which to implement that program than you would have done if you were playing that cynical game, promising everything to everyone and the rest of it. That's it from me. I don't have anything else. Thank you. It's lovely to see you all.
Thank you, Eric. Valuable lessons there. Wonderful. We are at the top of the hour, but if we can extend just a little bit, we've got two more comments. First, Lucas Febraro, our communications director, based in Berlin, who's also been very active on the Bremen campaign. Lucas.
Thanks, Madden. Actually, I'm one of the few of us here who has been lucky enough to witness firsthand not only the campaign in Bremen, but also what's going on in Greece. So the two things we're talking about today are just like some of us here. I've just come back from Athens, where I was there for a wonderful DM25 academy, in which dozens of people, not just us here from the DN team, but also DMers from all over Europe, joined for a series of events and workshops, and also to join Meta 25 Greece on the streets as they near the end of this electoral period. And in Bremen, it's been my absolute privilege to be there on the ground, on the streets with Jan, with Leander, with Anya, with Norma, and the rest of the team to try to help them as best as possible to make this happen. And as we near the end here, not only the live stream, but also of those two campaigns, especially the one in Bremen, what have we accomplished here? What's the significance of this? I think it's important for us to keep this in mind. As you alluded to in the beginning, Madam, it has a very historic element to it. This is the first time that a left-wing political project is running in different national elections at two different countries, basically at the same time, right? And like Jan also alluded to, I think what we've accomplished here is we've planted these seeds. And I think, 5, 10, 15, 20 years from now, once this has grown and flourished, as we all hope that it will, I think we'll be looking back to this moment, and then it maybe will be clear to us with a little bit of distance just how significant this was. And I think ultimately the really valuable thing that we've done in planting these seeds is to respond in kind to a message that was sent by the powerful, by the oligarchy, quite some time ago. Their message was, we don't care about borders. They have no respect for borders. Their assets, their money, it moves freely across borders. They will take money that they've made speculating in one country or in some other shady way or exploitative way. They'll take it to a different country, to your country. They'll buy up your apartment building, and then they will exploit that as well, right? And exploit you. So they have no respect for borders. And I think the reply that we've sent here is, we're over borders either. We don't care much for them. We care for them as little as you do. And we're ready to join forces from Bremen to Berlin, to Athens, to Thessaloniki, to Rome, to Milan, and who knows where else in the future. And we told them, we're coming from the smallest local council to the biggest of parliaments. We're coming.
I like it. Thank you, Lucas. Let's close with Juliana Zita, who is a spokesperson for Mera25 in Germany. Juliana. Oh, I'm losing the power of speech here. That's what happens when we go over the hour. Juliana, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mehran. I don't want to repeat anything. I think everything possible has been said. I just want to, at the end, add two things. One is, of course, a huge thank you to the people of Bremen, and of course to the people who supported from around. But I think without your trust and without your work, none of this could have been possible. Also, as Eric mentioned, me, Eric, Johannes, I can very well remember where we started, and I just saw you last weekend, and I think the transformation has been huge in terms of, thinking about how this could be, and then everything, all the actions, to see them play out, the projection on the huge building, standing there with you guys and seeing that was just an amazing moment. And I think the journey of Mera25 in Germany is young still, but this is for sure a milestone, like it has been mentioned. And what really, and this is the second point I want to say, what I really realized is that, of course, new parties come up once in a while, also in Germany. But the special thing about us is that we are a full-fledged party, that we have policies that, most parties, they get created, they start very small and they have to work on having content. But we, as a movement, we always had strong policies. And now to see them kind of manifest into this party and to be electable, because this is something that is new, that before we pushed as a movement other parties to adopt our policies, and now those policies are out there and we have people representing them, and people like Jan, recording videos, talking about these issues, real people, as I think it has been already said, and not politicians, not people who are, they're in for the political game, but people who can say, okay, I'm a citizen of the city. I'm standing here with these ideas and I'm presenting them to people, and I'm doing that without any, I'm not shying down from standing here and standing up for myself and for other people. And I think the resonance has been amazing. I haven't seen one person on the street who was like, Oh no, a small party. It was very interesting for the people to see a party with so much content and so much policy already, because this is not where usually small parties start. And this is also one additional seed that we have planted, is for people to have like this feeling of hope that, hey, there might be someone to show up and really be electable. So yeah, a huge thank you from to the Bremen team from me, and good luck to you, to all of us for next Sunday, and also to Greece for the elections and for the rest of the campaign. Yeah, that's it from me.
Thank you, Juliana, and we're truly out of time. So on that, we will close. Thank you to everyone who came here to join us, especially to the Bremen team, who I know are right in the middle of campaigning and don't have that much time. I know the Bremen team are right now moving into another live stream in German, and there's a link in the chat for any German speakers that would like to join that. And thank you to all of you out there for your support. We could not do it without you. We could not stick it to the oligarchy without you. We have no big funders. We have no deep-pocketed paymasters, no shadowy foundations that we owe favors to. We're a movement for you, for the many. And if you'd like to join DiEM25 or donate DiEM25 to DiEM25 €5 a month or whatever you can afford, then just head over to diem25.org/join and you can become a member in a couple of minutes. Thank you again to our panel and to you out there who are watching live. Good luck to our campaigning teams, and we'll see you at the same time, the same place, 2 weeks from now.
Heritage curd, romba thick, romba tasty. இனி நீங்க எப்ப சாப்பிட்டாலும் நாள் முழுவதும் ஆனந்தமே.
Nothing Phone 3A series, coming soon.
Hello, and welcome. I'm Meron Keneally. We are DiEM25, a radical political movement for Europe, and this is another live discussion with our coordinating team featuring subversive ideas you won't hear anywhere else. And today we're talking about green politics. Not so long ago, the term green had a much more radical meaning, and a vote for the Greens was a vote for climate justice, for non-violence, and for grassroots democracy. But today, with green parties in government in 8 countries across Europe, the picture is very different. Green politicians defending coal mining in Germany, setting police on climate protesters of all ages. Green politicians embracing sanctions, apartheid regimes, and NATO, jacking up military spending, leading the charge for war in Ukraine, and pushing for a new Cold War on China and Russia. Green politicians splitting off from the grassroots movements that helped them get elected. And all the while, the word green is being co-opted frantically by corporations and decision makers across the spectrum, making it almost meaningless and slowing down material progress in favor of symbolic moves and feel-good gestures. So how do we get here? Has green politics become decoupled from economic, social, and democratic justice? Or is this just realpolitik in action? And what, of course, can we do about it? Our panel, including our own Yanis Varoufakis and our crew of activists and thinkers and doers from across Europe, will be weighing in on this, and you out there watching us on YouTube. If you've got thoughts, comments, opinions, rants, anything you want to say on this topic, just put it in the YouTube chat and we'll put it to our panel. Let's kick off with David Castro now from the belly of the beast in Brussels. David.
Thank you, Mehran. Thank you, everybody, for joining us tonight on YouTube. Let me preface my remarks about today's topic by telling you a little bit about me. I'm Portuguese, but in 2003, the economic crisis in my country, mainly due to the impact of the euro, changed the direction of my family forever. My father lost his job, my mother was clinically depressed and unable to work, and my brother had to abandon his studies to make ends meet at home. I was able to migrate with my mother to the UK when I was 12 to join my father, and I grew up in pre-Brexit Britain, in some of the poorest, roughest regions in the country. This wasn't the England of Love Actually, but this is England of Shane Meadows, for those who have seen that brilliant film. It was certainly an educational experience, and we missed Portugal, my brother, and our extended family terribly. Yet this move also gave me the chance to go to university, which has led me to where I am today, working in Brussels and carrying over £30,000 worth of student debt. So when the M25 was created in February 2016, I immediately felt, here's a movement that actually speaks to me. I read their proposals at the time before I joined and saw how they could tackle the kinds of issues that had affected my family and millions of others, like the crisis of involuntary underemployment and involuntary migration. So I signed up and I've been working with them ever since. But before I joined the M25, I had worked in the center of the Brussels machine at the interface of business and green politics. And this experience is what I'd like to talk to you about today. I was employed by an organization called CSR Europe, the leading European business network for corporate sustainability and responsibility. And it gave me a masterclass of how propaganda works in practice, I tell you. For example, every year, we organize meetings between executives from corporate giants like Huawei, IBM, NL, just to name a few, with European commissioners. The purpose, besides unofficial lobbying behind closed doors, obviously, was to get the commissioners to rubber stamp the sustainability reports of those companies quite publicly. Reports that were financed, hear this, by the companies themselves. We created initiatives like the European Pact for Youth under the high patronage of His Majesty, the King of the Belgians, and with high-level support of Donald Tusk, President of the European Council at the time, Martin Schulz, the President of the European Parliament at the time, and Jean-Claude Juncker, the President of the European Commission at the time. On the surface, the Pact for Youth was a program to improve partnerships between business and education in order to boost the chances of young people getting jobs. But in reality, what it did was provide a cheap labor force for corporate giants through underpaid and unpaid traineeships and apprenticeships, effectively turning universities into conveyor belts for the job market. CSI Europe was a slick greenwashing operation. Everyone who worked there believed they were doing something good, helping to bring about more sustainable solutions for our planet. Yet all they were really doing was serving corporate interests. They were legitimizing and perpetuating a broken system, and they never, ever questioned it. Throughout my work in Brussels, I also saw this kind of greenwashing extended to politicians in Brussels. Look at the European Commission and its use of terms like green and sustainable. It's enough to make one's stomach churn. Yet, sorry, I lost my train of thought there. The Commission's Green Deal and the Beyond the Growth Conference being just two recent examples, not to mention the so-called recovery plan, recovery for whom it's pure naked co-optation. And now I come to the Greens themselves. I want to say this first. After we announced today's live stream topic, I read a few comments from former comrades of ours complaining that we were daring to attack the Greens when we ourselves failed to re-enter parliament in Greece in the latest election just a few weeks ago. Other comments pointed to the fact that the green politics exists outside of Austria and Germany. My message to them is this. Yes, we did fail to convince enough people to vote for us in the last election. We have no problem whatsoever admitting it. But there's a follow-up coming up, and you bet we're doing our best to make it happen again. But the point I want to make is the following one. There is a gigantic difference between a political party not achieving backing for its ideas during an election and a political party already having enough backing for its ideas and then entering parliament, forming a government, and then doing a U-turn on those ideas. And that is what I'm criticizing. In the same way that we as DM and as Meta must have the capacity to accept our own shortcomings sometimes, it would do well for the Greens to have some humility and do the same. Because all Democrats, regardless of party affiliation, have a duty to stand up for democracy, for the people, and for the planet. Whenever we see political parties that are meant to fight for those things and instead do the opposite when in power, because they're so obsessed with power that at any cost, we must call them out. Whether they are Greens, socialists, it really doesn't matter because they're supposed to be better than that. Didn't we witness precisely this behavior with the Euro crisis? So many mistakes that made by an arrogant, self-centered establishment that couldn't take a tiny wee bit of criticism for what it was doing. An establishment so fragile that the mere insinuation that what it was doing to the pigs was wrong led to the doubling down of its position on austerity. Now, I know plenty of people work for the Greens, most of them are lovely people. My criticism really isn't towards them. It's towards the leadership of most, not all, but most Green parties. With that said, if the Greens are green today, then I think I must be going colorblind. Is it green to raise villages to the ground like they're doing in Lützerath in Germany, like they've done in Lützerath in Germany? where they are in power in order to have more coal mining? Is it green to ally with fascist parties like the Greens have done in Austria, while the world is careening towards the crucial 1.5 degrees Celsius mark in the average global temperature rise? And when it comes to world affairs, is it really green to be pro-war and to label people campaigning for peace, comrades, as Putin apologists? And looking at the Greens in Finland and Belgium too, last year in Finland, Green NGOs sued the Finnish government over carbon neutrality goals. And in Belgium, just last week, I was reading about it, centrist Prime Minister Alexander De Croo came out and said that he's in favor of putting a pause on any green legislation because it might threaten to destroy Belgian industry, following in the footsteps of Emmanuel Macron in France. And in response to his statements, his own federal climate minister, Zakia Katabi, former leader of the Greens here in Belgium, came out and criticized his position, saying that it isn't, quote, the government's position, nor the Belgian one. I honestly don't know whether to cry or laugh when I hear these things. He's the prime minister of our own government. And again, if you look at the Greens in Sweden, from 2014 to 2018, they held a total of 8 ministries and were widely seen as failing to fulfill key promises, such as a reduction of the working week and the closure of Bromma Stockholm Airport. And then you have the Irish Greens, who are in a coalition government with 2 right-wing conservative parties. Do you know the examples are numerous? It isn't just Germany and it isn't just Austria. The Greens have ridden the green wave generated by movements like Extinction Rebellion, Fridays for Future, and so on, only to increase the risk of our extinction with their wrong-headed policies. It's not bad intentions here, it's just sheer incompetence. This is where the Greens are today. They have put themselves entirely at the mercy of corporate interests. They have lost their spine and forgotten their roots. They have entered into governments that are doing all they can to destroy the planet and people's hard-fought rights. And they're complicit in all this because, like my colleagues before in CSR Europe, they legitimize and perpetuate the broken system. They never, ever question what they're doing. So if you really want to know the kind of radical climate policy that would fix all these things that I've been talking about, it is the Green New Deal for Europe from the M25. And the only thing that it requires, believe it or not, to be put into practice are people in power willing to do it. It's quite as simple as that. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Yanis, what was yours?
Thanks, David. Thanks, Maren. Look, I'm going to go soft on the Greens. I'm not going to be very harsh on them because they are not the only radicals or reformists who lost their mantle, who lost their way, who lost or sold their souls once in government. Every radical who has shifted to government so far, unfortunately, with very few exceptions, maybe Che Guevara, right? Has gone down that road. The communists, when they took over in 1917, after the magnificent October Revolution, well, very soon after that, they drifted to authoritarianism. They forgot socialism, as Noam Chomsky correctly says, and they went towards a collectivism, state capitalist route. The Social Democrats, who did a lot of work in the late 60s and 70s to rebalance the distribution of income and the distribution of power between capital and labor. Well, the moment Bretton Woods died in 1971 and financialization hit, the Social Democrats in government were the worst. They invented austerity. They destroyed the working class in the name of the working class, in cahoots with the financial sector. We here in Greece, we stood tall against the Troika in 2011, 2012, with Syriza. We entered government. We fought valiantly for a few months. And then after that, the same party not only collaborated, not only was co-opted by the toxic Troika establishment, but they imposed the worst austerity in the history of the world upon the people who elected them to fight against austerity. So the fact that the Greens have done the same, sold out, means that we should be nuanced. We Marxists, leftists, and so on, we should ask the question, the broader question, why is it that radicals who find themselves in government end up changing themselves rather than changing the world? That, I think, is the bigger question. And I think the answer to that has to do with capitalism and the way that capital in the end wins. If you don't challenge capital's reign over people, if you don't challenge the property rights which undermine and underpin the whole power game, then even if you have the best of intentions, and I have no doubt that the Greens, like Syriza, we had good intentions when we entered parliament, when we entered government. That's my preface, but I'm going to go easy on them. But now let me go back to the basics about green politics. Now, what is green politics? Since I talked about capitalism, we're all products of the great transformation, as Karl Polanyi described, the transition from feudalism to capitalism. That transformation meant that essentially exchange value triumphed over experiential value. That sounds a bit philosophical, so let me break it down. There used to be a time when things had a value that was separate from its price. Even, in authoritarian regimes, in the Middle Ages, let me give you an example. The landed gentry would inherit the land from usually it was from father to son, but the son would never think of selling the land. Never. It would be treachery to the very principles of the landed gentry of feudalism, to say, don't want to be a feudal lord. I want to sell out, get money for my land, and go to the Bahamas or wherever and have a nice time. It just wasn't done. There were some things whose value was much more significant than its price. And you have, with capitalism, you have this constant imperialism of prices destroying values. First with the enclosures, then with property. You have the commodification of labor. Under feudalism, slave societies, labor was not a commodity. It was exploited, it was enslaved, but it was not commodified. People were commodified, labor was not commodified, there were no wages. If you had slaves, serfs, you didn't pay them wages. You simply took a large part of the produce that they produced. So capitalism is that's the main point I want to make. Think of it as a virus that takes over everything that doesn't have a price and has a value and gives it a price. That is immensely important regarding the environment. Because, you know what they say about GDP, why GDP sucks as a measure of well-being. You burn down a forest, GDP goes up. Why? Because the forest has no price. The tree has no price. It gets burned down, GDP doesn't go down. But the diesel fuel the fire engine uses in order to pretend to extinguish the forest, that is expended and that's added to GDP. And suddenly, the forest fire doesn't deplete the wealth of the nation according to GDP measurements, right? Now, why is it? Because the tree has not been commodified yet. So if you think about it, capitalism goes into nature, takes over crucial values, environmental values, biological values, biodiversity. It has no price for capitalism, so its destruction is not a cost. To the extent that its destruction gives us $1 or gives the capitalist $1, this is a good thing. It increases GDP. Okay. Now, Marxism was a challenge to the idea that capitalism is equivalent to progress. It's tantamount to progress. Yes, the creation of a steam engine is progress, but no, it doesn't mean that the use of the steam engine by the capitalist is going to enhance the human condition. According to the Marxist analysis, if it is owned by one person and then worked by many, and that one person uses the ownership of the steam engine in the mine, in the textile factory, in the car factory, wherever, in order to extract surplus value from the worker that he doesn't pay for, because he has power due to the unequal property rights over the steam engine, then that creates massive misery amongst the workers and misery in the spirit and the heart of the capitalist, because he ends up being a sad bastard in the end of the day, constantly worrying about bankruptcy, constantly worrying that one day he may end up being a proletarian. So Marx is, effectively challenging the notion that technological change and progress is progress for humanity to the extent that we lose the opportunity to value things in ways that are separate from their price. And then you have the Soviet Union, Soviet planning, which in the name of the working class